Students, today our class has a new classmate. Everyone give her a round of applause. Uemura Kazuki walked into the classroom with a little girl whose long hair was a bright shade of red, leading the applause himself. Come now, child, introduce yourself to your classmates. Hello everyone, my name is Juxina Uzumaki Juxina. I am very happy to meet you all. Please take care of me from now on. Yet Juxina's self-introduction, mustered with such courage, did not earn the warm welcome she had hoped for. Instead, strange murmurs began to ripple through the classroom. She has red hair. So weird. Yeah, there's no one in Konoha with red hair. Is she some kind of red-haired demon? TCH. She's clearly a chili pepper, the color of a little hot pepper. Listening to her classmates' comments, Juxina, already nervous and lacking any sense of security, felt her small face instantly turn deathly pale. Chizuki sat there in silence, thinking, these little brats, I'm still standing right here. Hearing these remarks, Uemura Kazuki's facial muscles twitched with anger. His face darkened as he slammed his palm down on the desk and roared, "You brats are intolerable. Enough. You cannot talk about your classmate like that. It is rude." Seeing their teacher lose his temper, the students below finally closed their mouths one by one. Juxina, go find an empty seat and sit down. Don't mind what they said. They didn't mean it. Uemura Kazuki demonstrated what it meant to change faces in an instant. His dark expression vanished, replaced by a gentle, approachable smile. Yes, sir. After bowing to Uemura Kazuki in thanks, Juxina glanced around the somewhat crowded classroom. With a single sweep of her gaze, she fixed on a target. Only the very last row had any open seats. Lowering her head, she walked toward it. On the right side of the last row by the window, someone was already sitting, so Juxina had no choice but to take the seat slightly closer to the middle. She reminded herself that she had to get along well with her classmates to make new friends so she could blend into Konoha more quickly. Remembering the words Uzumaki Mido had spoken to her, Juxina's eyes grew faintly red. In Konoha, the person who had treated her best, Grandma Mido, was gone. Now only she herself remained. Silently cheering herself on, Juxina decided that if she wanted to integrate into Konoha more quickly, she should start by getting to know her own deskmate. What she had not expected was that her deskmate, who had been gazing out the window the whole time, only turned his head back toward her out of reflex. His eyes were so calm it was as if he were looking at any ordinary stranger. He hesitated for several seconds before speaking. Yagami Chizuki, what's with this? Out of so many seats, you just had to sit next to me. Minato, your future wife, has become my deskmate. Come take her away already. Nice to meet you. Juxina was not discouraged and continued speaking. Unable to figure out what Juxina was trying to do, Chizuki gave a slight nod and went back to gazing out the window. Since she was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he'd better not get too close lest he draw the attention of the Anbu and Root Ninja. The third Hokage and Danzo were hardly good people. Besides, given his own identity, it was not appropriate for him to approach a Jinchuriki. The teacher began lecturing, and Juxina listened earnestly, but before long drowsiness crept over her. Ever since she arrived in Konoha, she had not had a single good night's sleep. Red-haired demon. Blood-red little hot pepper. She's a monster. After class, as soon as the teacher left, many brats turned to look toward the back of the classroom. A barrage of nasty nicknames came flying, all landing squarely on Juxina's head. These people are going way too far. Juxina, who had been nodding off, jolted awake, her anger flaring so hot that her little face turned the same color as her hair. Tisk tisk, they even dare provoke the little hot pepper. They must really be tired of living. Chizuki was genuinely impressed by these brats' courage, bold enough to mess with Juxina. Just because Juxina now looked soft and fragile, they thought she was an easy target to bully. But once someone touched her bottom line, once they truly enraged her, she would show them what it really meant to be a blood-red little hot pepper. Having just suffered the agony of her clan's destruction, Juxina's mood after being saddled with all these mocking nicknames could easily be imagined. She clenched her small fists, struggling to endure. Haha, she's mad. Look, her face is red. So scary. She really is a red-haired demon. No, a red-haired witch. My mom said red-haired witches like to eat children. The brat who had been talking so gleefully suddenly let out a miserable scream as Juxina sent him sprawling to the floor with a single punch. Her rage surged to the extreme. Her red hair began to float, rising without any wind. Terrifying chakra erupted throughout the classroom. What happened? The Anbu ninja who had been watching Juxina's every move were startled. The chakra of this Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was frighteningly immense. You all just die for me. Unable to endure any longer, Juxina grabbed the brats who had been scared stupid, and one by one she knocked every last one of them to the ground. Watching Juxina unleash such might, Chizuki sighed inwardly. Same Nine-Tails, yet how could there be such? In the inner space within Chizuki's body, a small fox that looked exactly like the Nine-Tails lay on the ground yawning. The difference was that this Nine-Tails was white, its lines far softer. The chakra Juxina had released was laced with that of the Nine-Tails, which made Chizuki intensely envious. Fortunately, although his own Nine-Tails was still weak and growing slowly, at least his would not be discovered. Unless he revealed it himself, no one would ever know he too was a Jinchuriki. Moreover, his 9 tails was exclusive bound to him and would never leave his body. Its safety factor was simply off the charts. Before crossing over, Chizuki had been lying at home, leisurely eating watermelon, basking in the air conditioning, and playing a certain Naruto mobile game. Because of his love for the Sharingan, Chizuki had chosen the Uchiha faction. Leveling up step by step, gathering materials, he had spent a considerable amount of money to obtain the Mangekyō, the Eternal Mangekyō, and even the Rinnegan. Just when Chizuki thought he was about to graduate from the game, an update introduced a Jinchuriki feature. Players could spend money on draws to obtain the tailed beast they liked, turning themselves into Jinchuriki for a massive power boost. To obtain that white 9 tails, Chizuki had poured in no small sum of money. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that just after finally acquiring the white 9 tails, he would fall asleep and then inexplicably cross over to this world. Wow, she's so scary. Those who had mocked Kushina and given her nicknames were all beaten up, each one left with bruised faces. The classroom devolved into utter chaos, resembling a large-scale brawl. From this alone, one could see just how ferocious Kushina's combat strength was. Ahaha. This girl is a little terrifying, someone remarked. Sitting in the third row, Minato let out a smile filled with complicated feelings. That morning he had thought Kushina was very cute, especially that head of long red hair that had immediately caught his eye. Who would have thought that this red-haired little girl truly was a little hot pepper? Once angered, she could beat you until your teeth scattered all over the ground. Only after she had thrashed all those who mocked and ridiculed her and saddled her with nicknames did the flames of anger in Kushina's heart subside somewhat. At that very moment, Minato happened to let out a laugh. What the hell are you laughing at? What's so funny? Laugh again, and I'll beat you too. The anger Kushina had just barely managed to quell flared up again because of Minato's smile. She slammed her palm down on the desk, so hard that Minato nearly fell off his chair in fright. Gulp. Seeing the palm print left on the desk, a few drops of cold sweat slid down Minato's forehead. He could hardly imagine how many of his bones would break if that slap landed on him instead. Apart from those moaning on the floor, none of the other students dared laugh at Kushina again. After sweeping the room with a glare, Kushina snorted and stomped back to her seat. Only then did Kushina realize that her desk mate was quite a peculiar person. When others mocked and bullied her, Chizuki hadn't reacted at all. When she exploded and started hitting people, Chizuki also sat steadily in his seat, his gaze never changing. Even when she returned to her seat, he merely gave her a calm glance before turning back to look out the window. Can someone tell me what happened here? Hearing the commotion, Kazuki rushed into the classroom. Seeing the scene that looked like a large-scale brawl, his mind went blank. It's over, he thought. They're completely done for. The parents of these beaten children were sure to make a scene at the school. Teacher Kushina hit us, someone cried. Several brats who had been beaten particularly badly hurried to lodge their complaints. Kushina. Kazuki's head throbbed. The third Hokage had personally told him that Kushina was no ordinary girl and that he must look after her carefully. But Kushina had beaten up more than one. Nearly a third of the class had ended up on the receiving end of her fists. That's a lie. You were the ones mocking me and giving me nasty nicknames. Kushina had completely transformed from the weak, helpless girl who first entered the classroom. Now she was a true little red chili pepper, prickly and sharp. Anyone who touched her would get stung. Shut up. Kazuki glared at the tattletales. He knew better than anyone which students were usually the troublemakers. Kushina was at fault, but so were they. Minato, you come to the office too. I was just watching the show. Why was I dragged into this? Side got up and followed behind Kushina and the beaten students toward the teacher's office with Minato by his side. That girl Kushina is really fierce. You're her desk mate. You'd better be careful, Minato whispered on the way. Minato continued in a low voice. What? Lost in other thoughts, turned to look at him. Was my voice too quiet? Minato was taken aback and raised his voice. I said that girl Kushina is really fierce. You're her desk mate. You'd better be careful or you'll get beaten up. Is that so? Suppressed a grin, patted Minato on the shoulder, and said with mock sympathy, I think you'd better worry about yourself, because I have a feeling you're the one who's going to get beaten up. Huh? Me? Get beaten? By whom? Before Minato could react, he felt someone staring at him. He instinctively looked up and shivered. Kushina, who had been walking ahead, had stopped at some point. Clenching her fists, she stared at him with a fierce, adorable glare. Her long red hair began to float upward. This was the prelude to Kushina's explosion. Take care. Slipped away decisively. Damn it. You're no friend. Minato was on the verge of tears, realizing you had sold him out. Why can't I control my mouth? This is it. Don't you dare leave after class. Kushina made a threatening gesture at Minato, then turned away fuming. In the teacher's office, you gave a brief summary. These losers mocked Kushina and gave her nicknames, so she fought back. That's basically what happened. Right, that's it. Minato nodded in agreement. Having already offended Kushina, he didn't dare say anything else. He was terrified that Kushina would actually block the door after school and beat him up. Uemura Kazuki rubbed his temples wearily and lectured Chien Yue, "You shouldn't talk about your classmates like that. Incompetent and rowdy. If that's not trash, what is?" Chien Yu glanced coldly at the students who had been called into the office. Everyone who caught Chien Yu's gaze lowered their heads in fear, not daring to meet his eyes or even refute being called trash. Chien Yu. Uemura Kazuki felt helpless. If it were anyone else had scolded them, but Chien Yu truly had the right to say such things. Moreover, his relationship with these classmates was already unfriendly. The reason? Same as Kushina. They gave him a nickname, the silver-haired monster of the Uchiha. So Chien Yu started blocking the door after school, catching and beating them one by one. After a while, these people acted like mice seeing a cat whenever they saw him. "You and Minato can go back to class first." He waved them away and said to Kushina, "Kushina, today's incident is quite serious. I hope you can bring your guardian to school to sort it out. What do you think?" Just as Chien Yu and Minato reached the door, Chien Yu burst out laughing. Minato blinked in confusion. Was calling a guardian after a fight not normal? Call a guardian? Who? Tsunade. If Tsunade were called to the school, it would definitely be interesting. "Chien Yu, can I come to your place for dinner tonight? They'll buy groceries after school." "Sure, you handle it. They'll take care of the rest." "No problem." The two were neighbors and classmates, so their relationship was closer than with others. Ever since Chien Yu invited him once, Minato always wanted to freeload at Chien Yu's place for dinner. "So you were mocked at school, beat them up, and now they want to call a guardian." Tsunade grumpily ran her fingers through her messy blonde hair. She had been sleeping in, and then Kushina had dragged her out of bed. Once she finally woke up, she learned it was because Kushina's school needed a guardian. "Who asked you to call a guardian?" Hearing that, Tsunade exploded. "I've been in fights my whole life, and no one has ever dared to make me call a guardian." "Wait a few minutes. I'll go settle this for you." Before leaving, Uzumaki Mito had instructed Tsunade to take care of Kushina. If Kushina was being bullied, Tsunade wouldn't stand idly by. She didn't think Kushina was wrong to fight. Instead, she thought Kushina was absolutely right. Those people deserved a beating. The thought reminded her of a certain pervert who was always asking for a punch. After a quick wash, the smell of alcohol, still clinging to her, Tsunade led Kushina to the Ninja Academy and kicked the office door open. Inside, Uemura Kazuki was struggling to deal with the students' parents. The door slammed open, and he started to get angry. Who the hell? When he saw who it was, Uemura Kazuki shrank his head in fright, shot up from his chair, and offered it to Tsunade. "So it's Lady Tsunade." Tsunade wasn't fooled. She coldly scanned the bewildered parents, stepped up to Uemura Kazuki, and sneered, "Was it you who told Kushina to call a guardian?" "It was me. Did I pick the wrong day? I'm here now, so spit it out. Don't waste my sleeping time." "And you lot," Tsunade pointed at the complaining parents, "your children bullied my sister on her first day. If this isn't handled well, I'll have her block the school gate every day after class." Even though she hadn't yet become one of the future legendary three, Tsunade's fiery temper was famous in Konoha. With her status, she could do whatever she wanted in the village. She was the only one among the future three who dared to point at Danzo and the two elders and curse them out loud. Even Jiraiya and Orochimaru, no matter how angry, didn't dare go that far. "I think I just saw Lady Tsunade." Tsunade was a celebrity in Konoha, granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, the princess of Konoha, personally titled by the daimyo. It was impossible not to be famous. Minato said excitedly. Chien Yu yawned and mumbled weakly while resting on the desk, "What's so exciting? Shouldn't you be more worried about your own safety? Lady Tsunade is Kushina's guardian, and you just offended Kushina. Think she'll beat you up?" Minato's excitement vanished instantly, the smile freezing on his face. "You can't see me, you..." When Kushina returned, Minato kept praying in his heart, hoping she wouldn't notice him, that she would just let him slip by like a passing fart. Fortunately, although Kushina had a hot temper, when provoked, she wasn't in the habit of hitting people for no reason. Even though she was angry at Minato for calling her bad-tempered, she didn't actually block the door. After school, Minato grabbed Chien Yu and ran, terrified of being caught by Kushina. "That's your future wife, Minato. Could you be any more embarrassing?" After the fight incident, Kushina blended into the class. Those she had beaten almost walked around her, and even Minato became part of that group. "Chien Yu, may I invite you to have lunch together?" At noon, Kushina hesitated for a long time, then brought out her oversized lunchbox and invited Chien Yu to eat with her. Minato, who had just been about to walk toward Chien Yu, abruptly stopped and decisively left the classroom, afraid that Kushina would notice him. Clearly, the violent impression of Kushina beating people had been deeply imprinted in Minato's memory. Not only did she fight, but she was also extremely strong, completely dominating her peers. Probably anyone except Chien Yu would be unlucky to run into Kushina. Minato was a genius, but at this point he was just an ordinary civilian kid, not yet the fastest man in the ninja world. At this point in time, Minato could only make a detour when encountering Kushina. "Sorry, I don't really like rice balls and raw fish." Glancing at the lunchbox, Qianyu politely declined, took out his own lunchbox, and chased after Minato. Rejected. Kushina slumped over her desk in disappointment. She lost all desire to eat the lunch she had painstakingly prepared. She merely wished to thank Qianyu for vouching for her in the office with no ulterior motives. Unfortunately, Qianyu had refused. "Aren't you?" and Kushina. Minato asked, staring in surprise at Qianyu sitting beside him. Qianyu opened the lunchbox and shrugged. "I don't like rice balls and sashimi, as you know, so I declined." Indeed, Qianyu had no fondness for such food. More importantly, he didn't want the umbu to keep tabs on him. Being watched by the umbu would be extremely uncomfortable. After all, he harbored many secrets that could not see the light. Haha, what a true brother. Minato, misunderstanding the situation, assumed Qianyu had refused Kushina in order to keep him company. "What brother? Could you please remove your chopsticks from my lunchbox?" While saying that, after a full day of classes, Qianyu hurried home. Entering the bathroom, he gazed into the mirror. His originally blue eyes had turned crimson. Two tomo were spinning in his eyes. The single tomo evolved into double tomo without any warning. Is this due to the influence of my game character? He deactivated the Sharingan and collapsed onto his bed in exhaustion. His full name was Yagami Qianyue, and he carried half of the Uchiha lineage. His mother was from the Uchiha clan, and after his father fell in battle, she wanted to bring him back to the Uchiha. But due to his silver hair and his own resistance, the matter was dropped. Moreover, many within the Uchiha opposed his return. When he first transmigrated, Qianyu discovered that he had already awakened his Sharingan with a single tomo. Within his body resided a white Ninetales from the game. Unfortunately, this personal Ninetales was still small. It had taken over a year of growth to reach its current size. Fortunately, the Ninetales was exclusive to him. Unless he willed it, no one could detect the growing Ninetales inside. When his eyes first opened, he had not suffered extreme trauma. The evolution of his Sharingan now was likewise unprovoked. If all my in-game configurations manifest in this world, then the complete form of the Ninetales with Sage Mode, the pinnacle Rinnegan. With such power, why fear Danzo? He would crush him sooner or later. For now, lying low was the priority. He could be a genius, but not a freak. Geniuses were worth cultivating. Freaks attracted too much attention. On the other side, Kushina returned to the Senju ancestral home. Due to her young age, Mido Uzumaki and the third Hokage had agreed, until Kushina graduated from the ninja academy, she would live at the Senju estate so that Tsunade could offer her whatever help was possible. While we have bento. Nawaki, returning home, saw the lunchbox on the table and eagerly ate, asking Tsunade if she wanted some. This is the bento Kushina worked so hard on last night. Tsunade glanced at the box, picked up a rice ball, and took a bite. She said she wanted to thank a classmate who testified for her, so she made it specially. Looks like she was rejected. Rejected? Nawaki's eyes widened. Who had the nerve to refuse Kushina's kindness? Yes, I was. Just then, an emotionally downcast Kushina emerged from the bedroom, slumping beside Tsunade and pulling at her hair in frustration. Qianyu said, he doesn't like rice balls and sashimi. How maddening. I prepared for so long. So even a little girl like you can have troubles. Tsunade nearly burst out laughing. She kicked Nawaki, causing him to wince in pain. Do you know anything about this Yagami Qianyu? What kind of person is he? Yagami Qianyu. Nawaki rubbed the spot where he was kicked, searched his memory, and said uncertainly, seems like a younger kid from a lower grade. They say he's very handsome. Lots of girls in our grade like him. Then it's hopeless. Tsunade chuckled, nudging Kushina with her shoulder and teasing, Kushina, you're under a lot of pressure. Handsome boys are always popular, unlike some people. No way. Kushina blushed furiously. Although she admitted Qianyu was handsome, she wanted to thank him not. Sis, why drag me into this when you talk? Nawaki felt the sting of malice. I'm not as bad as you say, and I'm your brother. Your own flesh and blood. What kind of older sister calls her own brother ugly? Tsunade glanced at him and came up with an idea for Kushina. How about you invite him over for dinner as thanks? He'll help you check him out. What are you talking about? Kushina jumped up, covering her head and shouting, it's really not like that. I just want to thank him. Tsunade, you're going too far. With that, Kushina covered her face and ran toward her room. Tisk, little girls are so easily embarrassed. Tsunade laughed without a shred of guilt. As if you're any older, Nawaki thought to himself. Sis, forget about having him over for dinner here. Eating out would be better. It's impossible at home. Why, oi? Tsunade looked at him in confusion, then clenched her fist and gritted her teeth. Don't tell me that little brat dares to refuse me. In the legendary Tsunadheim. No, not that. Seeing Tsunade getting worked up, Nawaki couldn't take it and yelled, it's because Yagami Qianyu has another name. What name? How many names can one person have? Uchiha Qianyu. Nawaki spread his hands helplessly. Some female classmates say that Yagami Qianyu is his original name. Before his mother died, she wanted him to return to the Uchiha because he carries Uchiha blood. But it never came to pass. An Uchiha kid. No wonder Nawaki reacted so strongly. This was indeed troublesome. Kushina was the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Forget it was better that nothing happened. Rejection was good. Having Uchiha blood, even without returning to the clan, made it unsuitable for him to be close to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Tsunade didn't discriminate against the Uchiha, even though they were all a bit unstable. But the third Hokage Danzo and the council would never allow such a thing. Qianyu and Kushina were just classmates and ordinary friends. That was fine. But if they became closer, the higher-ups would use every means to keep him away from Kushina. Today's lesson is about the basics of throwing weapons. Please open your textbooks. Qianyu, as usual, stared out the window, as if something there captivated him. Kushina sneaked a glance, then another, and finally couldn't resist writing a note and passing it over. A note. Qianyu had almost forgotten what such things looked like. It seemed like after middle school in his past life, people no longer passed notes. Who would have thought that after transmigrating someone would still send him one? Why don't you listen to the lesson? You keep staring out the window. He glanced at the words on the note and pushed it back. Because I have nothing to do, so I look outside. If you already understand what the teacher is saying, you can do the same. Oh. Kushina hadn't expected that instead of writing back, Qianyu would answer her question aloud. Yagami Qianyu. Uzumaki Kushina. At the podium, the exasperated Uemura Kazuki slammed the desk and roared. Even if you already know the material, don't disturb your classmates. If you want to pass notes, don't do it right in front of me. Oops, busted. Kushina's face turned crimson, and she quickly ducked behind her desk. Qianyu, however, acted as if nothing happened. He paid no attention to Uemura's reprimand and ignored the strange looks from his classmates. Everything in the classroom fell under the watchful eyes of the Umbu. Even what Kushina had written on the note was perfectly clear to them. You say Kushina wrote a note to Yagami Qianyu? The third Hokage listened to the Umbu's report, then pulled out Qianyu's file and read. I didn't expect this child has such a connection to the Uchiha. Has he no desire to join the Uchiha? No, Lord Hokage. After his mother passed away, he never went to the Uchiha compound again. The Uchiha side also seems unwilling to welcome him back. A Jinchuriki developing feelings for a student with Uchiha blood was not a good sign. Fortunately, Qian, you had not returned to the Uchiha. After a moment's thought, the third Hokage instructed the Umbu, keep watching. If Yagami Qianyu shows any intention of reciprocating the Jinchuriki's feelings, stop it immediately. The Jinchuriki must not grow close to anyone from the Uchiha. Even a child who only carries Uchiha blood, but is not officially part of the clan, is no exception. Such a situation must be prevented. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Umbu left the Hokage's office and continued to shadow Kushina, monitoring every move between her and Qianyu. Master, the people outside harbor some ill intent towards you. A soft childish voice echoed in Qianyu's heart. It was the Nine-Tails. His white Nine-Tails was female, the opposite of the great Nine-Tails inside Kushina. Though tailed beasts didn't really have genders, Qianyu felt he could tell by their voices. Qianyu had long known that members of the Umbu were observing him. They were only keeping an eye on him because of Kushina. As long as he didn't do anything drastic, the Umbu's attention would soon shift elsewhere. Nine-Tails, when will you become as strong as that big fox next door? Master, I'm still young. My chakra refining speed is too slow. The Nine-Tails complained discontentedly. The Nine-Tails next door was split from the Ten-Tails, whereas it had grown from nothing and could only rely on its own efforts to slowly develop. Qianyu, may I invite you to have lunch together? At noon after school, a female classmate invited Qianyu to share a bento. Kushina's big eyes were wide open. She really wanted to know whether Qianyu would accept or refuse, just like he had refused her. Sorry, I don't really like eating with people who are too ugly. Qianyu flatly refused, and in a face-slapping manner. This was why, despite his good looks, few girls dared to. Not only were they rejected, but they also had to endure a blow. Few children could stand it. Qianyu had long been tired of playing games like dating and having bento with these little girls. Simply refusing outright was better. He left no false hope. What would Qianyu is so mean? The girl covered her face and ran away crying. Kushina was completely dumbfounded. She had always harbored resentment over Qianyu's rejection of her, but now it seemed rather good. At least Qianyu hadn't called her ugly. For some reason, Kushina felt a wave of relief. Thank goodness I'm not an ugly person. Wait, what am I really? I myself am also one of those who got rejected. Thinking about her own rejection, Kushina immediately lost. That evening, Kushina returned home and asked Shengshu, Shengshuni, how do you boys usually reject a girl's invitation? If it's someone you don't like, just politely refuse. What's wrong? Shengshu looked at Kushina strangely. Did you get rejected again? Ow! Shengshu jumped high, clutching his foot. Tsunade snorted and pulled her foot back. If you can't speak, then shut up. She pulled Kushina over and pointed at Shengshu. Don't listen to him. He has never been invited by any girl. How can he give you advice? You have to listen to your big sister. Shengshu suddenly felt that his trampled foot no longer hurt because now his heart hurt. He wanted to ask, are you really my biological sister? Did you get rejected by that brat Bosch and Qianyu again? Do you want me to go beat him up tomorrow? How dare he reject our cute Kushina? He really has no taste. No, it's not that. Kushina's face turned red in urgency. She quickly shook her head. It's that today Qianyuequan rejected another classmate and his way of rejecting was a bit special, so I was just curious. Phew, I wasted my expression. I thought you silly girl had been rejected again. Tsunade withdrew her hand in annoyance. How did he refuse? Tell me about it. Shingshu, whose foot no longer hurt, also leaned in curiously. He really wanted to know how a handsome boy refuses a girl's invitation. Well, Kushina thought for a moment, then put on a blank expression and imitated Qianyu's tone. Sorry, I don't really like eating with people who are too ugly. What the heck? Tsunade felt her blood pressure skyrocket. She instinctively raised her hand to cover the back of her head. Shingshu was dumbfounded. He had really seen it all. No wonder even senior girls said that Ba Shen Qianyu was indeed unique. Even his way of rejecting girls was quite special. Being handsome. Can you do whatever you want? That's too much. It seems that being handsome does allow you to do whatever you want. What was so jealous? Taking a glance at Tsunade's face, Shingshu felt that he and she were not born from the same parents. Why is there such a huge difference in appearance between siblings? Not only does the younger brother not look as good as the elder sister, but he is also inferior in talent and every aspect. Did all the good genes go to the sister? What are you looking at? So weird. Noticing Shingshu staring at her, Tsunade glared, frightening him into shrinking his neck and quickly jumping aside, afraid of being hit. Useless. Look at your courage. Prepare yourself tomorrow. He'll take you to see Shiwan. I have no idea what you're thinking, actually wanting to become Shiwan's disciple. Seeing that graduation was approaching, Shingshu decided to pull some strings. So Tsunade was preparing to take him to see Shiwan to finalize the matter. Kushina. Finally, Tsunade put her arm around Kushina's shoulder and said earnestly, if you are willing to trust your sister, then don't get too close to this Ba Shen Qianyu. It won't do you or him any good. Why? Qianyu and I are just classmates. Kushina didn't understand Tsunade's meaning. Forget it. Tsunade shook her head and didn't persuade Kushina further. Let fate take its course. Besides, they really were just ordinary classmates now. Was it appropriate to go and remind him of other things? No, it wasn't. So Tsunade decided to just let things be. If that day really came, then they would see. Perhaps, by then Kushina would be able to make her own decisions. As a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, coupled with Kushina's own strength, the higher-ups needed to consider many things when doing anything. After all, the identity of a Jinchuriki was too sensitive, let alone that Kushina was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The Nine Tails was the most powerful tailed beast. If it ever escaped, the consequences would be unimaginable. Going to school, training, returning home to rest. Life at the Ninja Academy was just this monotonous and boring. If not for the fact that he had nowhere to learn the shadow clone technique, Qian, you would have sent a shadow clone to attend school for him. All my chakra as Ba Shen Qianyu is wasted. I can't use shadow clones to help with studying and training. What a pity. What did you say, Qianyu? Shui Min looked over. Qianyu casually said, nothing. I was just complimenting how handsome you are. Your smile is as radiant as the sun, like a little sun. So why not just call yourself Little Sun? The name suits you. Stop it. Shui Min wasn't fooled. I think silver-haired brat suits you very well. Why don't you accept that? Because the person calling me that is also a brat, so of course I'm not happy. Qianyu spread his hands. Can't be bothered with you. Trying to fool me. No way. Little Sun. Just because someone smiles brilliantly, they have to be called Little Sun. In the past, Shui Min would tacitly accept that nickname, but ever since meeting Qianyue, he had been completely led astray. Especially after learning the other meaning that sun represented, Shui Min would rather die than hear anyone call him that. By the way, tomorrow is a day off. Want to go on a picnic? He'll take care of everything else, you just need to grill the meat. Qianyu's cooking always left Shui Min unable to resist. Whenever he got the chance, make Qianyu cook. Let's go. It's not like he had anything else to do. After the picnic, he could train outside all day. A good plan. Can I join? A fair little hand appeared in front of Qianyu and Shui Min. Qianyu took one look and decisively passed the buck. The picnic was proposed by Shui Min. If you want to go discuss it with him. I only take care of the cooking, nothing else. Swiftly shifting the blame to Shui Min, Qianyu waved at the dumbfounded Shui Min and fled without looking back. Wait for me. Shui Min tried to chase after him, but found himself blocked. Shuimenkin, I wonder if I could also. I think for the sake of being classmates, Shuimenkin wouldn't refuse, right? Juxinai chuckled, raising her little hand. As for last time, I haven't settled accounts with you yet. If you refuse, you know the consequences. Do I dare to refuse? Qianyue, you bastard. Always passing the buck. Shui Min almost cried. He quickly said, Juxinai, that's not fair. As a classmate, how could I refuse your participation? Rest assured, Qianyu's grilled meat is top-notch. Tomorrow he'll be responsible for hunting, and you just need to eat. Patting his chest, Shui Min guaranteed, you just focus on eating. Great. Juxinai jumped up excitedly. Shui Min, you're a good person. Don't worry, I won't hit you. We're classmates. Classmates. You just threatened me. Is this what a classmate does? Forget it, it'll prepare more food for one more person. Anyway, I don't have to do the grilling. That's Qian Yu's job. Thinking this, Shuemin felt much better. Juxinai bounced home in high spirits. Imogen Shuriki, oh, I can't run around freely. I need to find a way. What if the picnic spot is too remote? Juxinai fixed her gaze on Gangsho. I can't go out alone. But if I bring Gangsho along, wouldn't that solve the problem? Gangsho says I'm going on a picnic with my classmates tomorrow. Come with me. No. You kids go have fun. Why would I tag along? Just go play by yourselves. Don't drag me into it. Gangsho flatly refused. What a joke. I finally have a few days off. I want to sleep in. Besides, I lost money gambling, so I'm not in the mood. No way. Juxinai had prepared for this refusal, so she wasn't anxious. She simply called out to Shingshu bro, yesterday Gangshu's took your. Stop. Gang's house expression changed instantly. She quickly covered Juxinai's mouth. If Shingshu found out that she had taken his allowance to gamble and lost it all, he would definitely come after her. Shut up. What do you want? Gangsho gritted her teeth and asked fiercely. Come with me to the picnic, or ill tattle, and let Shingshu bro make a fuss. Juxinai began to haggle. I give up. Fine, I'll go. So annoying. I barely get any rest. Juxinai triumphantly raised a sign and made a face, infuriating Gangsho so much that she felt like throwing her onto the sofa and spanking her. You're not fair. The next day, Shuemin stormed into Qian Yu's house and accused him of abandoning him. Ma, don't be angry. You're the little son, you can't be angry. The sun warms people's hearts. Qian Yu waved his hand and said, besides, I'm the worst at rejecting girls, so I had to let you handle it. Like hell, I believe you. You're not good at rejecting girls. How many girls at school have you rejected? You coldly rejected every single one, and now you tell me you're not good at it. As if I believe that. I agreed. Shuemin crossed his arms and chose to lie flat. Since I can't resist, I'll just go with the flow. Uffed. Qian Yu spat out water. You agreed. Bro, that's the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Wherever she goes, a bunch of ANBU and root ninjas follow. And you agreed. This is screwed. But the blame can't be on Shuemin, he doesn't know Juxinai's background. Moreover, Shuemin had offended Juxinai before, so had have to detour whenever they met. If Juxinai brought that up, Shuemin would have no choice but to agree. Exactly. Shuemin replied matter-of-factly. Do I dare to refuse? You know how scary Juxinai is when she fights. She's even younger than us, but terrifying. Whenever he thought of Juxinai's red hair flying and her eyes blazing like fire, Shuemin shivered. Gloomy Shuemin pulled Qian Yu up and headed out complaining. Alright, stop being surprised. Gloomy Shuemin pulled Qian Yu up and headed out complaining. Alright, stop being surprised. I'm not like you two. Both have monstrous chakra. I really don't know what's wrong with you. Hurry up, or we'll be late. Isn't it rude to make girls wait for us? After buying various seasonings, the two arrived at the school gate. From afar, they saw the red-haired Juxinai and a woman with blonde hair who looked very impatient. What the hell? Gangsho, why is she here? Am I seeing things? Wanna pinch me? Shuemin rubbed his eyes from a distance. Isn't that woman standing with Juxinai exactly Gangsho? Ow! A sharp pain shot through his arm, making him yelp and jump high. His face flushed as he rubbed his arm and shouted, what are you doing? So hard. Qian Yu rolled his eyes. Didn't you ask me to pinch you? Of course I had to do it hard, or you'd think you were dreaming. But you were too hard. His arm was all red. Shuemin looked at him reproachfully. Unable to bear the look, Qian Yu coughed and turned away. Qian Yu, Shuemin. Hearing Shuemin's yelp, Gangsho and Juxinai looked over. Juxinai waved. Gangsho shrugged helplessly, completely uninterested in such a picnic. But since Juxinai threatened to tattle, just treat me like I'm invisible. Gangsho crossed her arms. At this time she was not yet as well endowed as she would be later. Qian Yu glanced and quickly looked away to avoid being caught. No one dared to say it, but Gangsho was an expert at beating people. Zilai almost got sent off with one punch. That was no joke. He deliberately lagged behind a little. Gangsho impatiently said to the lurking ENBU ninjas, "He'll be with Juxinai today. Go back and tell the old man not to bother me." Yes, Gangsho-sama. The ENBU ninjas dared not put on airs in front of Gangsho. Since she guaranteed it, they had nothing to do and returned to report to the third Hokage. Arriving at the familiar riverside for picnics, Shuemin plunged into the forest. You two rest a while, I'll go hunt. Qian Yu didn't expect Gangsho and Juxinai to work. He pulled out a kunai and went to cut some firewood. Do you have Uchiha blood? Gangsho asked directly, without hiding from Juxinai. Qian Yu was starting a fire. He looked up and replied, yes. My mother has always hoped I would return to the Uchiha clan and even change my surname. But I have no intention of returning to the Uchiha. Why? Juxinai wasn't originally from Konoha, so she had no particular opinion of the Uchiha. With your talent, joining a major clan would give you focused training, right? In their grade, Qian Yu excelled in all subjects, slightly surpassing Shuemin. In the teacher's eyes, he was a true genius. And precisely because his grades were good, the teachers turned a blind eye to his constant daydreaming. It's only natural that good students receive some preferential treatment. I don't really like the atmosphere of the Uchiha. Maybe I'm too proud. Qianyu smiled wryly. Besides, others have always excluded me. Why should I kneel and beg to join the Uchiha? You have backbone, but you gave up the chance for focused training. Hearing that Gangso couldn't help but regard him more highly. Exclude me. I'm not interested in joining anyway. Without a major clan's resources, it'll grow slowly on my own. Just because I don't join the Uchiha, does that mean I Bosch and Qianyu can't survive? Isn't it hard to learn ninjutsu then? Qianyu was currently a civilian ninja student. Only after graduation could he drop this student label and become a civilian ninja. To learn ninjutsu, a civilian ninja must exchange contribution points accumulated through missions. Unless you find a reliable teacher willing to teach you. It's okay. Everything will get better. Qianyu firmly, if I with my cheats can't get better, others don't need to live. Uchiha, who cares about joining you guys? You've been squeezed into a corner by the higher-ups and you're still arrogant. Tuanzang and the third Hokage are coming at you with knives. Don't worry, ITLL happens sooner or later. And back. Before long, Shuemin returned carrying 2 wild rabbits and a small wild boar. He dropped the prey on the ground and sat down to rest. The rest of the work was no longer his responsibility. Qianyu picked up a kunai and began to process the game. Soon the aroma of grilled meat wafted along the river. Juxune's eyes sparkled as she looked at Qianyu as if he were a hidden treasure. Even Gangso retracted what she had said yesterday. She was now somewhat looking forward to today's picnic, and naturally she had developed some interest in Qianyu himself. Is it what Tsunade meant? In the Hokage office, building a member of the Umbu brought back Tsunade's work. The third Hokage waved his hand and said, since it's Tsunade's intention, let's do it this way. With her watching, nothing will go wrong. You all can go back and rest now. Understood. Rarely having a day off, the Umbu ninjas were quite happy. Following the Jinchuriki every day, they couldn't hold out for long. Everyone needs to rest eventually, and ninjas are no exception. Just a moment after the Umbu ninjas left, the office doors swung open. Such an intrusion without knocking displeased the third Hokage. Yet the arrival of this person made him unable to vent his frustration. Danzo, what brings you here? The third Hokage continued to look over the documents on his desk. As Hokage, he was the most powerful person in Konoha, yet also the busiest. Do not think being Hokage is easy. Every day is filled with various matters, leaving you with hardly any. Sarutobi, why did you recall the person following the Jinchuriki? Because Tsunade is with Kushina. With her there, are you still worried? As soon as Danzo spoke, the third Hokage knew what he was getting at. The third Hokage raised his head to look at his old classmate and partner. Danzo, we promised Lord Mito to treat Kushina well. I hope you haven't forgotten your own words. And what of it? As long as it's good for the village, what does it matter if I don't keep a mere promise? Danzo didn't believe there was anything wrong with breaking his word, as he thought everything he did was for Konoha's benefit. The existence of a Jinchuriki should be controlled by root, not allowed to roam around freely, attending school and getting into fights with other students. Even going out for a picnic and eating barbecued meat. What kind of situation is this? I knew it would turn out this way. The third Hokage shook his head, ignoring Danzo and continuing with his work. In any case, he would never accept Danzo's suggestion. As the Hokage, he had to maintain some face. If he were to control Kushina, how would that look when the news got out? Moreover, the third Hokage didn't trust Root's people. If they took Kushina away for control, and if they couldn't handle her, and she went out of control, releasing the Nine Tails, then Konoha would be doomed. Not bothering to respond to him, the third Hokage knew that Danzo's proposal had failed once again. He would not allow him to touch the Jinchuriki. Danzo snorted coldly and turned to leave. It smells so good. At this moment, Kushina was completely unaware that Danzo had been keeping an eye on her. Kushina was busy enjoying her barbecue, praising it with every bite. Even Tsunade, who claimed to have no interest, was eating joyfully and more vigorously than anyone. Minato watched the two, who seemed like gluttons, smiling with some burden. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. This food seems a bit insufficient. Do we have enough seasoning? Minato watched the two, who seemed like gluttons, smiling with some burden. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. This food seems a bit insufficient. Do we have enough seasoning? Joined the fray. Minato was not to be outdone, also grabbing food. A small wild boar and 2 wild rabbits quickly disappeared into the bellies of the 4. Tsunade patted her belly contentedly. Your cooking skills are not bad. No wonder Kushina has been thinking about this and insisted on bringing me along. Burp. As she spoke, Tsunade let out a satisfied burp. Chiyuki nodded, slightly acknowledging the. As for the rest, she didn't say it, as she was just afraid that more people would come to eat. Cooking is very troublesome, and the more people there are, the more exhausting it becomes. Kushina, Tsunadesenpai, Minato, and I are going to train. If you find it boring, you can head back first. Having eaten and rested for a while, it was time for training. Chiyuki and Minato exchanged a glance and dove into the woods. Neither of them intended to bring Kushina along. Kushina couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. She actually wanted to join. However, since Chiyuki and Minato didn't invite her, she felt it was inappropriate to follow them. After all, ninjas generally dislike being watched while training. This could lead to their information being leaked, unless it was someone very close. Clearly, Chiyuki and Minato didn't yet consider her a close friend. You will end up in trouble someday because of him. Kushina's dejected demeanor made Tsunade feel both pity and helpless. What? Who will I end up in trouble with? Kushina didn't catch on. Tsunade's mouth twitched as she lazily leaned against the tree trunk. It's nothing, just suddenly recalling some past events. I need to take a nap for a bit. Don't disturb me, and try to control your chakra. Don't let that thing affect you. With a nine-tail sealed within her, the nine-tails was constantly eroding the seal with its chakra to escape, which affected Kushina's training. Like Naruto, Kushina was also in a phase where releasing ninjutsu was prone to problems, especially with the simplest body replacement technique. Kushina showed a serious expression, nodding vigorously. I won't be defeated by the big fox. I will overcome it. Tsunade, can I trade some ninjutsu with you? Ninjutsu? Don't you, the Uzumaki clan, have enough ninjutsu to learn? There are so many sealing technique scrolls that just looking at them makes my scalp tingle, and you want more ninjutsu. Tsunade was not an ignorant little girl. She quickly realized, you don't mean to help that brat Chiyuki trade ninjutsu scrolls, do you? Because I want to thank him, Kushina said, shaking Tsunade's arm, pouting cutely. Please. Tsunade, I just want a shadow clone technique scroll. In school once, when Chiyuki complained to Minato that if he could use shadow clone, his learning and training would progress rapidly, Kushina remembered this. Pouting doesn't work. Kushina puffed out her cheeks and raised two fair fingers. If you still disagree, I will go find the Hokage. He promised me that I could ask him for any ninjutsu. Pouting doesn't work. Kushina puffed out her cheeks and raised two fair fingers. Pouting doesn't work. Kushina puffed out her cheeks and raised two fair fingers. If you still disagree, I will go find the Hokage. He promised me that I could ask him for any ninjutsu I want. Wait. Tsunade suddenly grabbed Kushina, saying sternly, how can you ask that old man for this? He's so busy. Kushina, you really don't understand this. It's better if I work a bit harder. How about this? You give me 400,000 and it'll help teach him. Otherwise, if no one teaches him, even if he gets the ninjutsu scroll, he might not learn it. Don't you agree? Nudging Kushina with her elbow, Tsunade began to bargain. Moreover, that brat has a strong sense of pride. If you just give him the scroll, he definitely won't accept it. He'll go find him and say that it'll teach him, counting it as a repayment for today's barbecue, which makes sense, right? Just 400,000, you're not losing out. The reasoning is correct, but Kushina felt something was off. Even if I have a lot of money, you can't just swindle me out of it. I'm still young, that's my dowry. And I'm young, not foolish. Tsunade wasn't quite sure how much money Kushina. She only knew that Konoha took over the heritage of the Uzumaki clan and then designated a street for Kushina in the commercial district. A street along with the shops and land all belonged to Kushina. Tsunade can say with great confidence, in Konoha few can compare to the wealth of the little rich woman Kushina. Don't hesitate, this opportunity comes but once. If you refuse, go find the old man. Just think about how he would react if he knew. After all, your identity is too sensitive. But Kushina was completely caught in Tsunade's scheme. After thinking for a long while, she couldn't pinpoint anything wrong, just felt it was a bit strange. You need to be responsible for teaching, okay? If you do, we'll give you 400,000, otherwise that money will never reach your hands. Don't worry, I've got this. Tsunade patted her not-so-large chest, assuring that she would definitely teach. With how good a student Kagaya was, it shouldn't be too difficult to teach, right? Just don't be like that foolish kid Shina, and make yourself half dead from frustration. As long as there's money, Tsunade is always eager to help. She just hoped that such good fortune would come more often, so she wouldn't lack for gambling funds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few shurikens flew through the air, with Minato swiftly following, aiming at Kagaya, who was standing on the tree branch. Clang, clang, clang. With lightning speed, Kagaya knocked down the shurikens that were flying towards her and kicked it. Bang! With a light sound, Minato's body exploded, transforming into a branch. Damn! Minato's real body circled around from the other side, thinking his clone strategy had. Who knew Kagaya would punch him, causing Minato to grunt and fly out, crashing heavily against a big tree. His body slowly slid down the bark. Hiss! Minato gasped, rubbing his chest, and complained, Kagaya, we are just training, do you have to hit so hard? Also, how did you discover I used the shadow clone technique? Such a lousy clone technique, it was obvious at it. Kagaya jumped down from the tree, pulling Minato up, and looked at him with a teasing gaze, trying to confuse me with the shadow clone technique. You're still too young for that, kid. Work harder. Not coming back, I get beaten every time. That annoying smile, how he wanted to hit him once, but alas, he couldn't win. It was so frustrating. Minato started to give up, not wanting to spar with Kagaya anymore. He always felt that Kagaya had him in the palm of her hand. Various attacks, all kinds of strategies, Yet every time Kagaya easily knocked him down. What kind of training is this? A typical punching bag, okay? Kagaya nodded, not insisting. After all, it was always Minato who proposed the sparring, even if he ended up getting beaten every time. Unfortunately, after getting beaten for a while, forgetting the pain, Minato would seek him out again. The two continued. Watching Kagaya practice her swordsmanship, Minato felt a pang of envy. Kagaya, you practice Uchiha swordsmanship. Won't the Uchiha clan cause you trouble? Cause me trouble? Why would they? Kagaya looked at him in confusion. The swordsmanship was taught to me by my mother, and some of the ninjutsu scrolls were left by my parents. I didn't steal them from the Uchiha shrine. Why would they want to cause me trouble? Are you underestimating the pride of the Uchiha clan too much? I take it back, the Uchiha clan is indeed a family with pride to the bone. Want to learn? I can teach you. Forget it. Minato really wanted to learn Uchiha swordsmanship, but unfortunately, he wasn't an Uchiha. He was envious, but didn't want to get himself into trouble. Kagaya's swordsmanship was passed down from her parents, and he also had Uchiha blood. What did Minato have? Nothing at all. Oh, it's better not to seek trouble. Before becoming Jiraiya's disciple, Minato's life was indeed, even with strong talent, he had no ninjutsu and no resources. Like other common ninja, he could only practice the basics, repeatedly honing the few basic jutsu taught in school. That's enough. Let's head back. There are still people around, and it's not good to leave them waiting for too long. If it weren't for Kushina and Tsunade, Kagaya and Minato would have definitely stayed until dark. Alright. Minato wiped the sweat from his forehead, packed away the undamaged ninja tools, and could only discard the damaged ones with tears. The high prices of ninja tools forced Minato, who could only rely on his stipends to survive, to save and save again. Upon returning to the village, they parted ways and went home. As Kagaya reached his doorstep, he saw someone standing at the entrance, a person he had just parted from not long ago. Did you need something, senpai? Not bad. Glancing at the vegetables Kagaya was carrying, Tsunade teased. What? Senpai comes to find you, and you won't even let her in. Kagaya was speechless and stepped forward to open the door. Tsunade, showing no courtesy, followed Kagaya into his house. Not bad. Glancing at the vegetables Kagaya was carrying, Tsunade teased. What? Senpai comes to find you, and you won't even let her in. Kagaya at a loss. After brewing a cup of tea and placing it on the table, Kagaya cautiously asked, Senpai, would you like to stay for dinner? Then I won't be polite. Tsunade casually sat on the grass mat, leisurely sipping hot tea. She didn't act like a guest, but rather like a master coming to visit. Kagaya didn't quite understand what Tsunade came to his house for. Was it to keep him away from Kushina? That shouldn't be the case. Kagaya hadn't actively approached Kushina. Tsunade didn't need to make such a grand effort to come here. Forget it. If there's something to say it. If not, let it be. Shaking his head, Kagaya walked into the kitchen to begin cooking. Although it was still a bit early for dinner, Kagaya just wanted to quickly fill the seemingly hungry Tsunade and send her on her way. Delicious. As the meal was prepared, Tsunade devoured it heartily, her eating style not at all matching her reputation as a refined lady. Watching this scene, Kagaya's eyelids twitched a few times. He casually ate a few bites to cope, then put down his chopsticks, watching Tsunade feast. I'm usually too busy. Shina's cooking is awful, and Kushina. Forget it, let's not mention her. Tsunade complained while eating, grumbling about Shina's poor cooking. If Shina heard this, she would definitely cry in the bathroom. As an older sister, shouldn't you have the awareness to cook? You can't blame me for your laziness. With Tsunade finishing up her meal, Kagaya finally asked, Senpai, you come here specifically to find me. Is there something you need? Guess what? Take a wild guess as to why I came to find you, and you'll get a reward if you guess right. Tsunade put down her bowl and let out a satisfied burp. She felt that this meal was the most satisfying one she had in a long while. However, it was a bit too much. Damn it, if I keep eating like this, I won't gain weight, will I? Looking down at her not-so-large chest, she let out a sigh of relief. Gaining weight wouldn't be so bad, or at least Jiraiya wouldn't keep mocking me for being flat. Damn Jiraiya. Next time he'll smash your dog head. Not knowing how much inner turmoil Tsunade had, Kagaya decisively shook his head. You think I won't guess? I must have lost my mind to play this guessing game with you. Not guessing. Say what you want. Seeing Kagaya stop questioning, Tsunade felt a bit defeated as she began to clean the dishes. Are kids nowadays so hard to fool? Hey, aren't you afraid? I'm here to warn you to stay away from Kushina. I shouldn't be, after all. My relationship with Kushina is just that of ordinary classmates. It doesn't warrant you coming all this way to make a fuss. This kid is really hard to fool. With one hand resting on her chin, Tsunade herself was speechless as she called out towards the kitchen. Kagaya, since I ate 2 meals today, they'll give you some rewards. Do you want them? Rewards? Are you sure you're not joking? Kagaya turned to look at Tsunade, paused, and replied. No thanks, I'd rather not have such rewards for just eating 2 meals. Pies don't fall from the sky. Even if they did, this pie might quickly turn into a trap. To avoid falling into a pit or being deceived, the best way is to stay away from those pies falling from the sky to avoid being crushed. Can we still have a decent conversation? Tsunade started grinding her teeth in anger, wanting to hit someone. Shina is better after all. For some reason Tsunade missed her foolish little brother Shina. No way. You must take this reward. If you don't want the reward, who am I going to ask for my 400,000 from? Kushina is not easily deceived. If she discovers she has been tricked, she will inevitably be scolded by the third Hokage. Tsunade despises being nagged at. Is it because of Kushina? If it was just a guess before after Tsunade took out a ninjutsu scroll, Chiyue could be certain it was Kushina's intention. It's impossible for Tsunade to reward someone just for having 2 meals. The only explanation is that Kushina wants Tsunade to do this and smoothly deliver the ninjutsu scroll to her. Perhaps there is some monetary transaction involved. How did you guess that? Are you a worm in my stomach? Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to believe that Chiyue guessed it just like that. After all, she hadn't mentioned Kushina at all. Are today's kids this smart? Why is my younger brother so dull? After washing the dishes and drying her hands, Chiyue walked out of the kitchen, glanced at the scroll on the table, and calmly looked at Tsunade. Rubbing her chin, Chiyue suddenly asked, "How much did Kushina give you so you would deliberately use the excuse of dinner to deliver the ninjutsu scroll?" "What a—" Tsunade was shocked, jumping up in surprise, and somewhat defensively retorted, "Nonsense, that's not the case. If that's the case, then please leave. I wouldn't want this scroll anyway." Chiyue stuffed the scroll into Tsunade's hands and pushed her towards the exit. "You definitely took money for it. There's no way you Tsunade would be this kind-hearted. There's no love or hate without a reason in this world. The relationship between him and Tsunade is just slightly better than that of strangers. The only reason Tsunade is so concerned is for money. This kid has quite a bit of strength." As she was nearly pushed out, Tsunade resigned herself and chose to compromise. "Alright, stop pushing. It was Kushina's idea. She said you really wanted the shadow clone jutsu, so she asked me to deliver the scroll, and I got 40,000. Are you satisfied now?" Kushina. Chiyue truly didn't know what to say, even sending a ninjutsu scroll. "Our relationship isn't close enough for that. He wants the shadow clone jutsu, but not in this way. Please go back, tell Kushina that we are just classmates, not close enough to exchange ninjutsu scrolls." "Kid, do you really have to be so heartless?" Tsunade was puzzled. "Why wouldn't you accept a good thing offered to you? Nobody wants your money. I don't want to get into trouble for myself." At this point, Chiyue was too lazy to hide anything. "Perhaps my identity is a bit problematic, or maybe it's Kushina. Oh, every time Kushina looks for me, I notice someone watching me. I hope this is just my illusion. Can you understand me, senpai? What is beyond expectation? This is it." Tsunade opened her mouth, realizing she underestimated Chiyue. He could even detect the movements of Umbu ninjas. "You really aren't simple, kid. I understand. I will convey your words to Kushina. There won't be such things happening in the future as for certain individuals." Upon reaching the door, Tsunade paused and said, "As long as you don't do anything that harms the village's interests, no one will trouble you." That's not true. The third Hokage is quite the schemer. He loves to pretend to be a kind old man, brainwashing the young, while secretly doing dirty deeds. Danzo goes without saying, you as long as he is around, the dark side of Konoha will never be cleansed. Bang! The door to the Hokage's office was forcefully pushed open. "Old man, I think we need to have a serious talk." "Oh, it's Tsunade. Has Kushina been sent back?" The third Hokage put down the documents in his hand. Tsunade scoffed. "Old man, stop playing games with me. Don't you know whether Kushina has been sent back or not? From the moment they returned to the village, Umbu has continued to follow Kushina. It would be difficult for Tsunade not to notice. Yet the third Hokage is still here playing riddles with her. Is this interesting?" Cough, cough. The third Hokage appeared a bit awkward. "Alright, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Nothing much, just to tell you that although Kushina is the new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, she is still a child and is attending school. She needs to have normal social interactions, friends, and the camaraderie of classmates. You are watching too closely. Tsunade, I am doing this for the good of the village." The third Hokage knew what Tsunade was referring to. Those who approached Kushina have all been investigated. It was something he arranged personally. Tsunade's expression was serious as she said earnestly, "Old man, I know you are doing this for the village's sake and understand how important the Jinchuriki is, but you cannot let this affect the lives of other children. By the way, that kid named Yagami Chiyue and Namake's Minato aren't bad. They are worth cultivating." Tsunade placed the scroll of Shadow Clone on the table, hoping to send it to Chiyue through the third Hokage while also including Minato. This way Yagami Chiyue won't object, right? This is a reward specifically given because the village values you and believes you are worth cultivating. Yagami Chiyue. Namake's Minato. He knows these two kids are relatively close to Kushina and are among the top students in school, making them key observation targets. Namake's Minato is alright coming from a commoner's background with decent talent, making him a focus of the village's cultivation. But Chiyue has some issues. He has Uchiha bloodline. I will consider it. After thinking for a moment, the third Hokage indicated he would think about it. Tsunade didn't say more, waved her hand as she walked out. "Then I'll take my leave." Get off work early and go home to rest. After Tsunade left, the third Hokage said go investigate the matter between Yagami Chizuki and the Uchiha. Yes, Hokage-sama. An Umbu ninja appeared in the Hokage's office and then vanished without a trace. Back home, Tsunade hugged Kushina tightly, ruffling her head full of red hair, complaining, "That damn kid, so cunning like a fox, guessed my purpose for visiting him." Huh. Kushina was stunned. Ignoring her messy hair, she nervously asked, "What should we do? Did Chiyukin accept the ninjutsu scroll?" Tsunade seemed to have not brought the scroll back. Accepted what? Tsunade slumped on the sofa, kicking her legs in frustration. He rejected it. He knows you deliberately wanted to give him the ninjutsu scroll. According to him, if you continue to do this, he will cut off ties with you, because he noticed that Umbu was watching him. This kid, though small, has quite some ability. Sitting up, Tsunade muttered to herself, "So troublesome, why does he have to have Uchiha bloodline?" Kushina nervously twisted her clothing with her small hands, worried that Chizuki wouldn't pay her any attention. What should she do then? Silly child. Hugging Kushina tightly, Tsunade gently comforted her. "I've already sent the scroll to the old man. He should find a chance to deliver it to him and Minato, so he won't have a reason to refuse. Your goal has been achieved, hasn't it?" "I hope so." Kushina forced out a smile, but it was very strained. "It's over, you little girl are finished." Tsunade was speechless. All she could do was hope that the relationship between Kushina and Chizuki wouldn't progress any further. Otherwise, with Kushina's personality, it might just happen that Chizuki would completely captivate her. Someone's here. After sending Tsunade off, Chizuki, who was practicing hand seals at home, heard a knock on the door, put on his shoes, and ran out to open the door. Mikatoni. Upon seeing the person at the door, Chiyu's eyes lit up. "Did you miss me?" Uchiha Makoto, holding a takeout box in one hand, pinched Chiyu's cheek with the other. "Because graduation is approaching, I've been quite busy lately and haven't had time to come by." "Chizuki, you don't blame me, do you?" Although she didn't return to the Uchiha clan, Chiyu's mother had a good relationship with Uchiha Makoto. Therefore, Uchiha Makoto has always taken care of Chizuki, often bringing him food. "How could that be?" "May Chinin please come in, and also don't pinch my face." "Okay, I'll make sure to be careful next time." Uchiha Mei Chinin mimicked Qianyu's tone, causing Qianyu to roll her eyes. Entering the living room, Uchiha Mei Chinin opened the food box and took out some snacks she had made, placing them on the table. Qianyu picked up a snack and began to eat. Uchiha Mei Chinin sat beside her, resting her chin on her hand and gazing at him. While eating the snacks, Qianyu casually asked, "How's your preparation for graduation going?" "It's not too bad, but I'm wondering whether I should join the police department." Uchiha Mei Chinin had been struggling with this question. After graduation, members of the Uchiha clan would face two choices. Either accept the school's arrangements and form a team with classmates, executing various missions under the guidance of a supervising ninja effectively growing under their instruction, or choose to join the police department managed by the Uchiha clan. Joining the police department would offer the best training, as having outsiders teach Uchiha ninjas isn't as effective as having strong clan members. After all, only Uchiha members truly understand the Sharingan. However, joining the police department would mean a lack of freedom and frequent disdain from others. If she accepted the village's team assignment, her freedom would be much greater, but in terms of training, it wouldn't be as good as that offered within the clan. I suggest that Mei Chinin first accept the village's arrangements and join a small team for training. When the time is right, she can join the police department later. Although the Uchiha clan's training is more suitable for Mei Chinin, unfortunately the work in the police department is not friendly to newly graduated ninjas. Uchiha Mei Chinin is inherently gentle. Having her in the police department catching people and engaging in violent law enforcement really doesn't suit her. Rather than putting herself in a difficult position and making her family unhappy, it would be better to join the small team arranged by the village and return to the police department later to take on a clerical role. To put it bluntly, even if the Uchiha clan nurtures its own members, it's based on the premise that you are worthy of nurturing. Those who have opened their eyes will receive resource advantages and guidance from clan's high-ranking ninjas. And those who haven't even awakened their Sharingan should not expect the clan to continually nurture them. You are right, I am indeed not suited for the work in the police department. Just the thought of having to deal with troublesome security cases and catching people every day facing disdain wherever she went made Uchiha Mei Chinin's small face turn somewhat gloomy. It's a pity you're only in your second year. If only Qianyu could graduate and be in the same team as me. Uchiha Mei Chinin joked with a smile. Then he'll graduate early. For Qianyu, the graduation exam was as easy as play and he could pass it effortlessly. He just didn't want to graduate too soon and end up like Kakashi, constantly shifting between different teams. If he graduated early and was in the same team as Uchiha Mei Chinin, that wouldn't be too bad. Would the third Hokage arrange it that way? Probably not. Alright, finish eating quickly and go wash up, then rest early. Uchiha Mei Chinin tried to pinch his face again. Qianyu replied, "I'm serious. I have learned all the courses the teachers can teach at school. Staying in school would only waste time. Since Mei Chinin didn't have suitable teammates, he would apply for graduation. Huh? Are you serious? Uchiha Mei Kinyan's face was filled with confusion. She didn't expect that Qianyu would take her joke seriously. But even if you graduate early, the village may not place us in the same team. Please don't let that happen. If Qianyu graduated early and something went wrong, how would she explain it to her deceased aunt? Uchiha Mei Chinin panicked and quickly tried to dissuade him. Unfortunately, once certain matters begin and the seed takes root in the heart, it's not so easy to turn. Then we can form our own team. There are plenty of two-person teams in the village. That won't work. It's too dangerous for two newly graduated kids. Uchiha Mei Chinin hurriedly explained, but halfway through her words, she froze in place. This was because Qianyue, who was sitting opposite her, activated his Sharingan, revealing the double tomo. Do you think I need to waste time in ninja school, eh? Qianyu pointed at his eyes. For someone belonging to the Uchiha clan, as long as your foundation isn't too poor, having double tomo can easily defeat most chunin. Passing the chunin exam would be no problem. You've awakened your eyes. Shock filled Uchiha Mei Kinyan's small face, and after a moment of surprise, she excitedly leaned over the table. She wanted to observe Qianyu's Sharingan closely. I awakened them last year, and today I got double tomo. Maybe by next year I'll have the triple tomo too. Just nonsense. Uchiha Mei Chinin rolled her eyes at him, biting her lip tightly, trying to ask, Qianyue, what if I go back and tell the elders about this news? Will you return to the clan? What does it matter if my hair is an eye-catching silver? Qianyu had the Uchiha blood flowing within him, and he had already activated the double tomo Sharingan. As long as he opened his eyes, the clan wouldn't care about his hair color. They would welcome him back to the Uchiha clan. No, Qianyu firmly rejected, saying, I still clearly remember how ugly those old fools looked back. Then I will not return to the Uchiha clan. If Mei Chinin thinks I can't become a qualified teammate, then I will find a suitable team myself. I'm going crazy. This is really driving me crazy. If Qianyu really applied for early graduation, even if his strength was sufficient, entering the cruel ninja world too early might not be a good thing. If something were to happen, she would feel extremely guilty. Qianyu, I know you've always been stubborn since you were young, and it's hard to change what you're determined about, but I hope you can wait for another year. Just one more year, okay? Uchiha Mei Chinin could only negotiate with Qianyu as much as possible, hoping he would postpone his graduation by a year. Okay, I'll skip a grade and you can repeat. That way we can be in the same class and graduate together. If Mei Chinin doesn't agree, I will graduate early. Given his grades and strength, applying to skip grades or graduate and take the chunin exam would be more than sufficient. He could just skip to the same class as Uchiha Mei Chinin. Of course, the premise is that she has to repeat a year. Not possible. The teacher won't agree to that. Uchiha Mei Chinin shook her head. Although she couldn't compare to Qianyue, her grades were also excellent, making her one of the top students in her year. The teacher would certainly not casually accept her request to repeat a year. If he doesn't agree, he'll beat up his son. Qianyu slammed the table and stood up. Qianyu's threat made Uchiha Mei Chinin laugh, as she knew he was just joking and wouldn't actually do such a thing. Are you laughing at me? Qianyu got up and headed towards the bedroom. Uchiha Mei Chinin was taken aback and called out, Qianyu, are you looking for something? I'm looking for the pajamas I left before. If you don't agree to stay back a grade, then you might as well live at my house from now on. After all, you said when we were kids that when I grew up you would marry me, so you can't go back on your word. Do you still remember the childhood games we used to play? And you want to take it seriously? I'm looking for the pajamas I left before. If you don't agree to stay back a grade, then you might as well live at my house from now on. After all, you said when we were kids that when I grew up you would marry me. She had thought about leaving quietly, but she was discovered and even threatened. If Qianyue really went to the classroom to look for his wife, how would she manage at school? I concede to you. Looking at Qianyue, who was leaning against the bedroom door frame with the pajamas and smirking at her, Uchiha Mikoto's face turned red with anger. Reluctantly, she turned around to take the pajamas and walked toward the bathroom. It's not like it's the first time living at your house. Sai, my little brother has grown up, is disobedient, and even starts to threaten his sister. What should I do? Uchiha Mikoto was quite troubled and couldn't think of a good solution after a night of contemplation. Skipping a grade, huh? The next day, Qianyue reminded Uchiha Mikoto as they headed to the ninja school. Mikoto-can. As soon as she stepped out, she ran into Minato, who greeted her with his signature smile. Why does Mikoto-can look so troubled today? I'm worried about the grade retention issue. Qianyue chuckled, watching Uchiha Mikoto hurry ahead. Grade retention? Minato's voice rose significantly, his expression one of shock. He almost thought Uchiha Mikoto was known as a talented girl, beautiful and excelling in all subjects with many suitors at school. If someone like her were to be retained, how could any students from this batch graduate smoothly? Even Tsunade's brother Shotaro would have to start over. Shotaro was somewhat like the future Uchiha Obito, excelling in practical skills, but struggling with theoretical subjects. Why is that? Minato scratched his head, genuinely confused about Uchiha Mikoto's decision to stay back. Convincing the teachers wouldn't be easy either. They would probably be furious. Because of me. Shinue said, Minato, I'm planning to skip a grade so I can graduate with Makoto-kan and be assigned to the same team. Once we get to school, I'll apply to the teacher. Minato sighed. Are you planning to abandon me? Makoto-kan is staying back and Shinue is skipping a grade so they can be in the same class and graduate together. What about me? Are you just going to leave me behind? No way, I want to skip a grade too. I've already learned what I need to, so skipping a grade isn't a big deal. Though not as good as Shinue, Minato could still pass if he applied to graduate early. Just skipping a grade is a normal operation. Shinue didn't expect Minato to be led astray by his own thoughts. After arriving at the ninja school, he went straight to the teacher's office to inform Kamizuki Ichiki that he wanted to apply for a grade skipping exam. Teacher, I also want to apply for a grade skipping exam. Minato quickly raised his hand. Kamizuki Ichiki looked at the two of them in confusion, glancing from one to the other, wondering, are you two little troublemakers here just to amuse me? Are you really bringing a group to skip a grade? Teacher, I want to apply for grade retention and not participate in today's graduation assessment. Arriving at school, Uchiha Mikoto hesitated for a long time, but ultimately feared that Shinue would come to the classroom to shout for his wife. So she went to the upper grade teacher's office to apply for grade retention. In an instant, the entire classroom and office area of the ninja school became chaotic. The lower grade Shinue and Minato wanted to skip a grade, while the upper grade Uchiha Mikoto wanted to stay back. What was going on? The three of them were eventually taken to an empty classroom, where teachers who hadn't started class yet came to see the commotion. So what's going on with the three of you? Kamizuki Ichiki and the upper grade homeroom teacher Yano rubbed their temples, which were starting to throb. The two teachers exchanged glances, both recognizing the surprise and frustration in each other's eyes. I want to skip a grade to be in the same class as Makoto-kan. Shinue raised his hand and declared loudly. This is bad, oh, I have a bad feeling. Uchiha Mikoto covered her face with her hand. Shinue replied, because too many people are pursuing Makoto-kan. What does it have to do with you that others are pursuing Uchiha Mikoto? You want to skip a grade simply because of that? No way. Watergate was also shocked. What am I doing getting involved? Are you playing around? Makoto-kan promised me that when I grew up she would marry me, but she's too amazing and I'm afraid she will run away, so I want to skip a grade to stay with her. Cough, cough, cough. A fit of violent coughing erupted. Uchiha Mikoto's face turned red. She kicked Shinue and didn't dare to lift her head. Are kids nowadays so brazen about early romance? Or have we just gotten old? Many teachers around showed expressions of doubt about life. As teachers, they were still single. And here are students just a few years old starting to think about finding wives. This is a complete loss from the start. Minato, what about you? Why do you want to apply for grade skipping? Kamizuki Ichiki looked at Minato, who was anxious beside him. Minato wanted to cry but had no tears. Can I just say I'm here to join the fun? Teacher, I find the lower grade classes too boring, so I also want to skip a grade and challenge a higher level. Are you really going to skip a grade? Kamizuki Ichiki felt he needed a bottle of quick-acting heart-saving pills. He sensed his blood pressure rising. With two outstanding students wanting to skip a grade, it seemed his bonus was out of reach. And you? Are you also applying for grade retention? The upper grade teacher's mood was similar to Kamizuki. Seeing that Shinue and Minato were very determined to apply for the grade skipping exam, he could only hope that Uchiha Mikoto was just having a moment of madness and wouldn't follow Shinue's silly antics. Teacher, I have many shortcomings, so I want to apply for grade retention. Although it was quite embarrassing and she wanted to beat Shinue, Uchiha Mikoto still respectfully explained her reasons. The news of the three wanting to skip grades and retain grades quickly spread throughout the school. When Kushina learned of the whole situation, she was stunned. Awaken wants to skip a grade. Minato also wants to skip a grade. So the person he likes is Uchiha Mikoto. Strangely, Kushina felt a bit uncomfortable. Listening to her classmates discussing among themselves, she connected it to her future situation. Once Shinue and Minato skip a grade, she would be left all alone. I don't want to be left alone. Kushina stood up and ran towards the teacher's office. My bonus. Kamizuki Ichiki clutched his chest, looking pained. Teacher, I want to apply for the grade skipping exam. Kushina burst into the office and shouted. For Shinue, the promotion exam was as easy as child's play, presenting no challenge whatsoever. Even the matter with Watergate was effortlessly resolved. Both of them successfully advanced a grade as they wished. Although Watergate was a bit confused during the jump, the outcome was still positive. Once everything concluded, he rubbed his golden hair, pondering, what exactly did I just do? In a moment of impulse, he applied for the promotion exam. Shinue did it for her sister Meichin, but what about me? Am I just here to be a third wheel? The implications of advancing or repeating a grade were significant, even catching the attention of the third Hokage. Shinue and Watergate's promotion was reasonable. As long as they could pass, the teachers could not hinder them. Uchiha Meichin wanted to repeat a grade, unwilling to graduate, and the teachers had no choice but to approve it. However, Kushina was different. Her identity was sensitive. Reluctantly, Yamazaki Ikki had to find the third Hokage to report this matter. As for how to handle it, that was the third Hokage's concern, not something for a minor teacher like him to worry about. Kushina, why do you want to jump a grade? You've only been in the second grade for less than 2 months. Jumping a grade now is a bit early for you. Kushina was called to the Hokage's office, and the third Hokage felt the need to ask her personally. Uncle Hokage, all my friends have applied for promotion and passed the exam. Starting tomorrow, they will be attending classes in the higher grade, and I don't want to be left behind alone. Kushina looked at the third Hokage with a pitiful gaze. With her family destroyed and her clansmen either dead or scattered, she was left alone in Konoha, becoming the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Being watched wherever she went, she finally made 2 friends in Shinwe and Watergate, only to have them both apply for promotion and move to the higher grade. It felt as though she had returned to the dark times when she first arrived in Konoha, feeling lost and alone. Every Jinchuriki was solitary except for Uzumaki Minato. After all, no one dared to criticize her, including the past Hokages. Unfortunately, there was only one Uzumaki Minato. Kushina was not Uzumaki Minato. Child. The third Hokage stood up from his chair, walked over, squatted down, and grasped Kushina's shoulders. You've come to Konoha, integrated into it, and made friends. This makes Uncle Hokage very happy. How to help the Jinchuriki integrate into Konoha and feel a sense of belonging was crucial. Thus, the third Hokage had always opposed Danzo's proposals. He believed that controlling the Jinchuriki was not the best approach. Ironically, he hoped the Jinchuriki would feel a sense of belonging to Konoha while imposing various restrictions on them. This was a classic case of the third Hokage's double standards. So does Uncle Hokage agree to my promotion? The smile on his face froze for a moment, and the third Hokage sighed. However, after the promotion, your academic performance might lag behind, and you will be very busy with remedial classes, leaving you little time to interact with your classmates. I'm not afraid. Kushina shook her head resolutely. As long as she could advance and be in the same class as Chinwe and Watergate, she wouldn't mind how tiring it was. Grandpa third agreed. Go on, study hard, and get along well with your classmates. Great, thank you, Uncle Hokage. Kushina left happily. The third Hokage rubbed his forehead, waiting for his old partner to cause trouble for him. Sarutobi. As expected, before long, Danzo's voice rang out exactly the same as before. Whenever there was any disturbance in the village, Danzo would always receive news immediately and rush to the Hokage's office. I have long said that we cannot be too lenient with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Danzo. The third Hokage looked up at him. The Jinchuriki is still a person. To help her integrate into Konoha and make it feel like home, she needs to have her own bonds. You should understand this, right? Humph. Danzo scoffed at the so-called bonds. The Jinchuriki should be controlled. Sarutobi, have you grown? Allowing the Jinchuriki to run around with those brats. The third Hokage's expression darkened slightly, and he said stiffly, Danzo, I am the Hokage. How to arrange the Jinchuriki is my business, you do not need to worry about it. Just a moment ago, Danzo had been so assertive, but he was momentarily at a loss for words, completely stifled by the third Hokage's declaration of authority. I hope you won't regret today's decision. With a cold expression, Danzo turned and walked out of the Hokage's office. The third Hokage raised an eyebrow, not taking it to heart. As long as he didn't get his way here, Danzo wouldn't dare act recklessly behind the scenes. At this time, the third Hokage was still a formidable figure, not yet old, and Danzo's reach was limited. This situation would continue until after the Third Ninja War. After the war, Danzo could almost be described as having free reign. An absolute madman. Are you out of your mind? Tsunade felt like digging into Kushina's head to see if there was something wrong with her brain. When others like Qianyue and Watergate applied for the promotion exam, why did you jump in to make a fuss? Did you meet the academic standards? I think it looks very much like it. Shungshu crossed his arms, nodding in agreement. Uchiha Meichin wanting to repeat a grade has already exceeded everyone's expectations. This crazy Kashin Qianyue is too much. Kushina, it's better to stay away from him. Uchiha Meichin was the girl everyone desired. And yet, because of a crazy Kashi Qianyue, she was the one wanting to repeat a grade. This was absurd. Just because she promised to marry him when they were kids, she would follow along with this nonsense. Why isn't there a girl as beautiful, cute, and gentle as Meichin who would say, marry me? Jealousy is tearing me. Oh, so frustrating. Get lost. Tsunade shot her brother a glare. What are you meddling in Kushina's affairs for? How can you even say that? If it weren't for me dragging my face to find Orochimaru, would he even accept you? Sis, can we not bring this up? As the grandson of the first Hokage, Shengshi's goal was to become a powerful ninja like his grandfather and become the Hokage. It was embarrassing to go through the back door, and now Tsunade was lecturing him. I also want some dignity. But Shungshu genuinely hoped to become Orochimaru's disciple, which is why he pleaded with Tsunade to help him make the connection. With Tsunade's assistance, Orochimaru decisively lowered the difficulty of the exam just a bit, allowing Shungshu to pass smoothly and become his disciple. Go away, adults are talking. What are you kids interrupting for? Tsunade wasn't buying it. She waved her hand, dismissively shooing Shungshu away. After sending Shungshu away, Tsunade seriously pulled Kushina aside and asked Kushina, "Do you like Kashin Shinwa?" Kushina paused for a moment, then her cheeks flushed red as she complained, "No way, he and Minato are my classmates, my friends. I just don't want to part ways with my two friends right after finally having them." Kushina, someone who had lost everything and was starting anew, felt extremely sensitive inside. She was also eager to gain others' recognition and have her own good friends. As for romance, that was a matter far beyond her reach. Despite Senju Tsunade's various taunts towards Uchiha Makoto, which made her a bit uncomfortable, what did that have to do with feelings? "Alright then, since that's how you feel, go ahead and do it. I support you, sister." The third Hokage agreed. What else could Tsunade do? Forcing Kushina not to skip grades. That would only make the girl very sad. "Yeah, that's great. Tsunade, you're so nice. They'll make you something delicious you haven't eaten yet, right?" Kushina joyfully bounced up. Tsunade coldly smiled. "Forget it, I'll let that kid Chiyuki make me a meal to soothe my wounded spirit. With your cooking skills, better not." Tsunade could not forget how terrifying the food Kushina had made last time was. After trying it once, she was unwilling to touch it again. Unless Kushina made rice balls. Kushina's excitement turned into tears as she was once again, even though her cooking skills were indeed a bit lacking. "I heard you applied to stay back today." Makoto looked at her daughter. Uchiha Makoto awkwardly explained, "Because I joked yesterday that I hoped Chiyuki would graduate early and team up with me, but Chiyuki took it seriously. But I hope he can stay at the ninja school for another year. He wants to be in the same grade as me, or else he will apply to graduate early. So I agreed to let him stay back." Makoto's mother said with a half-smile, "But what I heard was not just this. A little Chiyuki said at school that you promised to marry him when you grow up. Is that true?" "Mom." Uchiha Makoto stomped her foot. Makoto's mother laughed. "Chiyuki is a good kid. It's a pity he couldn't return to the clan. That was his mother's long-cherished wish." The elders in the family sigh. Uchiha Makoto pouted in discontent, thinking even if the elders invited him back, now he might not want to return. A genius who opened his double Sharingan before the age of 7 would make those old folks regret it later. Uchiha Makoto had no intention of telling her family about this news. She was afraid her family would accidentally let it slip, bringing unnecessary trouble to Chiyuki. When to reveal the Sharingan matter, it was better to let Chiyuki decide. Little brat. Just thinking about how Chiyuki said in front of a group of teachers that he would marry her in the future made Uchiha Makoto grit her teeth in anger. The childhood game of house that he still kept in mind. He even said it in front of the teachers. How embarrassing. Now the whole school is buzzing about it. Little by today's commotion is quite big. That night Chiyuki couldn't sleep at all. The nine-tails little by in his body was constantly restless. The little creature was visibly swelling at a rapid speed, seemingly due to previous accumulation that had pushed its chakra to a peak. After breaking this limit, its body began to swell. In no time it had grown from the size of a water buffalo to about the size of the room. Moreover, its chakra was wildly increasing. Tail beasts were never small. Even the nine-tails looked slender at best. Originally compared to the nine-tail beasts in the Hokage world, his white nine-tails was just a little thing. Now it had finally started to grow rapidly. It seemed that after breaking the critical point, Little Bai's growth speed was exponentially increasing. Chiyuki's inquiries received no response. Little Bai seemed to be in a state of rapid growth. As for the name Little Bai, it was given by Chiyuki for the nine tails. Kushina had a nine tails in her body, and he had his own exclusive one, which was also white. More importantly, his exclusive nine tails was a female. Since that was the case, it certainly couldn't be called just nine tails or Kyubi. Little Bai was the most suitable name as it was just white. Little Bai's growth made the chakra within Chiyuki unstable as well. Fortunately, it didn't spill out, otherwise it would be strange if the Umbu didn't take notice. When the time came to explain the nine-tails chakra on him, it would be a big problem. Little Bai's continuous growth lasted until it was nearly dawn, and Chiyuki was tossed about all night, barely getting any sleep. With his chakra being unstable, he felt utterly exhausted, sporting 2 black circles under his eyes, looking like a national treasure. "Good morning, Chiyuki." The next morning, Minato, who had been waiting at the door, smiled and ran up to Chiyuki when he saw him. When he saw the dark circles under Chiyuki's eyes, he couldn't help but pause for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Haha, what did you do last night? Are you that excited to be classmates with Mikitoni? Did you not sleep at all last night?" Minato teased with an exaggerated expression. Go away, I was feeling unwell last night and didn't sleep well. What are you thinking?" He pushed Minato away in annoyance. "Excited? What a ridiculous joke. Oh, did you think I lived my last life in vain? So sleepy." Drowsily, he arrived at school, heading towards the upper grade classroom, only to run into Kushina at the door. Minato looked at her curiously. "Kushina, this is the upper grade classroom. What are you doing here?" "Because I also skipped a grade. You two can't leave me behind." Kushina raised her small fist in dissatisfaction, indicating that if you dared to leave her behind, you would pay for it. "Chiyuki." "Minato." Having a strong backing made a difference. They needed various explanations and assessments to skip grades, while Kushina just came up without saying a word. Good morning, everyone. At this moment, Uchiha Makoto also arrived at the doorway of the classroom, smiling and greeting the three before walking in with Chiyuki. In the classroom, seeing Chiyuki and Uchiha Makoto sitting in the last row together, sharing breakfast, Kushina's smile vanished. Kushina, what's wrong? Didn't you eat? Minato took out his lunch. Thank you, I've eaten. Kushina rejected Minato and walked into the classroom. Minato scratched his head, looking puzzled. What was going on? She seemed fine just a moment ago. Inside Kushina, the Ninetales suddenly opened its eyes, struggling in annoyance, causing the diamond chains wrapped around it to rattle. Little brat of the Uzumaki clan, if you help me loosen some chains, he'll tell you a secret. Just a moment ago, when everyone was closer together, the Ninetales sensed a familiar scent from Chiyuki that resembled another Ninetales. There was a faint fragrance within the chakra. This puzzled the Ninetales. Oh, when did my chakra leak out? And it even carried a fragrance. That can't be right. Even though the chakra aura felt familiar, this wasn't my chakra. After pondering for a moment, the Ninetales decided to test Kushina. Big Fox. Kushina was pulled into the consciousness space, staring at the Ninetales, tightly bound by adamantine chains. She hadn't yet realized how she had entered. Kushina, I detected the chakra aura of a fellow being on that kid Yagami Chizuki. Are you trying to trick me again? Kushina immediately placed her hands on her hips and pointed at the Ninetales. Grandma Mito said that tailed beasts are all evil, and I shouldn't believe your words. You must be trying to deceive me into releasing the seal. The Ninetales? When have I ever tricked you? You say tailed beasts are evil, but evil resides in humans. I was sleeping at home minding my own business. Suddenly, an Uchiha Madara appeared and locked his Mangekyō Sharingan on me without a word. He forcibly turned me into a summoning beast and sent me to attack Konoha. In the end, Hashirama Senju defeated me thoroughly and sealed me within Uzumaki Mito's body. From beginning to end, how was I evil? Kid, you humans are the most evil creatures. The Ninetales had momentarily forgotten about Chizuki's matter as it felt utterly slandered by Kushina. I'm going to eat you. Enraged, the Ninetales went berserk, straining the adamantine chains as it lunged to bite Kushina to death. Kushina curled her lips, showing no fear. From initial terror, she had grown accustomed to the Ninetales. It looked fierce, but was essentially powerless, at least in its sealed state. See, I told you, you're lying. How could Chizuki have tailed beast chakra? You're clearly talking nonsense. You can't fool me, Ninetales. Puffed. The Ninetales nearly spat out an old mouthful of blood, roaring in fury. Kid, I'm going to eat you. You are the evil creature. You are driving me mad. The next moment, Kushina was expelled from the consciousness space. The little girl firmly believed the Ninetales was trying to deceive her, hoping to trick her into releasing the seal so it could escape. Did Kushina seem that easy to fool? Trying to trick me? No way. I haven't even touched Chizuki. How could he have tailed beast chakra? The Ninetales is just a big liar. Indeed, all tailed beasts are evil. Even Chizuki himself didn't expect that such a faint trace of aura would escape the Ninetales' canine nose. Well, a fox is a canine after all. Its nose is too sharp. Classmates, our class has 4 transfer students today, as you probably already know. The 4th grade teacher clapped and said, now let's invite these 4 students to introduce themselves. Let's give them a warm welcome. The eldest Uchiha Meichin stood up and introduced herself. Hello everyone, I'm Uchiha Meichin. I was held back from 5th grade. Please take care of me. A round of applause followed. The older students were familiar with Uchiha Meichin, and most of the class gave her. Only a few remained indifferent, even casting unfriendly glances at her. Yagami Chizuki skipped. After a brief introduction, Chizuki sat down directly. As for hobbies or interests, he saw no point in. Ambo Fong Shumin also skipped from 2nd grade. Please take care of me. Compared to Chizuki, Shuemin was much more polite. Chizuki wasn't afraid of school bullies. Those who had caused him trouble had already tasted his retaliation. Besides, he feared nothing. If you want trouble, be ready for a beating. I welcome you anytime. Imshwanwajiksenai. Like Chizuki and Shuemin, I skipped from 2nd grade. Please take care of me from now on. 4 transfer students, 1 obedient and well-behaved, another seemingly decent, and the remaining 2. 1 a talented troublemaker, the other a protege under the Hokage's care. The teacher only hoped they wouldn't stir up any major trouble in the class. Today's lesson is outdoor shuriken throwing. Check your ninja tool pouches. If you don't have any, you can borrow from me. Meet at the training ground in 10 minutes. After the teacher left, a group of students cast cold stares at Chizuki, who sat beside Uchiha Meichin. Shuemin instantly tense. Was a fight coming? Should I intervene? Uchiha, sure, what? Don't glare at me like that. If you've got the nerve, challenge me. I'm always ready. If you don't crawl away now, or I'll block the gate after school. Clearly they were old rivals. The kind where the aggressor had tried to bully Chizuki and ended up getting bullied back. Don't get cocky. Who's afraid of you? His bluff called out Uchiha Shirhwa, lost face, and yelled stubbornly. Sensing a commotion, the entire class stopped to watch curiously. Enough. Uchiha Meichin stood up, displaying the authority of the big sister figure to stop them. Sure, what, let bygones be bygones. If you lose, you'll only embarrass yourself. But let it go for Maiken's sake today. After a moment of thought, Uchiha Shirhwa decided to leave before Chizuki actually blocked the gate. Who was that guy? Shuemin asked in a low voice. Chizuki rested his hands behind his head, leaning back comfortably against the wall, explaining, an annoying brat from the Uchiha clan. When we were kids, he tried to bully me, so I smashed his head with a rock. Huh. Shuemin was stunned and Jixinai was also dumbfounded. Don't bring that up. Uchiha Meichin poked his head disapprovingly with her finger. You were only 3 then. How did you dare smash someone's head with a rock? He was 2 years older and had a bunch of cronies. I had to strike first or I'd be the one getting beaten. Chizuki wasn't one to take a beating. If you tried to bully him, he'd fight back. After starting school, he blocked Uchiha Shirhwa at the gate and beat him a few more times until he behaved. But after only a year, Shihuo's skin began to itch again. Some people were just born needing a lesson. They felt uncomfortable without a good thrashing. Decision made: block the gate after school. If you've got guts, don't leave. Meet me at the front gate. Suddenly Qianyu let out a chuckle that somehow sent chills down the spines of Shui Min and Jiu. Even Yuzhibo Meichin found it unbearable. What are you doing? Shui Min rubbed his hands vigorously to shake off the goosebumps. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't laugh so creepily. Let's go block the gate. Qianyu slammed the table and stood up. I've figured it out. The Yuzhibo clan members are just itching for a beating. If you don't discipline them for a while, they start acting up. Only when you beat them into submission do they behave. What? Am I wrong? Shui Min, why keep blinking? Qianyu looked bewildered. Oh, there's murderous intent. Turning to see Yuzhibo Maiken's darkened face, Qianyu coughed, slip of the tongue. It's that idiot Yuzhibo Chihua. If you don't straighten him out once in a while, he gets restless. I'm going to block their gate. Are you in? Beat up the Yuzhibo clan. Shui Min looked eager to try. Jiu Shinai also seemed tempted. She had no particular grudge against the Yuzhibo clan, but that Yuzhibo Chihua was simply too annoying. Since she disliked him, a good beating would definitely be the right course. You've only been in the senior class for the first day, and you're already thinking about stirring up trouble. Yuzhibo Meichin held her forehead in dismay. The shuriken throwing lesson was essentially a test of their throwing accuracy. Yuzhibo Meichin, a little genius, easily scored full marks. Qianyu also got full marks. Shui Min was just short, scoring 9. Only Jiu Shinai lagged a bit behind. The teacher's focus was also on observing the 4 of them. After seeing Qianyu's, Yuzhibo Maiken's, and Shui Min's results, the teacher nodded in satisfaction. They had already surpassed most of their classmates. As for Jiu Shinai, whom the Hokage had asked to be taken care of, though her results were slightly worse than the other 3, she wasn't too far behind and could still be improved. After school that day, the 4-member group directly blocked the school gate, scaring the daylights out of Yuzhibo Chihua, who was heading home with his underlings. Despite his morning bravado in class, he was actually terrified inside. No one could help but fear someone who had once cracked their head open with a rock when they were younger. Yuzhibo Chihuo's provocation was more out of annoyance at Qianyu's closeness to Meichin. Who would have thought Qianyu would bring people to block his way? Yaki Qianyu, you bastard. Wasn't that supposed to be a warning? Blocking the gate is your warning. Jiu Shinai, Meichin, stay back. School fights are no place for girls. Let Shui Min and me handle it. Girls fighting at school wouldn't reflect well. It was better for him and Shui Min to handle it. Qianyu decisively grabbed 2 bricks from the flower bed at the school gate and handed one to Shui Min. Shui Min took the brick in bewilderment. Fights required weapons. Shui Min, just aim for the face. I tell you, slapping someone with a brick feels amazing. If you don't believe me, try it yourself. Shui Min was indeed curious to try it, having never experienced that sensation. But wouldn't a brick to the face cause serious injury? Maybe we should just use our fists. Shui Min was afraid a brick might actually kill someone. Trust me, I know. Qianyu patted his chest with an air of experience, putting his arm around Shui Min's shoulder. It won't kill anyone. Worst case, it breaks the nose and makes them bleed. Nothing serious. Shui Min, I feel like you're tricking me. Jiu Shinai and Meichin were speechless, with dark lines appearing on their foreheads. It seemed that the sunny little Shui Min had already been led astray by Qianyu. Yuzhibo Chihua, if you've got guts, don't run. Seeing Chihua emerge with his lackeys, Qianyu charged forward with the brick, really blocking the gate. Yuzhibo Chihuo's smile froze. He stood stunned for a few seconds, then covered his head where a hole had once been opened, turned tail, and ran. Chihuo's followers, seeing Qianyu and Shui Min charging fiercely with bricks, shuddered and immediately followed their boss in flight. On the Ninja Academy playground, a group of slightly older boys ran ahead, chased by a slightly younger one. The 2 ENBU ninjas secretly following Jiu Shinai looked at each other in bewilderment. Ninja A, do kids these days all use bricks to fight? Ninja B, who knows? Isn't the one leading the chase a member of the Yuzhibo clan? Have the Yuzhibo fallen this low? Ninja A would run too. That kid in front with the brick is no pushover. He's ruthless. In just 2 years at the academy, he's beaten up all the troublemakers in the senior class. Ninja B. In the end, Qian Yu's gate-blocking attempt failed because the teacher arrived. Qian Yu instantly dropped the brick and pulled Shui Min away. Blocking the gate and fighting was one thing, but hitting someone in front of the teacher would have severe consequences. Qian Yu never intended to open another hole in Chihuo's head. He just wanted to scare him half to death. That would stop the idiot from provoking him, which was annoying. If he really wanted to beat him up, he could have done it in class. Oh, why wait until after school? You little rascal, blocking the gate on your very first day in class. The teacher, watching Qian Yu and Shui Min flee, cursed with a laugh and glared at Yuzhibo Chihua and his group. You didn't think about days like this when you were bullying other students, did you? 8 of you chased by 2 kids 2 years younger and wielding bricks. How shameful. Yuzhibo Chihua and his lackeys were on the verge of tears. They certainly didn't want to run, but the problem was they couldn't win. When Qian Yu first started school, he often blocked them. One person easily taking them all down. 2 years later, it would only be easier. Under those circumstances, only a fool would stay. Who would wait to get beaten? Qian Yu, do you think the teacher will scold us? On the way home, Shui Min worried about being scolded. After all, blocking the gate and chasing classmates with bricks, if not caught, fine, but caught, the teacher would surely reprimand them. Holding the vegetables he had bought from the market, Qian Yu said nonchalantly, "What's there to fear? Did we hit anyone? Didn't we?" Shui Min scratched his head, wondering what they had been doing, blocking the gate and chasing with bricks. "Who did you hit?" Qian Yu began to guide him. "We just blocked the school gate and chased people with bricks, but we didn't actually hit anyone, right?" That seemed to be true. Since we didn't hit anyone, it's not considered a fight. The teacher can't accuse us unjustly. Don't worry, at most he'll grumble a bit, telling us not to bully classmates or something. He won't scold us. Qian Yu had experience with such things. And as he expected, the next day the teacher simply urged them to get along with classmates, avoid conflicts, and not chase people with bricks or hit anyone, then let the matter drop. Due to the incident of blocking the door, Qian Yu and Shui Min became bullies in the class, causing other students to be too afraid to approach them. Even some girls who thought Qian Yu was handsome and wanted to get close to her were scared and kept their distance. "Master." A soft and mellow voice rang in his ear, and he felt as if something was lying on his chest, licking his face. As Qian Yu woke up in a daze and looked up, he saw a small fox with 9 tails lying on his chest. He nudged it and muttered, "Xiaobai, stop messing around." Turning over, Qian Yu continued to sleep. Xiaobai lay quietly on the blanket. A few seconds later, Qian Yu suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. He looked at Xiaobai lying on the blanket with a face full of surprise. "Xiaobai, you can come out now?" The exclusive tail beast in the game can assist players in battle once they reach level 30 and can also act as a pet. Since it is an exclusive tail beast, players won't face the same fate as the Jinchuriki, where the tail beast dies once it leaves their body. Qian Yu didn't expect Xiaobai to reach level 30 so quickly and gain the ability to leave his body. "Master," Xiaobai called out, burrowing into the blanket like a dumpling curling up in his arms. "Aren't tail beasts supposed to be one for each person? If tail beasts can't leave the body to fight, how can they be considered Jinchuriki?" Thinking of the jokes players made during his past life about this, Qian Yu couldn't help but laugh. Xiaobai being able to leave the body to fight equated to having an extra trump card for Qian Yu. When it was inconvenient to use tail beast chakra, he could use Xiaobai as a summoning beast. Holding Xiaobai, Qian Yu turned over and continued to sleep. Now that Xiaobai had reached the level to fight outside the body, when would his first fixed skill be unlocked? Qian Yu discovered that all the skills he had before crossing over were gone. Now he could only look forward to the exclusive skills of players. Although there were only 4 exclusive skills, as long as he could use any one of them, Qian Yu's strength would see a qualitative improvement. The new batch of 5th grade students graduated, and Shengtai was one of them. These students would leave the ninja school, step into the ninja world, and become real ninjas. However, how many of these new ninja students would survive and grow successfully remained unknown. There were also quite a few who, like Uchiha Mikoto, had to repeat a grade. The difference was that these students did not voluntarily apply to repeat a grade, but were forced to do so. Some had failed exams, while others were sent back by their guiding ninjas. Those who were sent back by guiding ninjas made up a large proportion. Not long after returning to the 4th grade, Mikoto once again became a 5th grade student. Qian Yu, Shui Min, and Jiu also successfully advanced to become 5th grade seniors. At the beginning of the ninja school's establishment, students were required to stay in school for 6 years to graduate. There were no restrictions on early graduation. With the rise of the 3rd Hokage and the outbreak of the first ninja war, the number of ninjas in Konoha drastically decreased, thus changing the 6-year graduation requirement to 5 years. The age of enrollment for students was also changed from 6 to 5 years old. This meant that those who originally entered at 6 would graduate at 12 and become Genin, but due to the 3rd Hokage's changes, they now entered at 5 and graduated at 10. The age of new ninja students was forcibly shortened by 2 years. It resembled capitalists harvesting leeks. Unable to wait for the leeks to grow naturally, they pulled them up by hand, not caring whether they would grow crooked or die. Yagami Qianyu and Namake's Minato, you two come to the office. After class, the teacher signaled for Qianyu and Minato to follow him to the office. Minato looked back in confusion. Did you block the door again? Get lost. Qianyu rolled his eyes. I suspect you went to spy on little girls bathing and were caught by the teacher. How could that be? I'm not that kind of person. Minato's face turned red as he stood up to retort loudly. What nonsense are you talking about? How could that be? I'm not that kind of person. Minato's face turned red as he stood up to retort loudly. What nonsense are you talking about? If Minato is jumping 2 grades ahead of me, will Jiraiya still be his guiding teacher? Once in the office, the teacher set down his teacup and said to the two, I called you here because Lord Hokage values you both highly, believing you are talented individuals worthy of being cultivated by the village. After a period of observation, I have decided to grant you some rewards. Really? Lord Hokage is paying attention to me. Minato became excited upon hearing this. Qianyu subtly pouted. He didn't believe the teacher's words at all. The third Hokage might be paying attention to them, but it was unlikely he would give them rewards for no reason. Could it be Tsunade? Other than Tsunade Qian, you couldn't think of anyone with such influence. This is a ninjutsu scroll rewarded by Lord Hokage. You two should study it together and return the scroll after learning it. Understood. The teacher took out the ninjutsu scroll, which was not easy to make. Each ninjutsu scroll was expensive. The scrolls are costly, and ninjutsu is even more expensive. Even if you have money, you can only buy some ordinary ninjutsu. A level and above ninjutsu are almost out of the question. Even the daimyo who controls the wealth of the Land of Fire cannot gather too many ninjutsu scrolls. Shadow clone technique. Upon opening the scroll, Minato became excited. If he was only guessing before now, Qianyu was certain that it was Tsunade who did this. He could even assert that this ninjutsu scroll was the one Tsunade intended to give him before. It just changed from being sent in Jiozenai's name to being awarded by the third Hokage. Qianyu would not accept the former, but the latter. It's free, why not take it? Because once the ninjutsu scroll is issued, even if you don't learn it, the village will remember this reward, and you will have to return it once you become a ninja. Great. We can learn the shadow clone technique now. Holding the ninjutsu scroll, Minato's smile became even more radiant. It would be a pity not to call him little son. Little son. Damn. I told you don't call me that name, I hate it. The moment he heard the words little son, Minato exploded. Who called that name, and who was he mad at? Qianyu put his arm around Minato's shoulder, pulled him into the small forest beside the school playground, and teasingly asked, Do you really think this ninjutsu scroll was a reward from Lord Hokage? Isn't it? Minato blinked. The teacher said so. We are geniuses, and the talents the village is focusing on cultivating, so they specially gave us rewards. No wonder you will be tightly controlled by the third Hokage in the future, becoming a puppet Hokage for more than a year. Qianyu sighed and spoke seriously. Minato, do you want to believe me? It seems something is a bit off. Minato rarely sees Qianyu this serious. He nodded and replied, Of course, since you are willing to believe me, then do not say any more words of gratitude towards Lord Hokage. If you want to thank someone, thank Senior Tsunade. Instead, this scroll was handed to Lord Hokage by Senior Tsunade. Kushina should not be dragged into this, otherwise once Minato learns of it, he would surely be at a loss as to how to face her. He might even refuse to learn the shadow clone technique. Do you think you can reap benefits just under a pretext? Save it. I'd rather let Tsunade have the advantage than you. But why would Lady Tsunade give you a scroll of jutsu? When did this happen? I have no idea. Minato grew even more bewildered. Qianyu raised his hand to brush his silver hair. Obviously because I'm handsome. Do you even need to ask such a simple question? Minato, I don't know if you're handsome, but your face is definitely thick. That's for sure. Forget it, I won't dwell on this. The key is this jutsu. Should I learn it or not? Minato gazed at Qianyu with hesitation. Qianyu clapped him firmly on the shoulder. Learn it. Why wouldn't you learn a jutsu scroll that's handed to you? Even if we don't learn it, the reward has already been recorded. After we graduate, we'll have to perform missions to repay it. Are you stupid? Come on, let's skip class and go to the riverside to study the jutsu. I'm sure the teacher will understand. Leading Minato, Qianyu decisively chose to play hooky. Minato thought for a moment, then followed Qianyu over the wall and fled. You two little brats. When class began, the teacher entered the classroom and saw Qianyu and Minato's empty seats, unable to stop his eyelids from twitching. Good grief, I just handed you the reward for the jutsu scroll, and you immediately skipped class. The shadow clone was only a brank jutsu, not difficult to master. Qianyu and Minato quickly grasped it. You go to class for me, I need to train. Qianyu directly sent his shadow clone to attend lessons while he lounged at home sleeping in. Before, he had no choice but to sit in the classroom. Now that he had the shadow clone who would still be willing to sit there dazed and drowsy. Having plenty of chakra makes you willful. If Minato found out that I sent my shadow clone to school while I hid away training, he'd surely be furious. Chinyu sat by the river where he usually trained, holding a grilled fish on a branch, and laughed without a shred of conscience. He felt that the longer they spent together, the more Minato's worldview skewed. Minato, who had originally idolized the third Hokage, now saw his admiration plummet under Chinyu's influence. What impact this would bring in the future, even Chinyu himself did not know. So this is what you learned the shadow clone for. Tsunade leaped out from the forest and landed in front of Chinyu. How did you find out? Chinyu turned the grilled fish over and asked. Obviously, a shadow clone can't be the same as the original. I knew you had ulterior motives when you wanted to learn the shadow clone technique. Caught you red-handed. Tsunade sat down unceremoniously, her eyes fixed on the grilled fish in Chinyu's hand, making no effort to hide her desire to eat it. You have the bigger fist, so whatever you say goes. Chinyu handed the grilled fish to her and started roasting. Tsunade didn't stand on ceremony. She grabbed the fish and devoured it with gusto. Watching her hearty eating manner, Chinyu was genuinely afraid she might choke on a fishbone. Did you need something, Lady Tsunade? Tsunade was not one to wander around idly. If she had free time, she would rather sleep in or spend a pleasant hour at the gambling house. The old man sent Jiraiya and me to find him. The Hokage? Because of me, eh? Chinyu didn't think he was worth the third Hokage going to such lengths. Because of you and that kid Minato. Tsunade didn't hide the truth. She casually tossed away the fishbone and stick-clapped her hands and said, the old man hopes Jiraiya and I will become the Jonin instructors. So soon. There is still some time before this class graduates. Is the third Hokage already assigning personnel this early? Chinyu didn't care which team he was assigned to as long as he could be with Mikoto. As for the remaining teammate, Minato would be the best choice. If not, he couldn't force it. As long as the Jonin instructor wasn't Orochimaru, Chinyu could accept it. He simply couldn't tolerate Orochimaru's behavior, especially when that long tongue stretched out and made a slurping sound. It made one's scalp tingle. The most absurd part was that Orochimaru's tongue was forked. So, Lady Tsunade, will you be the Jonin instructor for me and Mikoto? It's possible. Tsunade crossed her arms and reminded him, but only for you. Uchiha Mikoto is not under consideration. After all, she is a member of the Uchiha clan. Moi. As she spoke, Tsunade noticed Chinyu's gaze was off. She looked down and couldn't help but laugh in annoyance. Had enough of looking. Do you want to get closer for a better view? Ahem. Chinyu coughed and rubbed his nose. Being caught sneaking a look was indeed awkward. He wondered if Tsunade had entered a phase of rapid development. The size of her bust grew more exaggerated by the day, and after just a month apart it had increased by a full cup size. Chinyu inadvertently stole a couple more glances and was caught red-handed. What about Mikoto? Why isn't she included? Chinyu changed the subject. Uchiha Mikoto had repeated a year just for him. If they couldn't be placed in the same team, what was the point? Tsunade looked at Chinyu, but did not answer. Chinyu could guess some of it himself. After all, it was the decision of the higher-ups, more precisely the third Hokage's choice, and had nothing to do with Tsunade personally. He couldn't blame her. Since that's the case, Mikoto and I will form our own team and find suitable teammates. Graduates from the Ninja Academy fall into 3 categories. The first are those who graduate early. After graduation, the village assigns teams, or you can find one yourself. Such teams are usually unstable. Future Kakashi was like that, switching from one team to another. He never got along with his teammates. The second category consists of same-grade students who graduate together and are assigned to a team, with the village designating a Jonin instructor as captain. Less fortunate teams only get a Chunin. The last category is those who refuse the village's arrangement and fend for themselves. If he had to be separated from Uchiha Mikoto, Chinyu would rather not accept the village-assigned team. He would rather fend for himself with Mikoto. Chinyu didn't believe he would starve without a Jonin instructor. At worst, it would be a restricted 2-person team. He would take the Chunin exam as soon as possible. As long as he passed, all problems would be resolved. A powerful ninja could take on various missions alone, let alone a 2-person team. Don't forget, Mikoto's own strength was not lacking. A team composed of just Chinyu and Mikoto would be stronger than an average Chunin team. So why accept the village's arrangement and be forced apart? If we can't be in the same team, then Mikoto's retention and my skipping grades become meaningless. Lady Tsunade, don't say any more. After graduation, Mikoto and I will form a 2-person team. As for Minato, dragging him into this would be unfair to him. Though Chinyu believed that if he asked, Minato would eagerly come. I respect his choice. Tsunade frowned at him. Are you sure about this? Yes. Chinyu nodded. I don't want to be separated from Mikoto, and am not comfortable with her being assigned to another team. If we can't be together, I'll give up. I choose to form a team with Mikoto on our own. Suddenly I understood why Kushina was so attached to you. Even I have to look at you with new eyes, but unfortunately you are still a bit small. What are you talking about? A bit small? Are you teasing me? Can I endure this? Chinwe raised an eyebrow and looked up and down at Tsunade. It's fine, you'll grow, and I like them big. Go die. Tsunade's smile froze, and in the next second she lashed out with a kick. Boom. The riverbank collapsed and rocks and soil continuously rolled into the water. Qianyue jumped onto a nearby tree and wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. That's too brutal. If that kick hit, it would strip the skin off even if it didn't kill. Senior, go for it. I have high hopes for you. It will get bigger. Ha ha. Leaving behind the furious Tsunade, Qianyue slipped into the woods and disappeared. Tsunade couldn't help but smile in anger. You little brat with no filter. But is it really growing bigger? Will it become a burden? She instinctively looked down. Uchiha Makoto, who was just about to head home after school, was pulled away by Qianyue. What's wrong, Qianyue? Is something happening? Your expression is so serious. Qianyue tried hard to maintain a serious face, but unfortunately her age was a hard barrier. Even when serious, she just looked expressionless, making Makoto want to laugh inexplicably. Alright, I failed. At this age, it's really inappropriate to play these games. Qianyue helplessly raised her hands. Today, Senior Tsunade came to find me. She told me that she has a high chance of becoming my guiding jonin. How could that be? Isn't there still some time until graduation? Why are the higher-ups in the village already beginning to assign personnel at this time? But you and I won't be assigned to the same team, right? Now Makoto understood why Qianyue had tried so hard to maintain a serious expression earlier only to fail. About that. Opening the refrigerator, I took out 2 bottles of milk, handed one to Makoto, and took a few sips before frowning and saying, I don't know what the Hokage is thinking starting to arrange these things at this time. Minato might be assigned to Jiraiya-senpai's side. Minato is included too. Qianyue being assigned early surprised Makoto. Who would have thought Minato was also one of those assigned early? Never underestimate Minato, he is just limited by his birth. In fact, he is a person who excels at creating miracles as long as someone guides and supports him. Minato's future achievements go without saying. What he lacks is just enough time to grow in a Flying Thunder God technique. As long as he accumulates enough, learns some sealing techniques, and obtains the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato will be able to take off instantly. So the reason you brought me here today is because... What are you doing? Before she could finish her sentence, Qianyue's right hand pinched Makoto's small face and pulled it, leaving several finger marks on her fair face. It's because I regret to inform you, Uchiha Makoto, that you might not be able to accept the village's team assignment. Slapping Qianyue's hand away, Makoto rubbed her small face in dissatisfaction and looked up. Because you and I will form a 2-person team. I rejected, Senior Tsunade. If we can't be assigned to the same team, then your retention and my promotion will become meaningless. I'd rather not have such an arrangement. I'd prefer to form a 2-person team with Mikitoni. Moreover, with your and my strength, how could we possibly starve? Qianyue snapped his fingers and said casually. You? Makoto wanted to scold him for being a fool, but before she could say anything, Qianyue interrupted her. He pulled her up from the chair and pushed her toward the kitchen. Don't express your gratitude or insults. I've made such a big sacrifice today. You cook and let me take a break. A smooth path. Others would wish for a more stable backing, but Qianyue didn't need that. Because his backing is himself. Qianyue is confident that in a few years it will be uncertain who will support whom. Why get caught up in the vortex of the Hokage faction? Why get embroiled in a power struggle with the 3rd Hokage and Danzo? It's simply exhausting. Are we really going to form a 2-person team? Eating Makoto seemed a bit uneasy. She still felt that it would be better for Tsunade to be Qianyue's guiding jonin. Isn't a 2-person team good? No one will disturb us. We can do whatever we want. Sending Makoto a knowing glance made her blush and glare at him angrily, lowering her head to eat in silence. Does Minato know about this? I didn't plan to tell Minato about this for fear that he might act irrationally. After much consideration, Qianyue decided to keep it from Minato for now. That kid might abandon the village's assignment and come to join him. If that were to happen, his sin would be great. Qianyue wouldn't have a way to teach Minato the Flying Thunder God technique. To learn the Flying Thunder God technique, he would have to rely on Jiraiya. Given his sensitive identity, even if he contributed enough, the 3rd Hokage and Danzo wouldn't let him choose this ninjutsu. The most likely outcome is that they would casually offer some rewards to dismiss him. This is not malicious speculation. Since the village was established, how many members of the Uchiha clan who made contributions were able to freely choose ninjutsu from the sealing book? Qianyue could say almost none. Perhaps Uchiha Kagami is an exception. Although he is not technically a Uchiha, he still has Uchiha blood. The 3rd Hokage and Danzo would not mind guarding against him because of this. Besides, he had already rejected the village's arrangement, but would the 3rd Hokage still focus on cultivating him? No matter how you think about it, it's impossible. Tsunade also did not inform Minato of her plans in advance, since she wasn't familiar with him. Minato hasn't realized that he has already been assigned early, and is starting to look forward to who he will be assigned to a team with. His ideal team members are Qianyue and Makoto plus himself, making a perfect team. However, if he chooses this way, Kushina will be left out. Chinyue, do you think after we graduate the village will assign us to the same team? If we are assigned together, what will happen to the extra person? Damn, you're really thinking far ahead. You're already considering team assignments before graduation. Don't worry, Kushina won't be selected. Kushina's greatest possibility is to be held back or to graduate smoothly, and then live a purposeless life in Konoha. After all, as a Jinchuriki, she can't just leave the village. Why, oi? Can't Kushina graduate? That shouldn't be the case. Although her grades in some subjects are a bit poor, she's been working hard recently. Graduating smoothly shouldn't be a problem. Why would she be excluded? Well, some things you don't need to know right now, but we'll talk about it later. Perhaps Kushina will tell us herself. Patting Minato's shoulder, Chinyue said earnestly, Minato, I know what you're thinking, but you better not provoke Kushina in the near future, or you will get beaten up. Is it the will of fate? Minato, who was initially afraid, has now begun to approach Kushina intentionally or unintentionally. Clearly, he has developed feelings for Kushina. Cough cough, no, I am not, don't talk nonsense. As his inner feelings were exposed, Minato's face turned red, and he quickly shook his head in denial. I don't like Kushina, oh, absolutely not. I don't believe you at all. Chinyue couldn't be bothered to argue with him, it was written all over his face, yet he still wanted to deny it. By the way, when did the people from the Cloud Ninja Village sneak into Konoha to kidnap Kushina? This group of bastards loves to play dirty. Just as Chinyue said, Kushina has been in a bad mood lately. Because graduation is approaching, once Chinyue and the others graduate smoothly, they will walk down a different path. And she, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, cannot easily leave the village. The mere thought of it made Kushina restless. As a result, even Minato, who had been inadvertently drawing closer to her lately, bore the brunt of her irritation. With graduation approaching, even those who usually cut class or dozed off during lessons began to show more effort. They feared failing the assessment and being sent back for remedial training, especially those who had already been held back a year. Should they fail again, they might lose their chance to become ninja altogether. The village could not afford to wait for them to repeat the year indefinitely. Amidst the tense atmosphere, the graduation assessment finally arrived. Chizuki remained, as usual, sending his shadow clone to attend class while he slipped off to train by the river or laze around at home. I believe you all know what day it is. Don't be nervous. Those whose names I call come forward for the assessment. The standard graduation assessment for regular students was not particularly difficult, but what was challenging was the accelerated promotion exam. It required actual combat, and only by passing that could one graduate early. I wonder who will be teamed up with. I want to be with Chizuki-kun. Oh please. Do you think you stand a chance with Uchiha Mikoto around? What? Overhearing her classmates' gossip, Uchiha Mikoto grew both flustered and annoyed, giving Chizuki a nudge with her hand. Chizuki could only smile wryly. Ever since the story of his early assessment application had spread across the school, everyone assumed the two of them were lovers. Aside from that, Chizuki truly admired the children of the ninja world. Especially in matters of affection, they could already understand what it meant to like someone by the age of 4 or 5. Back in his previous life, a child that age would still be playing in mud. After the assessment concluded, the fifth-year students began their break. They only needed to wait for the village to assign their squads, receive their forehead protectors, and obtain their ninja identification. Then they would officially become rookie ninja. The other students had already left. This day should have been a cause for celebration, yet their teacher could not muster even a hint of joy, because his students had once again caused him trouble. Uchiha Mikoto Yagami Chizuki, are you certain you want to form your own squad instead of letting the village arrange one for you? If it were just Chizuki doing this, he would not be too surprised. After all, Yagami Chizuki was never one to follow the rules. But Uchiha Mikoto pulling the same stunt left his head spinning, unable to recover for a long time. What are you two thinking? Without the guidance of a Jonin instructor, do you have any idea what kind of dangers you'll face? I understand what you have in mind. I will report this truthfully to the Hokage. But I still hope the two of you will think it over seriously rather than making a wrong decision because of some childish romance. Others were forced to form their own squads out of necessity, but Chizuki and Mikoto had requested it willingly. This truly shocked the teacher. Setting aside everything else, he first dismissed Chizuki and Mikoto, then hurried straight to the Hokage. Will the Hokage agree? Leaving the Ninja Academy, Mikoto couldn't stop worrying. She didn't want this matter to become a public spectacle. Maybe yes, maybe no. But he'll definitely be startled. Thinking about how the third Hokage would be caught off guard, Chizuki couldn't help but laugh. Sensei, leave that sort of thing to Orochimaru and Tsunade. I'm too used to being lazy, and besides, I need to gather research material. I don't have time to teach disciples. The graduating class had finished. Jiraiya went to the Hokage's office to complain he didn't want to become a Jonin instructor as it would severely cut into his time for research and writing. Jiraiya also felt he wasn't cut out to be a teacher. I've already made arrangements for Tsunade. Take a look at the profiles of these children first. If there's no issue. The third Hokage handed the files to Jiraiya, not giving him a chance to refuse. Knock knock knock. An urgent knock interrupted the Hokage's words. Jiraiya had no choice but to accept the files. Only then did the third Hokage show a satisfied smile and call out, "Come in." "Hokage-sama, I have an important matter to report." "Aodora-sensei, is there a problem with the student's graduation assessment?" As both Hokage and the principal of the Ninja Academy, the third paid close attention to the academy's teachers. These instructors could come directly to him without prior notice for important matters. This alone showed how much the third valued the Ninja Academy. Odawara-sensei wore a grim expression. Jiraiya looked at him curiously, thinking, has this fellow been bullied by his students? "Hokage-sama, among this year's graduates, the top-ranked Yagami Chizuki and the second-ranked Uchiha Makoto have approached me requesting permission to form their own squad. They don't want to be separated." Cough, cough. The third Hokage choked on his pipe smoke. Jiraiya was dumbfounded. Those two students sure have guts. Even Hisunade and Orochimaru had never dared to do such a thing. Wait, Yagami Chizuki, that name sounds familiar. Where had he heard it before? Cough, cough, cough. As if a mouthful of pickled cabbage had lodged in his throat, the third Hokage coughed until his wrinkled, old face turned red. He slammed the table in anger. Outrageous. The first and second place graduates of this year's assessment refused to accept the village's arrangement and wanted to form their own squad. If this news got out, it would make a laughingstock of countless people, a direct slap in the face of Hiruzen Sarutobi himself. "You may go back for now. He'll handle this." "Yes, Hokage-sama." With the third's assurance, Odawara-sensei breathed a sigh of relief, a weight lifted from his shoulders. He bowed respectfully and left the office. While that hot potato had been successfully passed on, he no longer had to worry about it. "Jiraiya, how do you think I should arrange for these two children?" "Don't ask me." Jiraiya shook his head like a rattledrum. He hated this kind of trouble above all else, and if anything came up, it was best not to involve him. "They'll take Minato, the kid's good. As for anyone related to the Uchiha clan, you'd better figure that out yourself. By the way, the name Yagami Chizuki sounds really familiar. I think I've heard it somewhere before." Tsunade thinks highly of that child, but he has the bloodline of the Uchiha. Because of Uchiha Kagami's death, the bridge of communication between the village and the Uchiha clan had been severed. Tsunade thought highly of Chizuki, and the third Hokage believed that with proper cultivation, this child might become a second Uchiha Kagami. Moreover, Chizuki's demonstrated talent was considerable, worthy of the village's focused training. Otherwise, he would never have considered entrusting Chizuki to Tsunade. Knowing that Xianyue became Gang's house disciple meant he had joined the Hokage's faction. Even with his Uchiha bloodline, it was impossible for him to enter the center of power, but at least he would not be targeted like the other Uchiha. Thus, a perfectly good plan was ruined. One Xianyue was already enough. If another Uchiha Meichin were foisted upon Gangsho, it might give the Uchiha clan ideas they shouldn't have. This was something the third Hokage could not accept. Even if he turned a blind eye, Tuan Songzhuanshin Xiaochun and Shuehu Minyan would never agree. "I remember now." Zilai clapped his hands. "Gangsho said that kid cooks really well, and she's still obsessed." The third Hokage was speechless. So Gangsho valued him just because he could cook. Seeing the third Hokage's furrowed brow, Zilai decided to make himself scarce. "Old man, take your time thinking. I'm off. They'll go to the Ninja Academy tomorrow." Rather than wasting time here with the old man, it was better to go out and scout for some inspiration material. Recently, with Gangsho constantly in mind, he dared not go to the bathhouse, fearing he'd run into her and get beaten half to death with one punch. The third Hokage nodded and waved his hand, signaling Zilai that he could leave. Shaking the documents in his hand, Zilai leaped out the window. Not long after Zilai left, someone the third Hokage had expected arrived. The root of my Tuan Song had roots reach extended too far. Nothing in the Hokage office building escaped his notice. Within 10 minutes, Tuan Song was sure to appear. This made the third Hokage slightly uneasy. "Root was a power I granted you, but you shouldn't let Root's people infiltrate those around me. Yuan Fei, I've always said the Uchiha clan cannot be trusted. News cannot be hidden. Once it spreads, where will our old faces be?" Shaking his head, the third Hokage didn't want to discuss this with Tuan Song. "How is the investigation into the Rain Country coming along?" In the past year or two, ever since the rise of Banzong, the so-called demigod, as the leader of Rain Country's Rain Ninja Village, the village's conduct had become extremely aggressive. According to intelligence gathered by ANBU, the Rain Ninja Village seemed poised to launch a war. Under Banzang's leadership, the small village's military power had steadily expanded, with both the number of ninjas and overall strength increasing. Coupled with the fall of the Whirlpool Country, the ninja world, peaceful for so long, was now seething with undercurrents. Except for the isolationist Water Country, the frequency of minor skirmishes among other nations had been rising. Banzong hasn't made a rash move, but we must be prepared. If the Rain Country under Banzong swallows the Grass Country, it will become another formidable enemy for Mai. With the Rain Ninja Village's increasing strength, the self-proclaimed demigod Banzong would surely not be content to stay cooped up in the harsh, underpopulated rain country. Launching an external war, seizing other nations' lands, and plundering populations were the only ways for the rain country to grow. The rain ninja village's primary target was the fire country's ally, the fence-sitting grass country. No nation too powerful could exist in the buffer zone between great powers. That was the tacit understanding among the 5 great nations. If the rain country waged war, it would be playing with fire. Both ANBU and root operatives are monitoring the rain country's every move. At the slightest sign of trouble, our spies will relay intelligence immediately. Tuansong was confident. He believed his arrangements were flawless. Banzong would eventually lose his patience. I hope Banzong won't be blinded by war. The third Hokage sighed. Tuansong was a hawk, while the third Hokage was a dove who favored peace. Even as a dove, if the rain country launched a war to annex the grass country or invade the fire country's territory, he would have no choice but to declare war on the rain country. How had the topic drifted so far? Tuansong frowned in displeasure and said coldly, Yuanfei, let's set aside the rain country for now. But you cannot simply let the Uchiha slide. 2 brats dare to refuse the village's arrangements. I knew the Uchiha were born evil. Perhaps enough. Tuansong. Seeing Tuansong go too far, the third Hokage could no longer contain himself and snapped, I will handle these 2 children's matter. If they truly wish to form a 2-person team, I will approve it. We are all people of might. The Uchiha are Mui's Uchiha. Go back now. Keep a close watch on the Rain Ninja Village's movements and don't give them a chance to start a war. But Root is short-handed. The Uchiha and the Rain Country were nothing but diversions. Tuansong's ultimate goal was still Root and his own power. Although he had infiltrated ANBU, only Root was truly under his control. Only by expanding Root's ranks could he continuously increase his authority. Expanding Root's ranks. Tuansong had proposed it many times, but the third Hokage had never agreed. The third Hokage believed that in peacetime, with both ANBU and Root operating, Root was far from needing expansion. Yet now the Rain Country had bared its fangs. With so many ANBU ninjas deployed abroad, manpower had become. Tuansong brought this up at just the right moment, and the third Hokage couldn't outright refuse. After careful consideration, the third Hokage said, I will discuss this with Xiaochun and Minyan. You may go now. I await your news. Having obtained the answer he wanted, Tuansong left contentedly. As for Qianyue and Meichin, he had already dismissed them from his mind. Just 2 Uchiha brats unworthy of his attention. Old man, you called for me. Gangzhou had come directly from the hospital, still wearing her white lab coat. This is the application for Bosch and Qianyue and Uchiha Meichin. The third Hokage handed her the completed documents. Did you call me all the way here just for this? Gangzhou picked up the document, glanced at it, and casually tossed it onto her desk, complaining, Old man, next time something like this happens, don't rush to summon me over. I have surgery waiting. But Bosch and Qianyu is the one you've set your hopes on. The third Hokage gazed at her. Gangzhou let out a sardonic laugh. Indeed, I was the one who placed my faith in him, but it was you who wished to mold him into a second Yuzhibo Jing, wasn't it? My teacher. The third Hokage disliked hearing that. What do you mean I want him to become a second Yuzhibo Jing? Enough of this. Since they wish to form a 2-man squad, let them be. How many graduating ninjas each year are actually assigned to suitable squads? Most still have to find their. This was the inaction of the higher-ups, something others dared not bring up. But Gangzhou paid no heed to such constraints. If she saw something wrong, she spoke her mind. Striding toward the exit without looking back, she waved a hand and said, Old man, that boy Bosch and Qian, you will never become a second Yuzhibo Jing. Spare yourself the effort. Since he refuses to accept your arrangements, let him grow on his own. Also, don't foist any students on me. I'm swamped. There's a long queue of patients waiting for surgery at the hospital. Gangzhou's medical ninjutsu was renowned throughout Konoha and even across the entire ninja world. As long as she remained in the village, countless people sought her healing expertise. Even if she had gambled away most of the Qianshou clan's fortune, as long as Gangzhou wasn't lazy and curbed her gambling, she could still thrive. But alas, this profligate couldn't restrain her own hands. Having declined to take on the promising Qianyu as her student, Gangzhou simply gave up the idea of mentoring altogether. Dealing with troublesome brats was far too bothersome. Better to spend her free time at the hospital helping out and earning more money. What a nuisance. The gambling debt from last time was due to be repaid. Gangzhou scratched her head as she walked. The mere thought of her enormous gambling debt gave her a headache. She couldn't possibly renege. If the creditors showed up at the Hokage's office, she, Gangshahim, would be mortified. While their fellow graduates were still waiting for the village to assign, supervising Jonin, Qianyu and Meichin had already begun undertaking their very first ninja mission. Without a supervising Jonin, and being a 2-man squad, Qianyu and Meichin's team could only take on drank missions as a transitional phase. Catching cats, picking up trash, cleaning toilets. Seeing these tasks, Qianyu nearly fainted. The other missions were tolerable, but scrubbing toilets. Was that a joke? Who had issued such a mission? The Hokage's office. Then never mind. Leave it for the next teams. For their first mission, Xianyu chose to help a rancher drive off wild beasts. Though still a drank mission, this type of task offered higher rewards and contribution points than typical drank ones. Since Mei Qin needed combat experience, Xianyu promptly accepted it. Because the mission only required driving away the beasts that attacked livestock, not killing them, it was registered as drank. If elimination were required to remove the threat, it would be upgraded to crank. Let's go. After accepting the mission, Xianyu and Mei Qin checked their ninja tool pouches registered at the village gate and left Konoha for the pasture. On their first mission, Mei Qin appeared both excited and apprehensive. The duo gathered intelligence from the rancher, then entered the forest adjacent to the pasture. The mission objective was to drive off the beasts that preyed on livestock. As soon as they were expelled from the pasture, the task would be complete. If they managed to eliminate the beasts, the mission would automatically upgrade to crank, yielding crank rewards and contribution points. Xianyu and Mei Qin weren't short of money. As for contribution points, though they were valuable to some, to others they were virtually worthless. With sufficient contribution points and the help and persuasion of Zilai Yishui, Min could have the third Hokage allow him to exchange for the Flying Thunder God technique. The same contribution points in the hands of a Uchiha would at most fetch in a ranked jutsu. Don't think the village was discriminating or deliberately targeting anyone. Be confident they were. Split up. Track from that direction, it'll go this way. Xianyu assigned a direction to Mei Qin and split off 2 shadow clones to expand the search range. In the world of Naruto, due to the influence of chakra and natural energy, many creatures grew enormous and became extremely powerful. The toads, snakes, and slugs of the 3 Great Sage regions were the most typical examples. Aside from these powerful summoned beasts, some formidable creatures could even overwhelm a Jonin. Xiaobai sense if there are any creatures with strong chakra in the forest. Master, there's a distinct chakra fluctuation to the southeast. Guided by Xiaobai, Qianyu soon located a tiger nearly the size of a room. The oversized feline seemed unaware of his approach, lounging lazily on the ground for an afternoon nap. On the clearing nearby lay remnants of food. Strong chakra fluctuation. This should fetch a good price. Seeing the big cat, Qianyu knew this trip would be lucrative. Such an animal could be captured and sold as a summoning beast. Many ninjas favored attack-type summons. Qianyu's low mutterings startled the sleeping feline awake. It leaped to its feet, facing his direction, and let out a thunderous roar. The surrounding trees shook, sending leaves cascading down. With another roar, the massive tiger pounced at Qianyu. Does it take me for a pushover? Qianyu dodged the powerful tiger claws and delivered a fierce kick to its chin. Boom! The enormous tiger hurtled backward, toppling trees and gouging a trench in the earth with its body. Qianyu waited cautiously for a sudden counterattack, then approached in puzzlement to inspect. The once ferocious tiger now writhed on the ground, clutching its head in agony, letting out low, mournful whines as blood dripped from its mouth. It seemed that kick had made the tiger bite its own tongue. Discovering that the big orange cat was curled up in pain, its fighting spirit completely gone, Qianyu was thoroughly amused. Was this creature all bark and no bite? No, it was merely a fluke. A kick to its chin caused it to bite its own tongue, leaving it in such pain that it lost all desire to fight. It was no different from a man being struck in the groin and instantly losing his combat ability. The difference was that the big orange cat had bitten its own tongue, while Qianyu had only kicked its chin. Qianyu, are you alright? Hearing the sounds of battle and the big orange cat's roars, Mei Qin rushed over. By the time she arrived, Qianyu had already knocked the big orange cat unconscious and tied it up with rope. Just a small matter. Standing beside the big orange cat, which was still taller than him, even when lying down, Qianyu patted its back and said, "This guy must be the culprit behind the attacks on the ranch livestock. We can get a higher reward for our mission, and capturing this beast to sell will also fetch a good price." Is it over just like that? After learning how the fight had gone, Mei Qin was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. She had wanted to hone her combat instincts and gain some experience. Yet Qianyu had finished it in no time. The battle was simple and brutal. A kick to the chin, and while the big orange cat was in agony, doubting its own tiger existence, he knocked it out. Then he tied it up and called it a day. She hadn't been able to help at all, essentially just coasting. Sister Mei Qin, it seems you don't have a suitable summoning beast yet. How about contracting this one? The big orange cat's strength was decent, and Mei Qin hadn't yet contracted a summoning beast. If she was willing, signing a summoning contract with it would be a good option. It'll pass. Glancing at the big orange cat, which was the size of a small house, Mei Qin shook her head gently and refused. I don't need it. People of the Uchiha clan are better suited to contracting with ninja cats. It'll be more convenient to buy weapons and tools from them in the future. Signing summoning contracts with the Ninja Cat clan was a tradition of the Uchiha clan. The vast majority of capable Uchiha ninjas would contract with the Ninja Cat clan. Moreover, the Ninja Cat clan provided the Uchiha with various ninja tools and scrolls. As long as you had the money, you could buy anything you wanted from them, and the prices were much lower than those in the village's weapon shop. Then we'll take it back to Konoha and sell it. A drank mission, even one with increased rewards, would at most yield a few tens of thousands of Ryo. If they hauled this big fellow to Konoha and sold it, it would fetch at least 300,000 Ryo. The prices for summoning beasts and quality chakra weaponry had always remained high. Qianyu and Meichin dragged the trussed-up big orange cat back to Konoha. Along the way, many people saw Qianyu dragging the cat and fled to the roadside in fright. This tiger is huge. These two kids must be ninjas from the village. Amazing they actually caught such a... Are they taking it back to butcher and eat? Idiot, a creature like this can be sold as a summoning beast for a high price. What else do you know besides eating? The passers-by's chatter made Meichin feel embarrassed. The fight had ended before she even arrived, and now dragging the orange cat back to Konoha had become Qianyu's chore. This made Meichin feel useless, as if she had barely contributed. Hello, my name is Sanning Luo. Are you planning to take this summoning beast to Konoha to sell? The popularity of summoning beasts far exceeded Qianyu's expectations. Sure enough, before they even returned to the village, a ninja returning from a mission saw the big orange cat, and with eyes lighting up hurried over to inquire. 300,000 Ryo, and it's yours. Though he hadn't done any research, he knew the general market. Thus in Qianyu's mind, the big orange cat's price was 300,000 Ryo, any less, and there was no deal. 300,000. Sanning Luo was taken aback, then gave a wry smile. Can you lower? I recently bought some ninja tools, so. I'm sorry, but this is the price. If you can't accept it, you'll just have to drag it to the village to sell. Good summoning beasts never lacked buyers. The ninjas most fond of summoning beasts were mostly civilian ninjas, with average talent and low power ceilings. For these ninjas, having a strong summoning beast could significantly boost their combat power. In critical moments, it could even save their lives. Many ninjas were fond of such tactics, letting their summoning beast take the fatal blow while they escaped. They'll buy it. Seeing Qianyu about to drag the big orange cat away without any intention of bargaining, Sanning Luo quickly called him back. They'll buy it for 300,000 Ryo, but you'll need to give me some time. I just returned from a mission and need to gather the money. If it's an inconvenience, I can help transport this creature back to the village. Being a ninja was a high-risk profession, but also one that brought quick money. As long as one wasn't lazy and kept expenses in check, they generally wouldn't live in poverty. After all, an ordinary crank mission paid several thousand Ryo, even tens of thousands. However, being a ninja was also a costly profession. This resulted in many ninja earning a lot, but spending even more, often unable to save much money. Usually a ninja's bank balance was tied to their strength. The stronger a ninja, the more money they could earn. Tsunade was an exception as a big spender. In Qianyu's view, there were few jonin in the ninja world who could earn more than Tsunade, yet be poorer than her. That's great. With someone willing to help, Qianyu gladly accepted. He had dragged the big orange cat all the way from the ranch, which had taken a lot of effort. Take a rest, little brother. Leave it to me. Sanning Luo wasn't one to dawdle, so he grabbed the rope, and although he was eager to sign a summoning contract with the big orange cat directly, since he hadn't paid, yet Qianyu wouldn't allow it. Otherwise, they could have saved the effort of bringing the cat back to Konoha. The closer they got to Konoha, the more people were on the road. Many ninjas saw the big orange cat and came forward to inquire, but Sanning Luo blocked them all. I've taken a liking to this summoning beast, and the price is already settled. Go cool your heels somewhere else, and don't get any ideas. Back in Konoha, it was cash on delivery. While other classmates were still waiting for the village to assign them tasks, Qianyu and Meichin had already earned over 100,000 Ryo in pocket money each. The absence of a supervising jonin was a blessing. He could take missions only when he felt like it and rest or train in the village on days he didn't. It was easy and free. Meichin needed to go home and report her safety, so they parted ways. But as he approached his doorstep, Qianyu realized things had taken a serious turn. Because Kushina and Minato were standing right at his door staring at him with unfriendly eyes. Kushina was fine, but Minato's gaze practically screamed, "You lied to me. I made a small fortune today. How about some grilled meat?" Qianyu suggested a meal. All right. Seeing Qianyu's sincere and earnest invitation, Kushina's mind went fuzzy, and she agreed without thinking. The words left her mouth before her brain even caught up. When she came to her senses, she realized she had betrayed her teammate Minato, and her face flushed bright red. Minato rolled his eyes, wearing an expression that said, "I knew it." Expecting Kushina to discipline Qianyu was nearly impossible. Whenever she was around him, she always ended up siding with him without knowing why. "You win." Minato slumped his shoulders and said through gritted teeth, "How could you not tell us about such a big thing? If it weren't for Teacher Jiraiya telling me today, I wouldn't have known you formed a two-man squad with Sister Meichin." It seemed Jiraiya had already talked things over with Minato and taken him as a disciple. "I didn't tell you because I didn't want to bring unnecessary trouble to you." Qianyu's expression turned serious. "Minato, I always believe that following Jiraiya-senpai is a good choice. But of course don't pick up some of his bad habits. Huh, bad habits. Does teacher Jiraiya have any bad habits? Minato had only met Jiraiya today, and the master and disciple had spent the whole morning discussing things. It was Jiraiya who told him about Qianyu and Meichin forming a two-man team. Having just met Minato only knew that Jiraiya was a disciple of the third Hokage, he knew nothing else. Minato didn't know, but Kushina was well aware. Her slightly flushed face suddenly turned wary and her expression became unfriendly. Hey, what's with that look? Minato was completely confused. Did I do something wrong? I don't think so. Could it be because of teacher Jiraiya? Let's walk and talk. Qianyu threw an arm around Minato's shoulder and lowered his voice. Jiraiya is a pervert. He likes to use research as an excuse to peep on girls taking baths. What a... Cough cough. Minato's eyes went wide and he choked his young face, turning red. After coughing for a while to calm down, he asked stunned, does teacher Jiraiya really have such a hobby? What do you call that a hobby? Qianyu couldn't help swearing. Kushina kindly reminded him, Qianyu, you cursed. That's not important. Waving his hand to dismiss Kushina's concern, Qianyu shouted at Minato, it's called immorality, all right. Just think if the women in your family, your girlfriend, or even your future wife were being spied on while bathing, how would you kill him? Minato clenched his fists instinctively. Then he paused. But the person who likes to peep is my teacher. After a long hesitation, Minato could only say glumly, I will advise teacher Jiraiya and hope he stops doing this. Between Jiraiya and the third Hokage, what disgusted Qianyu most was their habit of spying on people bathing. Where did they even learn that? If you like to watch, just spend some money. There are plenty of places where you can watch openly. Throw down some cash and others will cooperate as much as you want. Why sneak around like a thief? Actually, thieves are more honorable than them. I must persuade teacher Jiraiya not to do this anymore. Minato gritted his teeth, determined to help Jiraiya change this habit. Qianyu also thought about finding something for the third Hokage to do. For instance, leaking the secret of his telescope technique. Then see how he can still spy. Using the pretext of observing the village to peep is just disgusting. Aren't you afraid someone will look at your wife? Well, his wife is too old. The three arrived at the barbecue restaurant. Minato picked up the menu and ordered a bit of everything. He was determined to eat Qianyu out of house and home, or he wouldn't feel satisfied. Qianyu, what mission did you and Sister Meichin take today? Kushina asked with endless curiosity. Minato was about to train with Jiraiya, and Qianyu had formed a team with Meichin. Only she, as the Jinchuriki, couldn't go anywhere and had to stay obediently in the village. Forget about teaming up for missions. If she got too close to anyone, the Umbu would start watching that person. Only Kushina understood this pain, so she was full of longing for the outside world. A beast expulsion mission. Qianyu briefly described the day when they learned that Qianyu had easily captured a large orange cat suitable as a summoning beast and sold it for 300,000 Ryo. Minato and Kushina were stunned. Was being a ninja this profitable? Minato had known poverty all his life, while Kushina had no real concept of money. After all, she owned an entire street in Konoha. Without lifting a finger, she received tens of millions of Ryo in dividends every year. So you two don't need to save money today. Eat as much as you want. As it turned out, a single barbecue meal couldn't cost over 100,000. Even Minato, who had sworn to bankrupt Qianyu, ended up leaning against the wall as he left. Qianyu was genuinely worried he'd throw up before reaching home. Come on, I'll walk you back. Minato wanted to escort Kushina home, but she didn't give him the chance. Okay. Kushina was delighted that Qianyu offered to take her home. Along the way, she was like a joyful little bird, hopping and chattering endlessly. It seemed she had an endless stream of words. Qianyu smiled, gently nodding occasionally as he listened to Kushina's stories and complaints. Goodbye. After parting with Qianyu, Kushina hummed a cheerful little tune. Her mood lifted. Oh, you were sulking this morning as if the world had ended, and now you're humming happily. Did seeing your sweetheart make you that joyful? Seeing Kushina like this, Tsunade couldn't resist teasing her. Tsunade. Kushina's face turned bright red, and she stomped her foot in annoyance. There's no sweetheart. It's just that Qianyu explained why he hid things from me and Minato, so I'm in a better mood. Is that so? Yes, no sweetheart, no sweetheart. Tsunade laughed, circling Kushina, who was too dazed to react properly. Thinking Tsunade believed her, Kushina skipped back to her room to change. Ha ha ha. Once Kushina was gone, Tsunade rolled on the sofa laughing. This little girl is so adorable. Sis, what's so funny? Returning from his mission, Shang Shu collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. He felt he lacked even the strength to bathe, desiring nothing more than a good sleep. Sis, have you cooked? I'm starving. Cook my foot. Since when have I ever cooked? Go take a shower, scat. With that, she grabbed Shang Shu and tossed him toward the bathroom. Tsunade crossed her arms and huffed. After your shower, go buy dinner. I'm hungry. In other families, the elder sister took care of the younger brother. How did it become the opposite in his household? His sister was so fierce. Shang Shu felt like crying, but had no tears. He rubbed his aching spots. By now his fatigue had vanished and he no longer wished to sleep. He only wanted to wash up quickly and then go buy dinner. Otherwise, given Tsunade's temperament, he would continue to be beaten. A bitter fate, yet he could find no one to complain to, for those who would listen were all too afraid of Tsunade. The assignment of new genin had finally concluded, and each squad under the guidance of their jonin instructors began undertaking missions. Some involved catching cats, others picking up trash, and still others weeding or helping with farming. The mission assignment office was in complete disarray. No suitable missions. Meichin asked, seeing Qianyue staring at the mission scroll, unable to choose for a long time, and frowning deeper with each passing moment. All the good ones are taken. Qianyue was exasperated. As soon as the new genin appeared, most of the suitable drank missions vanished. Meichin came closer, took a look, and wore an expression of reluctance. She had no desire to do the messy leftover tasks, especially ones like cleaning toilets. Qianyue felt the same. So he turned his gaze to crank missions. Regular crank missions were within his and Miken's ability to accept. Can we take this one? Qianyue pointed at the mission scroll. The mission office staff glanced at the mission and replied, your squad can accept it, but the client is in a hurry and needs to reach Daming Mansion before noon tomorrow. Then he'll take this mission. Since there were no suitable drank missions, Qianyue chose an escort crank mission. It involved escorting a merchant to Daming Mansion. The reward was among the lowest for crank missions, but Qianyue cared little about the money. His concern was the mission content. Escorting someone to Daming Mansion was far better than cleaning toilets or babysitting. After submitting his ninja ID and accepting the mission, Qianyue and Meichin waited at the village gate for the client to arrive. The client would be notified by someone else. Soon the notified client hurried to the village gate. Despite Qianyue and Miken's youthful appearance, the client dared not question their abilities. This was the strongest among the 5 great shinobi villages, and the one with the most entrusted missions. One more or fewer crank mission made little difference. But if the client questioned the strength of Mui's shinobi or caused trouble in the village, Mai had the right to cancel the entrusted mission. Moreover, the security department might detain and interrogate the client, suspecting them of being a spy. After completing the registration, the 3 departed from Mai and set out toward Daming Mansion. The client was not talkative. They traveled in silence, seeming anxious to return to Daming Mansion. Be careful. There might be a battle on the road. Taking the chance to scout ahead with Meichin, Qianyue whispered a warning. This escort mission seemed off from the start. Low reward, tight schedule, and the client's demeanor appeared strange. The client was likely being targeted by someone. Perhaps ordinary people, but possibly shinobi. Upon Qianyue's reminder, Miken's expression turned serious. She vigilantly scanned the surroundings to guard against ambushes. Had it been just Qianyue and Meichin alone, they could have reached Daming Mansion in a day. But the client was an ordinary person, so the journey would take much longer. You go rest. They'll keep watch tonight. At night the 3 rested by the roadside, and Qianyue volunteered to stand guard. Meichin said with concern, maybe I should take the first half of the night. Having Qianyue keep watch alone would be exhausting, especially since they had to travel the next day. It's fine. Seizing the opportunity, Qianyue pinched Miken's cheeks and pulled them outward, stretching her face into a big plate. Slap. Ow. This girl's strike was ruthless. A woman's face was indeed not to be touched casually, not even a girl's. Qianyue shook his slightly reddened hand. Thanks to his little mischief, Meichin no longer resisted. She obediently leaped onto a nearby tree, leaning against the trunk to rest. A perfect match. I envy you, young man. When I was your age, I never had such a pretty girlfriend. The client, warming himself by the fire, teased Qianyue and reminisced about his own youth. She's not my girlfriend yet. Qianyue smiled as he tossed a few pieces of wood into the fire. Uncle, you'd better get some rest. We need to set off early tomorrow. You've asked to arrive at Daming Mansion by noon, so we're a bit pressed for time. All right. The client had wanted to chat longer, but seeing Qianyue's reluctance, he could only nod with a wry smile, lean against a rock, and close his eyes. After adding more firewood, Qianyue jumped onto a tree some distance from the campsite. Then he released Xiao, you're on night watch. Alert me if anyone approaches regardless of their intentions. But if there's hostility, kill them directly. Qianyue certainly had no intention of staying awake all night. So he entrusted the watch to Xiao, who rarely got to roam around anyway. This would be a good chance for a stroll. After receiving Qianyue's instructions, Xiao vanished into the woods. Only then did Qianyue close his eyes with peace of mind. To be honest, sleeping in the wild was truly uncomfortable. Leaning against the tree trunk, he tossed and turned for a long time before finally falling asleep. The night passed without incident. No surprises occurred. During peacetime, the fire country was relatively calm, especially near Mai. Early in the morning, the squad hastily ate something and continued their journey. It seems trouble is coming. Qianyue hadn't expected the previous night to be peaceful, but barely after setting out the next day, trouble arrived. A group of people lay in ambush within the woods ahead. They harbored deep malice toward the squad. Upon detecting the ambush, Xiao immediately notified Qianyue. Stop here. Qianyu halted Makoto and the employer. "Young master, why have we stopped?" The employer grew increasingly anxious as Daming Mansion drew nearer, longing to sprout wings and fly there instantly. Yet Qianyu chose this moment to call a halt. "There's an ambush ahead." Glancing at the employer, Qianyu said to Makoto, "Sister Makoto, he'll take the left, you handle the right. Let's make it quick." "Understood." The two swiftly separated, charging into the woods flanking the road. It was Makoto's first time facing an enemy about to engage in combat, and she felt a tremor of nervousness. This was evident from her white-knuckled grip on the kunai. "Blast it, we've been spotted. Only two brats are guarding that fellow. Kill them." As the squad split apart, Qianyu and Makoto dashed into the woods on either side, while the employer remained in place. The ambushers realized they had been exposed. Killing is an inevitable rite of passage for any shinobi, and Qianyu and Makoto could not avoid it either. These men were not bandits, but rather samurai retained by some faction. Once discovered, the ambushers abandoned stealth, leaping out and drawing their katana as they charged toward Qianyu. Fire release, great fireball technique. Qianyu rapidly formed hand seals, and a fireball half a meter in diameter hurtled toward the retained samurai. Damn run. The samurai never expected Qianyu to forego all martial courtesy, lobbing a great fireball at them straight away. A violent explosion mingled with agonized screams. Qianyu raised a hand to fan the air before his eyes as the scent of roasting flesh pervaded the woods. "Pa, who the hell said the great fireball couldn't kill?" Gazing at the carnage strewn across the ground and the charred corpses, Qianyu felt he wouldn't be craving barbecue for quite a few days. As for nausea, a heavy heart, or even vomiting, none of that occurred. A few ordinary samurai taken care of by a single jutsu, simple and efficient. The only imperfection: two men were still alive, writhing and wailing on the ground. Shaking his head, Qianyu flicked out two kunai, ending their lives, then sprinted toward the other side. Compared to Qianyu's overwhelming force, Makoto's battle proved far more troublesome. Her strength was inferior, and in her nervousness, she failed to realize that even a basic crank jutsu would be lethally threatening to ordinary samurai. Corpses lay strewn on the ground, some with throats slit by kunai, others with hearts pierced. In the woods, Makoto stood with her ninja blade lowered, head bowed. Blood still dripped from the blade, and her clothes were spattered with crimson. "Sister Makoto," Qianyu called as he approached, gently touching her shoulder. She lifted her head, still clutching the hilt. A pair of blood-red eyes met Qianyu's gaze. Each eye held a single trembling tomo. Clearly the owner of those eyes was undergoing immense emotional turmoil. Had she awakened her Sharingan from the trauma of her first kill? Makoto was nearly 11. Awakening at that age placed her among the upper echelon of the Uchiha clan. Those who awakened at 7 or 8 were exceedingly rare exceptions. The vast majority of Uchiha awakened their eyes at age 10 or later, with 12 or 13 being the most common period. Qianyu was a complete anomaly. After all, he hadn't awakened through his own effort, but through an external cheat. "It's all right now, the enemies are dead." Qianyu pulled Makoto into an embrace, patting her back to soothe her. Under his comfort, her emotional turbulence quickly subsided. "Qianyu, in my eyes. That's right, you've awakened a Sharingan. From today on, you are truly the prodigy of the Uchiha clan." Qianyu chuckled, making a light-hearted joke. Makoto relaxed completely. "Let's hurry, I don't like seeing these corpses." The aftermath of her first kill would take time to fade. "Young master, are you two all right?" The employer was startled by the blood on Makoto's clothes, thinking she was injured. "We're fine." Qianyu shook his head with a smile. "Just a few ordinary samurai. They couldn't harm us." "Uncle Employer, let's continue our journey." The forests of Konoha teemed with animals that would dispose of the corpses left in the woods. "Sister Makoto, after first awakening, you'll feel some discomfort. Using the Sharingan for long periods will make your eyes sore and rapidly drain your chakra and mental energy." Along the way, Qianyu explained the symptoms of the newly awakened Sharingan to Uchiha Makoto. After surviving the samurai's ambush, the squad reached Daming Mansion smoothly before noon. Delivering the employer safely to Daming Mansion completed the escort mission flawlessly. Though the reward was modest, Qianyu felt that Uchiha Makoto's awakening of the Sharingan made it far more valuable than any monetary gain. Once back in the village and accustomed to the Sharingan, Makoto's strength would grow rapidly. Each evolution, from 1 tomo to 2 then 3, vastly amplified an Uchiha's power. And if she were to unlock the Mangekyō and later transplant the Eternal Mangekyō, the leap in strength would be even more colossal. The two traveled without pause, returning to the village in the early hours. Over the following period, Qianyu and Uchiha Makoto would take missions only at intervals. Watching their freedom, Minato confessed he was green with envy. Ever since becoming Jiraiya's disciple, Minato found he had no time to rest. He and his 2 teammates followed Jiraiya all over the world. "Master Jiraiya, why did the village send us to monitor the movements of the Rain Village?" Minato couldn't comprehend the purpose of this mission. In a time of peace, assigning their squad to spy on shinobi from another village. Wasn't that risking conflict? To be honest, your master can't figure out why the old man gave us this mission either. Minato and his teammates were tired of the rain country's environment and miserable weather, and Jiraiya loathed it even more. In other countries, he could occasionally go out for inspiration and find suitable places for material. But in the rain country, there was nothing but rain. Want to gather material? No way. Why didn't they give this mission to that Orochimaru guy? Wasn't he skilled in infiltration? Jiraiya grumbled inwardly, but put on a smile as he explained to Minato, I think it has to do with the Rain Village's continual military expansion. Why, oi? That should be the Rain Village's own affair unrelated to Konoha. Could it be that Konoha had to meddle in every military build-up? Minato was gifted perceptive and possessed top-tier combat instincts. Most importantly, he humbly sought answers when he encountered something he didn't understand, a trait that pleased Jiraiya immensely. This disciple was a good pick. Moreover, Minato might just be the prophesied savior of the Toad Sage. Thus, Jiraiya devoted extra care to Minato's training, clearly surpassing that given to Minato's teammates. Jiraiya complained in his heart, but smiled as he explained to Minato. The old man must have his reasons, even if they weren't clear yet. Because the Land of Rain's relentless military expansion posed a threat to neighboring countries, including our— Think about it, he said. When a village at the height of its military power leaves no room for strengthening, what do you think will happen once it reaches its peak? War. Minato immediately understood. Could war truly break out? He startled himself with this conjecture. Yes, war. Jiraiya nodded gravely. When a village's military strength peaks, the only path left for further development is to wage war on others. Through war, they plunder resources and population, annex other nations' territories, and aggrandize themselves. The Rain Village of the Land of Rain is currently in such a state. Minato, who had never experienced the flames of war, was ignorant of its cruelty. But Jiraiya knew all too well that once war erupted, it would engulf the entire shinobi world. Lord Jiraiya, the forward squad, has encountered Rain Village ninja forces and requests reinforcements. An ANBU operative burst into the cave. Jiraiya sighed. Trouble had found him. The Rain Village's inclination toward foreign war grew more evident, and Konoha kept dispatching ninja into the Land of Rain for intelligence. As clashes multiplied, tempers flared. The Rain Village is making a statement. Hanzo's aim is to intimidate us. According to intelligence from ANBU Root and our spies under Hanzo's leadership, the Rain Village's strength now rivals that of the 5 great shinobi villages. Once war breaks out, the Land of Fire will surely be the first to feel its devastation. I therefore propose we nip this danger in the bud and never allow the Rain Village to grow strong enough to attack Konoha. Danzo slammed the table, his voice furious. Hanzo is encircling our ninja to send a warning. Are you still hoping he'll sit down calmly for negotiations, Hiruzen? Konoha's intelligence operations in the Land of Rain never ceased, apparently angering Hanzo, the leader of the Rain Village. Under his orders, Rain Village ninja began hunting down Konoha operatives and even ignored Konoha's request for talks. Under Hanzo's command, Rain Village ninja started purging Konoha personnel, dismissing even formal offers for negotiations. Must it truly come to war? And Konoha would be the one to start it. This was not the third Hokage's wish, but circumstances left him no choice. Reports from ANBU and Root ninja infiltrating the Land of Rain, along with spy transmissions, all pointed to a single fact for the third Hokage. Reports from ANBU and Root ninja infiltrating the Land of Rain, along with spy transmissions, all pointed to a single fact for the third Hokage. Hanzo had no interest in the Land of Grass. He had his eyes on the Land of Fire. Even had the Rain Village targeted the Land of Grass, Konoha would not have permitted it, how much less when Hanzo intended to strike at the Land of Fire itself. Did he truly think his village could match the 5 great nations? No wonder Danzo was so enraged. Hanzo was mocking them. Their request for negotiations had been ignored, a slap in the face. If Konoha launches a war against the Rain Village, the flames will inevitably engulf the entire shinobi world. Have you considered the consequences? Danzo, a hawk, believed Konoha should strike first to prevent the war from reaching the Land of Fire. Koharu Yutane and Hamura Mitokado found Danzo's reasoning sound. Since Hanzo was blind to his own doom, Konoha would teach him a lesson. Even if Konoha preferred peace through negotiation, the Rain Village refused. Hanzo simply ignored them. Do you think the flames of war won't spread to other nations if Konoha refrains from declaring war on the Land of Rain? Danzo sneered, turning to the third Hokage. Hiruzen, don't forget that since the first Shinobi World War, all villages have recovered. It's not just the Rain Village showing signs of foreign aggression. The others are the same. If Konoha does nothing, we will be beaten passively. Would you rather strike first or counterattack only after being? The third Hokage frowned, still undecided. Once war began, the situation could spiral beyond Konoha's control. As the helm of Konoha, he abhorred such uncertainty. One wanted war, the other wanted talks. The third Hokage and Danzo were deadlocked. Eventually, Elder Koharu Yutane offered her view. Hiruzen, even if Konoha does not declare war on the Rain Village, we must still guard against their moves. War must never reach our own territory. Therefore, I suggest sending troops to the border to prevent a surprise invasion of the Land of Fire. Hamura Mitokado voted with Koharu. Unwilling to rush into war, they would station ninja forces at the border to deter any dishonorable assault from the Rain Village. This was far from what Danzo had wanted. He demanded outright war, not mere defense. But the third Hokage opposed war, and Koharu and Hamura had shifted their stance, leaving Danzo deep. He lit his pipe, took a few deep drags, and finally, after much deliberation, made his decision. Then issue a mobilization order and send forces to the border. Stationing a large ninja force at the border was both a provocation and a precaution, but provocation was still better than outright war. As the orders left the Hokage's office, the announcement spread through Konoha like wildfire. Conscription for frontline garrison. Was war imminent? The entire village was suddenly steeped in an atmosphere of conflict. It seems the Second Shinobi World War is about to break out. Seeing the proclamation, Chiyue knew the Second Shinobi World War was coming. The Rain Village was truly formidable in this era, especially with the swollen ambition of the demigod Hanzo. At the slightest spark, war between Konoha and the Rain Village would erupt. Konoha's movements would not go unnoticed by the other villages. After years of recuperation, each of them was eager for expansion. In many eyes, the Land of Fire always seemed to suffer attacks before retaliating. Yet few realized that the Second Shinobi World War was actually initiated by Konoha. The tension grew heavier, and the whole village buzzed with endless discussion about the war. Once Konoha's forces were stationed at the border, the Land of Rain reacted even more fiercely, deploying its own army in a direct confrontation. Furthermore, the Rain Village aggressively hunted down Konoha ninja, who had infiltrated the Land of Rain, along with those from the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth. Hanzo seemed determined to turn the Land of Rain into an impregnable fortress, forbidding any foreign ninja from setting foot there. For the 5 great villages, such defiance was unprecedented. The lofty 5 great villages felt insulted by a lesser village. Now, not only Konoha harbored designs against the Rain Village, but Sunagakure and Awagakure also grew resentful. In the Land of Wind, inside the Kazekage's office of Sunagakure, the third Kazekage, hailed as the strongest, saw a golden opportunity. I believe this is an opportunity for Sunagakure to escape its predicament. We should give Konoha a hand. Are you suggesting, Lord Kazekage, that we actively instigate a war? Kyoba, who wielded great power in the village, and her younger brother Ebizo also attended this meeting. The Land of Wind was impoverished while its neighbor was the prosperous Land of Fire. As the leader of Sunagakure, the third Kazekage dreamed of wresting a piece of fat from the Land of Fire. Yes, instigate a war, but not between Sunagakure and Amigakure. It must be a war between Konoha and Amigakure. As the leader of Sunagakure, the third Kazekage dreamed of wresting a piece of fat from the Land of Fire. Yes, instigate a war. Chiyo understood the third Kazekage's intent, so she stood up and said, "In that case, leave this." At that moment, both Konoha and Amigakure were on edge. It was not difficult to spark a war. Then this matter is entrusted to Chiyo. The third Kazekage nodded, agreeing to Kiyo's request. Konoha and Amigakure could afford to wait, but Sunagakure could not. It urgently needed to launch a war to plunder resources from other countries and strengthen itself. The daimyo had repeatedly protested the high annual funds allocated to Sunagakure. With few sources of income, yet a large number of ninja to support the village could not sustain itself for long. The third Kazekage was well aware that the village was running out of money. The daimyo would not continue funding unless war broke out, at which point, to protect his rule, he would have no choice but to send money to the village. Under Kiyo's command, a contingent of Suna ninja followed her into the Land of Rain. The standoff continued. Neither Amigakure nor Konoha fired the first shot. What no one expected was that during this sensitive period, a group of ninja, wearing Konoha headbands, attacked villages across the Land of Rain, killing and burning Konoha. When the Umbu delivered the gathered intelligence to Hanzo, it ignited the fury in his heart. Ever since Amigakure's military power began to grow, Konoha ninja had been constantly spying within the Land of Rain. Hanzo had annihilated wave after wave of them. Afterwards, Konoha sent a request for negotiations, which Hanzo simply ignored. "You send people to cause trouble on my turf, and then you want to negotiate with me? What kind of logic was that? Just because it was a smaller village, it should be bullied by Konoha and not fight back." Thus, Hanzo resolutely ignored Konoha's negotiation request and continued to hunt down Konoha ninja. After being hunted, Konoha had the audacity to station a large army at the border. What was that supposed to mean? A provocation against Amigakure, or a provocation against me, Hanzo? All of Konoha's actions conveyed one message: I am going to war with you, Amigakure. While the two armies were confronting each other, Konoha ninja infiltrated the Land of Rain and attacked its villages, severing the taut nerves of Hanzo. Amigakure declared war on Konoha. The news spread across the entire ninja world in an instant, stunning people from every nation. Since the establishment of the 5 great ninja villages, this was the first time a smaller village had declared war, and the target was Konoha, reputedly the strongest among the 5. In response to Mangekyō's declaration, Konoha also chose to respond. Konoha declared war on Mangekyō, dispatching Danzo as the frontline commander to attack Mangekyō. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were all among the main army. Minato, who had been under Jiraiya for less than a year, was left in the village. Since the war had just broken out, Konoha had not yet sunk to the point of sending Genin to the battlefield, so Minato was kept behind. The Great War was imminent. Konoha's ninja army directly invaded the Land of Rain, turning it into the battlefield of this war. When everyone gathered again, Qianyu burst out laughing. So your team was disbanded just like that? Though reluctant, Minato could only nod gloomily. The team was disbanded. While on a mission in the Land of Rain, they encountered an enemy encirclement. One teammate suffered a severe blow and lost the qualification to be a ninja. Additionally, Jiraiya had gone to the front line. Minato and the other teammate remained, which directly led to the forced dissolution of the team. Minato never dreamed that his team would vanish in such a way. Ha ha ha. Sorry, I didn't expect Jiraiya to leave you in the village and go to the front himself. Stop laughing. Uchiha Mikoto pushed Chien, you speechlessly. Minato was almost in tears, and you're still laughing. Kushina was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It's fine, laugh if you want. I never thought things would come to this either. Minato smiled bitterly. He didn't even know what to do with himself afterward. Join another team, or simply stay in the village to train and increase his strength, then head to the battlefield after passing the Chunin exams to find his unreliable teacher Jiraiya. Minato certainly wouldn't have imagined that his own teacher Jiraiya was fighting tooth and nail against Mangekyō ninja in the Land of Rain. After finally fighting until the war ended, he stayed behind because of a ridiculous prophecy about a savior teaching 3 children from the Land of Rain. And Minato was left behind, and Konoha left for years. Was this teacher reliable? This was simply ridiculous, for crying out loud. Qianyu guessed that the reason Minato obtained the Flying Thunder God technique so early was that Jiraiya felt guilty toward him. So after the war, he treated Minato better and gave him more compensation. Waving his hand to indicate he had stopped laughing, Qianyu turned the meat on the grill and asked, so what are you going to do? What about you two? Minato looked up and asked. Qianyu glanced at Uchiha Mikoto and smiled. Same as always, train to improve, occasionally take a mission, earn some money, accumulate contribution points to exchange for the ninjutsu I want. That's basically it. With the war, the standard for the Chunin exams will drop, but I'm not interested in taking such an exam. As soon as you pass, you'll definitely be sent to the battlefield. Isn't grilled meat fragrant enough? Aren't the girls pretty? Why go to the battlefield to risk your life? The most ridiculous part is that even after risking your life for military merit, you don't get the corresponding rewards. That's the most infuriating thing. Don't doubt it. The third Hokage and Danzo are capable of such shameless acts. The 2 elders Kohar Udatane and Hashirama Kato are no easy opponents either. Count me in. Minato had been waiting for those words from Qianyu. Though he felt a pang of sadness as the team dissolved, a cool-headed reconsideration made him think, why should I be sad? Since Jiraiya Sensei has abandoned me, why not team up with Qianyu? Thus Minato invited Qianyu, Uchiha Mikoto, and Kushina out for grilled meat. Once the topic was raised, he firmly stated his stance. That doesn't sound half bad. Kushina hadn't expected Minato to be so eager. Before Qianyu could even extend an invitation, Minato had already voiced his desire to join. Was it really necessary? Kushina couldn't help but shake her head. Yet when she saw Minato's smile shift from a wry grin to one of smug triumph, her gaze turned vacant. Was she seeing things? Or had Minato orchestrated this deliberately? You sly fox, Minato. Using this dinner gathering as a chance to recruit teammates. Qianyu gave Minato an exasperated punch. Minato dodged with a laugh. If I don't join your team, where else? Jiraiya Sensei has gone to the front lines. Our team is dissolved. I can't just randomly join another squad. It's better to stick with you. I've wanted to team up with you for a long time. If Qianyu hadn't concealed the news, and if Jiraiya hadn't already spoken to Minato, Minato would have surely rejected the village's arrangement to follow Qianyu. Under Qianyu's continuous influence, Minato had diverged from the original narrative's dutiful boy who always prioritized the village. He had developed his own secret ambitions and principles, no longer swayed by the will of fire. Uchiha Mikoto smiled knowingly. She had known from the start that Minato would aim for this. After all, Minato always loved trailing after Qianyu. It would have been strange if he hadn't wanted to join their team. Among them, only Kushina naively believed Minato was still grieving the disbandment. She even felt sympathy for him, but her pity was misplaced. Minato. The red-haired girl exploded, her crimson locks whipping in the air, terrifying Minato so much that he nearly dived under the table. In the end, Minato got a scolding. Fortunately, Kushina's punch missed his eye, or he would have sported a black eye. The longer she spent with Tsunade, the more Kushina's personality mirrored hers, at least in her explosive temper and penchant for violence. With Minato's team gone and his sensei absent, he wanted to join their group. Qianyu certainly wouldn't refuse. Kushina, let's take a walk. After finishing the grilled meat, Qianyu signaled for Uchiha Makoto and Minato to leave, first offering to escort Kushina home while discussing something with her. See you tomorrow. Uchiha Makoto waved with a smile and departed. Minato hesitated, then finally left with his head down. Watching Minato's retreating figure, Qianyu sensed that Minato's feelings for Kushina were deepening. Turning to look at the fiery girl whose attention was entirely on him, he felt that the future Naruto might vanish. Qianyu, let's sit in the park for a bit. Kushina happily dashed toward the park. Due to the war, many outsiders had left Konoha, fearing the conflict and the village's strict security measure. Konoha had grown noticeably quieter. Even in broad daylight, the park was nearly empty. The war had also caused the Umbu and Root ninjas guarding Kushina to be reassigned by the frontline commander Danzo, steadily reducing her protectors. Only one remained lingering at a distance. The two sat on a park bench. After confirming that the Umbu ninja was hidden deep in the woods, Qianyu said to Kushina, "Kushina, do you trust me?" "Of course I do." Kushina blurted out. "Calm down. Act natural." Qianyu signaled her not to get excited, pacified her, then continued, "Since you trust me, I won't hold back. I know who you are, your complete identity." The smile on Kushina's face froze as if a heavy hammer had struck her head, leaving her mind buzzing. Qianyu knew her true identity. How could it be? Tsunade. I figured it out on my own. It has nothing to do with Tsunade. Noticing Kushina's pained expression, Qianyu reassured her, "Don't worry. I won't distance myself because of the big fox inside you. No matter what, you Kushina are my friend." Yagami, Qianyu's friend. That is beyond doubt. Kushina's eyes instantly reddened, her lips trembling as she fought the urge to burst into tears. She had always feared that once Qianyu discovered her true nature, he would abandon her. So she had hidden, dodged, and struggled every time the Ninetales chakra corroded the seal, causing her immense pain. But she dared not approach Qianyu during those times, terrified he would notice. In the end, he found out anyway, yet he didn't spurn her because of her Jinchuriki status. Instead, he accepted her. "Don't cry. If you cry, the one tailing you will sense something wrong and report to the Hokage, causing me trouble. I won't cry. I'm happy." Kushina forced a smile, lowering her head to wipe away the tears welling in her. After a long pause, Kushina's emotions settled. She blinked curiously at Qianyu. "When did you discover it?" "From the very beginning. When you transferred into my class and sat beside me. The scent of that big fox was strong." Qianyu laughed, joking. "Roar. He'll devour him. Devour him. This little brat." Whether due to Kushina's tension or not, the Ninetales seal loosened slightly, allowing it to glimpse the outside world. Upon hearing Qianyu's words, the Ninetales erupted in fury. The Ninetale seal was partially released, letting it witness the scene. Incensed by Qianyu's remark, the beast flew into a rage. The creature's rage boiled over, its chakra seeping out as it snarled, but Qianyu remained undaunted. Does this mean that Kushina's strong fox scent led to the discovery of her identity as a Jinchuriki? What scent does a fox have? It's the smell of fox odor. After a bout of self-interpretation, the Ninetales exploded. It roared madly, wanting to eat Chiwa. The Ninetales' struggles sent waves of sharp pain and heat through Kushina's lower abdomen, causing her small face to frown. "You get busy first." Chiwa knew the Ninetales was rebelling, so she expressed that she wasn't in a hurry. "Big fox, be honest with me." Kushina was also furious. "What are you causing a ruckus for?" "I want to eat this little brat. He dared to say I have fox odor." "Are you an idiot? Or are you insane?" In her consciousness space, Kushina widened her eyes, feeling ridiculous and hard to believe. When did Chiwa ever say that the Ninetales had a fox odor? "You stupid fox just knows how to talk nonsense." "Owl." The roaring Ninetales suddenly howled. Kushina placed her hands on her hips, furiously controlling the adamantine chains to whip the Ninetales, using the adamantine chains like a whip. "Smelly brat, I want to eat you, eat you." It had been sealed for decades. The Vortex Water Gate had never used the adamantine chains to whip it. But now Kushina was actually whipping it. The Ninetales was furious. "Oomph." Kushina didn't care about that. With a movement of the adamantine chains, she directly bound the Ninetales' mouth. This made the Ninetales look like a crocodile raised artificially with its mouth taped shut. Its two front and hind paws were also bound behind its back by the adamantine chains. As soon as the Ninetales moved, Kushina would pull its tail up, bringing the Ninetales but closer to her head. The Ninetales, only able to make whimpering sounds, widened its eyes, watching helplessly as it but got closer to its head, ultimately compromising. If its butt were to be pressed against its head, it would be laughed at by other tailed beasts if word got out later. Finally, it became obedient. It seemed this method was effective against the Ninetales. Kushina noted it down and left the consciousness space satisfied. "It's done. Let's continue." Kushina clapped her hands and said with a smile, Poor Ninetales. Chiyue silently mourned for it for 3 seconds, then lowered her voice. Kushina, since the war broke out, there have been significantly fewer Umbu ninjas following you. In the recent years, you should avoid easily moving out of the Senju ancestral home and find a way to dig out a resting space beneath your living room. In the future, when you sleep, leave a shadow clone above while you rest below. Do you understand? Huh. Do I need to go through all this just to sleep? Is someone trying to harm me? But this is Konoha. Could there really be Umbu ninjas watching in the village, and trouble might happen? Remember, never place your safety in the hands of others. Chiyu's expression was serious. During wartime, to gather some important intelligence, many Umbu ninjas have gone to the front lines, and there aren't many left in the village. Once someone sets their sights on you, it will be very dangerous. As for your Jinchuriki identity, while it can be hidden from others, it can escape the spies from other ninja villages. Once they learn you live in the Senju residence and know you are from the Uzumaki clan, they can be certain you are the new generation of the Ninetales Jinchuriki. In Konoha, anyone with a decent brain can guess your Jinchuriki identity. Uzumaki clan, red hair, massive chakra. Confirming these 3 points is sufficient. Moreover, since Kushina was brought back from the land of whirlpools, the news is impossible to keep hidden. Chiyue is certain that Kushina's information has long been laid out in the files of other villages. Otherwise, how would you explain that the Cloud Village seized the opportunity during Konoha's war with the Rain Village and Sand Village to infiltrate Konoha and capture Kushina? They even accurately seized the opportunity, bringing her to the borders of the Land of Fire. If it weren't for Minato suddenly charging in, it's likely Kushina would either become a captive of the Cloud Village, or the Cloud Village would have extracted the Ninetales, leading to her early demise. At critical moments, neither the Umbu nor the Root can be relied upon. Konoha was in a war with the Rain Village, causing the village's defenses to drop several levels. If people from other villages quietly infiltrate, Kushina could be in danger. Strong. Lots of chakra. What good does that do? With malicious intent, others have countless ways to flip you over and then abduct you. I understand, Kushina also knew that such matters were no joking matter. In Konoha, although she was restricted in her freedom and could not leave the village, at least she could live in peace without anyone publicizing her identity as a Jinchuriki. No one discriminated against her, all thanks to Vortex Watergate. If she were captured and taken to another village, she would definitely be imprisoned, and if others wanted the Ninetales and the Uzumaki bloodline, it would leave her with no way to survive or die. I won't tell anyone about today's talk, including Tsunade. This is our secret. Without waiting for Chiyu's reminder, Kushina mischievously blinked and revealed a sweet smile. What the hell? Am I being flirted with? And the children in the Naruto world are truly frighteningly mature regarding emotional issues. Chiyue was utterly speechless. If it were Uchiha Makoto, he could have countered directly, but this person was Kushina, so Chiyue couldn't mess around. Otherwise, the Umbu ninjas would be the first to report him. Alright, you should go back and prepare. Make sure you're fully prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Okay. Kushina obediently got up and followed Chiyue out of the park, heading towards the Senju clan grounds. Although the Senju clan had been civilianized, leaving only the line of Senju Hashirama, the Senju clan village still remained. Unfortunately, no matter how rich the family background is, it can't withstand the squandering of the big fat sheep in the ninja world. In a few years, the entire Senju clan grounds will only be left with the Senju ancestral home. Other places will have been used to pay off debts. The third Hokage helped with debt repayment, also dividing and selling off the Senju clan grounds. Kushina believed in Chiyue. She trusted that Chiyue wouldn't deceive her, nor would he harm her, even knowing she was the Ninetales Jinchuriki. So she obediently followed Chiyue's instructions. Kushina crafted a hidden compartment within her sleeping quarters. From there, she tunneled downward to create a rest chamber, where she would sleep each night, leaving a shadow clone in the bedroom to feign slumber. In the land of rain, the downpour never ceased. Konoha and the Hidden Rain village were locked in bitter conflict. Danzo's hair had thinned considerably from anxiety, for he had discovered that under Hanzo's leadership, the Hidden Rain village was an unyielding bone to chew. The anticipated swift and decisive victory never materialized. Instead, the village tenaciously stalled Konoha's forces. This was something Danzo had never dared to imagine. Yet the Hidden Rain village had achieved it. After Konoha's army invaded the land of rain, the conflict became mired in stalemate. What troubled Danzo most was Hanzo's poison. Whenever he appeared, countless Konoha ninja perished from the toxic fumes. Fortunately, Konoha had Tsunade. As she steadily concocted antidotes, the casualty rate began to decline. Even so, Konoha could not swiftly subdue the Hidden Rain village. The planned one-sided battle failed to materialize. Instead, Konoha found itself trapped in a quagmire. How are things? Not ideal. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, gazing at the rain screen, pondering how to break the deadlock. Damn it. That old man Danzo. How did he command? A complete mess. Under his leadership, Konoha's ninja had been sacrificed in wave after wave. Yet he was the supreme commander who, no matter how many complaints Orochimaru harbored, he could only swallow. I never imagined the Hidden Rain village could be this formidable. It seems the old man was right. Allowing the village to develop unchecked would always be a threat. Jiraiya had lost his battlefield air of confidence. He looked scruffy and lay exhausted on the ground, too weary to stir. Tsunade cast him a disdainful glance and demanded, "But the intelligence you gathered vastly differs from the village's actual strength." "That's not my fault." Jiraiya sat up, offered a foolish grin, scratched his mud-laden hair and grumbled, "You'd have to ask our esteemed commander about that. It's none of my concern. But is it appropriate for you to leave the camp and enter the battlefield?" "Why not?" Tsunade shot him a glance, folded her arms and frowned. "I can't stand the old man's sour face. The antidote for the salamander's poison has been prepared. The remaining work can be handled by the camp's medical ninja." Tsunade would rather fight on the battlefield than stay in camp facing Danzo's scowling visage all day. The third Hokage's choice to appoint Danzo as field commander was a fundamental mistake. Let Danzo play schemes and orchestrate assassinations. That was his forte. But commanding operations, pure chaos. Indeed, Orochimaru was displeased and Tsunade was uneasy. Only Jiraiya let it slide with a smile. He might have reservations, but he wouldn't voice them. He lacked Tsunade's temper and of course her high status. "I heard you left your disciple in the village." Orochimaru suddenly turned to Jiraiya, whose smile gradually froze. He sprang up and cursed, "What right do you have to talk? Didn't Nawaki also get left in the camp?" "Heh." Orochimaru's laugh carried a raspy edge as he looked at Jiraiya with schadenfreude. "What are you laughing at?" "I." Why did his back feel suddenly cold? Jiraiya was still cursing when he sensed something amiss, a chill down his spine. He slowly turned to find Tsunade expressionless, her fist slowly rising. "Yamete." With a shriek, a human-shaped imprint appeared directly on the rock Jiraiya, embedded so deeply he couldn't be pried out. While Jiraiya endured the beating, Minato had joined the team of Chinyue and Uchiha Mikoto, significantly boosting the squad's mission efficiency. With war's onset, numerous ninja were dispatched to the front lines, and the unrest across the land led to a surge in village commissions and missions. Many ninja teams were run off their feet, but Kianyu's team remained as leisurely as ever. They occasionally took a mission. The rest of the time was spent resting or training, unlike the bustling others. "Lord Hokage, here is the application for the Chunin exam." Due to the war, Konoha's Chunin exam standards had been relaxed, considerably less stringent than in peacetime. At this time, the Chunin exam consisted of only 2 steps: passing the theoretical assessment and the practical combat test to smoothly advance one's ninja rank. Leave it there. Since the war broke out, the third Hokage had been overwhelmed with work, all manner of crises piling up, each requiring his personal attention. The Hokage's office had become his home. He ate and slept there. After reviewing the documents on the desk, the third Hokage sighed with relief and picked up the Chunin application forms. He checked each one, stamped them after confirming no issues. Jiraiya went to the front lines, but it seems Minato stayed in the village. The third Hokage suddenly recalled Jiraiya's specific request to look after Minato. So he pulled out Minato's file. Only then did the third Hokage discover that Minato had joined Chinyue and Uchiha Mikoto's duo team, turning it into a standard 3-man Genin squad. Moi. Seeing the team's completed mission count, the third Hokage frowned. Had they perhaps omitted a Team Chinyue drank missions, 13, crank missions, 28. Was he certain no number? Kianyu's cohort had graduated nearly a year ago. Pure ninja teams had completed at least 100 drank missions and numerous crank ones, yet his team had accomplished so few. Clearly abnormal. Investigate Team Kianyu's mission count. Oh, I need the exact number. Yes. An ANBU ninja flashed out of the Hokage's office to retrieve the records. Soon the documents were delivered from the mission assignment department to the third Hokage. These 3 children. Upon comparison, the third Hokage chuckled. It wasn't a writing error, the records were accurate. The low mission count was simply because Team Chinyue went out infrequently. While other squads toiled ceaselessly, these 3 somehow managed to go out only a few times a month. Especially after the war broke out, they spent most of their time training in the village to enhance their strength. If it were any ordinary Genin squad like this, the third Hokage would have little to say. Whether in Konoha or other villages, a large portion of Genin were genuinely weak. They couldn't even cast a few common crank techniques. For such Genin, you couldn't demand much. But what about the Chizuki squad? Their strength was clearly not lacking, yet they were too lazy to take on more missions. It seemed they were satisfied as long as they had enough money to spend, and they hadn't even applied for the Chunin exams. Their peers had already submitted applications, but the 3 of them remained silent. Was it because they lacked strength? Obviously not. After a moment of thought, the third Hokage added the names of the Chizuki squad to the list of Chunin exam participants and handed it to an ANBU member. Next, the ANBU would notify these individuals to attend the exam on time. The village was in dire need of talent, and you three geniuses hiding in a Jinin squad. Does that seem appropriate? If you don't take missions, fine. But you don't even participate in the ninja exams. What's that supposed to mean? Since you won't apply, I'll do it for you. Yagami Chizuki, please arrive at the exam venue at 8 a.m. tomorrow for the Chunin exam. The ANBU member delivered the message at Chizuki's home and left without another word, leaving Chizuki standing there dumbfounded. Chunin exam. What was going on? Chizuki naturally knew a Chunin exam was coming up, but he had no intention of participating. Nor would he let Uchiha Makoto join. As for Minato, he could push it back and take the next Chunin exam. That way, if the squad had a Chunin, they could accept some rank missions of moderate difficulty. That was Chizuki's plan. Minato and Uchiha Makoto had agreed, even though they didn't understand why Chizuki opposed taking the Chunin exam early. Since Chizuki brought it up, the two simply decided to go with the flow. You're the captain, you arrange it. Who would have thought an ANBU member would suddenly show up at home to notify them about the exam? What the hell? Who wrote the application for me? Minato. Chizuki couldn't help but recall that Minato had once joked about secretly submitting an application for him, catching him off guard. No, it's not Minato. He only talks big, he wouldn't dare joke about something like this. If it's not Minato, then who's behind this? Chizuki instinctively looked up toward the Hokage's office, building a sudden realization dawning on him. Damn, it wasn't Minato. It was clearly the third Hokage's doing. Chizuki figured that not only would he have to take this Chunin exam, but Minato and Uchiha Makoto would also be forced to participate. None of the squad members could escape. To verify his speculation, Chizuki sought out Minato and Uchiha Makoto. Their situation was similar to Chizuki's. When he found them, both were still bewildered, and Minato even thought Chizuki had submitted the application for him. So we have to take the Chunin exam tomorrow. Is that the Hokage's wish? Who else could it be? Chizuki was speechless. The third Hokage really had too much time on his hands meddling even in this. The war was raging and he had more than enough to deal with daily, yet he still concerned himself with the affairs of a mere Jinin squad. So should we go take the exam? Uchiha Makoto rested her chin on her hand, her big glistening eyes darting around Chizuki. Of course we have to go. The Hokage had already written the applications for us. Could we refuse? Chizuki was certain that if they went to the Hokage's office to cancel, the third Hokage wouldn't allow it. There was no escape for the three of them. Go get ready. Take the exam tomorrow and don't mess up. Since there was no avoiding it, they'd just have to go for it. Chizuki decisively chose to go with the flow. He'll go review the materials. Minato was a bit troubled because Chizuki had planned to start preparing for the Chunin exam after the new year, so he hadn't bothered to study at all. And now this. The third Hokage had caught them off guard. Minato felt it was time to cram a little. He'll go prepare too. Uchiha Makoto stood up and left. After confirming the news, the three went home. The next day, Chizuki arrived at the exam venue early. The place was already packed. As Chizuki walked onto the training ground, he felt like a child stepping into an adult university exam hall. So young, and already here for the Chunin exam. Is this kid just going through the motions? What do you know? This kid is Yagami Chizuki. He was a genius at the Ninja Academy, though he hasn't made much news since. Don't underestimate him. Ignoring the gasps and murmurs in the exam hall, Chizuki walked to an empty spot and waited for Minato and Uchiha Makoto to arrive. Soon the two joined him. The three children, close in age, stood together and looked somewhat conspicuous, even though some of Chizuki's classmates had also signed up for the exam. But compared to other ninjas taking the exam, they were far too young. At 8 o'clock sharp, the examiner posted a sheet on the wall. Participants were to find their exam rooms based on their ninja ID. The three squad members weren't assigned to the same room, but the Chunin exam posed no challenge to them. Compared to those older ninjas who wore tense expressions, Chizuki's trio had outstanding results. As long as they performed normally, they would definitely pass. Compared to the Chunin exam of the 12 little rookies in the anime, this exam's strictness was lowered by 7. Two examiners casually handed out the test papers, warned the participants not to cheat, then stood at both ends of the room acting like invisible men. Chizuki picked up the pen and looked at the exam questions. First question: in the following emergency situations, how should one protect oneself and gather sufficient intelligence? Wasn't this a freebie? Who came up with these questions? They should be flogged 100 times. This was far too easy. The exam room was silent. Chizuki answered quickly, filling the entire paper in 30 minutes. Is something wrong? The examiner approached when Chizuki raised his hand. I'm turning in my paper. Handing the test to the examiner, Chizuki got up and walked out. Was this kid really not just going through the motions? The examiner was taken aback, glancing at the paper in his hand. Qianyu had already walked out of the exam hall, instinctively raising a hand, as if to call him back. But before the words could leave his lips, his companion shook his head to stop him. No rule stated that one couldn't submit the exam early. As long as you had confidence and speed, once you finished the paper you could leave ahead of time. Glancing at Qianyu's paper, the invigilator couldn't help muttering to himself, these youngsters these days are truly something. After a brief scan, he found no mistakes at all. And he had only taken 30 minutes. Downright eerie. Those who dawdled would barely finish reading the questions in half an hour, let alone start writing. Qian Yu's early submission stunned many examinees. One by one they stared agape as he walked out, their minds reeling with shock. I've only just finished reading the problems, haven't even put pen to paper, and you're already handing in your paper. Having breezed through the exam, Qian Yu walked out of the hall and waited for Minato and Uchiha Makoto. In the entire exam hall, Qian Yu was the only one to submit early. He idled in the corridor outside, playing with a kunai to train his finger dexterity. Although he had a cheat, and quite a big one at that, he never slacked off on necessary training. In fact, he trained even harder than most. What's up with this kid, eh? The third Hokage was in the middle of processing documents when he remembered today was the Chunin exam. So he picked up his crystal ball and began to observe. He would have been better off not looking. The moment he saw Qian Yu standing alone in the corridor, he became agitated. He hastily summoned an ANBU ninja to inquire about the situation. The ANBU arrived at the Hokage's office, kneeling on one knee and replying respectfully, "Lord Hokage Yagami, Qian Yu has completed his exam. He answered all the questions in just half an hour, submitted early, and is now waiting for his teammates outside the exam hall." Half an hour? You're kidding me. Daring to submit early. Either you have confidence or you've given. For some reason, the third Hokage's blood pressure rose a bit. He wished he could grab Qian Yu and give him a good thrashing. With talent and strength, what are you doing holed up in the village? For some reason, the third Hokage's blood pressure rose a bit. He wished he could grab Qian Yu and give him a good thrashing. With talent and strength, what are you doing holed up in the village all day, eh? Understood. You may go. After the exam, bring their team's papers to me. Yes, Lord Hokage. The ANBU ninja obediently withdrew. Master, someone is spying. Xiao Bei's reminder echoed in his mind. Qian Yu's expression remained unchanged as he continued playing with the kunai, speaking in his heart. Whoever it is, as soon as you detect them, tell me immediately. Playing peeping Tom. At this moment, there's only one person free enough to do such a thing. The third Hokage. Qian Yu couldn't figure out why the third Hokage was fixated on him. He wasn't a beautiful woman. Don't you like watching the bathhouse? Go watch the bathhouse. Idle all day with that crystal ball peeping everywhere. No sense of morality. Time passed slowly. Soon the exam ended and Minato and Uchiha Makoto walked out of the hall with relaxed expressions. It was obvious the exam content was no challenge for them. Let's go eat grilled meat, we still have the practical exam this afternoon. The three headed straight to a barbecue restaurant and ordered a lot of food. Qian Yu warned them, after the exam we might be assigned some troublesome missions or even sent to the battlefield. Since the third Hokage was watching them, it meant they wouldn't be able to grow leisurely in the village. They would either be given troublesome tasks or sent to the battlefield. Qian Yu hoped Makoto and Minato would be mentally prepared. The battlefield. Makoto's calm face turned serious and Minato's smile vanished. They both looked at Qian Yu. Are you sure? 9 times out of 10. He curled his lips. Others might not know the third Hokage's fondness for tricky moves, but Qian Yu was perfectly clear. He could almost be certain that the team's days ahead would not be easy. Fortunately, whether it was troublesome missions or going to war, Qian Yu had confidence that he could keep the team safe. At worst, he could have Xiao Bai come out and hurl a tailed beast ball at the enemy. Qian Yu had a feeling that his Sharingan was about to evolve. Once it evolved and he gained his first exclusive skill, his strength would take a huge leap forward. He would truly have the power to protect himself. Relax, have confidence in yourselves. Eat up. Only when you're full will you have the strength for the afternoon's practical exam. Then he'll dig in. Minato and Makoto pressed their palms together, said the phrase, and began eating heartily with their chopsticks. As for their worries, they had been quite anxious earlier, but after hearing Qian Yu's words they immediately relaxed. As long as Qian Yu said it was fine, then it was fine. After eating and drinking their fill and resting a while, the three went to the exam hall to check their results. So close, oh just a little more. Damn it. Failed again, damn it, it's too hard. In the hall many people shouted and complained in disappointment, while those who passed wore broad smiles, feeling fortunate. Some gathered to discuss the day's exam questions. Qian Yu and his 2 teammates stepped closer to look. All 3 had passed. So they left the hall and headed to the training ground for the practical exam. Quite a lot of people passed this time. Minato was somewhat surprised. In past Chunin exams it was considered good if half passed, but today a full 2/3 had made it. If the practical exam eliminated some, roughly half would pass and be promoted to Chunin. After all, Chunin were the main cannon fodder on the battlefield. Qian Yu muttered to himself. During wartime, the difficulty of ninja exams is greatly reduced. The Chunin and Tokubetsu Jonin exams are lowered, only the Jonin exam remains strict. That's really... Minato's smile faded. He had guessed the reason why exam difficulty was lowered during war. Seeing Minato's mood suddenly drop, Uchiha Makoto, afraid he might bottle things up and affect his performance, said, "Minato, this is an inevitable situation. With the war, the village is also a bit short on manpower. Lowering the exam is the best way to replenish forces. Besides, those who pass basically have Chunin-level strength. Don't overthink it. If they were too weak, would the village let them pass? Qianyu gave Minato a slap on the head. Hey, what was that for? Minato staggered forward several steps from Qianyu. What are you doing? Shui Min covered his head, jumping up high. Qianyu laughed heartily. I was just trying to comfort you, so you wouldn't feel upset. You should actually thank me. Look, you're back to normal now, aren't you? Is this how you comfort people? Shui Min was left speechless. He swore that if he could defeat Qianyue, he would definitely give her a beating. The practical assessment method was quite simple. It involved unknown battles with the village examiners. As long as one could hold on for a certain amount of time against the opponent, it would count as passing. If you were strong enough, defeating the examiner outright would also be acceptable. The three of them went to draw lots. Shui Min's number was the earliest, placing him in third. Uchiha Meichin was 15 and Qianyu was 28. Candidate number 3 to the 6th examination arena. The loudspeaker announced the battle order and exam location. Go for it. Qianyu nudged Shui Min while she and Uchiha Meichin cheered him on. I'll be back soon. Shui Min wore a confident smile. Having watched the previous 2 assessments, Shui Min felt confident. In the 6th examination arena, the examiner said to Shui Min, come on kid, let me test your strength. You're so young to be participating in an assessment, you must be quite powerful. Uncle is quite strong too. Shui Min responded like a good child, flashing his signature sunny smile. He raised his hand to scratch his head, resembling an innocent little boy. This guy was going to be in trouble if he thought he could influence Shui Min with words. He didn't realize who Shui Min was. He was the little son. Uncle. The examiner was dumbfounded. Although he looked a bit anxious, he was only 18. What kind of ridiculous title was uncle? Looking at the stunned examiner, the referee shook his head speechlessly and announced the start of the assessment. As soon as the referee announced the start, Shui Min rushed forward. This is bad. That cunning little brat actually affected him. How infuriating. The examiner had thought that Shui Min was young and wanted to influence him with words. But instead of Shui Min being affected, it was he who fell under the influence. The term uncle had an extraordinary impact on him. He threw a few kunai at his opponent, charging in right after. That little brat was incredibly fast. The crowd watching gasped in surprise, and many felt their faces. They were all of a certain age, yet they couldn't keep up with a little brat's speed, but felt like they were living their lives as dogs. What they didn't realize was that compared to speed, the most terrifying aspect of Shui Min was his nerve reflex. There were many ninjas faster than Shui Min, but when it came to nerve reflex speed, even Qianyu had to concede. It was hard to find anyone who could compete with Shui Min in this regard. Therefore, Shui Min could be considered exceptionally gifted, naturally suited for practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. Kid, don't look down on others. The examiner shouted as he used body flicker technique to dodge the kunai thrown by Shui Min. He tightened his grip on the kunai in his hand and aimed for Shui Min's arm, trying to force him to change tactics. What the examiner didn't expect was that Shui Min wore a confident smile, and his unparalleled nerve reflex speed allowed him to easily evade the counterattack. He struck the back of the examiner's head. Bang! It was over. The examiner's pupils contracted as a sharp pain shot through his head, bringing him down to the ground. With a muffled thud, the examiner, who had just been shouting loudly, lay on the ground, and Shui Min won effortlessly with hardly any effort. The other ninjas participating in the assessment looked at Shui Min as if he were a monster. How did this kid evade? This was unscientific. How could someone have such a fast reaction speed? Candidate number 3 wins. The referee also hadn't expected the battle to end in such a manner, or to conclude so quickly. From the start of the announcement to the finish, not even 20 seconds had passed. Right after successfully passing the assessment, Shui Min happily ran out, wanting to high-five Qianyu. However, when he raised his hand and ran over, he found that Qianyu had no intention of high-fiving him. Huffed. Seeing Shui Min awkwardly holding up his hand, not knowing where to put it, Uchiha Meichin burst into laughter. Qianyu disdainfully crossed her arms, glanced at him, and shook her head. You're so grown up, yet still playing high-five. I really want to beat you up. Ha ha, alright, I won't tease you anymore. Qianyu laughed, raised her hand, and gave Shui Min a high-five. Candidate number 15. Other than Shui Min, the subsequent assessments were almost all routine battles, each one standard and unremarkable. The strength of the assessing ninjas was just average, and those responsible for the assessment let a little water slip through. Soon it was Uchiha Meichin's turn. Go for it. Shui Min smiled and waved his hand. Uchiha Meichin signaled that she was ready and walked into the 3rd examination arena. Is she from the Uchiha clan? Seeing the clan emblem on Uchiha Meichin's clothing, the examiner became secretly vigilant. Ninjas from large clans typically weren't weak. If he underestimated Uchiha Meichin, he might suffer a significant loss. Assessment begins. The referee announced the start of the assessment. Uchiha Meichin showed no intention of hiding her strength. She activated her Sharingan and charged forward. Damn! What the heck is this? I'm just an ordinary Chunin temporarily pulled in as cannon fodder. Do I really need to be this serious using the Sharingan? This fellow was flustered. Qianyu saw the situation and knew the assessment was over. Even though Uchiha Meichin's Sharingan was just a single tomo, the insight that came with the single tomo Sharingan combined with her own not weak strength easily allowed her to take down her opponent, and her speed was not much slower than Shui Min. Encountering contestants like them, the assessing Chunin was indeed unfortunate. I passed. The battle ended effortlessly, and Uchiha Meichin happily ran out raising her hand. Shui Min instinctively wanted to high-five her. But just as he raised his hand, he noticed Uchiha Meichin being lifted by Qianyu, spinning her around twice. Her face flushed as she pushed him away in dissatisfaction. Am I being ignored again? Qianyu, are you deliberately opposing me? The assessment continued. Shui Min and Uchiha Meichin's impressive performances sparked whispers among the crowd, with many glancing towards the area where the three were located. Candidate number 28 to examination arena number 1 for assessment. Soon it was Qianyu's turn. Surprisingly, the Chunin responsible for assessing her was a big sister with a decent figure, but an average appearance. What a handsome little brother. You're very pretty too, big sister. Qianyu politely complimented her back. You little brother sure knows how to talk. The examiner showed a surprised expression, squinting her eyes with a smile. Oh, it was evident that Qianyu's words made her feel very pleased. What are you two doing during the assessment? The referee gave the two a speechless glance and announced loudly, the examination begins. Little brother, even if you compliment sister on her beauty, I won't go easy on you. The Chunin examiner intended to remind Qianyu that she wouldn't show any leniency. But before she could finish, the smile on her face froze. As soon as the referee declared the start of the examination, Qianyu had already activated his Sharingan. Since it would be exposed sooner or later, he might as well let everyone know before his 3-tomo progressed further. He revealed that he had awakened his Sharingan, and it was already a 2-tomo Sharingan. The third Hokage, who was observing the examination through the crystal ball, was so startled that he rose from his chair. He had already been surprised by Uchiha Mikoto's awakening of her Sharingan. Given Uchiha Mikoto's age, it was perfectly normal for her to awaken her Sharingan, placing her within the realm of genius. But what about Qianyu? 2 years younger than Uchiha Mikoto, he had not only awakened his Sharingan, but had already reached the 2-tomo stage. Given Uchiha Mikoto's age, it was perfectly normal for her to awaken her Sharingan, placing her within the realm of genius. But what about Qianyu? 2 years younger than Uchiha Mikoto, he had not only awakened. Without watching the rest of the examination, the third Hokage could already predict the outcome. With certainty, Qian, you would win easily. Somehow this troubled him. He picked up his pipe, lit it, and took a few deep puffs. Qianyu possessed Uchiha blood, and had awakened the Uchiha clan's unique bloodline limit, the Sharingan. Having already achieved a 2-tomo Sharingan at such a young age, unless the Uchiha clan were fools, they would find a way to win him over. No matter how much they had previously disregarded Qian, and no matter how uncomfortable his striking silver hair might have appeared to them, they would still try to bring him back into the Uchiha fold. It was too easy. The older sister who had warned Qianyu to be careful hadn't even reacted before Qianyu kicked her flying, sending her crashing gracefully into the examination room wall, knocking her unconscious. Qianyu's movements were crisp and decisive without the slightest hesitation. He could end a battle quickly without any delay, and he showed no intention of holding back. This kid is ruthless. One moment he was complimenting someone on her beauty, the next he delivered a flying kick that knocked her out regardless of whether she was an older sister. Qianyu. As soon as he stepped out of the examination room, Uchiha Mikoto and Minato came up to him. It's nothing. Let's go back first and talk there. The examination was over. Now they just had to wait for the village's notification, and they would officially become Chunin. Qianyu had not informed Uchiha Mikoto about his exposure of the Sharingan. Minato was even more shocked. He knew that Uchiha Mikoto had awakened her Sharingan, but he knew nothing about Qianyu. Qianyu's sudden move had genuinely startled him. Leaving the nearly explosive training ground, Qianyu led Uchiha Mikoto and Minato to his home. After they sat down, Qianyu said to them, "Actually, according to my plan, I wouldn't have exposed my Sharingan in the short term. But the village's mandatory examination disrupted my plans." Minato scratched his head, hesitating. He was no longer the clueless rookie he used to be. Through Jiraiya, he had learned about some of the village's unfriendly actions toward the Uchiha, especially someone like Danzo. Fortunately, Danzo was currently on the front lines and wouldn't be returning to the village anytime soon. Getting up to open the refrigerator, Qianyu explained while grabbing drinks. As long as we participated in the examination with our results, we would definitely pass. Whether we go to the battlefield afterward or carry out high-risk missions, the Sharingan would eventually be exposed. So I decided to reveal it during the examination. The only issue is that the Uchiha will now try to bring me back. Regardless of how jarring his hair color might seem to the Uchiha, regardless of past unpleasantness, as long as Chinyu displayed enough talent, the Uchiha would set all that aside to win him over. Of course. Setting the orange juice on the table, Chinyu thoughtfully unscrewed the cap for Uchiha Mikoto and handed it to her. Before I was worried about certain threats, but now it's no longer necessary. Whether I expose it or not has become irrelevant. When you lack the strength to protect yourself, stay low-key. Once you have the ability to defend yourself, it's appropriate to reveal some of your trump cards to remind others not to treat you like a pushover. If someone truly wanted to make a move against him, then Chinyu wouldn't mind sending Xiao Bai to set off fireworks at their house. A tailed beast ball firework display, guaranteed to be spectacular and eye-catching, though you might not appreciate it. Whether it was Danzo, the third Hokage, or even the Uchiha, whoever schemed against him behind the scenes, Chinyu would go to their house and set off fireworks. At worst, he could run away after the fireworks and become a rogue ninja. If he truly became a rogue ninja, Chinyu wouldn't mind sending Xiao Bai back to Konoha for a stroll every so often. No matter how far away he went, Xiao Bai could always return to his body. Every now and then he'd lob a few tailed beast balls at Konoha and see if they could withstand them. He'd also take Kushina with him. He was confident he could convince her. Not to mention Kushina's unclear feelings toward him. Even if not Chinyu, you could tell her about how Konoha had stirred up trouble, leading to the destruction of the Uzumaki clan while kicking them when they were down. See if she would still want to stay in Konoha. Ahem. Chinyu openly talked about certain threats. Uchiha Mikoto remained composed, but Minato felt awkward and coughed a couple of times. After all, his teacher Jiraiya was a disciple of the third Hokage. Logically speaking, Jiraiya was aligned with the third Hokage's faction, which could even place Minato in that camp. Moreover, such topics were best left unsaid. If someone overheard and reported it to the Hokage's office, Chinyu would be in serious trouble. Minato didn't know about Chinyu's hidden trump card Xiao Bai, so he worried that Chinyu might attract unnecessary trouble. Chinyu, and not everyone holds negative views toward the Uchiha. Minato gestured while speaking in a very tactful manner. Besides, you're not even a member of the Uchiha clan. As for Mikoto-sama, I believe she won't face any targeted persecution. Targeting an Uchiha Mikoto would be meaningless to the higher-ups, and it would only exacerbate the friction between the Uchiha and the village, besides being embarrassing if it got out. Moreover, the village's target was the entire Uchiha clan. I know, Chinyu shrugged, pointing at herself, but I have the blood of the Uchiha clan, which is enough for some. As for whether I will return to Uchiha, it doesn't matter. In fact, if I don't return, it will allow these people to act. Is it really that serious? Minato didn't know, but he believed Chinyu wouldn't be wary for no reason. There is no love or hatred without reason in this world. Some things cannot be explained. That's all I have to say. Once the village's announcement comes down, we will become a Chunin team, and we can undertake higher-level missions instead of constantly focusing on crank tasks. I've said all I need to. Do you have anything to add? Chinyu glanced at Uchiha Mikoto and then at Minato. Uchiha Mikoto smiled and shook her head, indicating she had nothing to add. Chinyu's decision is her decision. If you have nothing to say, what else can I add? That's how it is. Being with Chinyu and Minato had already laid back. Is the news true? In the courtyard of the Uchiha clan, the elderly clan leader Uchiha fixed his murky gaze on the clansman who had come to report the news. Sitting beside him was Uchiha Fugaku, the young clan leader, quietly observing. 8 gods Chinyu. He remembered this person. As the young clan leader who would eventually take over the entire Uchiha, Uchiha Fugaku had a fair understanding of the clan's matters. 8 gods Chinyu, her father was the last male descendant of the 8 gods family, while her mother was from the Uchiha clan. After Chinyu's father perished, her mother attempted to take her back to Uchiha. After all, Chinyu had Uchiha blood. However, that glaring silver hair was not favored by many clansmen, and the 2 hawkish elders firmly refused. Thus the matter was left unresolved. Uchiha Fugaku still remembered when he first saw Chinyu. She was just a silver-haired little kid. The news is true, clan leader. 8 gods Chinyu has the blood of our Uchiha clan, and her bloodline is very pure. At such a young age, she has already awakened her eyes, and she possesses a Totemo Sharingan. She undoubtedly has the potential to be a genius of our Uchiha clan. From her age and Sharingan, Chinyu's bloodline indeed appears pure. Yet with that glaring silver hair, she does not resemble someone with Uchiha blood. After all, such a situation has never occurred in Uchiha. Even with intermarriage with outsiders, any resulting clansmen with unusual hair colors are mostly brown or purple. Silver is unprecedented. In childhood, others were not allowed to return to the clan. Now wanting to court her back is not easy. The Uchiha clan leader spoke hoarsely, unable to suppress a cough, a mocking smile on his aged face. Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku quickly helped his father ease his breath. Father, regardless of anything, she has our Uchiha blood. Now with the Sharingan, we should bring her back. Cough, cough. The Uchiha clan leader coughed and waved his hand. After calming down, he huffed in dissatisfaction. Let those who opposed back then handle this matter. Whoever opposed, let them deal with it. You let the bad guys do it, but when it comes to the grandson you want me to do it. That's out of the question. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage asked the Umbu members, is there any movement from the Uchiha clan? Hokage-sama, no one from the Uchiha clan has gone to look for 8 gods Chienyu. The Umbu ninja responsible for monitoring the Uchiha replied honestly. No movement. Did that old man change his character? The third Hokage expressed his doubt. He believed the Uchiha had definitely received news and would find a way to court Chienyu, hoping she would return to the Uchiha's embrace. Thank you for your hard work. Go rest. The lack of movement from the Uchiha seemed somewhat strange. However, the third Hokage currently had little time to worry about Uchiha matters. As long as the Uchiha didn't cause trouble for him at this moment, that would be fine. As for lifting the surveillance on the Uchiha, that was out of the question. Even if he agreed, Danzo Nara Shikaku and Mito Gate Hayashi would not comply. The village's announcement soon came down, and the 3 were predictably promoted to Chunin, bidding farewell to their Genin status. What surprised Chienyu was that after the team was promoted, the village did not rush to assign them specific tasks. Let's go eat barbecue. It's on me. After hearing the news of Chienyu and the others' promotion to Chunin, Kushina happily approached them, expressing her desire to go out to eat and celebrate. When it came to delicious food, Kushina had always been fond of the barbecue from the Akimichi clan. Wouldn't that be too extravagant? Kushina had just treated them to barbecue not long ago. If she treated them again, it would be quite embarrassing. No way. Mikatoni, I have plenty of money. You guys don't need to worry about me going broke. Just eat to your heart's. Holding Uchiha Mikoto's arm and shaking it a few times, Kushina walked ahead with her, leaving Chienyu and Minato trailing behind. Why do I feel like Kushina isn't very happy? Minato leaned closer to Chienyu, lowering his voice as he said, why don't you just ask her? Chienyu replied, I won't fall for your tricks. Are you trying to set me up again? Minato warily jumped far away, raising his hand to gesture to Chienyu to show his stance. Trying to set me up? No way. I, Minato, have suffered enough losses and learned enough lessons. Your little tricks, Chienyu, won't work on me again. I just said it casually. Why such a big reaction? After ordering a pile of meat and drinks like juice, Kushina placed both hands on the table, leaning forward, nearly bumping heads with Chienyu. What's up? If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have bumped heads with Kushina. Chienyu, what do you want for your 9th birthday gift? Minato's reaction was even bigger than Chienyu's, while Uchiha Mikoto tilted her head in thought. Kushina didn't mention it, and she almost forgot that Chienyu was about to turn 9. What should I give Chienyu as a gift? I want a gift too. I'm almost 9 as well. Minato kept hinting at Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto with his eyes, but unfortunately, he was completely ignored by both. Minato, are your eyes uncomfortable? You keep blinking. Kushina even asked curiously. Minato's smile instantly froze on his face. Chienyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Some people wanted a gift, and their eyes were almost blinking into a cross-eyed stare, yet others didn't even react. Sympathetically patting Minato's shoulder, Chienyu thought for a moment and replied, I don't particularly want any special gifts. Is that so? Kushina frowned. Without a target, it would indeed be difficult to prepare a gift. Then I'll dig in now. People in this world are really strange. They all have to say, I'm going to eat now before dining. Unfortunately, Chien, you didn't have this habit. Hurry up and update. There will be enough updates. Unfortunately, Chienyu was not accustomed to this habit. The 3 from the water gate were unfazed by this and cheerfully began to eat. If the village assigns you missions, wouldn't you become extremely busy from now on? Kushina suddenly realized this issue. If possible, she still hoped that Chienyu and the others would occasionally take on missions as before. The rest of the time they would stay in the village to train, rest, and spend long hours with her. With Tsunade and Nawaki at the front lines and Chienyu's group away, Kushina felt she couldn't even find a familiar face. We will accompany you when we are resting. If we are not in the village, Kushina, you must strive to enhance your strength. I look forward to the day you gain your freedom. What unstable Jinchuriki? All nonsense. Only with sufficient power can you obtain what you desire, including freedom. Look at Mito Uzumaki, who dared to say a single word against her. Aside from being the first Hokage's wife, it was due to her terrifying strength. As long as one's own strength is formidable enough, even as a Jinchuriki, not only would you gain freedom, but you could come and go as you please, and the village wouldn't dare utter a single protest. Of course, the premise is to be unbound. If influenced by the will of fire, then there's no helping it. Kushina was filled with motivation, waving her little fists. To gain her freedom as soon as possible, Kushina decided she would train diligently and enhance her strength. With greater strength, she could not only protect herself and those she cherished, but also reclaim the freedom she did. After eating and drinking his fill, Chienyu felt an itch in his eyes, realizing his Sharingan was about to evolve. Thus he bid farewell to the others and returned home first. Seeing Chienyu leave and Kushina intending to go shopping with Uchiha Mikoto, Minato had no choice but to take his leave as well. Once Minato was gone, Kushina asked, Sister Makoto, if we spend time together it might be bad for you. I just want to ask, what kind of gift does Chinyue like? The birthday gift I gave him last time. He didn't seem to like it very much. Speaking of this, Kushina felt frustrated. She had racked her brains over Chinyue's birthday gift. Unable to decide on her own, she had sought advice from Tsunade and Nawaki. In the end, one suggested a ninja tool pouch, and the other suggested money. Then on a whim, she actually gave Chinyue a ninja tool pouch stuffed with money. The moment he received the gift, Chinyue was utterly stunned. He never dared to dream that one day a girl would give him money. Was this being kept? Of course he couldn't accept the money. Chinyue even returned the ninja tool pouch, leaving Kushina disheartened for a long time. She didn't speak to Tsunade for several days because the suggestion of giving money had come from that money-obsessed Tsunade. Food, eh? Uchiha Makoto pondered for a moment. The two tomo in his eyes spun continuously. As the discomfort in his eyes gradually dissipated, a third tomo appeared in Chinyue's eyes. The three-tomo Sharingan had successfully evolved. If the Uchiha clan knew of this method of advancement, they would probably be so frustrated they'd spit blood. As the saying goes, no talent can compare to those who cheat. Not only had his Sharingan evolved to three-tomo, but Chinyue also obtained his long-awaited first exclusive skill. A single-target genjutsu. Called Sakura Fall, it was playfully referred to by players in the game as the ultimate social death technique. Those caught in the Sakura Fall genjutsu would have their consciousness pulled into an illusion space. Amidst the fluttering cherry blossoms, they would involuntarily dance gracefully. One could imagine in a public setting or on a battlefield if an enemy suddenly fell victim to this genjutsu and started awkwardly dancing like a certain Avengers Star-Lord. The scene would be unbearably embarrassing. The most terrifying part is that Sakura Fall is an unavoidable genjutsu, unless your resistance to illusions is strong enough or your spiritual power has reached a level to nullify genjutsu. Otherwise, you'll just have to wait and dance awkwardly on the spot. Even if you could break the genjutsu quickly, what then? By the time you break free in an evenly matched battle, it would be enough time for your opponent to launch an attack. Previously, Chinyue didn't want Danzo to inexplicably seek him out. Now he couldn't wait for Danzo to come to him, so he could test his exclusive genjutsu on him. The leader of Konoha's route, the esteemed Hokage's aide, caught in a genjutsu and awkwardly dancing on the spot. That scene would surely be amusing. Lord Kazekage, this is intelligence gathered by the ANBU from the Rain Country battlefield. Thank you for your hard work. The expressionless third Kazekage took the intelligence scroll and opened it. Konoha has deployed a large force on the Rain Country battlefield. Now the land of Earth is also stirring. What do you think? Should our Sunagakure move? Lord Kazekage, I believe we should let Konoha and the Rain Village continue their conflict in the land of Rain. As Sunagakure's intelligence chief, Ebizo was most aware of Konoha's current situation. Although a great deal of effort had been poured into the Rain Country battlefield, Konoha was not yet so depleted that it couldn't spare troops. If Sunagakure launched a surprise attack, it might well be dragged into a quagmire of war. Such a war would be detrimental to Sunagakure's development. I know. The third Kazekage handed the intelligence scroll to Chiyo, walked to the window, and gazed at the overcast sky outside, sighing. But do I have any other choice? If possible, the third Kazekage also wished to develop the village's strength as much as possible. Unfortunately, Sunagakure was too poor and lacked sufficient economic income. The village received few commissions and missions, forcing Sunagakure to rely on the daimyo's appropriation. More than a decade had passed since the first Great Ninja War. Each year the daimyo allocated funds, and each year the village demanded more. Over time, the Land of Wind's daimyo had reached the limit of his patience. If Sunagakure didn't change, he would cease funding. Thus, the third Kazekage urgently desired to launch a war to seize fertile lands and resources from other nations. This was the perfect opportunity. Konoha was locked in an intense battle with the Rain Village, its active forces concentrated on the Rain Country battlefield, which firmly anchored Konoha's advance. Once Sunagakure launched a surprise attack, Konoha, caught between two fronts, would certainly be thrown into disarray. Then Sunagakure could drive straight and invade the Land of Fire and plunder the resources the village needed. Sunagakure was too poor. It needed a variety of resources from land and food to even population. Seeing this, Ebizo fell silent. When it came to the daimyo, it was best not to speak recklessly. After all, Sunagakure was not Konoha. Konoha's Danzo dared to directly threaten the daimyo. Could Sunagakure? If the daimyo lost his temper and stopped funding, Sunagakure would fall into a fiscal deficit. After carefully scrutinizing the intelligence scroll, Chiyo glanced at her brother Ebizo. Noticing his sister's gaze, Ebizo smiled wryly and nodded, indicating he would remain silent. Everything was up to them. Thus, a surprise attack against Konoha was initiated by Sunagakure. A few days after passing the Chunin exam, the three members of the team received a notification from the Umbu instructing them to proceed to the Hokage's office. The village had assigned a mission for them. I told you that as soon as we became a Chunin team, the village wouldn't let us sit idle. Minato, don't be so excited. From now on you will be the captain of our team. Huh? Why? Minato was taken aback, wondering what kind of mission the Hokage would assign, pointing at it. He thought there was something wrong with his ears. Qianyu actually wanted him to be the team captain. Because I see your extraordinary potential, you are a martial arts prodigy. Such an important position as team captain is meant for you. Uffed. Seeing Qianyu's serious nonsense, Uchiha Mikoto burst out laughing. Minato's face darkened as he looked at him, thinking, do you really expect me to believe you? You must be kidding. Ahem. Qianyu coughed. In any case, you are now the captain of our team, and matters of external negotiations will be entrusted to you. Minato thought. I knew you, Yagami Qianyu, had ill intentions. You must be too lazy to negotiate, so you passed the captain position on to me. What a cruel heart you have. What if I don't want to go? Minato looked hopefully at Uchiha Mikoto. But when he turned around, he found that Uchiha Mikoto had already walked over to Qianyu and taken out her own bento box. The bento box emitted an enticing aroma of food. Fried pork ribs. Minato's eyes lit up and he instinctively swallowed. Since Qianyu wasn't interested in rice balls or sushi, Uchiha Mikoto, who loved cooking, would seek his advice and try new dishes based on his teachings. Every time Qianyu would feast, and Minato could only tag along for the meal. Hurry up, if you perform, well I'll save you half the ribs, if you don't the bones are all yours. Wait for me. Upon hearing this, Minato used all his strength to dash towards the Hokage's office, disappearing from the sight of the two in the blink of an eye. Sitting on the bench beside Qianyu, Uchiha Mikoto tilted her head and asked, Qianyu, isn't it a bit too cruel to deceive Minato like this? What's wrong with it? I made him the captain, what more does he want? At most I'll just save him some ribs. Qianyu praised, munching on the delicious ribs. Mikoto's cooking skills are getting better and better. I'm glad you like it. Being praised by someone she valued made Uchiha Mikoto very happy. I will continue to work hard. But is it okay to let Minato go to the Hokage's office alone? The Umbu notified our team to go to the Hokage's office, not just Minato alone. I believe Minato will manage it just fine. Qianyu gnawed on the ribs, having no interest in facing the old face of the third Hokage. He also didn't care to hear the third Hokage's complaints about the village's difficulties and the true meaning of the will of fire. Hokage-sama. After knocking and receiving permission, Minato cheerfully walked into the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, who was reviewing documents, looked up in surprise. Your team. I remember instructing the Umbu to notify Qianyu's team to gather at the Hokage's office. Oh, why did only Minato come? Where are Yagami Qianyu and Uchiha Mikoto? Ahaha. Minato chuckled, awkwardly scratching his head, and quickly explained, Hokage-sama, they are busy with something, so I came to represent our team. If there are any suitable missions, please assign them to us, Hokage-sama. I see. The third Hokage had no further questions and picked up a scroll from the desk, handing it to Minato. Due to the war, the village has accumulated a large number of requests and tasks. This mission is urgent, so we need your team to complete it. The Qianyu team will not disappoint, Hokage-sama. Minato grasped the mission scroll tightly. I believe in you, you can do it, kid. The third Hokage displayed a comforting smile. Jiraiya is on the front lines, you've been put through a lot during this time. It's fine. Minato felt a bit embarrassed and instinctively wanted to scratch his head again. But suddenly remembering that Qianyu had criticized this action countless times, he forcibly lowered his raised hand. Well then, I'll take my leave, Hokage-sama. Minato bowed deeply to the third Hokage. The third Hokage smiled. Go on, kid. You will all be the pillars of Konoha's future, leading Konoha forward. Hokage-sama is still as easygoing as ever. After leaving the Hokage's office, Minato muttered softly. Every time he met the third Hokage, it left him with a sense of closeness, feeling as if the other party was a respected elder and a strong figure. Hokage-sama, Yagami Qianyu and Uchiha Mikoto are eating on the street. As soon as Minato left, the Umbu reported this news to the third Hokage. Eating. They let Minato come alone to take the mission. The third Hokage couldn't help but laugh and cry, these two kids, forget it, let them be. They are just busy eating, and besides, there's no rule that a team must all be present to take a mission. This isn't a big deal, and the third Hokage didn't think too much about it. He just sighed, wondering if he was getting old. The young ones these days developed relationships so quickly. Wait a minute. No way. Qianyu and Uchiha Mikoto are together, and Kushina has a vague affection for Qianyu. What does this count as? This kid is quite popular. The third Hokage couldn't help but recall his younger days, and his expression became somewhat unnatural. Qianyu, you are terrible for sneaking a snack. Minato rushed over with the mission scroll, discovering Qianyu savoring the ribs, and instantly exploded. He casually threw the scroll over. As Qianyu went to catch it, he decisively swiped the bento box. Is it that serious? Catching the mission scroll, Qianyu looked down and found the bento box was gone. Minato had already jumped to a nearby rooftop, enjoying his meal. Opening the mission scroll, Qianyu glanced at the task content, and his brows couldn't help but furrow. Is the mission troublesome? Uchiha Makoto leaned in closer. The mission isn't complicated, but the problem is that at this point in time the Land of Rivers is not peaceful. Why can't these damn officials just stay put in the daimyo's mansion? Why do they have to run all over the place? During wartime, running to the Land of Rivers to soak in hot springs, your ideas are quite unique. It seems that during the period when the Sand Ninja Village was at war with Konoha and the Land of Rain, they sent people to launch a surprise attack on the Land of Fire. Scorpion's parents invaded the Land of Fire at that time. Unfortunately, they were unlucky enough to cross paths with a ruthless figure like Chimu Shomao, which cost them their lives. This also sowed the seeds of hatred that would later lead Xie to turn dark and rebel. Why did Xie target the third Kazekage specifically? Apart from the fact that the third Kazekage was suitable to be made into a puppet, it was because the war was initiated by the third Kazekage. It was during this time that his parents were dispatched to the whole country. Since grievances have their rightful claimants, and with Chimu Shomao having committed suicide, Xie could only take his revenge on the third Kazekage. Looking at the 5 great nations, the Kazekage of the Phone Country always lived the most stifled lives and died the most miserably. The first and second were relatively better off, but the third was toyed to death by ninjas from his own village. The fourth was killed by Dashiwan. The fifth died tragically after having her tailed beast extracted. It was only by Qian Dai's sacrifice of her own life that Wat Ai Luo was saved. When it came to misery, even the Mizukage of the Shui country dared not complain in front of the Kazekage. The vast ninja army of the Phone Country might launch an incursion into the Hua country at any moment. Yet at this very time, the third Fire Shadow assigned them a mission to escort a high-ranking official from the daimyo's mansion on a pleasure trip to the Chuan country. Wasn't this sheer betrayal? Yuzebo Meichin thought for a moment and said, the Chuan country doesn't seem to be involved in the war. Not now, but who knows about the future? Once the war between Mai and the Phone Country erupts, small nations like the Chuan country will only become battlefields. Qian Yu wasn't really sure when the Sharon village would launch a surprise attack on Mai. After all, the Fire Shadow archives had limited descriptions of the First and Second Ninja Wars. The Second Ninja War began with the conflict between Mai and the Yurin village. Subsequently, the Sharon village launched a surprise attack on the Hua country, forcing Mai to counterattack. A truce was reached between Mai and the Yurin village, ending their conflict. The Yurin village then declared war on both the Sharon village and the Yinrin village, while Mui's main forces shifted their battlefield and invaded the Phone country. The Yinrin village launched a surprise attack on the two country. All sides were locked in an intense struggle. This was the course of the Second Ninja War, but Qian Yu really wasn't sure about the specific timeline. The war between Mai and the Yurin village hadn't lasted too long yet. Perhaps it hadn't even reached the point when the Sharon village would launch their surprise attack on the whole country. I'm probably overthinking. Let's prepare. Those high-ranking officials are leaving tomorrow. Qian Yu put away the scroll and called out to Shuimin, who was sitting on the rooftop. Shuimin, after you finish eating, wash the lunchbox. Meet at the village gate at 7 tomorrow morning. No problem. Shuimin made an okay gesture and jumped down from the rooftop. The three separated to prepare what they needed for the journey. Qian Yu specifically bought 2 brand new mission scrolls and stored various seasonings inside. Other transmigrators all have a standard storage space. Why don't I have one? It seems my cheat isn't strong enough. Qian Yu felt a bit regretful that the game's inventory hadn't followed him. The night passed without incident. The next day, when a massive convoy appeared before them, Shuimin's eyes went wide, and Yuzebo Meichin was dumbfounded. Even Qian Yue, who had mentally prepared himself, couldn't help blurting out, "Bloody hell." They had thought it was just a family outing, but who would have expected the entourage to be so bloated? If a battle broke out on the road, such a small team simply couldn't protect so many people. Qian Yue, what should we do? Do we need to request other teams to join the escort? Shuimin was somewhat stunned. The team had escorted many missions before, but never one of this scale. This was no pleasure trip. Even a family relocation wasn't this exaggerated. No need. Qian Yu's mouth twitched, and he said helplessly, "At critical moments, just protect a few important people. We don't need to worry about the accompanying guards and retainers." Watching the convoy busily loading various goods onto the carriages, Shuimin's forehead beaded with sweat. I hope everything goes smoothly. A convoy this cumbersome would surely move at a snail's pace. If anything unexpected happened, heaven knew how chaotic it would be. A 3-man team simply couldn't stabilize the situation. But the mission was assigned by the third Fire Shadow. You couldn't refuse. They gathered at 7 in the morning, but the convoy dawdled and didn't officially leave Mai for the Chuan country until almost noon. Rebuff the steward had no choice but to return and report. Over 100 people in the convoy were bustling about loading supplies onto carts. Upon departure, the accompanying steward approached them. Shuimin instinctively refused. "Sorry, we don't need a carriage. When we get tired, we can rest on the cargo carts. No need for a carriage." Rebuff the steward had no choice but to return and report. Over 100 people in the convoy were bustling about loading supplies onto carts. Qianyu felt anxious just watching them. Were they going on a trip or moving house? Was this necessary? No wonder my ninjas fled at the mere mention of this type of escort mission, trying to avoid it. Stuck with such a slow convoy that moved barely faster than a turtle, anyone would get anxious. After much procrastination, the convoy finally set off at noon. However, unexpectedly less than 2 hours after leaving the convoy stopped. The high-ranking officials were hungry and wanted to prepare lunch. Watching over 100 people in the convoy start bustling about while a few daimyo mansion officials leisurely drank tea under a tree, Shuemin couldn't hold back. Qianyu, at this rate, when will they ever reach the Chuan country? Heaven knows. Qianyu leaned against a tree trunk with a blade of grass between his teeth and rolled his eyes. He wanted to ask someone when those officials from the daimyo's mansion would stop dawdling. To put it bluntly, this escort mission would not end easily. It might drag on for over a month. How about you go and hurry them along? Qianyu jumped down from the tree, put his arm around Shuemin's shoulder, and pulled him aside. No, you go if you want. I'm not in a rush. Shuemin shook his head like a rattledrum, indicating he didn't want to be tricked. He'd rather take it slow than seek trouble. Although they didn't have to give these people too much face, angering them wouldn't be good either. After all, they were officials of the daimyo's mansion, and offending them deeply was equivalent to offending the daimyo himself. Even if the daimyo of Mai was just a figurehead. Alas, Shuemin, you've grown up. Seeing that Shuemin wouldn't fall for it, Qian, you let out a long sigh. The little son who used to only scratch his head and smile sheepishly was gone. Now he was sly as a fox. Was this the result of being fooled too many times and finally learning? Get lost. Shuemin exploded at those words. Ha! Qianyu laughed heartily and pushed him. Go hunting quickly. Don't you want to eat barbecue later? The three of them wouldn't touch the food provided by the employer. They had to fend for themselves. You always want to trick me. Shuemin grumbled, jumped into the forest, and soon returned with 2 wild. The accompanying butler initially intended to invite Qianyu and the other 2 to dine, but upon seeing them gnawing on roasted rabbit meat, he swallowed his words and obediently retraced his steps. Watching the butler's retreating figure, Shuemin felt perplexed. Was this man overly enthusiastic toward them? Or was it his imagination? Qianyu, have you noticed? Their attitude toward us is a bit too warm, Shuemin mused, nudging Qianyu beside him with his elbow. He recalled Jiraiya mentioning that Konoha's relationship with these daimyo officials was never good. Yet now their repeated gestures of goodwill only made him uneasy. Because they think we're worth courting. Or rather, you Minato Namikes are worth courting. Qianyu casually replied while eating the adorable rabbit. Court me? What's there to court about me? Why, because your teacher is Jiraiya and Jiraiya's teacher is Hiruzen Sarutobi. Are you satisfied with that answer? Did they take the daimyo's officials for fools? Had it been any other squad, these dignitaries would have long since thrown a fit. They might even have demanded a replacement escort team on the spot. Yet here they were making no fuss and instead showering them with goodwill. Wasn't that worth pondering? Qianyu refused to believe those snobbish officials were currying favor out of respect for the Uchiha. The true reason behind their kindness was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. At this time, the legendary Sannin had yet to make a name across the ninja world. Aside from Tsunade, the princess of Konoha, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya were merely known as prodigies, their reputations far from matching hers. However, their teacher was Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage of Konoha. Tossing the leftover bones into the fire, Qianyu continued, don't be fooled by these officials' lofty status in the daimyo's mansion. Outside it they amount to nothing, including the daimyo himself. In other nations the daimyo was the supreme leader. But in the land of fire a single glance from Danzo could make the daimyo tremble. That was the difference. Because Konoha had little dependence on the daimyo's financial allocations. Even if they fell out, Konoha could sustain itself within a short time. Other villages couldn't. That was the gap. Besides, would the daimyo dare to break ties with Konoha? If he did, he'd likely be overthrown within 3 days by some other noble who would then become the new daimyo and eagerly rush to Konoha for negotiations. Shill. Such words are bad if overheard. Shuemin kept tugging at Qianyu's clothes. Uchiha Meichin also shot him warning glances, reminding him that walls had ears. While it was true such matters shouldn't be spoken openly. Otherwise it would cause great trouble. All right. Shuemin clapped his hands and said to Qianyu, I've mastered the summoning technique that Jiraiya Sensei left me. You've already contracted with a summoning beast, Shuemin. That's impressive. Uchiha Meikin's eyes lit up. She had long wished to form a contract with the Ninja Cat clan, but had never found a suitable opportunity. Of course, flattered by the praise, Shuemin couldn't help but show a smug grin, wiping his thumb across his nose and lifting his chin. Look at you getting cocky. If I summon my beast, it'd scare the piss out of you. Seeing Shuemin's smugness, Qianyu sneered, it's not a tadpole, is it? You sure puff up when praised. Others may not know your secrets, but Qianyu I do. Sure, Shuemin would later become a legend feared across the ninja world, but at this stage his skills were still rather clumsy. Take the summoning technique for instance. It wasn't much better than Naruto's early attempts in the anime. Impossible. Shuemin jumped like a cat, with its tail stepped on his face, flushing red. I've already successfully summoned a toad from Mount Myaboku. Watch. Making quick hand seals, he bit his finger and slammed his palm onto the ground. Bam! A puff of white smoke erupted, and Qianyu and Uchiha Meichin looked over. Uchiha Meikin's eyelid twitched slightly. She covered her mouth, trying not to laugh. This is your toad. Qianyu stared at the creature on the ground, its 4 legs still paddling aimlessly. Clearly it had been summoned without any mental preparation. And that wasn't the worst part. The toad still had a tiny tail on its rear. In other words, it hadn't fully matured. Haha. Qianyu couldn't hold it in anymore. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach. Showman, are you trying to kill me with laughter? This is your toad. How? But I succeeded before. Maybe I didn't use enough chakra. Shuemin was dumbfounded. He had been practicing in secret mainly to avoid Qianyu's mockery. Yet he still ended up embarrassing himself summoning a half-baked toad. Watching the little toad wag its cute little tail, Shuemin felt like burying his face and crying. Alright, you. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Shuemin sent the bewildered little toad back on the verge of tears. He had wanted to show off, but instead made a fool of himself. His pride wounded, Shuemin blurted, Qianyu, you've got a summoning beast too, right? Summon it. I bet you're not better than me. It was no secret that Qianyu had a summoning beast. Uchiha Meichin also knew, but neither knew exactly what it was, as Qianyu had never summoned it before, always brushing them off with a secret. Come on, that cheap provocation won't work on me. If I summon my beast, I'd scare you silly. Ha ha ha. Qianyu was laughing so hard his stomach ached and tears streamed down his face. Uchiha Meichin was also gasping for breath. It wasn't that she wanted to laugh, it was just that the tiny toad Shuemin had summoned was too hilarious. Liar, I don't believe you. Shuemin tried again with provocation, but it was useless against Qianyu. He had miscalculated. As the convoy moved on, Shuemin remained depressed all afternoon over the tailed tadpole toad. If circumstances allowed, Qianyu believed Shuemin would dash straight to Mount Myaboku to demand an answer. Why did every summon he performed produce either a tailed tadpole or a tiny toad? Shuemin's worry was justified. The crowded convoy traveled for half a day, but barely covered a third of the distance an ordinary person would walk. Such a sluggish pace would fret anyone. Qianyu had to admit the third Hokage was truly shameless to assign such a mission to a newly promoted Chunin squad. Daytime was manageable, but nights were the toughest. With so many people, the campsite was huge, forcing the 3 to split up to set traps, patrol, and scout for potential threats. Meichin, you rest. Shuemin takes the first watch, he'll take the second. At night, Qianyu arranged the ship. The next day, as the convoy moved on, Qianyu jumped onto a cart loaded with goods to rest, conserving energy for the night watch. Thus, the convoy slowly inched toward the border of the Land of Rivers. At the Fire Country border outpost, the station ninjas remained at their posts. Under cover of darkness, a large number of Sunanin, having slipped into the Land of Fire, gradually approached the outpost. The rustling sound of sand was distinctly audible in the pitch-black night. On the watchtower, the sentry ninja, sensing something amiss, cried out in alarm. What? A sharp iron spike pierced through the sentry's throat and heart. The 2 bodies slumped limply onto the tower without even a chance to sound the alarm. In their eyes, which had yet to lose their luster, reflected the figures of ninjas wearing the forehead protectors of Sharingan village. Having effortlessly dealt with the guards at the outpost, countless weapons forged from iron sand flew back to the 3rd Kazekage's side. Continue advancing. Flicking his cloak, the 3rd Kazekage led a large force of Sharingan village ninjas and infiltrated the whole country. Master, a large number of unknown ninjas are approaching directly ahead. He jolted awake from his doze against a tree trunk. The main reason he was assigned the night watch was because of Xiao. Under Xiao Bei's powerful perception, anyone approaching the camp would be detected, especially those with hostile intent. Qianyu hadn't expected that after the convoy had trudged for over 10 days, just as they were about to reach Chuan country, they would run into such a predicament. Is Sharingan village planning to strike at the whole country? At the thought of this possibility, Qianyu swiftly woke Minato and Uchiha Meichin. Shoo. He made a silencing gesture and whispered to the 2, get those officials and evacuate immediately. A large number of unidentified ninjas are appearing ahead and encircling the camp. It might be an invasion of the whole country by enemy ninjas. What? Minato's pupils constricted sharply, and he instantly became fully alert. Uchiha Meichin also shuddered, and together with Minato she hurried toward the largest tent in the center of the camp. A large number of unidentified ninjas suddenly appearing within the whole country. Even a fool could tell that trouble was brewing. The best course of action now was to evacuate with the important figures rather than foolishly stay to engage the enemy. Go! Qianyu led the way, barging into the tent and knocking out the still unresponsive daimyo officials, then hoisting them onto his shoulders and fleeing. Along the way, he didn't forget to leave some gifts for the Sharingan village ninjas. Whether they would blow up a few unlucky souls was up to fate. Not everyone could be as unlucky as Sheng Shu, blown to death by a detonating talisman right in front of Shiwan on the battlefield. No, the officials have been taken. The actions of Qian Yu and his two comrades left the accompanying guards and retainers dumbfounded, who would just pick people up and run without a word. The officials have been taken by the My Ninjas. The loud cries of a few guards threw the entire camp into chaos, waking those who had been fast asleep. Qian Yu had anticipated this and quickly shouted, "Sharin village is invading the whole country. Run for your lives." What? Sharin village? Invading the whole country. The retainers and guards who had been clamoring to rescue their lords were thrown into uproar. After all, Mai was heavily engaged in battle with the Rain village in the Yu country, so it was entirely possible for enemies to invade the whole country at this time. As the figures of Qian Yu and his two comrades disappeared into the forest, the people in the camp grew even more panicked, screaming and fleeing in all directions, abandoning all the supplies and valuables in the camp. "Lord Kazekage, it seems the people in the camp ahead have discovered us. Kill." The third Kazekage's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Being discovered was not the outcome he had wanted. Right after they had entered the whole country and eliminated the border outpost, the scout ninjas returned to report that they had discovered a large camp. Judging by its size and the supplies carried, it seemed to be from the daimyo's residence. The news of Sharin village's surprise invasion of the whole country could not be leaked. The third Kazekage ordered the Sharin village ninjas to surround the camp and kill everyone inside. But before the encirclement could be completed, the camp had already fallen into chaos and their presence was discovered. Boom. In their frantic escape, the guards and retainers accidentally triggered the trap set by Qian Yu. The detonating talisman exploded instantly, turning the already chaotic camp into an even worse mess. Hearing the explosion behind them and seeing the firelight piercing the darkness, Qian Yu's expression turned grim. Minato and Uchiha Meichin were still in a state of shock. Staying to fight was impossible. They could only try to return to Mai and deliver the intelligence. As for the others in the camp, they could only hope for the best. "Master, someone is chasing us from behind. You go ahead. They'll deal with the pursuers." Qian Yu dropped the person he was carrying and told Minato and Uchiha Meichin to go first. If no one stayed behind to hold them off, given their speed, they would soon be caught up. "Be careful." Minato and Uchiha Meichin did not argue. The current situation left no room for dispute. Qian Yu was the squad leader and the strongest among them. It was only logical for him to stay behind and eliminate the pursuers. Shortly after Minato and Uchiha Meichin left, a ninja squad arrived at the scene. It was a standard Jounin squad. 1 leading Jounin and 3 Chunin. The leading Jounin was a relatively famous puppeteer from Sharin village. So it's a brat from Mai. The Sharin Jounin manipulated several puppets as he slowly stepped forward, warily observing his surroundings. "You deliberately caused the commotion in the camp, didn't you? How did you detect the enemy's approach?" With no other Mai ninjas present, the Sharin Jounin remained cautious and continued to probe Qian Yu's emotions with words. In his view, a kid of Qian Yu's age would have his mind easily shaken when facing a formidable enemy. "Kid, did your teammates abandon you and run away?" "No, my teammates just didn't need to stay." Qian Yu closed his eyes. The moment he opened them, a crimson light radiated from his eyes. Sharingan. The 4 Sharin ninjas were startled. They could never have imagined that a Mai kid who looked about 10 years old was actually a member of the Uchiha clan. Damn, since when did the Uchiha clan have a white-haired member? And the most absurd thing is that this white-haired Uchiha brat actually has a 3-Demo Sharingan. When did the Uchiha clan produce such a genius? No, don't look into his eyes. Before he could utter the word, eyes, the Tsunegekure Jonin felt a sudden dizziness. Then he found himself in a place with picturesque scenery surrounded by blooming cherry blossoms. In this refreshing place, pleasant music played, evoking an urge to dance gracefully. "Captain." Seeing their captain suddenly freeze and stop moving, the 3 Tsunegekure Chunin were dumbfounded. Had their captain fallen under the enemy's Jinjutsu? Just as they were about to help him break free, the enemy suddenly moved. The Tsunegekure Jonin, caught in the massive, mortifying Jinjutsu Sakura fall, raised one hand in a delicate, orchid finger gesture, placed the other on his waist, brought his feet together, and overlapped his knees against his ankles. The awkward dance began. "Captain." Watching their captain awkwardly dancing, the 3 Tsunegekure Chunin were utterly dumbfounded. They had never imagined that their stern, rigid captain would one day dance, and dance so painful to the eyes. "You wake the captain, well, take down that BR." As the Tsunegekure Chunin was assigning tasks, he suddenly felt a devilish whisper in his ear. "Are you trying to take me down?" His crimson 3-Demo Sharingan in the darkness was like a pair of demonic eyes, the 3-Tomo slowly rotating. Puff! The ninja blade pierced through the heart from the back, emerging from the chest with blood still dripping from the sharp tip. "When did you underestimate these eyes too much?" Qian Yu's figure moved like a ghost. He pulled out the blade and stabbed the other two Sunigakure Chunin still under Jinjutsu. Had the Sunigakure shinobi gone too long without facing an Uchiha Jonin? They had become this slow. Did they not know that when facing an Uchiha with 3-mo Sharingan, the best course of action is to flee? Utterly unchallenging. Qianhua finally understood why future Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi could kill like slicing vegetables. With a single Jinjutsu control, their enemies were like pigs and sheep waiting for slaughter. He could even pause to consider the best angle to strike. No wonder the Uchiha dared to call themselves the strongest clan in the ninja world. They truly had the confidence. Especially after the Senju clan faded into commoner status, claiming to be the strongest clan was not unreasonable. As for the Hyuga clan, who vied with the Uchiha for first place, Qianhua merely smiled and said nothing. He admitted the Tenseigan was incredibly powerful, but the Byakugan, it was just so-so. Not to mention comparing with the Mangekyō and Eternal Mangekyō. Even against the 3-mo Sharingan, it was barely enough. In Konoha, the comparison between Hyuga and Uchiha was just talk. Never take it seriously. That is truly an ugly dance. Watching the still gracefully dancing Sunigakure Jonin, Qianhua found it painful to look at. The ninja blade flashed and the opponent's head flew into the air. He took out a sealing scroll and sealed the corpse inside. Then Qianhua hoisted the person he had dropped on the ground and set off to catch up with Minato and Uchiha Makoto. A double Jinjutsu had wiped out an entire Jonin squad. Even though it was just a standard Jonin squad, not one composed entirely of Jonin. But such a feat was already dazzling for Qianhua. Once he brought back the Sunigakure Jonin's corpse, he would earn a considerable amount of contributions and war merits. The mortifying Jinjutsu Sakura Fall was more formidable than he had imagined. The opponent had no time to react before falling prey. Qianhua activated his Sharingan to target the 3 Chunin, not the Sunigakure Jonin. A single specialized Jinjutsu was enough to deal with him. The Jinjutsu control from the 3-mo Sharingan also exceeded his expectations. Should I invest more effort into Jinjutsu from now on? Muttering to himself, Qianhua thought inwardly, Shall Bai alert me immediately if anyone approaches? Yes, master. In the seal space, Shao, by having shrunk into a small white fox, yawned lazily. Though appearing sluggish, it was actually constantly observing every movement around. If any enemy approached, it would notify Qianhua immediately. If he could not react in time, Shao Bai would actively leap out of the seal space to assist him in battle. Any trouble? Soon Qianhua caught up with Minato and Uchiha Makoto. His body flicker technique was much faster than theirs. No trouble. Qianhua grinned. Just a mere Jonin squad taken care of in minutes. I can still reap plenty of war merits when I return. However, the 3rd Kazekage of Sunigakure seems to be behind us. We'd better run faster. Unless you want to face the reputedly strongest Kazekage. I want to punch you. Just a mere Jonin squad taken care of in minutes. Minato almost choked on his saliva, inexplicably wanting to hit someone. Uchiha Makoto also wore a speechless expression, clearly provoked by Qianyu's words. Fortunately, Qianyu's later words startled them into speeding up. Neither wanted to stay and face the reputedly strongest 3rd Kazekage. It was already fortunate that the 3rd Kazekage wasn't chasing them personally. How could they dare to stay? Watching their flustered expressions as they shuddered and hurriedly accelerated, Qianhua couldn't help but laugh. He wanted to say that even if the 3rd Kazekage caught up, the team could still retreat safely. But Minato and Uchiha Makoto could not simply rely on him. Giving them a sense of crisis was also beneficial. The entire pursuit squad had been wiped out, and the leading Jonin had vanished. The 3rd Kazekage's expression was terrifyingly grim. The Sunigakure ninja around him did not dare to breathe, afraid of accidentally causing trouble. From the camp personnel, they had extracted basic information about the escort squad. Just 3 brats, only Chunin level. Yet sending a Jonin squad after them resulted in their annihilation. No one could accept this. Once the intelligence was delivered back, Sunigakure's plan to raid Konoha would fail. Continue the pursuit. We cannot let them transmit the intelligence. A large mass of iron sand appeared beneath the 3rd Kazekage's feet, lifting him into the sky as he chased after the direction Qianhua and the others had fled. Master, someone is chasing us. In the sky. Suddenly Shao Bai shouted. Qianhua paused briefly, then kept running while saying to the panting Minato and Uchiha Makoto, Do you know? The 3rd Kazekage of Sunigakure can dance. Huh. Minato stumbled, nearly crashing into a tree. At a time like this, you're still joking. Who the hell knows if the 3rd Kazekage can dance? No one would be bored enough to gather such intel. Qianhua, that joke isn't funny. Uchiha Makoto breathed heavily, feeling the need for a good rest. If it weren't for the trouble of explaining back in the village, she would have liked to drop the person she was carrying. Why did he have to eat so much and become so heavy? No, it's true, because the 3rd Kazekage is here. Qianhua stopped running. 3rd Kazekage. Minato and Uchiha Makoto's faces changed, their sweat-covered faces turning pale instantly. The third Kazekage, hailed as the strongest Kazekage in Tsunagekyou's history, possessed the formidable magnet release bloodline limit. These basic facts were known to them. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the mightiest ninja of Tsunagekyou, yet now this supreme shinobi had personally come to hunt them down. This was the end. This was truly the end. Minato's heart sank to the abyss while Uchiha Mikoto's lips trembled, panic seizing her heart. So heavy. If I ever take another mission like this again, my name isn't Yagura Chizuki. Tossing the person to the ground in annoyance, Chizuki massaged his stiff neck and cursed. That third Hokage is no good, either saddling us with such a lousy mission. Normally Minato would have retorted, corrected Chizuki, and stopped him from cursing, especially insulting the third Hokage, which was a grave disrespect. Now, however, Minato had no mind for such trivialities. With death looming, what did it matter if Chizuki berated the entire Leaf Village leadership? Are you ready to watch the Kazekage dance? Chizuki turned back and grinned at the two. But Minato and Uchiha Mikoto could not muster a smile. So it's really three brats. Did you kill Red Devil? The third Kazekage descended from the sky atop a block of condensed iron, sand, landing not far from them, eyeing them with curiosity. It's truly over. It was indeed the third Kazekage himself. Minato's lips moved. Chizuki, run. They'll hold him off. You must get the intel back to the village. To hell with that, get out of my way. Chizuki shoved Minato aside, though he was deeply moved by Minato's willingness to sacrifice himself to save him. But Chizuki did not need Minato's sacrifice. Gazing silently at the youth ready to die, the third Kazekage could not help recalling his own childhood. Back then he too had two loyal comrades willing to sacrifice. No need to argue, none of you will escape. The third Kazekage was a stern man who never toyed with his enemies. Even if they were mere children. He scorned giving others hope only to plunge them into despair. The third Kazekage's words sent a chill through Minato and Uchiha Mikoto's hearts. But Chizuki was unfazed, retorting, Lord Kazekage, are you so blatantly pursuing three mere chunin alone within the land of fire? No need for emotional appeals or provocation. Arms crossed, the third Kazekage's gaze toward Chizuki was filled with indifference. Facing me you cannot escape. But I will send your bodies back to Konoha at an appropriate time. A senior's courtesy to juniors. Sorry, I decline. Send my body back to Konoha. Heaven knows how many times Tsunagekyou would study it before returning it. Such a thing must never happen. Oh. The third Kazekage looked at him with surprise. Do you think you can escape from me? There was a hint of disdain in his indifferent gaze. He paused, then added, Is that possible? Anything is possible. I hope Lord Kazekage enjoys the gift I prepared for you. I hope your mental fortitude is strong enough, or else you might look quite foolish. Far from afraid, Chizuki burst into laughter. Was this brat mentally unstable, or was he simply terrified out of his wits? Just then Chizuki's eyes flashed red, and the third Kazekage felt his body involuntarily pulled into a serene place, with lush mountains and clear waters surrounded by blossoming cherry trees. He seemed to have fallen victim to a jinjutsu. The third Kazekage was both speechless and astounded. A mere child could influence him with an illusion. The third Kazekage was not worried about his safety, as he would soon break the spell. But why do I feel an overwhelming urge to dance? What was happening? Outside, Minato and Uchiha Mikoto saw Chizuki's eyes emit a crimson gleam, and the third Kazekage froze as if struck by a paralysis technique. Not only that, the esteemed third Kazekage was actually dancing. My God, is this real? Minato rubbed his eyes, and even pinched himself. The pain in his thigh made him gasp, confirming that it was all. He was not dreaming. I told you the third Kazekage would dance, but you didn't believe me. Chizuki shrugged and threw a kunai, but the iron sand coiled around the Kazekage blocked it. What a pity. The magnet release auto defense was not exclusive to Gaara. Truly impressive that Sasori had silently killed the third Kazekage, probably using poison. Let's go. His magnet release iron sand will protect him. Killing him is hard. Soon Tsunagekyou's reinforcements will arrive. Chizuki hoisted the person on the ground and turned to leave. Still dazed, Minato and Uchiha Mikoto hurried after him. They had thought death was certain, yet not only did they survive, but they were also saved. Chizuki had controlled the third Kazekage with a single jinjutsu. How miraculous. Unbelievable. How did you do it? Minato and Uchiha Mikoto's eyes were filled with shock and wonder as they looked at Chizuki. Why can't I break the jinjutsu? Trapped within the illusion space, the third Kazekage tried his usual methods to dispel it, but to no avail. The most terrifying part was that under the influence of falling cherry blossoms and enchanting music, he could not help but begin to dance. To this, Chizuki would say a strong magnet release does not mean a strong mental fortitude. Ordinary jinjutsu dispelling methods are useless against cherry blossom fall. So just keep dancing. Were it not for the fact that Whitey had not yet reached the second stage, Chizuki would have wanted Whitey to blast the third Kazekage sky high with a tailed beast ball. Your iron sand may protect you, but let's see if it can withstand a tailed beast ball. However, since Whitey had not yet matured, it was better not to reveal him. Moreover, Tsunagekyou's ninja army would arrive soon, and Chizuki wanted to avoid further trouble, so he decisively fled. He would leave enemies like the third Kazekage for that old schemer, the third Hokage, to handle. Leave the problems between you Kage to yourselves, and don't drag me into it. I'm still a child. After an unknown period, the third Kazekage broke free from the illusion, his forehead veins bulging, as if he was enduring something. He clutched his head with both hands, roaring like a wild beast. Though the third Kazekage had escaped the Jinjutsu, he had paid a considerable price. That was spiritual damage. This illusion's harm to the spirit was by no means trivial. Calculated in terms of game damage, it was almost comparable to Yuzhibo Yu's Uedo. Gasping heavily, the third Kazekage knelt on one knee, clutching his head. His narrow eyes were bloodshot. The tearing pain that constantly struck his mind nearly made him faint. Damn brat, I will kill you. It was all Qian Yu's fault that he had become this wretched state. Though he did not know Qian Yu's name, the third Kazekage swore that if he got the chance, he would finish him off first. Not only had he suffered such severe spiritual trauma, but he had also performed that damn awkward dance. Recalling his own graceful dance moments ago, the third Kazekage's toes almost dug a 3-bedroom apartment into the ground out of sheer embarrassment. This disgrace must never be spread, or he would suffer social death. The mightiest Kazekage having fallen for a kid's Jinjutsu, and then performing a seductive awkward dance. If this got out, how could he ever show his face in the ninja world? Lord Kazekage. Soon reinforcements from the Sharingan village arrived. The third Kazekage covered his head, crouched on an iron plate, and soared into the sky, leaving behind a word. Don't bother chasing those brats. Begin the operation immediately. Secure enough gains before my reacts. He did not want the village's ninja to see his disheveled state, nor did he wish to send anyone after Qian Yu. If Qian Yu could still use that Jinjutsu, countless ninja from the Sharingan village would end up making fools of themselves. They might even die inexplicably, just like the Chigue. Thinking of Qian Yu attacking him with a kunai, the third Kazekage broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the Saiden's Taisho would protect its master, or he would have been dead. During the time it took him to dispel the Jinjutsu, Qian Yu could have killed him countless times. Damn it, that cursed kid. The way to break this illusion was actually reversed. His head almost felt like it would explode. The third Kazekage accelerated his flight, needing a quiet place to recover. The Lord Kazekage himself had gone, and still couldn't subdue them, and he ordered them not to pursue further. The enemy must be formidable. The third Kazekage fled, leaving the remaining Sharingan village ninja, exchanging bewildered glances completely in the dark. After fleeing for a long distance with no pursuers behind, Qian Yu concluded that the third Kazekage had given up chasing them. Let's rest for a while. Yuzhibo Meichin had reached her limit, and Shuemin was not much better. Traveling alone wasn't so exhausting, but the hardship came from each of them also carrying a huge fat pig from the Daimingfu. They really wondered how those officials managed to become so plump and stout. Carefully setting down the person, Shuemin collapsed onto the ground, gasping heavily. His clothes were soaked through with sweat. Some of it was from the exertion of the journey, some from the fright of the third Kazekage. How terrifying. The third Kazekage himself had come after them, or just thinking about it was dreadful. Fortunately, Qian Yu had defused the crisis, or by next year bluffing Shuemin's grave grass would have grown a meter high. Shuemin was utterly exhausted, and Yuzhibo Meichin was no better. She sat limply on the ground, unwilling to move. Have some water. Qian Yu handed them the canteen, then looked back in the direction they came from. It seems they've given up the chase. We have plenty of time to return slowly to Mai. He really wanted to slit the throats of these 3 pigs. If not for the fact that they were the clients, Qian Yu would have dumped them without a second thought. Qian Yu, how did you do it? After resting a while, Shuemin and Yuzhibo Meichin gradually recovered, and both simultaneously fixed their gazes on Qian Yu, as if trying to see through all his secrets. Sitting on the grass, he took out some emergency rations and shared them with the two. As he ate, he said casually, I just did it. I developed a Jinjutsu with strong control, and who knew the third Kazekage would be careless enough to fall for it? Careless? You're kidding us. He fell for it completely. We're not blind. Shuemin munched on his ration and shot Qian Yu a roll of his eyes. Glancing at the 3 unconscious people on the ground, Qian Yu said to Shuemin and Yuzhibo Meichin, about what happened today, I hope you can keep part of it to yourselves. Just say we ran into enemies from the Sharingan village. Don't mention the third Kazekage at all. I won't tell anyone, Yuzhibo Meichin affirmed. Even if Qian Yu hadn't specifically asked, she wouldn't have breathed a word to anyone unless Qian Yu himself brought it up. Shuemin was no longer the naive little boy who always asked why. He was aware of the village's darkness and understood why Qian Yu didn't want this known. Spreading the news would bring no benefit to Qian Yu. On the contrary, it would make certain people more wary. They wouldn't believe any talk about Jinjutsu. They would stubbornly attribute everything to the power of the Xylunion. especially the suspicious third Hokage and Tuanzang, who sees darkness in everything. Let's go. The sooner we return to the village, the safer we'll be. The news of the Sharingan village's attack on my must be delivered immediately. After resting a while, the three picked up their burdens and continued their journey. Who goes there? Entering the heartland of the Hua country, they headed straight for a sentry post on the road. The fastest way to send a message was through the sentry ninja on duty, who would dispatch a ninja hawk to relay the information back to the village. Senior. Shuaimin dropped the person he was carrying onto the ground and raised his hand to call out. We are from Qian Yu's squad escorting a client to the Chuan country. On the way, we encountered a surprise attack team from the Sharingan village. The Sharingan village's ninja army has already invaded the Hua country. Please, senior, send the news back to the village immediately. The sentry ninja was startled. He quickly assigned 2 men to verify the identities of Qian Yu and his team. After confirming them, he tied the intelligence scroll to the leg of a ninja hawk and released it into the sky. Chirped. Carrying the intelligence scroll, the ninja hawk let out a cry, spread its wings, and flew into the pitch-black night sky. Take a rest for now. You've worked hard. If the intelligence is true, you'll be the village's heroes. Seeing that Shui Min and Uchiha Meichin were nearly too exhausted to stand, the patrolling ninja quickly brought over water flasks and dry provisions. The outpost captain, a man named Shimu Xiaozhua, spoke to the trio. I am the outpost captain. Please recount the specific details of your encounter with the enemy, so we can relay the intelligence back to the village. No problem. After resting a while, Shui Min began his account. Qian Yu sat to one side, too weary to speak. Truth be told, he was utterly drained himself, mainly from shouldering the burden for Shui Min and Uchiha Meichin along the way. Had it not been for fear of causing unnecessary complications, Qian Yu would have gladly sliced those 3 encumbrances in one stroke. Why did they have to eat so much and become so heavy? If you can't run on your own, being carried makes the carrier half dead from exhaustion. A whole Jonin squad annihilated. When they learned that Qian Yu alone had wiped out an enemy Jonin squad, the outpost ninjas were stunned. They stared at Qian Yu with looks of disbelief tinged with suspicion. This is the corpse of an enemy Jonin. Send it back to the village, and it should yield plenty of intelligence. Qian Yu produced the sealing scroll. The outpost captain quickly unrolled it to verify its authenticity. Upon seeing the deceased's face, he confirmed both the identity and the truth of the report. Shui Min hadn't lied, only the details were slightly off. A Jonin squad had indeed been wiped out, killed by Qian Yu. Died in confusion, in fact. They would never have dreamed of perishing so inexplicably. Not just them, even the third Kazekage himself was still puzzled. How had he fallen into the trap? Injured and nearly humiliated. Fortunately, the Sunagakure ninjas arrived only after he had dispelled the Jinjutsu. Had they come earlier, the third Kazekage would truly have faced utter disgrace. The deceased was undeniably Red Oni, a Jonin from Sunagakure. But how had Qian Yu killed him? The outpost captain said apologetically, I hate to doubt you, but I need to verify the truth of this matter. Please understand. I understand your predicament, senior. If false combat merits were claimed, Qian Yu would be in trouble, and the outpost captain relaying the intelligence would also suffer. Qian Yu closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the outpost captain stared into his 3-demo Sharingan and fell silent. How old was this kid? Was he a genius of the Uchiha clan? But was he truly from the Uchiha clan? When had the Uchiha ever produced a white-haired member? The 3-demo Sharingan alone was sufficient to confirm the truth of Qian Yu's account. No one in the ninja world would doubt the Sharingan's mastery over Jinjutsu. He'll immediately send the intelligence and Red Oni's corpse back to the village. You've worked hard. Rest well. The village will not forget your contributions. With the specialized delivery tools like Ninja Hawks, the intelligence scroll would reach Konoha before long. Qian Yu and his companions had officially completed their mission and could now rest. The 3 rescued daimyo officials learned that Qian Yu and his team had saved them from the Sand Ninja siege and escorted them all the way out. Overwhelmed with gratitude, they expressed endless thanks. Annoyed, Qian Yu shoved Shui Min, the diplomat, forward to deal with them. Uchiha Meichin leaped onto a tree branch, sat beside him, tilted her head to look at his youthful profile, and smiled gently. Qian Yu, once this incident spreads, the clan will likely try to persuade you to return to the Uchiha. Just ignore them. Qian Yu spread his hands. It's not as if they can force me to return to the clan and change my name against my will. Can they? The Uchiha clan was a powder keg. Anyone who touched it would get burned. Qian Yu had no interest in wading into that murky water. Hearing this, Uchiha Meichin gave a slight smile and offered no persuasion. She respected Qian Yu's choice. Whether he wished to return to the Uchiha or not, she would stand firmly. The Ninja Hawk carried the intelligence scroll back to Konoha at top speed, and it landed on the third Hokage's desk. Instantly, the entire Hokage office building erupted in uproar. Upon receiving the news, Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado rushed to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi, is the news true? Have the sand ninjas really invaded? In that moment, the two elders shed their usual composure, scurrying in with quick, frantic steps, not even bothering to knock before barging in. The intelligence is accurate, there's no mistake. It seems the third Kazekage personally led a surprise attack on the Land of Fire. The third Hokage's face darkened as he handed the scroll to the two Hokage-sama. Before they could examine the scroll's contents, an Umbu operative appeared in the office and handed another freshly gathered intelligence scroll to the third Hokage. The third Hokage quickly opened it, read a few lines, and stood up in shock. It really is the third Kazekage leading the assault in person. The intelligence department extracted the secrets from his brain, confirming the speculation that the third Kazekage was personally leading the team. This Zhuanxin Xiaochun and Shuohomin Yan's faces turned extremely grim, even to the point of being incoherent. How dare he? After so many years of peace, the Sand Village actually launched a surprise attack on Konoha without declaring war. Their ninja army had already invaded the Fire Country. It was fortunate that Kianyu's squad managed to deliver the intelligence in time, otherwise Konoha would have been totally in the dark. The enemy had already reached their doorstep, yet they wouldn't have known what was happening. Judging by the intelligence obtained, the three members of Kianyu's squad, especially Qianyue himself, had rendered great service. By killing the Red Demon, the intelligence department extracted a wealth of valuable information from his brain. The Red Demon's corpse was delivered in a timely manner. Calm down. The third Hokage frowned as he glanced at the flustered Zhuanxin Xiaochun. The enemy has already invaded the Fire Country. What use is there in panicking now? Instead, think of a countermeasure on how to deal with this aggressive enemy. Should we negotiate a peace with the Rain Village? Shuohomin Yin proposed. Compared to the Rain Village, he was more concerned about the Sand Village. Even if the Rain Village's military strength had increased, its foundation was still weak. Despite having Hanzo the ninja known as the demigod, few people took the Rain Village seriously. The five great shinobi villages still prioritized opponents of the same caliber. The Sand Village's weight was clearly above that of the Rain Village. It's difficult. Negotiation was a good approach, but currently the war between Konoha and the Rain Village was in a deadlock, with both sides exchanging blows and refusing to back down. At this moment, peace talks were simply impossible. Only by deciding a victor or waiting until the Rain Village could no longer hold out could negotiations begin. If Konoha sought peace talks with Hanzo merely because of the Sand Village's attack, they would surely suffer a great loss. This was not a situation the third Hokage wished to see. Hanzo, who was on the front lines, would not agree to negotiations either. Regardless, we must first drive the Sand Village forces out of the Fire Country and prevent them from plundering the land. The Sand Village was poor and lacked everything, while the Fire Country was a prime piece of fat meat. Even if they could not occupy the Fire Country's territory, its various resources were still the Sand Village's targets. If the Sand Village's ninjas were allowed to cause trouble throughout the Fire Country, disorder would ensue. The daimyo would surely not sit idly by. Zhuanxin Xiaochun's words made sense, and the third Hokage nodded slightly, agreeing that they should first drive out the Sand Village forces. Issue a mobilization order and immediately organize a ninja army. By any means necessary, we must drive the Sand Village forces out, no matter the cost. The third Hokage, in his golden prime, was a true shinobi hero, not yet the old man who would readily seek compromises and concessions. At this moment, he was not only at the peak of his power, but also full of boldness. He would fight without hesitation. They'll make the preparations. Shuohomin Yin stood up and left. Zhuanxin Xiaochun added, they'll go mobilize the logistics department's supplies and strive to prepare all materials before the army sets out. The third Hokage nodded emotionlessly, looking down at the intelligence scroll on the table. The announcement was sent out overnight, and the entire Konoha was in an uproar. The Sand Village had actually launched an unprovoked attack on the Fire Country with their army already deep within its borders. This was outrageous. In an instant, countless villagers began cursing and shouting, streaming to the Hokage's office building to demand that the third Hokage dispatch troops to drive out the Sand Village forces. The mobilization order was issued, and the entire Konoha sprang into action. Ninjas from various clans began to gather, joining the army in proportion. Compared to the numerous civilian ninjas, the backbone of Konoha had always been the ninjas from all clans, both large and small. These were the foundation that allowed Konoha to maintain its position as the leader of the five great nations. Sometimes quantity cannot replace quality. For example, take the Uchiha clan. They had over 30 jonin alone. The entire Konoha only had a few hundred jonin, meaning the Uchiha's jonin accounted for about 1/10. What was even more frightening was that if an Uchiha jonin faced a civilian jonin in unknown combat, the latter had almost no hope of victory, unless it was a genius like Orochimaru or Jiraiya. In addition to the jonin, there were a considerable number of chunin and genin. This was merely one clan, the Uchiha. If one considered the other clans, it was easy to imagine the immense weight these families carried within Konoha. Therefore the third Hokage and Danzo's relentless efforts to weaken the clan's power were utterly foolish. If they feared that the clans would grow too strong and threaten their authority, they should have said so outright rather than preaching the rhetoric of fostering civilian ninjas. The most ridiculous part was that they called for weakening the clans and nurturing civilian ninjas, while other families were constantly being undermined. Yet the Shimura and Sarutobi clans only grew more powerful. Thus the great spectacle of the Fourth Shinobi World War came to pass. When the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan were mobilized, they numbered several thousand. Several thousand ninjas. What did that even mean? Konoha was bustling with activity, but all this had little to do with Qianyue and his two companions. After resting, the three of them returned to Konoha. As for the burdensome guests from the daimyo's residence, someone from the daimyo's estate would come to fetch them. Though the escort mission had failed, they had gained considerable merit through their intelligence reports. The three had made a tidy profit. Qianyue's squad report immediately to the Hokage's office to see the Hokage. As soon as they returned to the village, they could clearly sense the tension in the air. The war atmosphere was heavier than before. No sooner had they entered the village than an Umbu operative came to notify them to report to the Hokage's office building to meet the third Hokage. Dragging their tired bodies, the three arrived at the Hokage's office building. The building was still bustling with activity. With a new war approaching, it was hard for the office to remain quiet. Knock, knock, knock. Outside the Hokage's office, little son knocked on the door. Come in. The third Hokage's voice came through. The three opened the door and entered the Hokage's office. The office was packed with people. One figure stood out, a white-haired man with a short sword on his back. Hatake Tsukumo, the future White Fang of Konoha, a powerhouse, whom even the Sannin addressed with deep respect as senior. At that time, Hatake Tsukumo had not yet earned the title of Konoha's White Fang, but his strength had already reached the level of an elite jonin, far surpassing the Sannin. Seeing Qianyue staring at him the moment he entered, Hatake Tsukumo raised a hand, scratched his silver hair, the same color as Qianyue's, and offered him a warm smile. Qianyue froze for a moment, then nodded in acknowledgement. Hokage-sama, Qianyue's squad reporting, as ordered. As the team leader, Qianyue stepped forward 2 paces. My boy, you did well. The third Hokage's usually tense face relaxed into a gentle smile. He raised a hand and beckoned Qianyue to come closer. Me? Qianyue glanced around to confirm that the third Hokage was indeed gesturing for him to step forward, then approached. These three are the ones who discovered the enemy's trail. I heard that the child named Yakushi Qianyue even annihilated a jonin squad. He looks so young, barely 10 years old with a childish face. Hard to imagine how he destroyed an entire jonin team. Even if that jonin squad had only one jonin leading 3 chunin, many of the jonin present could not single-handedly eliminate them. Moreover, the puppeteers of Tsunagakure were notoriously troublesome. A jonin-level puppeteer was especially hard to guard against. Various poisons, poison needles, and an endless array of attacks could throw you into chaos. One misstep, and you'd be finished. Yet the puppeteer who gave even them headaches had fallen to Qianyue. It was hard to believe. My boy, can you tell me the details of your encounter with the enemy? Though the intelligence scroll had already been detailed, the third Hokage still wanted to hear it from Qianyue's own lips. What a hassle. I'm exhausted. All I want now is a good meal, a hot bath, or a hot spring, and a wonderful sleep. Qianyue muttered inwardly. Under the gaze of many jonin and the third Hokage, Qianyue began. Our squad was escorting a client from the daimyo's residence to the land of rivers. We set up camp near the border for the night, and I took the second half of the night watch. While checking the traps, I sensed a large number of unknown ninjas approaching. Forced by the situation, I woke my teammates, and we evacuated the 3 important clients from the camp. After we left, the camp fell into chaos. A jonin squad tracked us. I told my teammates to go ahead while I stayed behind to hold them off. The intelligence report says you used a genjutsu to control the enemy. I'm sorry, I just wanted to confirm whether the information sent back is true. I meant no offense otherwise. Why are those associated with Danzo so disgusting? They must be from the Shimura clan, right? How do you want to prove it? Qianyue looked up coldly at him. Is it really necessary to make things difficult for a child? Although this child, named Yagami, Qianyue did annihilate a small team of jonin, making it hard to believe. But questioning him in front of everyone is a bit excessive. Hatake Tsukumo glanced at the other party, intending to speak up for Qianyue. However, with the third Hokage remaining silent, he could only swallow the words at the tip of his tongue. Don't you care? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage was actually sitting in his chair without a word. Qianyue understood that even if this bastard from the Shimura clan was not instigated by the third Hokage, at the very least the third Hokage was also doubting the accuracy of the information. This is outrageous. They actually suspect Qianyue. Minato glared at the other party, while Uchiha Mikoto puffed up her cheeks, wishing she could slap him a few times. Qianyue was not mistaken. The third Hokage was indeed in doubt. After all, Qianyue was too young, and even as a genius such achievements were astonishing. Moreover, the information indicated that his Sharingan had already evolved into a 3-Demo Sharingan. What kind of divine speed is this? So when the Jonin from the Shimura clan jumped out to question him, he chose to remain silent and did not stop the other party. Because he wanted to know if all this was true. Is Qianyu truly a heaven-defying genius, or is he lying? What is this Jinjutsu difficult to use? Seeing Qianyu's icy glare, the Shimura Jonin continued to question, "Little brat, never in front of me." As he was about to mock Qianyu, a flash of red light appeared in Qianyu's eyes, as the 3-Demo Sharingan activated and his consciousness was directly drawn into the Jinjutsu space. Is this really the 3-Demo Sharingan? This kid is only 9, right? What a little monster from the Uchiha. He is not from the Uchiha, but the only son of the Yagami family. It seems he wanted to return to the Uchiha, but was rejected. Watching Qianyu's 3-Demo Sharingan, and the dazed Shimura Jonin, the other Jonin couldn't help. When someone mentioned that the Uchiha clan rejected Qianyu's return, the expressions on everyone's faces became quite interesting. Are you Uchiha people out of your minds? Pushing such a genius away. In the corner of the office, the Jonin Uchiha Kaze, who represented the Uchiha clan, had a face darker than the bottom of a pot, cursing certain elders of his family in his heart. Predictably, tomorrow the Uchiha will definitely become the object of ridicule from other clans. This kid is a bit too much. To have a 3-Demo Sharingan at such a young age, and the Jinjutsu, is terrifyingly strong. Look, the Shimura Jonin has already fallen victim without even realizing how it happened. Wait, what is he doing? It's all true. The third Hokage's heart shook, filled with a mix of surprise that a genuine genius has appeared in the village, and helpless that this genius possesses Uchiha blood, even if he has not returned to the Uchiha. Has Shimura Hideyoshi gone mad? Under the control of the Jinjutsu, Shimura Hideyoshi looked like a dazed puppet, swinging his hands, spinning in place, and started dancing. No, it was cringeworthy dancing. Seeing his body stiff, it was evident that he belonged to the type who couldn't dance. But under the control of the Jinjutsu, he danced in a way that looked awkward. A truly cringeworthy dance. Many Jonin in the Hokage office couldn't help but laugh. Shimura Hideyoshi's dance was indeed a sight for sore eyes. This kid, named Yagami Qianyu, is quite something. When faced with doubt, he directly made the other party the subject of a cringeworthy dance. One can imagine that after this cringeworthy dance in the Hokage office, Shimura Hideyoshi will definitely become famous in Konoha, and perhaps even throughout the ninja world. Ha ha ha. The first one, unable to hold back laughter, was Hatake Sakumo. Like a chain reaction, Sakumo Hatake's laughter prompted the other Jonin to join in. Even Uchiha Kazino, who was in an extremely foul mood, struggled to maintain his stoic expression. The laughter lightened the oppressive atmosphere in the Hokage's office. However, the third Hokage did not appreciate this newfound liveliness. Once word got out, not only Shimura Shui, but the entire Shimura clan would become a laughingstock. Minato and Uchiha Makoto also began to chuckle. Only Chizuki and the third Hokage remained unsmiling. Chizuki had anticipated this, while the third Hokage wanted to laugh, but held back out of decorum. Ahem. To prevent himself from actually laughing, the third Hokage coughed and said, "Chizuki, release the Jinjutsu first. Regardless, he is your senior. You have already proven your ability to confront and slay a Jonin. Tsunade was indeed right about you. I'm sorry, but I cannot undo it." Chizuki shrugged, spreading his palms to indicate his inability. "I can only cast Jinjutsu, I cannot dispel it." The third Hokage hadn't expected that even after extending an olive branch, Chizuki would rebuff him with a simple, "I don't know how." Was this brat doing it on purpose? Just because he was doubted, just because the Hokage wanted to test him? Release the Jinjutsu for him. Watching Shimura Shui dance with increasing fervor, the third Hokage's facial muscles twitched several times. The moment he spoke, an ANBU operative appeared in the office and raised a hand to dispel the Jinjutsu on Shimura Shui. Following the usual method of dispelling, they found it ineffective. What was going on? The ENBU operative was also bewildered, instinctively glancing at the third Hokage. The third Hokage suddenly felt a headache coming on. The Jonin in the office stopped laughing, for they could no longer find it humorous. If even the ENBU could not break the Jinjutsu, it meant that if Chizuki used this technique on them, they too would be unable to escape its effects like ordinary Jinjutsu. Being unable to break free from the Jinjutsu meant that if they fell under its influence, they would be vulnerable to Chizuki's fierce assault. This kid's Jinjutsu was somewhat monstrous. The Jonin's gazes toward Chizuki shifted perceptibly. "Don't look at me, I can't help it. This Jinjutsu is called Sakura Blizzard. Those under its spell involuntarily begin to dance. I don't know much else, as this technique was just developed recently." Chizuki disclaimed all responsibility. "I simply don't know how, so what? Fight me, doubt me, and you'll suffer for it. If I don't leave you bettered in for half a month, my name isn't Yagami Chizuki." "Chizuki, are you truly unable to dispel it?" The third Hokage's expression grew stern. Chizuki replied calmly, Lord Hokage, every word I speak is the truth. This was troublesome. In trying to test Chizuki, he had stirred up a hornet's nest. The third Hokage regretted not stopping Shimura Shui, which might have avoided this mess. Chizuki insisted that the Jinjutsu was newly developed and that he knew no way to undo it. Even if he were lying, the third Hokage could not force him to claim otherwise. How long will the Jinjutsu last? The stronger one's mental energy is, the shorter the duration and the easier to resist. Chizuki began fabricating explanations. Believe it or not, but Sakura Blizzard was a guaranteed hit. Even if Uchiha Madara himself were here, he would be caught. The difference was that an existence like Uchiha Madara could easily break the Jinjutsu. Even if the flaw of Sakura Blizzard were exposed, Chizuki did not fear. The power of his unique technique grew in tandem with his own strength. The current third Kazekage could break free from Sakura Blizzard on his own, but when Chizuki acquired the Mangekyō, or Eternal Mangekyō, even if given double the time, he might not be able to escape. Having someone help you? I don't mind. Even if you break free, your spirit will suffer a severe shock. Such a Jinjutsu would only put others at a disadvantage except for Uchiha, with active Sharingan, powerful spiritual energy, and strong ninja. Others would suffer a hidden loss. Just as the third Hokage was about to order the deeply embarrassed Shimura Shui to be taken away, Shimura Shui suddenly screamed, spat blood, collapsed to the ground, and convulsed violently. Shimura Shui's extreme reaction startled everyone. Under the focused stares, Chizuki explained calmly, those hit by Sakura Blizzard suffer relatively severe mental trauma. With his Jonin-level strength, he should recover after a week or two in the hospital. You ruthless brat. The Anbu ninja, who had immediately checked on Shimura Shui's condition, instinctively wanted to say that Chizuki was overly vicious to have struck a comrade so harshly. But as the words left his mouth, Chizuki's Freedomo Sharingan began to rotate. Seeing this, the third Hokage roared, enough. Shimura Shui doubted Chizuki and fell victim to the Jinjutsu. That's his own fault. Chizuki was proving himself, not attacking a comrade. This matter ends here. Send him to the hospital for treatment. Mental trauma. Was it that easy to cure? Anyone could guess that Shimura Shui would have a rough time ahead. During his treatment, his days would be absolutely agonizing. Yes. The Anbu dared not say more and obediently carried him away. The others now looked at Chizuki with wary eyes, fearing he might cast the technique on them. The embarrassing dance was bad enough, but the true terror lay in the mental damage, which was not easily healed. Chizuki, you've done well. I will record your contributions to the village. You've all worked hard, go back and rest. Yes, Lord Hokage. Minato and Uchiha Mikoto quickly bowed, but Chizuki turned and left. Bow. Screw that. Testing me and expecting me to show you deferential respect. Chizuki, Minato, and Uchiha Mikoto were stunned. They glanced at the third Hokage's displeased expression and hastily chased after him. The Hokage's office fell into such profound silence that the drop of a pin could be heard. The Jonin hardly dared to breathe. It was clear to all that the earlier doubt and testing had made Chizuki resentful toward the third Hokage. Sigh. The third Hokage's mouth twitched, and he sighed. That child clearly misunderstood me. While he is still young. In time he will understand my intentions. Let's continue the meeting. The third Hokage's explanation earned sincere admiration from many Jonin. Lord Hokage was truly benevolent, even tolerating and protecting an impolite child. Chizuki, you shouldn't have acted that way. Regardless, the Hokage is still the Hokage. Minato was also angry about Shimura Shui's challenge and the third Hokage's inaction. But Chizuki's discourtesy, if spread, could severely damage his reputation. He tacitly approved, even hinted for others to doubt me, and I should be grateful. I'm done with him. Cursing loudly, making no effort to conceal his fury, Chizuki ignored Minato and pulled Uchiha Mikoto away. Wait for me. Minato gave a wry smile and hurried after them. Had already cursed. What else could be? Might as well accept it. Worst case, he'd face a disciplinary warning. It was too impulsive, not worth it. Still, the Hokage's behavior was indeed unfair. Having risked everything to relay intelligence only to be doubted upon return. Anyone would find that unacceptable. No wonder Chizuki had snapped. Could the third Hokage not hear Chizuki's cursing? Certainly he could, but having already branded himself as the kind-hearted leader, he had no choice but to endure it. Otherwise, he would contradict his own image. After all that fuss, Chizuki had lost even the desire to soak in the hot spring. After bidding farewell to Uchiha Mikoto and Minato, he went straight home. An hour later, having just bathed and started eating, Chizuki was alerted by Bei's presence. He looked up at the window with a blank expression. Realizing he had been detected, the intruder reluctantly opened the window and jumped in. Kid, you were too impulsive. No matter what, you shouldn't have cursed the Hokage. Shimu Shomao walked straight to sit opposite Shinyu. He glanced at the food on the table, sniffed, and asked, Senior, may I join you? I've been busy all day and haven't eaten yet. Shinyu got up to fetch bowls and chopsticks, also bringing out the prepared leftover food meant for tomorrow. After sitting down again, he gritted his teeth and said, I thought I was the village's hero, but I never expected to receive doubt and distrust. Why did Chimushuomao come? Because he liked the look of me. No. It was the third Hokage who sent him. Chin, you could guess that. Thus he did not hide his discontent and let it all show. I'm just upset. So what if I curse? I've been doubted and wronged. Can I even curse? No, you are the hero of the village. Chimushuomao ate heartily while mumbling. Without the timely intelligence and the enemy corpses you sent back, the Fire Country would have suffered immense losses. Jichuin Zuyi's doubt toward you is not the Lord Hokage's will. He is petty-minded and cannot stand others being better than him. He holds strong hostility toward geniuses. Seeing Qian Yu silent, Chimushuomao continued, this guy has been like that since school days. Sai, I hope this incident will teach him a lesson. Also, them is insane. Seeing Qian Yu silent, Chimushuomao continued, this guy has been like that since school days. Sai, I hope this incident will teach him a lesson. Also, Qian Yu showed an attitude of not believing and not wanting to listen, which gave Chimushuomao a headache. He had been sent by the third Hokage to have a good talk with Qian Yu and change his mind. Unfortunately, it didn't work. In any case, you must not curse the Lord Hokage, understand? Curse the Hokage? Qian Yu opened his eyes wide. Don't talk nonsense. I never did such a thing. You didn't. Chimushuomao was amused despite his anger. Then who was that person cursing outside the Hokage office building just now? If the Hokage hadn't stopped them, the Umbu would have come to settle accounts with you immediately. And this is not cursing. You think it's not cursing if you don't mention names. In short, I didn't curse. Believe it or not, I said I didn't, so I didn't. Anyway, I didn't name names. Some people should not take it personally, otherwise you are admitting to your hypocrisy. Yeah, you didn't curse, you didn't. Chimushuomao was defeated. If it were anyone else, he would have pulled a long face and scolded them severely. Thinking back to the pitiful Jichuin Shioi, Chimushuomao felt it was better not to provoke this kid. Otherwise the kid might cast a genjutsu that even he himself couldn't dispel, making him dance embarrassingly. And suffer mental trauma. That would be a huge joke. Chimushuomao couldn't be sure he could dodge Qian Yu's genjutsu. If it were a genjutsu purely released by the Sharingan, one could close their eyes or look down, but if not, it would be very tricky. So before figuring out the flaw of this so-called cherry blossom falling genjutsu, never mess with this kid. Judging from the ruthless decisiveness with which Qian Yu used genjutsu on Jichuin Shioi, Chimushuomao believed that if it were himself, Qian Yu would also strike. Better not to provoke such a hot-headed youth. Kid, you have rendered great merit this time. Setting down his chopsticks, Chimushuomao patted his stomach contentedly and leaned back in the chair. Although your teammates also contributed, the major credit belongs to you. The Hokage told me to let you know that the village will not forget your achievements. When the time is right, the combat achievements will be recorded, so you can exchange them for things you need like ninjutsu scroll. After saying that, Chimushuomao rose and walked toward the window. By the way, the main force leaves tomorrow. Do you want to go to the battlefield and earn merit? No, to avoid the hassle of being doubted again after killing enemies and returning with achievements. I don't want to be doubted once more. Qian Yu snorted and reminded, please use the door, thank you. Sorry. Chimushuomao's face flushed. It was just an instinct, he didn't actually intend to climb through the window. It was already embarrassing enough to be caught climbing in through the window. Now if he climbed out, he would lose all face. Leaving Qian Yu's home, Chimushuomao went to the Hokage's office and recounted the process of persuading Qian Yu. It seems this child holds deep misunderstandings about me. The third Hokage sighed. Lord Hokage, I think this kid is actually quite good. It's just that Jichuin Zuyi's personal issues caused things to turn out this way. Although their interaction wasn't smooth, at least Chimushuomao felt Qian Yu was a decent person. Without that rotten apple of Jichuin Shioi, the whole situation wouldn't have been spoiled. The third Hokage smiled and said, Tsunade said long ago that this child is worthy of the village's cultivation. She wasn't wrong about him. Qian Yu is not a difficult person to get along with. Today's incident just disappointed him. I believe things will improve. I hope so. I believe he will soon become a pillar ninja of our leaf. Lord Hokage, I take my leave. He was to head to the front line early tomorrow, so Chimushuomao couldn't afford to be careless. Although his main task was to lead several Jonin squads to clear out enemies entering the Fire Country one by one. Go ahead. The third Hokage waved his hand. Chimushuomao bowed and withdrew. Konoha continuously dispatched one ninja squad after another to encircle, purge, and drive the Suna shinobi toward the direction of the Chuan country. In a short span of time, villages everywhere were attacked, vast amounts of wealth were plundered, and various supplies were seized. Within the land of fire, wounds were inflicted on every region. Hatake Sakomo was already part of the second wave of reinforcements. The number of Suna shinobi who had infiltrated the land of fire far exceeded the third Hokage's imagination. To swiftly curb the enemy's looting, Konoha could only keep dispatching team after team to provide support. If I don't show you a bit of attitude, you'd think I'm an easy pushover. After sending off Hatake Sakomo, Qianyue finally lay down to rest. Having been through the turmoil of the past few days, he was also utterly exhausted, no better off than Shuemin and Uchiha Meichin. The next morning, still deep in slumber, Qianyue was rudely awakened by a persistent knocking at the door. Still in his pajamas, Qianyue yanked the door open. You. Uchiha Fugaku. Standing at the entrance was someone he had truly not expected. Uchiha Fugaku, that spineless clan leader. No, at this time, he wasn't yet the clan leader, only the young clan leader. Qianyue didn't recognize him at first glance. If not for his trademark, drooping mouth, Qianyue would never have connected him to the future Uchiha Fugaku. Even in his teens, Uchiha Fugaku appeared far too mature. That would be fine, but his expressionless face combined with the corners of his mouth that sagged downward made for a truly striking sight. It was said that the Uchiha clan produced nothing but handsome men and beautiful women, yet Uchiha Fugaku had not inherited such fine genes. That Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke both turned out so handsome was definitely due to inheriting Uchiha Meiken's superior genes. As for Uchiha Fugaku, fine genes. If your genes would just not cause trouble, that would already be a blessing. Had he really looked like you, Hokage fans would never be able to face Lord Itachi and the second pillar with a straight gaze. It's me. Uchiha Fugaku forced a faint smile onto his expressionless face, but that smile did little to make him appear amiable. On the contrary, it made him look even uglier when he smiled. Is there something you want with me? Aside from Uchiha Meichin and her mother, Qianyue had no goodwill toward any other Uchiha. This always reminded him of the scene where his mother had pleaded desperately to be allowed back into the Uchiha clan. Ridiculously, they had refused, because he had white hair. To the Uchiha hair, that glaringly white. A laughable reason for rejection. It was fortunate that Senju Hashirama had taken rebirth in the Senju clan. If he had been born into the Uchiha with half white and half black hair, he would certainly have been treated as a monster. Is it possible to talk inside? Uchiha Fugaku gestured toward the interior of the house. Standing at the door was hardly appropriate for a conversation. I'm sorry, no. Qianyue gave Uchiha Fugaku no face whatsoever. Regardless of whom he represented, the Uchiha clan leader or some Uchiha elder, Qianyue would not show them any kindness. If not for the fear of putting Uchiha Meichin and her family in a difficult position, Qianyue would have simply driven him out. The strange smile on Uchiha Fugaku's face slowly froze. He probably hadn't expected Qianyue to be so dismissive, even though he was the young clan leader of the Uchiha. He wasn't even allowed through the door. The Uchiha are the foremost clan of Konoha, far beyond the reach of a nobody like me. Please do not come and disturb my life. With that, Qianyue prepared to close the door. But you carry the blood of the Uchiha. Your mother is also a member of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku's typical rigid expression returned. Indeed, Qianyue said with a smile. So when my mother and I needed help, she begged desperately to return to the Uchiha? Only to be refused because I have a head of incongruous white hair. Smiling, he pointed at his own hair. Qianyue's smile gradually faded and his eyes turned icy. This is the first time, and I hope it will be the last. If any Uchiha stands at my door again, I will not be polite. This bloodline was bestowed upon me by my mother. Since you do not accept it, why come back to persuade me? You walk your broad path of sunlight, and I will cross my single log bridge. The door nearly struck his nose. Uchiha Fugaku instinctively stepped back, his expression as sour. He, the dignified young clan leader of the Uchiha, had swallowed his pride and come knocking only to be denied entry and even threatened. This was utterly humiliating. What made it worse for Uchiha Fugaku was that he could do nothing to Qianyue. Even if he wanted to resort to underhanded tactics, he would have to wait for the right opportunity, or until Qianyue left the village. Besides, could a dirty trick against Qianyue be that easy? The story of Jitsu and Shoei dancing awkwardly and becoming a laughingstock had already spread through Konoha. Who in their right mind would seek trouble? TSK. As expected, no matter which world, some people always wear the same face. When they dislike you, they care nothing for your life, and may even trample on you a few times. When you become worth courting, they come scurrying to your door. So what if I don't give Uchiha Fugaku face? When I had no means to protect myself, I simply avoided them. But now that I have the power to protect myself, would I still spare their feelings? Dream on. Jitsu and Shoei had become notorious, thoroughly notorious. But it was the sort of fame his clan would rather do without. Because of him, the entire Jitsuan clan was humiliated. Some hot-tempered members even clamored to make Qianyue pay. Fortunately, it was only bluster. In Konoha, they wouldn't dare to find fault with Qianyue so easily. That would be internal conflict, which was strictly forbidden. Even when Danzo later became all-powerful, he only schemed in the shadows, never daring to bring things into the open. Qianyue had no time to bother with these matters. All he wanted was a good sleep. But heaven did not comply. Scarcely had Qianyue lain down when he heard the door open. The front door swung open, and a lively little head of red hair poked in, stealthily peering around. It was Kushina. After looking around and not spotting Qianyue, she breathed a sigh of relief. Quickly she placed the lunchbox she had brought on the table and softly closed the door. Little did she know that the person she was trying not to disturb was rubbing his temples, watching her furtive antics with a headache. "What are you doing?" "Oh." A sudden voice from behind her made Kushina, already nervous and jumpy, scream and leap high like a startled. At that moment she was utterly helpless. Her identity as a Jinchuriki, her sensory abilities, everything vanished. She was nothing but an ordinary little girl. "Qianyue, you scared me to death." She glared at him angrily and stomped her foot. Her little heart was racing. Yawning, Qianyue gave Kushina a dismissive look and headed toward the washroom. "How do you have a key to my house?" It seemed he wouldn't be able to sleep in. "Because I live next door." Kushina jiggled the key triumphantly. "I told the locksmith uncle that I had locked my keys inside, and he opened the door for me and made a copy." Qianyue, who was brushing his teeth, nearly choked on toothpaste foam. Was that move even allowed? With such smooth tactics, why didn't you become a thief? Even the method of knocking on doors by thieves isn't as effective as yours. You just walked off with someone else's key. With a cheerful smile, Kushina opened the bento box while sitting on a chair, resting her chin on one hand, and happily said, "I heard this morning that you taught that bastard from the Uchiha family a lesson, so I asked my uncle from the Umbu, who was with me, and confirmed that you returned to the village, so I brought you a bento." It seems you get along well with the Umbu. After washing her face and brushing her teeth, Qianyue came out, glanced at the bento box, sat down, and picked up a roasted chicken wing to eat. Last night Kakashi suddenly visited, and even brought along some cooked food he had made. Who would have thought that this white-haired guy could eat more than him, leaving him unsatisfied? Just as he felt a bit hungry now. Qianyue was enjoying her meal, while Kushina was very happy. "How did you know I was opening the door?" "I was being very careful. With such a large nine-tails inside you, how could you not be detected?" Little White was almost ready to jump out. "All right. Besides, I was already awake." Qianyue casually tossed the chicken bones on the table. "In front of you, the Uchiha clan's young master came to knock on the door, which woke me up. Just as I lay down, I heard the door open. So that's how it is." Kushina shyly stuck out her little tongue. Roasted chicken wings, roasted chicken legs, roasted beef. Qianyue had to admit that Kushina's bento was too lavish. Most importantly, the taste of this thing was surprisingly similar to that of the Akimichi clan's barbecue. "This flavor feels familiar." While eating the beef, Qianyue curiously asked, "It tastes like the Akimichi clan's barbecue. Where did you get the recipe?" "I bought it from Uncle Hokage." Kushina wrinkled her little nose, looking all proud. "That fat guy from the Akimichi clan was too despicable. He wouldn't sell it to me no matter how much I offered. In the end, I found Uncle Hokage, and after ensuring it was just for my personal use, I bought it for 100,000 ryo." Qianyue. The Akimichi clan members probably cried out in despair in the bathroom. They must be hoping and praying that you won't leak the secret recipe. For this move by Kushina, you would give her full marks. It was fortunate that she thought of asking the third Hokage to intervene. If it were anyone else, they would have never been able to get the Akimichi clan's barbecue recipe. With the third Hokage personally intervening, the Akimichi clan had no choice but to comply. They could only demand that Kushina write a guarantee stating she would never leak it. Just thinking about the pitiful and aggrieved expressions of those fat guys from the Akimichi clan made Qianyue unable to stop laughing. Kushina was too talented. "Quickly praise me, I'm amazing, right?" Kushina kept hinting at Qianyue, but he didn't notice and looked up at the window. Crack. The window was opened and a small yellow-haired figure squeezed and still hanging on the window. When he saw the two people in the living room staring at him, the smirk on his face froze. "Ahem. I was afraid of disturbing you, so this way is more convenient." Minato awkwardly explained. "Minato, how can you climb through a window? That's very impolite." Kushina was the first to complain. Minato instantly felt embarrassed. Qianyue was speechless. "Your sneaky behavior of calling a locksmith to open my door and making a key isn't much better than climbing through a window. So fragrant." Just as Minato was about to find a reason to excuse himself, he suddenly sniffed, and his eyes were glued to the bento box. It was the smell of barbecue. "Qianyue, you really know how to enjoy it." Minato scolded Qianyue's wickedness while reaching for a chicken leg. Slap. Hiss. Minato jumped up, covering his hand, the back of which had turned red. He saw Kushina with her hands on her hips. "This is breakfast I prepared for Qianyue. Do you want to eat?" "You go get your own." Makoto-kan, you're here." Minato, filled with grievances, suddenly turned his eyes and exclaimed towards the door. Makoto-kan." Kushina was tricked and instinctively turned her head. However, there was no Makoto-kan. Minato quickly grabbed the chicken leg and ran to the side, eating it greedily. "You." Kushina, who had been fooled, was so angry that she wanted to hit someone. Watching the two clowns mess around, Qianyue was also happily watching the show. As for Minato's hints for help, "Sorry, I didn't see anything. You just have to bear the consequences." After Kushina left, Minato grinned in pain, covering his face. He had taken a punch from Kushina, and it hurt a lot. Tears were welling up in his eyes. That girl hit hard. mainly because Minato had tricked her. Kushina hit so hard. As time passed, Kushina began to show signs of developing towards Tsunade. When in doubt, just solve it with a punch. If one punch doesn't work, then just use another. Qianyu was relieved that Tsunade hadn't taught Kushina the strength technique, yet otherwise if Kushina combined it with that strength, who knows how many people would suffer. Deserved. Who told you to trick her? Have you forgotten that Kushina hates being deceived the most? Qianyu laughed gleefully, laughing without a care in the world. Who told you to eat all by yourself? Minato grinned. By the way, you've become famous, did you know? And that Uchiha clan's Jonin, or whatever. Where did you learn this tone of speaking? I learned it from you. Can I learn from you? Famous. Qianyu didn't care. After all, not many people in Konoha truly recognized him. As for the signature white hair, such hair color was not uncommon in Konoha, so Qianyu wasn't afraid of being recognized on the street. Qianyu. What? Today the little son seemed a bit off, acting all mysterious. Qianyu looked at him suspiciously, wondering what had stimulated Minato so much that he was acting strange so early in the morning. A new war is coming. Do you think we will go to the battlefield? Under Qianyu's gaze, Minato held it in for a long time before saying this. I thought you wanted to say something profound, but after holding it in for so long, that's all you can come up with. Get lost. Qianyu kicked Minato out. Whether or not we will go to the battlefield is something that should be decided by the higher-ups, not us. So what if a new war is coming? It's not something you and I can change. Truly worrying about such things was pointless. He might as well think about what to eat for lunch. The third Hokage wasn't anxious, so why should he be? No matter how intense the war was, could it reach Konoha? It was impossible to think that way. As for the rest, why worry about so much? Are we having a gathering today? Seeing Qianyu open the refrigerator and check what was left, Minato's eyes brightened. To prevent running out of time to buy ingredients, Qianyu often buys extra meat to store in the refrigerator, so when he wants to eat, he can just take it out and cook. You cook? Qianyu turned to look at Minato. Minato's smile froze, scratching his head. Well, aha. I was going to cook. You know I like cooking, but unfortunately my cooking skills aren't as good as yours. I'm afraid Mikoto-kan and Kushina will be disappointed. Let's stick to the old rules. I'll buy the ingredients, and you handle the rest. Alright. It's nice to gather occasionally. Plus, with the recent task, both Minato and Uchiha Mikoto were quite frightened. It's time to eat something good to soothe their wounded spirits. After a moment of consideration, Qianyu agreed. Then I'll take care of buying the ingredients. Hearing this, Minato got excited, running outside, without caring about the bruise on his face. Kushina really hit hard. I hope Minato's face won't swell up. Shaking his head, Qianyu began to prepare some ingredients. He could guess what Minato would buy with just his toes. Back and forth, it was just those things. People in the Hokage world didn't pay as much attention to food as in his past life, and the variety of dishes was not rich. If you wanted to try something new, you wouldn't even find enough ingredients. It's the village's intelligence. In a hidden cave, Orochimaru removed the intel scroll from the ninja hawk's leg and casually released the hawk. Old man. With a dirty face that looked like he hadn't washed for days, Jiraiya yawned, seemingly suffering from acclimatization. The war between Konoha and Mangekyō raged on unceasingly, and the three of them were utterly exhausted. Tsunade sat on a nearby log, silent and speechless. She was undoubtedly the most fatigued member of the team. Not only did she have to fight, but she also had to heal the wounded and prepare various potions. With such a rare moment of leisure, Tsunade only wanted to rest well and not bother with village affairs. After all, why did the third Hokage appoint Danzo as the frontline commander? What a mess. Wasn't Naruto a better choice? He had strategy, intelligence, and seniority. Unlike Danzo, who was stumbling in the dark. Unfortunately, the third Hokage still appointed Danzo as the frontline commander. My. Opening the intel scroll, Orochimaru's slitted snake eyes narrowed. What's wrong? Jiraiya noticed something off about Orochimaru and looked over. Tsunade also opened her eyes, her tired gaze sweeping over. Tsunade has declared war on Konoha. The third Kazekage has led a ninja army into the land of the young one you have your eye on is remarkable, awakening the 3-tomo Sharingan at such a tender age and successfully annihilating an entire team of Jonin. He excels in Jinjutsu, capable of easily controlling Jonin. But alas, this lad is rather unruly. The old man wants you to return and take him under your wing for a period of training. In the eyes of the third Hokage, Qianyu's actions were nothing short of disobedience. Fortunately, Qianyu showed not an iota of deference to the Uchiha, nor did he harbor any intention of returning to their clan. Thus, the third Hokage dispatched intelligence to Tsunade on the front lines, informing her not only of Tsunade's declaration of war against Konoha, but also ordering her to return to the Hidden Leaf. Upon her return, she was to keep Qianyu by her side and guide him, hoping that through such means she could foster a sense of belonging in him. What? Jiraiya couldn't help but be startled. Is it that brat Yagami Qianyu? A terrible scream echoed as Jiraiya was slammed against the rock, his body trembling twice before slowly sliding down the surface. Before he turned to darkness, Orochimaru was actually quite easy to get along with. For instance, he would occasionally joke around with Jiraiya and Tsunade. However, Shinju's misfortune drastically altered Orochimaru's life. I didn't expect this kid to grow so fast. His Sharingan has evolved to the 3-mo level, and his Jinjutsu can easily control Jonin. No wonder the old man is anxious. When are you planning to return? Orochimaru leaned against the rock, gazing at the relentless rain outside the cave. As soon as possible. The third Hokage didn't want, nor did Tsunade wish, for Chinyue to get too close to the Uchiha. That would force Kushina to sever ties with Chinyue completely. Tsunade didn't want to see Kushina looking miserable. Seriously, what's so great about that brat besides being handsome and talented? Why does he attract so much attention from girls? Kushina is simply foolish. She could like anyone, yet she chooses someone like him. Take Minato along. Jiraiya collapsed on the ground, slowly raised his hand. Tsunade. Orochimaru. I brought a friend along, is that okay? Minato smiled apologetically, pulling out Nara Shikaku, whose mouth twitched from beside him. Chinyue, long time no see. Come and don't block the doorway. You're not a stranger. Chinyue glanced outside, but didn't see the other two from the Ino Shikacho trio. It seemed only Nara Shikaku came with Minato. The current Ino Shikacho trio had been in the same year as them, but not in the same class. Later, Chinyue and Minato skipped grades. They didn't come. I ran into Minato at the market, chatted a bit, and accepted his invitation to join the gathering. Nara Shikaku explained. Perfect timing, go help Minato wash the vegetables. Chinyue, without any hesitation, pulled him inside and pushed him toward the kitchen. Wash vegetables. Nara Shikaku hadn't expected that as a guest he'd be asked to wash. Minato, used to this, chuckled. That's Kianyu's rule. If we gather, everyone shares the work. I usually buy groceries, he cooks, and Kushina and Mikoto clean up after eating. Startled me. I thought guests had to work. Nara Shikaku sighed in relief, but quickly frowned seriously as washing vegetables seemed quite troublesome. Moreover, Minato had bought a lot. Even working together, it would take some effort, which was far from his forte. Sigh. Watching Minato, who had already started working, Nara Shikaku could only let out a long sigh and reluctantly entered the kitchen. Clatter. But less than 2 minutes in, a loud crash echoed along with Minato's disdainful voice. Get out. Asking you to help was a terrible mistake. I just finished washing these. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Nara Shikaku chuckled awkwardly as he retreated from the kitchen, utterly embarrassed. Ha ha ha. Chinyue doubled over with laughter. The esteemed young master of the Nara clan couldn't even wash vegetables. The way he entered the kitchen looked more tense than a sparring match. His whole body was rigid. Have a seat, make yourself at home. More people make it livelier. After laughing a while, Chinyue invited Nara Shikaku to sit, handed him a bottle of water, and asked, already graduated? Yeah, just graduated. But with the war raging, the village is short of jonin, so they haven't assigned a supervising jonin yet. Nara Shikaku nodded in reply. Inherited disciples like the Ino Shikacho trio had no need to worry about a supervising jonin. The village would assign a highly capable jonin to lead the team. Unlike other squads who had to pick and choose. You kids from big clans sure have it easy. Chinyue couldn't help. Nara Shikaku was momentarily speechless. I heard from my father that the village originally wanted Sinodecima to be your teacher, but you turned it down. Actually, I should be envious of you. Chinyue, we're here. Kushina, dragging Uzumaki Mikoto and carrying some pastries, ran in. When she saw Nara Shikaku sitting in the living room, she asked curiously, who's this? He looked somewhat familiar, as if she'd seen him before, but couldn't recall. The Nara clan was a prominent family in Konoha, but Kushina never paid attention to such matters. Back in school, she'd seen Nara Shikaku with his spiky ponytail, but hadn't interacted. So she only found him familiar, but couldn't remember his name. This is Nara Shikaku, a classmate from our year from the other class. Chinyue introduced. Kushina revealed a look of realization and smiled. Hello, I'm Kushina. Pleased to meet you. I'm Nara Shikaku. Pleased to meet you. Nara Shikaku seemed somewhat restrained. The main reason for his restraint was the legend of the crimson red pepper that Kushina had left at school. He could hear other students saying how fierce Kushina was and how hard she hit people. Now that he finally met her in person, it would be false to say he wasn't nervous. I'm Uchiha Mikoto. Compared to Kushina, Nara Shikaku felt that Uchiha Mikoto would be easier to get along with. Because Uchiha Mikoto had been known for her gentle temper since her school days. Was it his imagination? This ponytailed fellow seemed a bit afraid of me. Was I really that terrifying? He was normal with Sister Mikoto, but timid with me. Kushina's gaze toward Nara Shikaku began to change. There was murderous intent. Nara Shikaku, who was chatting with Chinyue about freshman topics, suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. Instinctively, he turned around and saw Kushina clenching her fists, her hair beginning to flutter. I don't think I did anything. The crimson red pepper is about to flare up. Is this aimed at me? Ahem, enough, Kushina. Shikaku is here for the first time. You'll scare him like this. Seeing Nara Shikaku on the verge of bolting, Chinyue timely intervened to stop her, otherwise Shikaku might have gotten beaten. What happened? Who provoked Kushina? Noticing the situation in the living room, Minato shook the water off his hands and rushed out. Unexpectedly, he met Kushina's eyes that were almost spitting fire. The vegetables aren't washed yet. They'll go wash them now. You all continue. Minato decisively returned to the kitchen, acting as if he had seen nothing and it had nothing to do with him. Minato rushed in hurriedly and then fled in a flurry. This move left Nara Shikaku dumbfounded. Could you be any more dramatic? Alright, let's go get the pastries. Understanding, Uchiha Mikoto stepped forward with a smile and pulled Kushina. The crisis was successfully resolved. Phew, indeed I shouldn't have come to join the fun. The crimson red pepper is too dangerous. I'd better stay far away in the future. How could Minato like such a girl? It's absolutely terrifying. The meal made Nara Shikaku's heart thump wildly, his forehead drenched in sweat. As soon as the meal ended, he found an excuse and couldn't wait to leave. As if something terrifying was chasing him. I never want to see him again. If you invite such a friend next time, I'll be. During that meal, Nara Shikaku ate with trembling fear, and Minato's heart also jumped up and down. Kushina was filled with anger. She felt something was off. This Nara Shikaku seemed deliberately to look down on her, dodging her all the time. Was she a monster? Damn it. Well, I still have something to do. See you tomorrow. Originally intending to drag Chinyue along for training, given the situation, Minato felt it was better to flee first, or else Kushina would really hit someone. Lucky you ran fast. Humming, Kushina wiped her nose with her thumb, clearly unhappy. Uchiha Mikoto tried to console her until she calmed down. Father Yagami, Chinyue refused. He didn't even give me a chance to enter and persuade him. In the clan leader's mansion, Uchiha Fugaku knelt shamefully before the Uchiha clan leader, his head lowered. He dared not look up at his father, afraid of seeing disappointment on his face. Glancing at his trembling son, the Uchiha clan leader remained calm and said indifferently, if his mother were still alive, there might have been a chance. Unfortunately. Shaking his head, he poured himself a cup of tea. You don't need to worry about this. Just focus on taking over the police force. Our Uchiha clan hasn't fallen to the point where losing one genius spells ruin. I believe that one day he will change his mind. After all, no one understands the Sharingan better than us Uchiha. But what about the elder? Fool. He slammed the teacup heavily on the table and scolded, what you need to care about is how to take over the police force, and how to win over its members, not the elder's opinion. Yes. Uchiha Fugaku lowered his head further. After scolding his son, the Uchiha clan leader took a few deep breaths to calm down. Go to Uchiha Mikoto's home and talk to her mother. Tell her I suggest letting her daughter join the police force. If I can't win over Yagami Chinyue, can't I at least pull Uchiha Mikoto into the police force? As long as Uchiha Mikoto stays in the police force, Chinyue will never go against the Uchiha clan. Unless the Uchiha clan provokes him first. After all, the Uchiha clan merely refused his return. They did nothing else to kick him when he was down. With Uchiha Mikoto and her mother mediating, even if Chinyue continues to grow stronger, he won't go out of his way to trouble the Uchiha clan. So what if Chinyue has some grudge against the Uchiha, the foremost clan of the ninja world, afraid of a child? Yes, I will go visit immediately. Uchiha Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how many times whenever he faced his father, he always felt nervous, always worried that his father would be disappointed in him. Late at night, Uchiha Fugaku brought gifts and paid a visit. He conveyed the clan leader's intention. How could he convince Sister Mikoto? At that moment, Chinyue was also troubled by this at home. A new war had broken out. Even if a large number of Sunigakure ninjas had entered the land of fire, they would eventually be driven out. Konoha would never allow the battlefield at its doorstep. Pushing the battlefield into the land of wind was a certainty. If that wasn't feasible, they would at least have to push it into the land of rivers. Then Chinyue might be sent to either the land of rivers battlefield or the land of rain battlefield. The village would never let him idle around all day doing nothing. Chinyue was not afraid of war, but he needed to consider those around him, such as Uchiha Mikoto. Minato could perhaps count on Jiraiya to give him some care on the battlefield. But if Uchiha Mikoto followed him to the front lines, she might face many dangers. So Chinyue hoped she would stay in the village, or simply join the police force first. If she joined the police force, even if the village conscripted ninjas, she wouldn't be called up. The idea was good, but Chinyue wasn't sure how to convince her. He was afraid that once he opened his mouth, Uchiha Mikoto would explode. Early the next morning, Chinyue, still sound asleep, was once again roused by the sound of the door opening. He thought it was Kushina, but it turned out to be Uchiha Mikoto. Rubbing his eyes as he emerged from the bedroom, Chinyue yawned and asked, Sister Mikoto, is something the matter that you're here so early? It's not that early anymore. With a gentle smile, Uchiha Mikoto placed a lunchbox on the table and pulled Chinyue to sit down. Eat something first, and then I'll tell you why I came so early. There really is something. Wait, I haven't brushed my teeth yet. Staring at the delicious food in the lunchbox, Qianyu hesitated for exactly 3.3 seconds. In the end, he decided to eat first, and then slowly go wash up. Qianyu, I might have to leave the team and join the police department. Smiling as she watched Qianyu devour the food, she had made Uchiha Makoto's smile gradually faded once he was nearly finished. Her expression shifted to one of loss as she lowered her head and spoke softly. Join the police department. Qianyu was stunned. He had been wondering whether to bring it up himself. And if he did, what reason would he use to convince her? Yet unexpectedly, Uchiha Makoto had been the one to speak first. Was this like having a pillow appear just when he felt drowsy? Qianyu couldn't help but be amused by his own thought. It's because of Auntie, right? He stuffed the last piece of pastry into his mouth and looked at her. Uchiha Makoto nodded with difficulty. Last night the clan heir Uchiha Fugaku came to our house. He came on behalf of the clan head to discuss with Mother, saying that they think highly of me and hope I can join the police department as a clerical staff member. The clan will also assign a jonin to guide my training. Mother has already agreed. She wants me to have the best possible growth. After all, no one understands the Sharingan better than the Uchiha. When it came to the use of the Sharingan, Qianyu was certainly no match for seasoned Uchiha jonin who had awakened it for years. With guidance from such a jonin, Uchiha Makoto's strength would undoubtedly improve significantly, and she would follow the most correct path. What should I do? Will Qianyu agree? If he's angry, how should I placate him? Uchiha Makoto's heart was, this is good news. Having braced herself for Qianyu's anger, she was instead met with his declaration that it was good news. Uchiha Makoto was utterly bewildered. Setting down his chopsticks, Qianyu reached out and pinched Uchiha Makoto's cheek, tugging it gently. Actually, Sister Makoto, even if you hadn't said anything, I would have advised you to join the police department first. With a new war looming, the village certainly won't let me stay idle. In the coming days, I'll likely be dispatched to the River Country battlefield or the Rain Country battlefield. There's a high probability that Minato and I will be leaving. If you stay in the village without a suitable team, it's better to join the police department as a clerical staff member and also receive training from the Uchiha. But if you go to the battlefield, isn't that very dangerous? Uchiha Makoto had even forgotten that Qianyu was still pinching her cheek, causing her speech to sound slightly muffled. At that moment, her mind was filled with worry about whether Qianyu would face danger on the battlefield. How could that be? Feeling he had gone far enough, Qianyu quickly let go. If he pinched any longer, it would leave a mark. With a confident smile, he said, even if I go to the battlefield, it will be me killing the enemy. There's no chance the enemy will kill me. Aren't you assured of my strength? I don't believe a word. The idea that you can kill enemies but they can't kill you is quite the dream. Still, Qianyu's strength indeed gave him the capital to survive on the battlefield. Standing up, he walked toward the bathroom. So what are you still worried about? If you stay in the village, you can often keep Kushina company. Kushina would be overjoyed to know you're staying. At the thought of Kushina jumping for joy, Uchiha Makoto couldn't help but chuckle softly. After Qianyu's persuasion, Uchiha Makoto finally set aside her concerns and smoothly joined the police department as a clerical officer. Rumor had it the salary was quite good. Several days passed in succession with the land of fire engulfed in flames of war everywhere. The Sand Shinobi were causing havoc, and Konoha had no choice but to dispatch squads to encircle and expel them. What perplexed Qianyu was that the village had not issued any orders to him. Qianyu, what could it be we guessed wrong? By the small river where they trained Minato and Qianyu sat together eating grilled fish. Who knows? Not only Minato, but Qianyu himself was puzzled. Had the third Hokage changed his mind? It didn't make sense. Fighting on two fronts, Konoha's forces were already stretched thin. The village had even issued a second conscription for ninja from each clan to enter the battlefield. There was no reason to leave them idling in the village. Tossing the fish bones into the campfire, Qianyu teased, "What's the matter? Are you that eager to go to the battle?" "Of course not." Minato's voice rose sharply. Although he wasn't afraid of the battlefield, he wasn't someone who enjoyed killing. If he had a choice, he wished the world could be at peace with everyone from every nation coexisting harmoniously. "I just hope the world can be peaceful and war doesn't break out." A noble thought, but nothing more than a delusion. Qian, you couldn't be bothered to pour cold water on it because war among humans would never cease. It was like this before ninja appeared, and it remained so after the ninja system was established. The only time there was relative peace was when Hashirama Senju was alive. After all, the god of shinobi's strength was overwhelming. He could easily crush any other ninja village. With such a towering figure, who would dare to start a war? The moment Hashirama Senju died, the first great ninja war erupted. Even Tobarama Senju, a man who mastered water release and was filled with forbidden techniques, could not hold the line. Qianyu, why do wars happen? Is it impossible for peace to exist in the ninja world? It's nudging Minato, Qianyu said irritably. Peace happens in your dreams at night. Go wash your hands. They're all greasy and you're scratching your head with them. I swear. You've been doing it for years and you still haven't had enough. Be careful. One day you might tear a piece of your scalp off. Learn that head scratching you've been doing it for years, and you still haven't had enough. Be careful. One day you might tear a piece of your scalp off. Minato inexplicably wanted to hit someone, but he held back. He couldn't win anyway. Making peace in his dreams would have to do. After all, Chien Yu wasn't wrong. The only way to realize the wish for ninja world peace was in dreams. A convoy of wounded frontline soldiers returned to Konoha. A tired Tsunade had intended to go home and rest, but after some thought, she headed to the Hokage's office. Bang! The door to the Hokage's office was violently pushed open. Kohor Udatane and Hamura Midokado, who were in a meeting inside, frowned and were about to reprimand the intruder. However, when they saw who it was, they immediately backed down. Tsunade, you're not a child anymore. Can't you show some? Glancing at the scolding Kohor Udatane, Tsunade didn't even bother acknowledging her and directly addressed the third Hokage. Old man, I've brought back all the wounded, safe and sound. I've sent them to the hospital for treatment and recovery. Glancing at the scolding Kohor Udatane, Tsunade didn't even bother acknowledging her and directly addressed the third Hokage. Old man, I've brought back all the wounded. Faced with Tsunade's accusation, the third Hokage was not angry but smiled instead. Then go and rest now. The wounded will be well taken care of in the hospital. You've worked hard during this time. You know it. I'm dead tired, and I can't find anyone on the front lines to play cards with. So annoying. Tsunade felt she had developed dark circles, and her skin had worsened considerably. All of this was caused by the war. If the war hadn't broken out, she could have stayed leisurely in Konoha, occasionally taking a few patients to earn some extra cash, then heading to the casino for a fling. That was truly a heavenly life. Once the war came, Tsunade's good days were over, and she was worked half to death on the front line every day. That damn Jiraiya even dared to laugh at me. Wait until I get back. He'll make him pay. The third Hokage chose to ignore that last remark, expecting to find someone to play cards with on the battlefield. Dream on. If that were the case, Jiraiya would be complaining that he had no place to peep for his research. Should I arrange a few girls for him to use as material? The completely relaxed Tsunade yawned as she walked away. The ignored Tsurugi Komatsu's face turned red with anger. Sarutobi, are you going to let her run wild like this? And so it began again. Mito Minyin could only shake his head slightly. Whenever they were ignored, Tsurugi Komatsu and Danzo always liked to find the third Hokage to vent their frustrations. However, it was of no use. Orochimaru and Jiraiya were somewhat considerate and would at least give them some face. But Tsunade was different. She completely ignored their existence. If you don't like me, I don't care to acknowledge you either. After all, you wouldn't dare do anything to me. So put away your airs as an elder. That nonsense doesn't work on me. Komatsu Tsunade is just too tired. The third Hokage continued to mediate as usual. In such matters, it was best to just brush it off. On one side was his friend and elder of the village. On the other was his disciple, who was also the princess of Konoha. Neither of them feared him. Given this, why get involved? It was enough to just brush it off. The third Hokage chose to evade infuriating Tsurugi Komatsu, but it was of no use. The third Hokage would never make Tsunade apologize for such matters, and Tsunade would never apologize. In the end, it would all come to nothing. After a day of training, Chiyuki and Minato chose to return home. Just as they reached the door, Chiyuki noticed that the window had been tampered with. He then asked in his heart, Xiaobai, is someone in the house? Yes. Xiaobai, who was dozing off in the ceiling space, lazily replied, turning over comfortably to continue sleeping. He then asked in his heart, Xiaobai, is someone in the house? Yes. Xiaobai, who was dozing off in the ceiling space, lazily replied. Therefore, the only person who could have climbed through the window was Kushina. This girl sometimes liked to scare him by hiding in the room or behind the door, even though she never truly managed to frighten Chiyuki. But Kushina enjoyed playing such little games. Or rather, pranks. Poor Ninetales. After 3 seconds of silent tribute to the Ninetales, Chiyuki took out his keys, opened the door, and walked toward the bedroom. While not bad, she even knows to hide under the blanket. Chiyuki grabbed the blanket and pulled it hard. The blanket was successfully yanked away, revealing the person hiding inside. Who the hell could this be? When did Kushina turn into a blonde? Who is it? A groggy Tsunade opened her eyes, just a crack, squinting to see the figure standing before her. After a while, she finally recognized him. Clutching a pillow, she turned over and muttered, Go make something to eat. I'm starving. Wait, you climbed through my window and slept in my bed, and you have the audacity to ask me to cook for you. Lady, this is my house, not yours. Tsunade returning to Konoha was indeed unexpected for Chiyuki. She looked pretty worn out. Fighting on the battlefield was no easy task, especially in the dreadful environment of the Land of Rain. Jiraiya didn't know if he was back yet, but if he was, he would definitely go find Minato first. After all, he had left his disciple for so long and needed to make it up to him quickly. Wake up, go back to sleep. Chiyuki tossed aside the blanket and pushed Tsunade. Don't mess around, let me sleep for a bit. I'm exhausted and starving. Tsunade remained groggy. I only found out when I got back that Kushina moved out. Since she wasn't home I came here. Just so happens your cooking is good, and I've missed it. I want to eat some pork knuckles. You yourself are a big pork knuckle. It looks like this woman is planning to stay at my place. Chizuki silently exited the bedroom and headed to the kitchen. Soon upon smelling the aroma of meat, Tsunade opened her eyes wide, jumped out of bed, without even putting on her shoes, and ran out. Looking at the Konoha princess who was sprawled on the table eating meat, without any semblance of decorum, Chizuki suspected she hadn't just come from the battlefield, but rather escaped from Africa. Even if the transportation in this world was inconvenient, and supply deliveries were difficult, Tsunade shouldn't be starving to this extent. How long has it been since she last ate meat to be this desperate? Her eyes sparkled with greed, resembling a greedy husky from his past life. Holding his bowl and chopsticks, Chizuki thought for a moment, and asked, "Senior, is Konoha's supply situation this dire?" Swallowing the meat in her mouth, Tsunade looked revitalized. "Once you step onto the battlefield you'll understand. The land of rain is a hellish place, and the environment is as harsh as can be. Just having dried food is already fortunate, you still want to eat meat. Unless you're in the Konoha camp it's somewhat better." As a medical ninja, instead of staying in the camp to treat the wounded, she rushed to the battlefield to fight, even fiercer than anyone else. There was no one like Tsunade in the entire ninja world. Other medical ninjas wouldn't dare to play like this. Picking up a piece of vegetable, Chizuki continued to ask, "How's the situation on the battlefield?" Tsunade fell silent for a moment, sighed, and said, "Not very ideal. The strength of the Rain Ninja Village far exceeds our expectations. Under Hanzo's leadership, Konoha hasn't gained much advantage. Of course, this is also related to certain people's command failures." At the end, Tsunade couldn't help but complain. It was evident how much she disapproved of Danzo. Danzo. Chizuki recalled that the overall commander on the battlefield in the Land of Rain was Danzo. To be honest, he didn't think Danzo was suitable for this position. Among those with commanding abilities on the front lines, Narashikaku and Orochimaru were the most suitable. The former was more comprehensive, while the latter was more ruthless. Nodding, Tsunade grappled with her hair in frustration, but upon seeing her hands covered in grease, she had to abandon the thought. The battlefield in the Land of Rain is not over yet, but at this time the Sand Ninja Village launched a surprise attack on Konoha, igniting a new war, causing the Rock Ninja Village and Cloud Ninja Village to stir restlessly. Recently, the number of foreign ninjas entering the Land of Rain has been increasing, and even the Sand Ninja Village has shown signs of entering. Among the Hokages during the Second Ninja World War, the Land of Rain was indeed a tragic place. Konoha was fighting here, the Sand Ninja Village was also fighting here, and even the Rock Ninja Village got involved. As a result, later on, Hanzo even declared war on Konoha, while simultaneously declaring war on the Sand and Rock Ninja Villages. The three major ninja villages along with the Rain Ninja Village fought fiercely, with various chaotic battles constantly unfolding. After eating and drinking to his fill, and washing the grease off his hands, Tsunade sat back contentedly in her chair sipping hot tea. "I came back this time mainly to take you and Minato to the front lines." Saying this, Tsunade straightened her body, looking Chizuki up and down, exclaiming in surprise, "I didn't expect that. After not seeing you for a while you've grown quite handsome and your strength has improved significantly. Even regular jonin are no match for you now. I've heard about the matter with Shimizu Hideyata. You did well. Don't worry about the Shimizu clan, they won't dare retaliate. Moreover, the third Hokage won't allow such a situation to occur. But be careful on the battlefield. Danzo is not a good person. He isn't afraid to dance awkwardly in front of countless Konoha ninjas, even if it damages his spirit. If he wants to come after me, so be it. I didn't expect you to be so confident." Tsunade rolled her eyes. "If you offend that old man badly, be careful, he might send you on dangerous missions." "Whatever." Chizuki shrugged again, indicating he didn't care. It can come however it wants, openly or secretly. He was indifferent. As long as it's not a sealing squad coming after him, he wasn't afraid of anything else. What he feared most was accidentally getting sealed. That would be quite troublesome. As for sending him to his death outright, that's a minor issue. He could let Xiaobai unleash a few tailed beast balls to blow the Konoha camp to smithereens, then openly become a rogue ninja. If he had family living in Konoha, Chizuki would have some reservations. But being all alone, what did he have to fear? Your temper seems to have grown along with your strength. Kiyu's attitude left Tsunade speechless. If she knew what Chizuki truly thought, she would definitely be shocked. For an ordinary ninja, becoming a rogue ninja is a last resort. But for Chizuki, it simply wasn't significant. "Forget it, you're just like Shosuke. It seems you've entered a rebellious phase. Trying to persuade you is futile. Think about it yourself. I'm borrowing your room for a bit. Wake me up at 7 tomorrow morning. I have to go to the hospital to help with the surgery. There's a guest room. You're still addicted to sleeping. If you don't sleep in my room, you can't sleep at all. I can't be bothered to make the bed." Tsunade's reasoning left Chizuki completely flabbergasted. With the bedroom occupied by Tsunade, Chizuki made the bed in the guest room. After pondering for a moment, he closed the door, jumped onto the roof, and headed to Minato's house. The faint sound of footsteps still caught Minato's attention. He was directly interrupted while practicing his hand seals at home. "It's me." Chizuki jumped in through the window and praised, "Not bad practicing your hand seals diligently at home without taking a break. When you're home alone you do the same thing." Minato didn't scold Chizuki for climbing through the window. After all, he often climbed into Kiyu's house. "Everyone is the same. I was just bored. Keep bragging. If we hadn't grown up together, I might have almost believed. Congratulations, your wish is about to be fulfilled." Chizuki patted Minato on the shoulder to congratulate him. "What wish? I don't even know what you're talking about." Minato wore a black question mark expression. Familiar with the routine, he opened the refrigerator, grabbed a bottle of water, took a few sips, and sat down beside Minato to explain, "Tsunade is back. Instead of going home, she ran to my house, eating my food, and even occupying my bedroom. You and I will head to the battlefield in the land of rain together." Going to the battlefield counts as a wish. Minato couldn't help but roll his eyes. Will he finally meet Jiraiya Sensei? After a long time apart, Minato really wanted to see Jiraiya. He mainly wanted to ask why he had been left behind in Konoha while Jiraiya went to the battlefield. This had always left a small knot in Minato's heart. Anyone with a teacher would feel frustrated if their teacher irresponsibly abandoned them. Moreover, after Jiraiya went to the front lines, he had never contacted Minato, as if he had forgotten about his. After all, in the world of Naruto, the master-disciple relationship is fundamentally unreliable. Teacher betrayals are disturbingly common. Orochimaru killed the third Hokage Nagato, killed Jiraiya Obito, buried his teacher Minato, and his wife Kushina. Even Sasuke, after getting power, wanted to stab Kakashi, his teacher. Chizuki couldn't understand how they could go that far. Other cases may be understandable, but Sasuke and Obito seem a bit unjustifiable. Orochimaru's betrayal by the third Hokage could be excused. Nagato becoming a monster was caused by the people of Konoha. His childhood friend Yahiko's death drove him nearly insane. It's understandable he killed Jiraiya. But what about Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Obito? Minato and Kushina seemed to have treated Obito. Kakashi's team Kakashi Hatake hardly taught Naruto anything. He didn't teach Sakura anything either. From start to finish, he only taught Sasuke and helped him. But in the end, the result was this. Honestly, having such disciples is not worth it. Various striking examples led Chizuki to feel quite resentful about the master-disciple relationships in the Naruto world. At the same time, he further recognized the saying often used by Naruto fans in his past life, "Uchiha are all madmen, stay away from them." To be honest, are you angry that Jiraiya left you in the village for so long without a greeting? I have some complaints, but not to the point of being angry. After all, Jiraiya Sensei has his own matters to attend to. I believe in Jiraiya Sensei. You're hopeless. I'll borrow your sofa tonight, so I won't fight with you over. Leaning against the sofa, Chizuki decided to make do for one night at Minato's house. He feared a certain violent woman who might wake up in the middle of the night and demand food. Kiyu's concerns were not unfounded. Tsunade indeed got up in the middle of the night looking for food. After searching around with no results, she wanted to drag Chizuki to cook. However, Chizuki had foresight and ran to Minato's house to make do for the night. Tsunade, who couldn't find anyone, had no choice but to drink some milk and go back to sleep. As Xiaobai entered the second stage of growth, Kiyu's consciousness entered the ceiling space, looking at Xiaobai, who was growing larger, resembling a small mountain. At this moment, Xiaobai seemed like an embodiment of the god of sleep, perpetually looking drowsy with a lazy demeanor and no energy. Chizuki speculated that its second stage growth period had arrived. Considering the sleeping time of the first stage, Xiaobai would soon pass through the second stage and fully mature. In its second stage, Xiaobai could be let out without concern, even facing Kurama inside Kushina without hesitation. I hope this advancement period will be shorter. On the battlefield, unexpected events could occur at any moment, and Chizuki might need Xiaobai's help at any time. It might even be necessary to use him before facing their own people. As usual, Kushina opened the door to Kiyu's house, playfully peeping in, not seeing Chizuki, and thinking he was still asleep. So she stealthily headed towards the bedroom. Not even closing the bedroom door, how careless. Seeing the door was open, Kushina muttered as she approached. Looking at the bed, she couldn't even see the head. The person sleeping was almost curled up in the blanket. What time is it? Still sleeping. Every time she returns to the village, she loves to sleep in. I'll give you a shock. Like a thief, she placed the bento box aside, took a deep breath, and yanked the blanket hard. Chizuki, you big lazy bum, the sun is shining on your. But wake up quickly, look at what I made you. As the blanket was pulled away, Kushina stared at the plump body and flowing golden long hair on the bed, completely stunned. What the? This isn't Kiyu's room, is it? Why is there a woman sleeping in his bed? Who are you? Kushina's hands were on her hips, her red hair starting to float, her expression gritted with her teeth, looking like she was ready to eat someone. Who the hell? It's early in the morning, can't you let anyone sleep? Having been woken up from a good sleep, Tsunade was about to curse. If she hadn't known she was in Konoha at Kiyu's house, Tsunade would have jumped up immediately to teach the person who lifted her blanket a lesson. Tsunade. The moment Kushina's fury was about to erupt, she was instantly stunned. The person lying on Kiyu's bed wasn't that Tsunade. You. Kushina stammered. Aren't you on the battlefield? How did you get back and end up sleeping in Kiyu's bed? Where is Chiyo? How would I know? Sleepily scratching her head, Tsunade yawned and complained. When I got back, I only found out you went to your house, and you weren't there, so I came to Kiyu's place. I just happened to mooch off a meal. But that kid ran off last night. I was hungry all night. Kushina was speechless. To say she was hungry all night, if you were hungry, couldn't you have gone and made something to eat? My dear ones, check out the homepage urge for more updates. Plenty of updates. Love you all. Instinctively pulling the blanket, Tsunade intended to sleep a little longer. However, upon catching a whiff of the aroma of food, she sprang up like she had been energized. She grabbed the lunchbox and opened it, starting to eat while praising, as expected of my dear sister, knowing that I was hungry and bringing me food. It's not that tasty, Kushina. Your cooking has improved. This is for Chiyo. Looking at Tsunade, who was devouring her food, Kushina hesitated to speak. In the end, she couldn't snatch the lunchbox back because Tsunade's eating manner had scared her. If it were someone else, Kushina was sure she would have snatched it away immediately. Because this was a meal prepared for Chiyo, no one else could eat it. Forget it, you eat it. Is this a battle preparation or a flight from disaster? To Kushina, Tsunade looked like a refugee. Disheveled and all, upon seeing food, she got as excited as a starving ghost wanting to shove the entire lunchbox into her mouth. That manner of eating was terrifying. Didn't Chiyo cook yesterday? Oh, Kushina, you also came. Carrying breakfast bought from the street, Chiyo walked in when she saw the door was open. She didn't want to see Kushina, who was looking distressed and continuously urging Tsunade to eat slowly alongside Tsunade's astonishing eating style. Where did you run off to last night? I couldn't find you anywhere. Tsunade was busy eating, but didn't forget to shoot him a glare. Do you have any idea how hungry I am? I went to Minato's house to prevent you from dragging me out to cook in the middle of the night. I'm not your maid. Spoiling you. Think too much. If you want to eat at night, you should do it yourself. If you can't handle it, then you deserve to be hungry. Cough, cough. Chiyo was unsympathetic, directly retorting back. Tsunade nearly choked. Slow down. Kushina was both angry and heartbroken, only able to pat Tsunade's back to help her breathe. After finishing all the delicious food that Kushina brought, Tsunade finally felt revived. Then she tossed the lunchbox aside and resumed her usual carefree demeanor. Looking like that, she seemed to want to find a toothpick to clean her teeth. It's too hard to watch. The renowned Princess Tsunade of Konoha sitting messily on the bed, disregarding her disheveled hair, searching for a toothpick. This scene was simply absurd. Chiyo silently turned away, focusing on her own food as if she hadn't seen anything. Kid, do you have a problem with me? Noticing Kiyo's disdainful gaze and her turning her back, Tsunade shouted discontentedly. Calmly glancing at the clock on the wall, she said, wasn't there supposed to be surgery today? Did the surgery get cancelled? What if this results in a huge financial loss? It seemed there really was surgery scheduled and others had made appointments long ago. Plus they had paid well, so Tsunade agreed at least to earn some gambling money. In the end, she almost overslept. They'll settle the score with you tonight. Without caring about her messy appearance, Tsunade ran barefoot towards the outside, while shouting, save me some food for dinner, I won't be back until later. Who does that? Kushina covered her eyes and shouted in despair. Tsunade, your clothes, your clothes. Off. Tsunade, who was putting on her shoes, looked down and couldn't help but blush deeply. She hurriedly adjusted her clothes and teased Kushina in return. What are you afraid of? There are no outsiders here. Even if Chiyo saw, it's not like you'd be at a loss. I really didn't see anything, besides it's not like I haven't seen it before. What's there to look at? After putting on her shoes and tying her hair up as quickly as possible, Tsunade put on her coat and left. As for washing up, it seemed there was no time. I hope the patients who are undergoing surgery today won't mind her looking too disheveled. Chiyo silently mourned for 3 seconds for the patient who had paid a large sum to have Tsunade operate. It's fortunate that this is the world of ninjas, otherwise if it were her past life, a doctor as messy as Tsunade might not even be allowed into the operating room. Sometimes wishes are beautiful, but reality can be cruel. Just as Tsunade finished the surgery, received her payment, and prepared to head to the casino for some games, the Umbu were already waiting at the hospital entrance. Lady Tsunade Hokagesima requests your presence in the Hokage office. Although she hadn't yet earned the highly intimidating and insulting title of the legendary Three Ninjas, because of her status as the Princess of Konoha, the Umbu were much more polite towards Tsunade than they were with Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Seeing you all, I know it's not good news. They'll head over right away. How annoying. She wanted to go to the casino, but the old man had already anticipated this and sent someone to guard the hospital entrance, waiting for her to finish her surgery before promptly calling her in. Unable to go to the casino, Tsunade's mood shifted from sunny to cloudy, and she arrived at the Hokage office filled with pent-up frustration. Kicking the door open in the Hokage office, the third Hokage looked, as usual, not angry at all despite the door being kicked open. The ever-disagreeable Tsunade's rival Konohamaru twitched the corners of her mouth slightly. Watching Tsunade stride in with an exaggerated gait, she hesitated to speak, ultimately refraining from reprimanding Tsunade, decisively turning her head aside, as if nothing had happened. "Old man, what do you want with me?" Sitting down in an empty chair, Tsunade's tone was quite displeased. Huff. Exhaling smoke, and placing the pipe on the table, the third Hokage spoke. Danzo sent word from the front lines saying he intends to contact Hanzo, hoping Konoha and the range shinobi village can reach a truce to end the war. "Why are you asking me about this?" Initially, just feeling irritable upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Tsunade's expression turned impatient. Konoha has already sunk into the quagmire of the Rain Country battlefield. If Hanzo was willing to reconcile, he wouldn't fight Konoha to the bitter end. Don't forget the Rain Shinobi village has also declared war on the Rock and Sand Shinobi villages. I don't think Hanzo will bow his head or choose reconciliation. Reconciliation? Are you joking? At this moment, Hanzo's strength is at its peak, and the military power of the Rain Shinobi village is unprecedentedly strong. From their active declaration of war against Konoha, the Rock and Sand Shinobi villages, it's clear to see. Whoever causes trouble in the Rain Country will be dealt with, whether it's Konoha or the Sand Shinobi village, and the Rock Shinobi village is no exception. In such circumstances, reconciliation is simply impossible. Unless the Rain Shinobi village is pushed to the brink of exhaustion, forcing Hanzo to back down, only then can they talk about reconciliation. Moreover, Hanzo won't easily bow to Konoha. Danzo certainly has a good idea. Tsunade sneered, folding her arms with disdain. Reconciliation is completely wishful thinking. Even if Hanzo agrees, who will back down? Konoha or the Rain Shinobi village? Reconciliation is possible if Konoha admits defeat. Then the Rain Shinobi village will reconcile. You want to end the war without taking the initiative to bow down. There's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. The Sand Shinobi village declared war on Konoha, hence a large number of Sand Shinobi entered the Rain Country under Kyo's leadership to join the war, aiming to drag Konoha deep into the battlefield of the Rain Country. Hanzo is not a fool. He will not agree to Konoha's demands. But the situation in the Land of Fire is not optimistic. There are still many infiltrating enemies. Konohamaru looked worried. According to intelligence sent back to the village, the third Kazekage has set up camp in the Land of Rivers. The Sand Shinobi's main camp is right here, and the Sand Shinobi can enter our Land of Fire at any time. The third Kazekage hasn't entered the Land of Fire. Tsunade felt something was off. To launch a surprise attack on the Land of Fire, as the strongest of the Sand Shinobi, the third Kazekage should be leading the charge. If he entered the battlefield, not many in Konoha could stop him. Strangely, while Konoha and the Sand Shinobi were clashing, the third Kazekage showed no movement whatsoever. It was as if some conspiracy was hidden beneath. Not at all. Mitokado Hamura took over the conversation. According to intelligence from our spy, the third Kazekage appears to have entered the Land of Fire, but later withdrew. He then remained in the camp within the Land of Rivers, and hasn't left since. The enemies within the Land of Fire are primarily led by Kyo's son, and the commander-in-chief. Tsunade feared the third Hokage would once again assign command to some irresponsible person. She had been infuriated by Danzo during the battle in the Land of Rain. If the Land of Rivers front turns out the same, the war will be a nightmare for Konoha. It's Tsukumo Hatake. The third Hokage finally spoke. Hearing this, Tsunade nodded and praised a good choice. The senior is indeed capable of such a role. However, I suggest dispatching Shikaka Nara as well. Senior Hatake excels in field combat, not in commanding a camp. He has already been dispatched. Good. I will return to the Land of Rain front as soon as possible. With that old hag Chiyo joining the Land of Rain battlefield, Konoha needs to have antidotes ready at all times. Then I appreciate your hard work. Upon hearing this, Tsunade angrily pushed her chair away and said dismissively, "If you truly appreciate me, then get rid of Danzo. Tsunade Danzo is the Hokage's advisor and your senior. Please show him proper respect." Mitokado Hamura could no longer hold back. After all, their interests were aligned with Danzo's. Tsunade's questioning of Danzo was effectively a challenge to all of them. I will consider it. The third Hokage gestured for Mitokado Hamura to stay quiet and began to mediate. Replacing Danzo was impossible. The village had no suitable candidate at the moment. As for reprimanding Tsunade, that was even less feasible. During the war, the Land of Rain front could not do without her. Driving her away would only make victory harder for Konoha. Tsunade was the type to walk off if pushed too hard. No one was better at shirking responsibility than her. She could simply leave, and they couldn't even label her a rogue ninja. Otherwise, they would be slapping their own faces and the fire daimyos. Then take your time considering. I'm exhausted. I'm leaving. Ignoring Mitokado Hamura, Tsunade waved and turned to leave. She had realized that the third Hokage would never replace Danzo. With that, what more was there to say? If things went wrong, they would have to bear the consequences themselves. After Tsunade left, Mitokado Hamura couldn't help but complain again. But the third Hokage remained the same, smoothing things over and placating her, leaving her utterly frustrated. Her elder status commanded authority in front of most people, but to Tsunade, she was nothing more than an ignored figure. After enduring so long, Tsunade finally enjoyed a moment of freedom. Leaving the Hokage's office building, Tsunade rushed towards the gambling den. But when she arrived, she froze. The gambling den was actually closed. A notice was posted due to the war to avoid causing trouble for the village. It would be temporarily shut down. Seeing this notice, Tsunade nearly coughed up blood. She had prepared her money, only to find nowhere to lose it. How absurd. At that moment, Tsunade wanted to drag the gambling den owner out and beat him senseless. Why close now of all times? Were they deliberately targeting her? It had been opened just yesterday. Tsunade didn't know that to prevent her from dawdling in the village, the third Hokage had ordered the ANBU to notify all gambling dens in Konoha to shut down. They were not allowed to operate until Tsunade left the village. With ANBU's warning, which owner would dare defy? Didn't you say you'd be back very late? After finishing training, Qianyu had just returned home, taken a shower, and was lying on the sofa reading a book. He saw Tsunade dragging a long face, her expression clearly screaming unhappiness. The gambling den is closed. Tsunade felt the world had darkened, as if the heavens were conspiring against her. She slumped listlessly beside Qianyu, squeezing herself into a comfortable spot. I thought you'd been dumped or a surgery had failed, but you're telling me the gambling den is closed. Would you die if you didn't throw your money away? Wait, throw money away. Better to throw it my way. You already freeload here eating and drinking, and the worst part is you freeload sleeping. You refuse the guest room and even take over my bed. Rubbing his chin where only fuzz grew, Qianyu narrowed his eyes. Have you ever played Fight the Landlord? What's Fight the Landlord? Tsunade, like a fish out of water, glanced at Qianyu wearily. He shrugged and replied, a kind of gambling. How do you play it? Upon hearing this, Tsunade perked up instantly. She jumped up, sat cross-legged, and waved her hands eagerly. Hurry, hurry. I'm dying to play. Let's play whatever you just mentioned. Whether it was cards or a game machine, she didn't care. As long as it involved gambling, it was fine. But we don't have playing cards, and there aren't enough people. Fight the Landlord requires 3. He'll handle the cards and the people. Tell me what kind of cards you need. Watching Tsunade's frantic haste, Qianyu explained the necessary card types. Without even bothering to open the door, Tsunade leaped out the window and vanished. In less than half an hour, Tsunade returned holding a bewildered Kushina in one hand and a freshly printed deck of cards in the other. The cards had been printed at a shop. Tsunade had stormed into, demanding the owner work overtime. Patterns didn't matter. Numbers and letters sufficed. There was no need for intricacy. Meanwhile, Kushina had been preparing a feast at home, planning to treat Qianyu to a special dinner. She was busy in the kitchen when Tsunade grabbed her without explanation. Before she could refuse, Tsunade had hoisted her over her shoulder and run off. Arriving at Qianyu's place, Kushina was still dazed. Wasn't I just cooking at home? How did I end up being carried here? Here are the cards. Let's start quickly. I can't wait. Tossing Kushina onto the sofa, Tsunade rubbed her hands together, urging Qianyu to begin. Do you both understand the rules? After explaining for a while, Qianyu finally managed to get Tsunade and Kushina to grasp the rules of Fight the Landlord. Tsunade was fine. She might be a big fat sheep with terrible luck, but her memory was decent. Kushina, however, was still confused. Call the landlord. No sooner had the cards been dealt than the big fat sheep impatiently shouted. She was desperate to be the landlord, ignoring whether Qianyu and Kushina agreed, and snatched the bottom cards. Kushina bit her lip and began to arrange her hand. Qianyu gave Tsunade a dumbfounded look. Who the hell gave you the courage to grab the landlord? She even skipped the step of calling. Glancing at his own hand, jokers and 3 twos. Qianyu silently prepared to fleece the big fat sheep thoroughly. As long as Kushina didn't hold him back, Qianyu would guarantee Tsunade lost until she had nothing. How should I play? Tsunade perfectly embodied the phrase, addicted despite being terrible. 3, 2, pass. Straight, pass. 3 with 1. He'll take that. I have it. He'll take it. Double jokers. Are you cheating? Why are all the big cards? Watching helplessly as Qianyu continuously played her cards, Tsunade gritted her teeth in frustration. Why is it that all the big names are gathered at your place? You shuffle the deck. What do you mean by cheating? If you can't handle it, then don't play. Pay up. A mere 20,000 is nothing. Qianyu pushed the cards towards Tsunade. So you lose, yet you still have the nerve to criticize others. I don't even know where you got the courage to draw cards. I came. Tsunade felt cheated. Her luck couldn't possibly be this bad. Why do all the good cards end up in Qianyu's hands? Let's go again. He'll make you fall flat on your face. Bomb straight. Big king airplane. 2 straight. Watching Qianyu close the cards time and again, even Kushina was taking advantage of it, and Tsunade was furious. What kind of terrible luck do I have never drawing a good card? I don't believe it, let's continue. Already on a roll, Tsunade kept dealing. Want to try being the landlord? Just watch me break your head this time. With a pair of kings and 4 hats in hand, Tsunade felt invincible. This round would definitely send Qianyu into a frenzy, begging for mercy. No way. Qianyu decisively passed the buck. Ha ha, Yagami Qianyu, you better be prepared to pay up. Tsunade excitedly grabbed the bottom card. Just watch me take it all back. Qianyu. It seems that following him, Minato, Kushina, and Uchiha Mikoto, even Tsunade learned some of the humorous phrases from the past life. With a pair of kings in hand, the world was mine. Tsunade felt she was firmly in control, arrogantly throwing out a small 3. Kushina stared at the cards in her hand, pondering for a long time, without making a move. She was torn about how to play. The cards seemed a bit off, and one wrong move could lead to a total loss. Tsunade, who finally had a good hand, would definitely cry. For the annoying Ninetales, Kushina had reached a certain agreement with it. It wouldn't interfere with Kushina's training, and she wouldn't torture it with the diamond chains. Occasionally, she could let it out to see the outside world. Now the Ninetales watched as Qianyu Tsunade and Kushina played cards, feeling an itch in its heart. Seeing Qianyu winning hand after hand, Tsunade was about to lose her panties. Kushina could only mix in with Qianyu when they were both farmers. How come after finally getting a good hand you hesitate? Just play your cards. If you're not anxious, I'm about to go crazy. What are you making noise about? What do you understand? Kushina said impatiently, what if we lose? I can't let Qianyu down. In the ceiling space, the Ninetales couldn't help but roll its eyes and grinned. Listen to me, you won't regret it. If we lose this round, I won't let you out for 3 months. Really? Yes, hurry up and play it too. Tsunade definitely can't take it. Alright. Under Tsunade's impatient gaze, Kushina obeyed the Ninetales' command and threw down a 2. No way. Qianyu decisively gave up. Should I blow her up? Seeing Tsunade in a dilemma, the Ninetales proudly raised its head. See, I told you, listening to me is never wrong. Pass. In the end, Tsunade still couldn't bring herself to play. She chose to decline. Straight. Under the Ninetales' direction, Kushina threw down a card, and Tsunade's eyes widened. Uff. Qianyu turned her head away to avoid laughing. Why is it so difficult for Tsunade to win a single game? Losing from start to finish, poor Kushina had never been the landlord. She either won with Qianyu or lost along with Tsunade. Pass. I don't believe you can finish in one go. Play it too. Are you intentionally going against me? Tsunade got angry, the veins on her forehead bulging, feeling a strong impulse to hit someone. It was a good thing Kushina was here. If it were Jiraiya, he would have been punched away long ago. Can't I play a pair of 2s? Kushina looked at Tsunade with a pitiful expression. Facing Kushina's pitiful demeanor, Tsunade instantly lost her temper and forced out a smile that was too fake. Of course you can just go ahead, I don't believe you. Straight. As Kushina threw down her last card, the smile on Tsunade's face completely froze. Wasn't it said that with the big king in hand the world was mine? Just like that was she stolen by Kushina. And it was a double loss, doubling the stakes. Oh, so frustrating. Pohaha. Qianyu collapsed laughing at the table. Playing cards with Tsunade was simply too entertaining. Always losing, never winning, not even once. You're great. Tsunade glared at Kushina. After I finally got a good hand, you just stole it like that. Is there no justice in this world? Kushina pretended not to understand and asked, Are you coming again, Tsunade's sister? I haven't even been the landlord yet. What do you mean coming again? I'm going to sleep. Tossing the cards aside, Tsunade decisively left. Because she lost all her money, Qianyu wouldn't let her run up a tab unless Kushina was willing to lend her money. It was clear that it wouldn't work with Qianyu. Want to borrow money? Sorry, not a dime. Rather than lending you money to lose, I might as well keep it for myself to enjoy. As such, it was nearly impossible for Tsunade to borrow money from Qianyu. The chances with Kushina were also slim. What made Tsunade most helpless was that she couldn't force Kushina to lend her money. If it were Shizen, she would have kicked her out long ago. Ha, because she lost everything. If we continue, she'll end up losing her pants too. Qianyu laughed until her stomach hurt. Calling out to Tsunade, the guest room has been cleaned up, don't go to my room. I like it, I want to sleep in your room. Losing money made her unhappy, Tsunade yelled out, and directly jumped into her room. If you have the guts, sleep your life away. Sleep if you want to, who's afraid of who? I'm just worried about where to eat. If you're willing to support me, I have no objections. Qianyu finally understood Tsunade was not only an old gambler, but also an old rogue. Just look at how she speaks. I'm going to keep Tsunade's sister company. Kushina carefully put away the money she won and ran towards the bedroom. After losing all her money, Tsunade became much more obedient. Unfortunately, after one day, she began to change her tone. After failing to borrow money from Kushina, she even wanted to play card games with stickers, such a boring trick. In response, Qianyu looked down on her, while also firmly rejecting the idea. Winning a little money from cards is acceptable, but please don't come to me for such a boring thing as playing with stickers. On the fourth day, under the urging of the third Hokage, Tsunade had no choice but to leave Konoha carrying a large number of sealing scrolls and head to the battlefield in the Rain Country. On the road, Tsunade wrapped her arm around Qianyu's shoulder with a look of amusement. Qianyu, why don't you go say goodbye to Kushina and Uchiha Makoto? You just want to see me make a fool of myself? I don't think I can't see through your little thoughts. Qianyu rolled her eyes at her and decisively pulled away. In broad daylight, what kind of propriety is this to hug and cling? They all know I'm going to the battlefield in the Rain Country. What else is there to say? Oh, still shy? Don't run, come here, and let your sister give you a hug, so I can chat with Kushina when I go back. You go. Are we going to the battlefield, or are we here to have fun? Observing Qianyu and Gangsho's ceaseless antics along the way, Shui Min felt like a superfluous presence. Gangsho scarcely paid him any attention, her gaze perpetually fixed on Qianyu. Just aside, once they ventured far from Kiba, Gangsho grew more serious. She undertook every necessary task, tracking enemy traces, setting traps, and scouting for campsites, without omitting a single duty. Just as Shui Min believed Gangsho had finally buckled down, she produced a deck of playing cards and arched an eyebrow at Qianyu. A couple of rounds. Shui Min. What sort of people are these? At a time like this, still thinking about cards. Wait, why are you looking at me? Am I supposed to join in too? Help me. Shui Min, on the verge of tears, clutched his cards, constantly pleading with his eyes, but Qianyu ignored him. Just enjoy it. Qianyu laughed unkindly. He declined the game, so Gangsho had to rope Shui Min into a two-player fight the landlord. She incessantly bullied Shui Min, who didn't understand the rules, nearly reducing him to tears. He was almost on his knees crying out, "Please spare me. They'll just pay you money. Can you let me off?" They encountered no ninjas from Sunagakure on their journey, and after 2 days the three successfully arrived at the Land of Rain. This is the most inhospitable environment I have ever encountered, bar none. The sky was overcast with rain falling incessantly, and the ground was littered with puddles and mud. Fortunately, ninjas could cover their feet with chakra, so the mud did not significantly hinder them. If it were an ordinary person, just walking 100 meters would cause them to tumble several times. Be careful, enemies may appear at any moment. We will reach the Konoha camp in a few more miles. As the three entered the Land of Rain, Tsunade's nerves were nearly taut. Even though this area belonged to the back of the Konoha camp, a group of enemies could emerge at any moment. Hanzo had sent many to ambush the Konoha supply transport teams. Shaking off the rainwater from his head, Chizuki asked, "Why not build the camp at the border? The conditions at the border are better than those within the Land of Rain. Such a damp environment poses significant challenges for transporting supplies and for the recovery of the injured. Precious supplies can be transported using sealing scrolls like the medicines Tsunade carries. However, tools and food must rely on carts for transport, making this environment a serious test for supply transport. Not to mention that injured soldiers on the battlefield are at high risk of infection in such conditions. This is the order of the commander." Chiyuki's question earned him a glare from Tsunade. Of course, the glare was not aimed at Chiyuki, but at Danzo, who was sitting in the camp only knowing how to fight. Very well, that was Danzo's credit. Danzo excels at scheming and framing others, but when it comes to marching and fighting, it would be better to hand over command to Orochimaru. Orochimaru has a talent for this, although he can be ruthless and likes to play with bait to attract enemies, letting bigger fish eat smaller ones. At least he has the capability, unlike Danzo. If it weren't for the relationship between the third Hokage and Hashirama Senju, Danzo wouldn't even qualify to be the commander, let alone the camp advisor. It was evident that Tsunade harbored a lot of resentment towards Danzo. Her experience on the front lines was not pleasant either. They smoothly traversed a few miles and successfully arrived at the Konoha camp. Ninjas do not fight like ordinary armies that prefer to form ranks and throw a large number of troops in a battle. They mostly engage in small-scale skirmishes. Unless it is an important battle, there are rarely opportunities for hundreds of ninjas to act together. Small teams, medium squads, and larger units are the modes of engagement on the battlefield. A team of 3, a squad of 12, and the size of the larger unit is determined by the situation. After checking their identities, the three entered the camp, and Tsunade led them straight to the medical department. "Lady Tsunade." On the way, many people greeted Tsunade and bowed. Tsunade's expression was serious as she nodded slightly in response. "You two help take care of the injured. First, Shosuke will be with you. You can ask him if you have any questions." Saying this, Tsunade dove into the tent, changed her clothes, and immediately began treating some severely injured patients, completely leaving Chiyuki and Minato behind. "Quick, someone help hold him down." As newcomers, Chiyuki and Minato exchanged glances and could only step forward to restrain the struggling patient. What the heck? Upon seeing the patient's condition clearly, Chiyuki gasped. What had this guy gone through? This is too tragic. His skin was riddled with bumps and blisters, with many of them already burst. Did he get splashed with sulfuric acid? Chiyuki and Minato held the patient down, while also assisting in treatment, and the medical ninja felt relieved. "You two must be new here. Noticing Chizuki and Minato's youthful faces, the medical ninja began treating the patient while casually inquiring. Yes, that's right, Minato nodded and asked, Senior, what about his injuries? Minato intended to ask how this poor guy got so injured. However, he suddenly realized that asking like that was a bit impolite, so he quickly stopped. As a newcomer, he didn't want his words to make him and Chizuki regarded as unwelcome by the medical ninjas. The medical ninja treating the injuries, however, did not mind, and instead smiled warmly. It's not really a secret. He was poisoned by the puppet ninja from Mangekyō. Fortunately, Lady Tsunade prepared various antidotes, otherwise we wouldn't know how many people from Konoha would have died. These dogs are truly inhumane, taking advantage of the war between us and the Rain Ninja Village to sneak attack us from behind, even sending an army of ninjas into the land of rain to entangle with us from Konoha. Even with the antidote, if the rescue is not timely, he might still lose his life. How can one describe this guy? It seems he will have a disfigured face for life. If he goes to the red light district, he will probably be kicked out, even for paying less. The key is that these injuries are terrifying to look at. The antidote is not omnipotent, and the people from Mangekyō are constantly developing new types of poisons aiming to inflict maximum casualties on their enemies. Konoha is very passive. They can only prepare corresponding antidotes after the enemy uses poison. It's fortunate that Konoha has Tsunade. Otherwise, the number of casualties in Konoha would have doubled. Looking at Chizuki in surprise, the medical ninja did not expect someone so young to understand these things. He nodded and replied, if it weren't for the new type of antidote, taking the antidote after being poisoned and receiving immediate treatment wouldn't be a major issue. What's frightening is not having the antidote on hand and not receiving timely treatment. Many of our ninjas from Konoha have died because of this. As the medical ninja spoke, a mischievous glint flashed in his eyes as he gestured to Chizuki and Minato to lift the white cloth behind the tent. What the heck? I thought you were a kind senior, but instead you want to set us up. Chizuki couldn't help but, is there something behind this? Minato instinctively reached out to pull it open, and Chizuki shouted, don't. But it was too late. Minato had already lifted the white cloth. When he saw what was placed behind it, Minato shuddered, let go of the cloth as if shocked, and turned back to stare speechlessly at the medical ninja, who had deliberately tricked him. The medical ninja burst into laughter. Haven't encountered such amusing kids in a long time. Just pulling your leg. But since you're here to help, you'll need to get used to all this first. By the way, who brought you here? Tsunade. Chizuki remained silent. Oh, Tsunade. The medical ninja stabilized the wounded ninja's condition and began applying medicine. This poor fellow would need a full layer of ointment to heal, though after treatment his skin would be pitted like a honeycomb. So he blurted out unconsciously. The next second, the medical ninja applying the medicine looked up in surprise. Who is? Tsunade. Chizuki shrugged. Was there something wrong with that? Tsunade brought you here, the medical ninja pressed. Yes, senior. We both came to the camp with Tsunade. Minato replied politely. Haha, wonder. After a few seconds of stillness, the medical ninja jumped up like an excited child, nearly hitting the tent roof. Excellent. Is this guy losing his mind? Minato instinctively moved closer to Chizuki and whispered, what's wrong with this senior? How would I know? Chizuki shot him a glance. We came together. Who knows why he's so thrilled? Probably because Tsunade's return brings back the backbone of the medical division. But is that really necessary? She's only been gone for less than 10 days. Even before, Tsunade rarely stayed in camp. Most of the time, she went to the battlefield with Orochimaru and Jiraiya to fight. At most, she helped prepare antidotes and treated severely wounded soldiers. The medical ninja chuckled for a while, then realizing his own indiscretion, coughed to cover it up. With a slightly unnatural expression, he asked, by the way, did Tsunade instruct you to do anything? Just help out at the medical division. Chizuki and Minato exchanged glances. Minato flashed his trademark sunny smile and scratched his head. Senior Tsunade told us to find Nawaki-senpai, Tsunade's younger brother. Nawaki? Are you sure? To everyone's surprise upon hearing this, the medical ninja's unnatural expression instantly turned odd. Something is wrong. Chizuki sensed trouble. They might be getting set up. Senior, is there a problem with finding Nawaki? Even Minato now felt something was off. No. The other quickly shook his head and helpfully pointed outside the tent toward where Nawaki worked. Go to that spot, and you'll find him. Your work might be a bit tough from now on. Hang in there, juniors. Hard work is better than losing your life on the battlefield. Leaving the tent, Minato murmured, I have a bad feeling about this. No need for intuition. It's genuinely ominous. Our days ahead are going to be rough. When the two found Nawaki, Minato understood the meaning of Kianyu's earlier words. Chizuki and Minato. Nawaki was surprised to see them. Why are you two at the front lines? We came with your sister, and she told us to find you. Chizuki spread his hands. Being unfamiliar with the area, sticking with Nawaki wasn't too bad. At least they wouldn't be inexplicably harassed, even if the work was grueling. Having come to the front lines, did they expect an easy life? Was that even possible? That's great. Pulling them into the tent, Nawaki awkwardly tidied up the messy space. Since I live alone, it's a bit chaotic. From now on, you'll stay with me. Our spot is one of the safest in the camp. No enemy attacks guaranteed, so rest easy. So that's why Tsunade is so sloppy. The Senju family's untidiness is hereditary. Both sister and brother have the same flaw. It's fine, we can help clean up. Right, Qianyue? Minato tugged at Qianyu's robe, signaling him to get to work. On the way here, Qianyue had been teasing Tsunade relentlessly, making Minato's hair stand on end. But Qianyue had a good relationship with Tsunade. With Nawaki, it was only average. This wasn't the time to make Nawaki lose face. Qianyue wasn't that oblivious, nor did he deliberately embarrass Nawaki. As Minato thought their relationship was ordinary, so basic courtesy was necessary. Unlike with Tsunade, where they could just mess around. The three worked together and soon organized the tent. Qianyue and Minato were handy and didn't want to stay in a messy, foul-smelling place. In such terrible conditions, getting a good night's sleep was a luxury, so they tried to make themselves as comfortable as possible. After tidying up, Qianyue casually asked during a break, "By the way, what's our main job? Didn't Orochimaru take you to the battlefield? Master said I should first gain experience in camp, later he'll bring me to the front lines." Mentioning Orochimaru, Nawaki's face lit up with admiration. Clenching his fists, he said confidently, "I will study hard under Orochimaru Sensei and become a powerful ninja like grandfather, protecting Konoha, my family, and the villagers." Minato scratched his head, feeling that Nawaki's dream was even less realistic than his own. Hinamikaze Minato only wanted to become Hokage, but what did Nawaki aim for? To stand shoulder to shoulder with Hashirama Senju. That's no ordinary feat. It's only because Nawaki's grandfather was Hashirama Senju. If anyone else had voiced such an ambition, they'd be laughed to death. At least Minato was too embarrassed to casually speak his wish to become Hokage and bring peace to the ninja world. And it was thanks to Qianyue that Minato had developed the habit of not broadcasting his desires. Ever since they met as children, every time Minato spoke of his dreams, Qianyue would laugh at him. Over time, Minato began to keep those thoughts to himself, because he gradually realized that constantly talking about ideals and wishes felt terribly embarrassing. Your wish is truly grand. Probably won't be realized even in the next life. By the way, you haven't told us what work will do. Work? Nawaki was taken aback, and the confidence on his face quietly faded. Well, it's hard to explain. You'll know tonight. For now, let's rest. We'll get busy at night. Oh, and don't wander around the camp casually, or you might be mistaken for a spy. What about food? It was raining heavily, and the ground was all mud. Who would bother running around? Qianyue cared about comfort and decent meals. The rest could wait. Qianyue had no qualms about entering battle. Killing was the life of a ninja, as long as he wasn't sent on a suicide mission. Are you hungry? Nawaki took out 2 dark compressed biscuits and a handful of soldier pills from a bag at his side. Qianyue and Minato both fell silent, staring at the food Nawaki offered. What's wrong? Seeing both of them silent and staring at the food, Nawaki asked doubtfully, "Aren't you hungry?" Minato glanced at Qianyue and asked awkwardly, "Is there anything else?" "No." Nawaki shook his head. They serve meals at meal times, but the taste is mediocre, even worse than dry rations. These biscuits are just hard. As for soldier pills, I don't recommend eating them regularly. Move aside. Qianyue pushed Minato away and said to Nawaki seriously, "Go to the logistics department and get some ingredients and firewood. We'll cook ourselves. If anyone asks, say your sister wants to practice her cooking skills." Qianyue pushed Minato aside and said to Nawaki seriously, "Go to the supply depot to get some ingredients and firewood. We'll cook ourselves. If anyone asks, just say your sister wants to practice her cooking skills and needs these things. By the way, remember to inform your sister when you return. It's time for dinner, so come over to eat. Indeed, I have to cook separately for myself." Fortunately, having Gangsho as a scapegoat, no one would dare to say anything. Her importance to the camp is no less than that of Tuanzong, the supreme commander. She wants to practice her cooking skills and cook privately. Who would dare to complain? No one would object to. On the contrary, they would consider it perfectly natural. This. Will it work? Thinking of the delicacies Qian-Yu had made, Shang Shu subconsciously swallowed his saliva. He was feeling a bit greedy. He was almost sick of eating dry rations. If you're unwilling, then continue chewing on dry rations. He'll go take a stroll. Qian-Yu spread his hands helplessly. Since Shang Shu was unwilling, he would find another way himself. The rain country merely had a harsh environment. Some essential things were still available. Qian-Yu refused to believe that his culinary skills couldn't manage a private meal setup. No, he'll go. Shang Shu was no fool. Since there was a chance for private cooking, and it wasn't using his own name, why not make a trip? He was nearly sick of the camp meals and dry rations. Fortunately, with Qian-Yu as a great chef, this private cooking must be started. Stopping Qian-Yu, Shang Shu threw on a raincoat and ran toward the logistics department. He won't get scolded, will he? Gazing at Shang Shu's figure disappearing into the rain curtain, Shui Min felt a bit worried. Using Gangsho's name like this, Gangsho would most likely not hit Qianyue, but Shengshu might become the one to get beaten. Then you eat dry rations. Qianyue shot him a glance full of contempt. Wanting to cook privately, yet worrying about whether Shengshu would get beaten. Ahem, the weather is nice today. Shui Min obediently changed the subject as if he hadn't been the one worrying about Shengshu getting beaten a moment ago. Compared to private cooking, whether Shengshu would get beaten wasn't that important. After all, Gangsho wouldn't hit him. This is called better you than me, is saying I learned from you. Using Gangsho's name, Shengshu arrived at the logistics department and stated his request. Feeling anxious, he looked at the logistics department's managing Jonin, his heart a bit uneasy. What? For Lady Gangsho? The other party's reaction was clearly more intense than Shengshu had imagined, scaring him into a state of panic. Since it's for Lady Gangsho, we will fulfill it no matter what. Please wait a moment, I'll have someone deliver it right away. From now on you won't need to come personally, someone will deliver it daily. The managing Jonin patted his chest in assurance. Although he was a ninja of the Jitsuin clan promoted by Tuanzong, he deeply admired Gangsho. If not for Gangsho, heaven knows how many Konoha ninjas would have died on the battlefield. It worked. Isn't that a bit too crazy? The process was frighteningly smooth. Leaving the logistics department, Shengshu's head was still buzzing. Fortunately, he didn't forget to go find Gangsho. What do you want to see me about? Having rushed continuously to the Rain Country camp and taken on 2 surgeries, even with Gangsho's strength and physique, she was quite exhausted. At that moment her face showed fatigue. She crossed her arms, leaned back in her chair, and propped her legs on the table, warning, let me make it clear first, don't even mention going to the battlefield. For such matters go talk to Dashiwan yourself. For Shengshu, what troubled Gangsho most was that her younger brother always wanted to go to the battlefield to fight enemies. For this matter he had already pestered her many times. Gangsho thought Shengshu had come to ask her to intercede with Dashiwan to allow him into the battlefield. So she made it clear up front entering the battlefield was off the table. Oh, wait for Dashiwan to return and talk to him yourself. It's not that, Shengshu said urgently. It's Jianyu. He said you work hard and need private meals. I've already been to the logistics department, they will deliver things to my place. He wants you to come over later and eat. Good. Gangsho agreed without hesitation. She had long been fed up with the camp food. Given a choice, private cooking was certainly more comfortable. Jianyu's cooking was so good. Not starting private meals would be a great pity. Then he'll get going. With Gangsho's agreement, Shengshu's anxious heart settled back down. Wait. Gangsho suddenly realized. Are you saying you opened a private kitchen in my name? Danger. Shengshu sensed trouble, he might get beaten. Regarding life or death safety, Shengshu hastily explained, it's not my fault, it was all Qianyu's idea. He said you would definitely agree, and using your name would prevent the logistics people from making trouble for me, otherwise people would gossip. TCH. I knew it. Gangsho lost interest, even the thought of hitting her brother vanished. Oh, not angry. Did the sun rise today? Kid, are you asking for a beating? The anger that had just dissipated flared up instantly. She slammed the table and said through gritted teeth, if you had even half the brain of that kid Bosch and Qianyue, I would have so much less worry. Now get lost. Tell him he'll be there on time. He'll handle matters in the camp, and the private kitchen continues. Scramming right away. Shengshu, utterly docile, covered his head and ran, afraid that if he was even a second slower he would get hit. Sigh. I hope this kid picks up some wisdom by hanging around Qianyu. Gangsho didn't have great expectations for Shengshu. As long as he could grow up smoothly, that would be enough. As for the wish to become Hokage and stand shoulder to shoulder with his grandfather, it would be best if achieved, but if not, it was fine too. Even Gangsho herself was not optimistic about such matters. One could imagine how difficult it was to achieve that goal. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Qinsho Zhujian was almost a delusion and not worth considering. As for becoming Hokage, it was still too early to talk about that. The third Hokage was in his prime. It was impossible for him to easily abdicate and yield his position. Even if the third Hokage abdicated, as long as the power wasn't grasped, anyone who sat in the Hokage seat would be awkward. For instance, Shui Min. What did it matter if he defeated Dashiwan to become the fourth Hokage? All kinds of power were either in the hands of the third Hokage or in the hands of Tuanzong and his ilk. It forcibly made him look like a ceremonial puppet. Lord Tuanzong, this is what the logistics department has delivered. Please take a look. The logistics department had specifically mobilized supplies for Gangsho, so they certainly had to inform Tuanzong. After all, Tuanzong was the camp commander. All matters big and small required his approval. Danzo cast a brief glance at the contents of the document before setting it down. Arrange it as such. Fresh ingredients can be added periodically. Tsunade requires private meals. This was good news. Danzo wished nothing more than for Tsunade to remain in camp, enjoying her special meals every day. As long as she stayed, she could save countless injured shinobi. For Danzo, that was far superior to Tsunade fighting on the front lines. Unfortunately, she held a grudge against him. After one heated argument, she left camp, and plunged into battle beyond all persuasion. Now with Tsunade willing to remain, wasn't that a blessing? Yes. With Danzo's approval, the logistics personnel breathed a sigh of relief. Now everything was above board. After the logistics staff departed, Danzo remarked casually that one called Yashin Chinyue followed Tsunade to camp. Yes, Lord Danzo. He came with Jiraiya's disciple Minato Namikaze. The Hokage specifically asked Tsunade to bring them to the front for experience. Shall you summon them? A root shinobi appeared in the tent, kneeling respectfully. No need. Two brats. What's so special about a pair of three-to-mo Sharingan? Since Sarutobi values them, let them be. He would be lying if he said he wasn't tempted. Root needed talents like Chinyue, and Danzo coveted Kianyu's Sharingan and Jinjutsu. However, this was a period of ascension for him. It was unwise to engage in covert maneuvers that might provoke the third Hokage. Moreover, given Kianyu's sensitive identity, it was best to leave him untouched, especially since Tsunade had taken a liking to him. If he did anything to Chinyue, Tsunade would explode. The camp would be in chaos. Between a recruit-worthy genius and his grip on power, Danzo unhesitatingly chose the latter. As for Chinyue humiliating Shirmu Hideki, was that truly important? A trivial matter hardly worth his. The Shimura clan had many members. If he had to resolve every single issue they caused, he would have no time to wield authority. He might as well focus solely on solving clan problems. Yes, the rude operative received the order and vanished from the tent. Alone now, Danzo's expressionless face twisted into a deep frown. He had allied with Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado to negotiate with the third Hokage, all to seize command of the front lines. Yet Danzo never expected that this position, though immensely powerful, was a hot seat. Trivial matters piled up for him to handle. That was fine. Even schemes and conspiracies didn't frighten Danzo. But what plagued him was his lack of skill in troop deployment against the enemy. Still, he refused to delegate authority. Thus he found himself in a dilemma. Furthermore, the third Hokage intended to negotiate with Hanzo, hoping to end the war through dialogue, a prospect Danzo loathed. His ambition was to become Hokage, which demanded sufficient merit and prestige. If the third Hokage brokered peace and ended the war, the beneficiary would not be him. Indeed, in any world, having a patron makes life comfortable. Look, others gnawed on dry rations while they enjoyed private meals, and everyone willingly gave them extra supplies. Chinyue sighed. Gulp. Having not tasted decent food in a long while, Nawaki swallowed hard at the aroma. Chinyue gave him a helpless look. Nawaki, can you not be so embarrassing? Anyone would think you're a refugee. On the battlefield, it's sometimes worse than being a refugee. Tsunade's voice drifted in, arriving right on time. She unwittingly saved her brother from embarrassment, otherwise Nawaki would have been utterly mortified. It's time to eat. Nawaki jumped up, offering his seat to Tsunade, but she dismissed him with evident disdain. Glancing at the straightened tent, Tsunade opted to sit beside Chinyue. The reason was simple. Nawaki's bed was a mess, reeking of strange odors that no girl would want to endure. Clean yourself up after eating, or don't blame me for not warning you if you embarrass yourself. Tsunade shot Nawaki a meaningful glare. Before, he had a tent to himself. Now, with two companions, if he remained as slovenly as before, he would be scorned. As for her, Tsunade, who would dare scorn her? Did you wash your hands? Change clothes. You're sitting on. Just as she finished her internal monologue, Chinyue pushed her away. The medical unit was hardly clean, full of germs and filth. Bringing any of that over would be troublesome. Nawaki, still nursing his earlier hurt, stared wide-eyed at Chinyue. His sister, who had just scorned him, was now being scorned herself. Am I dreaming? Kid, what are you saying? Scorned in front of her brother, especially right after she had scorned him. Tsunade's face flushed with anger. She glared at Chinyue. I already washed. Come smell if you don't believe me. Really? Chinyue leaned in suspiciously and sniffed. Minato was unfazed, as stranger things had happened between Chinyue and Tsunade. This was child's play. Minato could accept it, but Nawaki felt his world collapsing. His sister actually allowed a man, no a boy, to get so close and do something so improper. Yashin, Chinyue, that's too much. How can you sniff a girl like that? No strange smell. You pass. Satisfied there was no odd odor, Chinyue relented. Eat up. You're in luck. Logistics sent 2 bottles. I've worked my ass off saving people. I'm exhausted, Chinyue. Give me a massage later. I've worked my ass off saving people. I'm exhausted, Chinyue. Give me a massage later. Your technique last time was fantastic. My whole body felt great. Get lost. Who do you think you are? Are you doing it or not? I refuse. Eat. Why aren't you eating? Weren't you starving? Minato glanced at the dazed Nawaki, puzzled. Was it because of Chinyue and Tsunade's argument? Wasn't. Eat. What are you spacing out for? After bickering with Chinyue, Tsunade finally noticed her brother's odd behavior. Huh. Oh, eat. Nawaki wolfed down his rice, forgetting to take any dishes, his eyes darting between Chinyue and Tsunade. Keep staring, and it'll gouge your eyes out. Tsunade glared. Nawaki, I'm your own flesh and blood. Why are you harsher on me than on outsiders? Private meals are so comfortable. I hate to leave camp. Full and tipsy Tsunade's cheeks flushed from the wine. She flopped onto Kianyu's bed. Come on, massage me. I'm dead tired. If you don't, I'm not leaving. He'll sleep here tonight. Clang. Nawaki's bowl dropped onto the table. Tsunade, Chinyue, and Minato all turned to him with questioning looks. What's wrong with you? You've been acting weird. Can't even hold a bowl steady. Do you like to press, huh? Let's see if you still dare to. Chinyu gritted her teeth and jumped onto Tsunade's back, grabbing her hand and pulling it back forcefully. A series of crackling sounds echoed as bones snapped. That's it, use a bit more strength. The bones are about to fall apart. Shut up, woman. Helping you press is already quite generous, no need for all that chatter. Shintong was completely dumbfounded and didn't even know how he exited the tent. Shintong, what's wrong with you? You're so distracted. Watergate pulled Shintong away from the tent. They were responsible for washing dishes and pots, and seeing Shintong's odd state made Watergate a bit worried. I'm fine, I just. Shintong, coming back to his senses, forced a smile and shook his head, raising his hand to gesture. He felt a bit hard to express himself after all his thoughts were too wicked. Watergate. Hand me the dishes, you look a bit unwell. They'll take care of it today, and you can do it tomorrow. So, what is the relationship between my sister and Yagami Chinyu? Relationship? Watergate looked up at him. It's a normal relationship. At first I thought it was a senior-junior relationship, but later it felt more like friends. Both of them enjoy causing mischief and being playful. Saying this, Watergate couldn't help but break into a sweat. In the entire Konoha, only Chinyu dared to be this playful with Tsunade. If it were anyone else, they'd probably be slapped to death. Don't you find this relationship strange? Shintong still felt something was off. Tsunade was so much older, yet had become friends with someone more than 10 years younger than her. They seemed quite close. This wasn't rational, really not rational. There are even stranger things at night, you'll find out soon enough. Recalling the events of the past few nights, Watergate could only smile bitterly. What? There's something. Shintong's voice rose a few degrees, nearly deafening Watergate. He couldn't even understand why Shintong reacted so strongly. Soon Shintong understood why Watergate mentioned stranger things. Come on, before you three go on duty, let's play a few rounds of Dodiju. I haven't played all day and feel uncomfortable all over. Tsunade, enjoying a full body massage, felt entirely relaxed. She beckoned Shintong with a deck of cards. First, lend me your pocket money. He'll pay you back another day. No way, I have no pocket money left. Shintong shouted, instinctively covering his wallet. Chinyu rolled her eyes. Isn't that just a case of hiding one's silver? Such obvious actions, and Tsunade would be foolish to believe that. Have you overestimated your sister's bottom line? You aren't lending. Tsunade, knowing Shintong had money, wouldn't believe his excuse of being broke. She squinted slightly, raising her chin to look at him. I really only have this much left. Shintong took out the money, nearly crying. Chinyue. Watergate. Two of them secretly rejoiced that they didn't have a sister like that, otherwise they would go crazy too. Forget it, they wouldn't win Tsunade's money today. Shintong looked too pitiful. That was what Chinyu thought. So did Watergate. However, playing cards with Tsunade made it challenging to intend. Sure enough, Chinyu could feign ignorance and play casually, while Watergate, unfamiliar with Dodiju, could only stiffen his resolve and play awkwardly. As a result, Watergate became the biggest winner, bringing Chinyu along to win quite a bit. After all, Tsunade was eager to be the landlord and kept trying to win back all her losses. The losses incurred weren't made up. Instead, Shintong's pocket money was entirely wiped out. Damn you little brat, I'll remember you. They'll settle this with Jiraiya later. Losing to Chinyu was one thing, Tsunade accepted that. But how could Watergate also be winning her money? How infuriating. Jiraiya, you wait. On the battlefield, Jiraiya, who had just engaged in a surprise attack, suddenly felt a chill down his spine, a cold shiver running straight from his tailbone to the back of his head. Orochimaru, do you feel suddenly cold? I think you're just being foolish. With a disdainful glance, Orochimaru had no intention of engaging in conversation. In his eyes, Jiraiya was always a fool. Ignored and belittled, Jiraiya laughed heartily, scratching his head full of wet white hair, not taking it to heart, and changing the topic. Since Tsunade is back, shouldn't we return to the camp to rest for a while? After dealing with this wave of enemies, we'll head back tomorrow. Ninja are also human, they feel tired too, not machines that run indefinitely. Facing Jiraiya, Orochimaru was terse. Simply put, their conversation didn't click. He really couldn't relate to Jiraiya. Orochimaru was all about ninjutsu and how to become stronger, while Jiraiya was entirely focused on women. How could someone like Orochimaru, who didn't even care about gender, continue the conversation? It was fine when Tsunade was around, but with her absence, the atmosphere between the two became awkward, to say the least. Fortunately, Orochimaru hadn't turned dark yet, or else Jiraiya would have suffered even more. Don't be sad. Once we return to Konoha, I'll treat you to a big meal and a hot spring. It's just a bit of pocket money, right? You look so glum, lacking any masculinity. But that's my money. Shintong was on the verge of tears. He hadn't even touched the cards, and his money was gone. Could anyone be more aggrieved than him? Sisters, they truly are sisters. If they weren't, they couldn't pull off such brother-trapping acts. What if we lend you the money? Watergate felt pity. At that moment, Shengtong looked so helpless and pitiful that it made him feel a bit embarrassed. After all, he had won the most. Forget it, I'm used to it. It just hurts my heart. Shengtong smiled openly. Next time I'll definitely hide my pocket money well so my sister won't find it. I'll manage it for sure. Perhaps we should keep our distance. I've heard that foolishness can be contagious. Qianyu decisively withdrew, distancing herself from Shengtong. Watergate thought for a moment and decided to leave as well. He felt that Shengtong was acting a bit juvenile, so it was better to keep a distance. Shengtong, having been evasive all day, finally revealed to Qianyu and Watergate what their work would entail. At that moment, they finally understood why they had felt an ominous premonition during the day. So our task is to guard the sealing scrolls of the mortuary to prevent anyone from stealing corpses. In the world of Naruto, even in death one would find no peace. Because your body can be dug up for countless secrets, and even your soul can't escape. With the war between Konoha and the Rain Ninja Village causing a massive number of deceased ninjas, transporting the bodies back was inconvenient, so they would seal them in scrolls and transport them in batches. Shengtong's task was to guard the sealing scrolls at night. Qianyu and Watergate had been assigned to help. No wonder that medical brother had looked at them strangely during the day. At their age, being able to accompany Tsunade onto the battlefield was certainly not something that ordinary ninjas of the same age could compare to. But being assigned to guard sealing scrolls for corpses was something no one could accept. Yes, although the possibility of enemies trying to steal corpses is minimal, very minimal. Shengtong looked awkward. He had been too embarrassed to mention this task during the day because it was undignified. He was supposed to be heading to the battlefield. How could he be stuck guarding the mortuary? But things didn't go as planned. He was assigned here. The mortuary was eerily quiet with a somewhat terrifying atmosphere. It was fine during the day, but at night it became silent, making the entire mortuary feel a bit eerie. Those with weak nerves would absolutely not dare to stay here for long. Leaning against a wooden pillar, Qianyu asked with a headache, "Shengtong, did you offend someone? How did you end up here?" Those with weak nerves would absolutely, Sheng Shu weakly said. The teacher loves to research. He told me that if I want to learn his skills, I must first adapt to these things. Eventually, I would have to face the corpses for research, so he placed me here to get accustomed to it. Damn. I thought so. It turns out it was all Orochimaru's doing. Having his disciple guard the morgue, Orochimaru truly is a talent. Well, since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. Guarding the morgue is better than being on the battlefield. At least I don't need to constantly be on guard against enemies. I also wouldn't have to endure the elements. Aside from being a bit eerie, it's not too bad, it's just a bit boring. Qianyu, have you and Kushina developed a good relationship yet? Perhaps feeling bored, Sheng Shu tried to find a topic to talk about, and ended up bringing up Kushina. Beside him, Minato's smile slowly froze, and he lowered his head, looking somewhat dejected. Why bring that up at a time like this? Why would you mention Kushina? It's one thing to mention her. Why would you ask me if our relationship is good? Stretching lazily, Qianyu replied perfunctorily. It's always been good, haven't you noticed? Ahaha, is that so? That's great. Kushina doesn't have many friends, and with you all around, she can truly integrate into Konoha. Realizing he had said something inappropriate, Sheng Shu felt somewhat embarrassed. Does Minato like Kushina? You're in trouble. Kushina likes Qianyu. Sheng Shu remarked that anyone with eyes could see this. And Uchiha Makoto also likes Qianyu. Minato, you're probably out of luck. Not long ago, Minato was sympathizing with Sheng Shu. Now the roles have reversed, and it's Sheng Shu sympathizing with Minato. Seeing Sheng Shu look at Minato with pity, Qianyu was speechless. So you two have become unfortunate brothers. Qianyu couldn't help but feel exasperated at them. This task is incredibly boring. Within half an hour, Qianyu was already feeling drowsy. Minato and Sheng Shu, this pair of unfortunate brothers, were huddled together murmuring about something seemingly quite engaged. Listening closely, Qianyu immediately lost interest. He thought they were discussing some mysterious topic, but it turned out they were just exchanging insights on ninjutsu learning. For some reason, Qianyu found himself missing his phone and computer. If he had a computer or a phone, he could sit here all night without feeling tired. Standing here idly makes one want to fall asleep. Sheng Shu, how do you usually pass the time? You can't just stand here all night, can you? How could that be? Sheng Shu turned around and pulled out a pile of books from his pocket. He had a look on his face as if to say, I knew you wouldn't be able to bear it, but I came prepared. Since guarding the morgue is so boring, I always bring some books to read. This way I can pass the time, and just so happens that Orochimaru Sensei has plenty of books saved, so I can always trade with him. While having books to read is definitely better than just standing there like a fool, Qianyu casually picked a ninja story to read. The protagonist of the story is a wandering ninja from a small village who leaves his hometown and the weak village in pursuit of the path of strength, embarking on a journey of experience. Damn, this is painful to read. After flipping through just a few pages, Qianyu decisively put the book down. Orochimaru actually reads this kind of book. This is just self-indulgence. An ordinary little ninja from a small ninja village step by step on the path to becoming strong almost to the point of brotherhood with Senju Hashirama and chatting casually with Uchiha Madara. Could it be that this book was written by Orochimaru? Orochimaru shouldn't have such a hobby. It's Jiraiya who enjoys such shameless things. Forget it'll switch to another book. The long and arduous night passed just like that at Chien. You didn't even know how he managed to get through it. With a job like this lasting long, it would be strange if it didn't drive someone mad. Speaking of this, Chien, you truly admired Shang Shu's optimism and innocence. After guarding the morgue for months, he could still be cheerful all day, or it seems having a thick skin isn't without its advantages. At least Chien Yu couldn't do it, nor could Minato. Like Chien Yu and Minato, also looked a bit listless. It seems that the books Shang Shu brought weren't enough to engage Minato. Minato, how is your summoning technique coming along? Can you successfully summon the toads from Mount Myaboku now? Returning to the resting tent, Shang Shu recalled that Orochimaru had told him that Jiraiya had already made Minato sign a summoning contract with Mount Myaboku. It's going okay, I guess. Minato suddenly looked embarrassed, scratching his head, unsure of how to... Okay, so does that mean you succeeded? Hurry up and summon it for me to see. My summoning technique has always been a bit rocky. Orochimaru Sensei warned me not to use it casually, as it could lead to significant trouble. Shang Shu was visibly excited, urging Minato continuously. Minato, can we not talk about my... Chien Yu also has a summoning beast. Oh, why don't you ask him? Minato was caught in a dilemma, but Chien Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing. You two probably don't dare to use summoning techniques, and even if you did, you'd still end up summoning a toad with a tail, right? How long has it been since Minato last embarrassed himself? It seems quite a while, but he should have made some progress. Oh right, his chakra is limited. Minato's chakra isn't as much as he imagined, which is the biggest reason for the restrictions on his summoning technique. After all, the toads from Mount Myaboku tend to be quite large with the exception of tadpoles and baby toads. As for Shang Shu being a legitimate descendant of the Senju clan, his chakra naturally far exceeds that of ordinary people. However, he is afraid to use the summoning technique, lightly fearing that he might accidentally summon Orochimaru's myriad snakes. If he really summoned the myriad snakes, Shang Shu wouldn't even have a place to cry. The myriad snakes are not as easy to talk to as the toads from Mount Myaboku. When facing Orochimaru, they all act as if they are the ones in charge. Moreover, they must have sacrifices every time they are summoned, or else they will devour Orochimaru. It is easy to imagine how difficult it is to deal with the snakes from the Dragon Cave. It's best not to summon them casually before one's strength is sufficient. Enough already. You've been laughing at me for several months over one thing, and you won't stop. Minato with a dark expression glared at Chien Yu, while Shang Shu also looked bewildered. It turns out I'm not the only one dragging my feet. Minato is also having a hard time. A toad with a tail. Why do I feel like laughing a bit? I can't laugh. Oh, otherwise what if Minato sprays me? I don't even dare to use my summoning technique casually. Shang Shu quickly suppressed his laughter and shifted the topic. How about you, Chien Yu? Do you have a suitable summoning beast? He already has a summoning beast. He just doesn't want anyone to know. Minato crossed his arms, starting to provoke him. He had been curious about Chien Yu's summoning beast for a long time. I knew you were up to no good waiting here all along. Is that so? Shang Shu looked curious. Chien Yu, what is your summoning beast? Can we see it? It's just a fox, nothing special. A white fox. This guy is currently sleeping, and I don't even know if it has woken up yet. Xiaobai is sleeping. Chien Yu hasn't been paying much attention lately, and doesn't know if it has woken up or not. If it hasn't woken up, taking Xiaobai out might affect its advancement. A fox. And it's white. Minato was fine, he just didn't expect Chien Yu would consider a fox as a summoning beast. At the same time, he was even more curious about what Chien Yu's summoning beast looked like. A white fox must be very beautiful. But how strong is it? White summoning beasts are for assisting in battles. They shouldn't just be judged by looks. Otherwise, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade would cry themselves to sleep in the bathroom. The summoning beasts of the three of them are snakes, toads, and slugs. Minato was just curious about what Chien Yu's summoning beast looked like. Is it a large type, or a cute and small type? As for Shang Shu, who knows about the existence of the nine tails, he thought differently. He couldn't help but wonder, this sounds a big fox, and it's white. If it weren't for Chien Yu adding the word white, Shang Shu would almost have thought it was the... After thinking for a moment, he laughed at his own thoughts. The nine tails is sealed within Kushina's body. How could it possibly become someone else's summoning beast? Master Xiaobai has woken up. By the way, can you give a 5-star review? My dear. Just as Chien Yu was about to refuse, a voice echoed in her mind. Chien Yu couldn't help but feel excited. If the first stage of Xiaobai was merely a bit strong, then the second stage of Xiaobai would be a force to be reckoned with. By the time it reached the third stage, the exclusive 9 tails in the game could stand against the 10 tails. Since you want to see, let me show you. Xiaobai, don't grow too big. Chien Yu thought to Xiaobai, then raised her hand to form a seal. In truth, her sealing was merely for show. Because Xiaobai could be summoned without the need for a summoning technique, even from a great distance it could return to Qianyu's body on its own. Did Qianyu want to summon her summoning beast? Watergate, and Shoshu stared wide-eyed curious about her. The summoning technique went through its process, and inside the tent white smoke erupted, revealing Xiaobai, who was only as big as a short-legged corgi right before the three. Master! Xiaobai happily called out, jumping towards Qianyu. Qianyu raised her hand to catch it, cradling it in her arms. Xiaobai nuzzled Qianyu's chest with its small head, its 9 long tails swaying in the air. Such a charming and alluring voice. If they hadn't seen with their own eyes that the voice came from a fox, Watergate and Shoshu might have mistaken it for a beautiful woman speaking. The voice was simply irresistible, stirring an itch in their hearts. It has been a long time since you came out, hasn't it? Qianyu affectionately held Xiaobai, gently stroking its soft white fur, and said to Watergate and Shoshu, "This is my summoning beast, Xiaobai. It's a 9-tailed fox, and it can grow larger, plus it's a girl. I'm so jealous." Watergate looked at Xiaobai, then compared it to the toad from Mayaboku Mountain, instantly turning into a lemon. There was simply no comparison. Compared to Xiaobai, the toad from Mayaboku Mountain was nothing but a mound of waste. How he wished for such a summoning beast. "I don't like snakes at all, I like foxes." Shoshu's eyes glowed with excitement, staring fixedly at Xiaobai, wishing he could snatch Xiaobai from Qianyu's arms and enjoy the feeling of petting a fox. Having received her master's praise, Xiaobai hummed proudly, raising her small head, her blue eyes twinkling as she assessed Watergate and Shoshu. "Master, are they your teammates? They look so weak, not even as good as that girl named Kushina." Ahem. Being criticized by a summoning beast was quite a blow to Watergate, causing him to cough, while Shoshu choked on his saliva. "Don't talk nonsense," Qianyu said, awkwardly rubbing Xiaobai's head. Xiaobai ranked Kushina higher than Watergate, and Shoshu mainly because of the 9 tails within her. It's a pity that Kushina and the 9 tails had an antagonistic relationship. If she became the perfect Jinchuriki, she would undoubtedly become the strongest in Konoha. At that time, the 3rd Hokage and Danzo wouldn't just keep Kushina locked away, they would treat her like an ant. Placing Xiaobai on her bed, Qianyu went to prepare food, while warning Watergate and Shoshu. "Absolutely do not touch her. Xiaobai is very powerful, and she isn't very friendly towards outsiders. If you ignore my advice and get hurt, I won't take responsibility." Everyone has a heart for beauty. With Xiaobai's high appearance, Watergate and Shoshu had already begun to dislike the snakes from the Dragon Cave and the toads from Mayaboku Mountain. The way the two looked at Xiaobai was full of envy. They wished they could snatch her and hold her close. Qianyu assured them that if they dared to reach out, they would definitely regret it immensely. Qianyu's warning cut off the thoughts of Watergate and Shoshu wanting to hold Xiaobai. Watergate was fine, but Shoshu immediately followed up, quietly asking, "Qianyu, how did you obtain your summoning beast?" It seemed Shoshu was quite interested, wanting to get one, just like it, preferably one with a cute voice that made him feel relaxed all over. Qianyu was currently kneading dough, glanced back at Shoshu and replied, "I'm not too sure either. Xiaobai said it chose me. When I first used the summoning technique, I signed a contract with it, and it has been with me since, but it usually sleeps, which is why it hasn't been summoned." Xiaobai had grown to the 2nd stage. Her chakra could now perfectly converge, and she no longer needed to hide. As long as she didn't explode with power, anyone would mistake Xiaobai for a pet. Alright. Upon hearing Qianyu's words, Shoshu realized his hope of getting a similar Xiaobai was down. From Xiaobai's appearance, even if there were other clan members, she wouldn't let him sign a contract with them. Fortunately, Qianyu was unaware of Shoshu's thoughts, so otherwise she would certainly have told him that there was still a chance, such as the one in Konoha. Only that the one in Konoha had a rather bad temper. Besides Konoha's 9 tails, there were other tailed beasts in other villages. As long as you weren't blown up by an explosive tag, there would be many opportunities. The premise was that your strength had to be strong enough, like Uchiha Madara, who forcibly signed a summoning contract with the 9 tails. For the 9 tails, this was the greatest humiliation of its life as a beast. Being controlled by the Sharingan and sealed was one thing, but being forced to sign a contract was something it could not. Whenever Uchiha Madara used the summoning technique, the 9 tails' heart would skip a beat. It was evident how great Uchiha Madara's intimidation was to the 9 tails. "This is for you, eat up." After finishing her own portion of the breakfast oil splash noodles, Qianyu left the tent. Seeing this, Xiaobai nimbly jumped onto her shoulder, burrowing into her raincoat, and resting on her head, looking just like a white hat. Fortunately, Xiaobai was white. If it had been green, who would dare let it rest on their head? But honestly, it was quite warm. At that moment in the tent, Watergate and Shoshu were worried. "I know what you're thinking." While eating noodles, Watergate rolled his eyes when he saw Shoshu staring at him. Shoshu laughed awkwardly. "I also know what you're saying. We need to unify our statements. We absolutely cannot let Orochimaru and Jiraiya sense our disdain for their summoning beasts. Don't even think about it." Tsunade raised her head and saw Jiraiya and Orochimaru staring at her. She quickly shielded her bowl with her hand. "If you want to eat, go to the logistics department yourself. Don't covet mine, I'm starving." "Sorry, two seniors." I didn't know you were here, so I didn't prepare extra. Qianyu genuinely hadn't known that Orochimaru and Jiraiya were also present, otherwise making 2 more bowls of noodles would not have been a problem. Fortunately, it wasn't him who was eating now. As long as Tsunade herself wasn't embarrassed, Qianyu didn't care. Tsunade's guests were her own responsibility. Haha, it's not too late to prepare now. Jiraiya seized the opportunity. Qianyu was speechless. Jiraiya's brazenness far exceeded his expectations. Get lost. Tsunade actively came to Qianyu's rescue, angrily scolding Jiraiya. Qianyu has been on duty all night and is exhausted. He even helped me make breakfast. If you want to eat, make it yourself. I was just joking. Is that necessary? Jiraiya looked up at the sky speechlessly. Orochimaru chuckled, without saying a word, merely casting a few curious glances at Qianyu. This was the first time Qianyu had met Orochimaru. Huh, so stuffy. Xiaobai emerged from the raincoat and curiously observed the 3 people inside the tent: Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. Tsunade's eyes lit up at the sight of Xiaobai, who possessed peak beauty. Jiraiya curiously leaned in. Is this your pet? Very cute, and a female too. Her voice is lovely. Among the 3, only Orochimaru stiffened. Xiaobai had glanced at him just now, giving him a feeling as if being stared at by a terrifying beast. This sensation was unprecedented for Orochimaru. You hang around with toads. Stay away from me. The stench of toads on you is much stronger than that guy named Minato. Weather-tailed beasts were inherently incompatible with the creatures of the 3 holy lands was unknown. Sure enough, as Jiraiya moved a bit closer with a mischievous glint in his eyes, Xiaobai became alert. Jiraiya, who had intended to ask where Qianyu got the pet, was choked by Xiaobai's words. Toads, is there? As the great toad sage Jiraiya, how could I possibly have the stench of toads on me? Haha, Tsunade laughed so hard she could barely breathe, forgetting to eat her noodles. Noodle crumbs sprayed from her mouth, splattering all over Jiraiya. This made Jiraiya's gaze particularly resentful. Tsunade, it's one thing for a pet to disdain me, but you actually, you deserve it. Tsunade laughed without any sense of decorum. Orochimaru forced a faint smile, squinting as he studied Xiao by lying in Qianyu's arms. This is no pet, it should be a summoning beast. Am I correct, Qianyu echoing? Based on that spine-chilling feeling just now, Orochimaru could say with certainty that the white fox in Qianyu's arms was definitely not a pet, but a summoning beast. Moreover, it was a summoning beast of terrifying power. If you treated it as a pet, it might suddenly lash out and slap you dead before you even knew what happened. Xiaobai is indeed my summoning beast, not a pet. Qianyu stroked Xiaobai's soft fur and smiled. Senpai, just call me by my name, no need to be so formal. Then I'll call you Qianyu. Orochimaru, who hadn't yet embarked on the path of darkness, wasn't too difficult to get along with. The paradox was that among the 3 ninjas, he was the most insane and the darkest. Yet Orochimaru was also the most reasonable of the 3 ninjas. He didn't have Jiraiya's thick skin, nor was he as careless and fond of hitting people as Tsunade. Alright, a summoning beast. Such a small fox. How could it assist in battle? Xiaobai's chakra aura was completely concealed, leading Jiraiya to mistakenly believe that Xiaobai was weak, at most a support-type summoning beast. Even Tsunade thought so. Only Orochimaru was certain that Xiaobai was neither a pet nor a support-type summoning beast, but a fearsome predator. Don't you guys feel that this little FO? After being rejected by Jiraiya no longer approached, observing from a distance. Suddenly he clapped his hands, but as soon as he said the word fox, he received a warning glare from Xiaobai, and quickly corrected himself. Isn't this Xiaobai very similar to a certain big guy in our Konoha? Although he had never seen the Nine Tails in person, as a disciple of the 3rd Hokage, Jiraiya was no stranger to tailed beasts. He knew what the Nine Tails looked like. Apart from being smaller, having white fur, and being more beautiful, Xiaobai's appearance was nearly identical to the Nine Tails. It is somewhat similar, but unfortunately there can't be a second Nine Tails in the world. Tsunade pursed her lips and continued eating her noodles. Soon she finished the bowl, patted her stomach in satisfaction, and wore a contented expression. Nine Tails. Qianyu feigned ignorance, looking over curiously. Are you sure you can talk about this? Orochimaru and Jiraiya looked at Tsunade with surprise and doubt. Tsunade casually waved her hand and said, What's the big deal? Although he has Uchiha bloodline, he will find out sooner or later. The 3rd Hokage and Danzo were desperate to conceal this, but Tsunade didn't care. She believed that Qianyu would not harbor hostility toward Kushina. It was better to let Qianyu know some things early to avoid misunderstandings later. Qianyu, have you heard of tailed beasts? I've heard of them. They seem to be very powerful creatures. The corner of Qianyu's mouth twitched slightly. Damn, I'm holding one myself. Xiaobai in his arms also drooped her ears, weakly finding it boring to listen to others explaining to her master what a tailed beast was. That's one way to put it. After thinking for a moment, Tsunade said, In the ninja world, there are 9 powerful tailed beasts, from 1 tail to 9 tails. The more tails a tailed beast has, the stronger it is. Our Konoha has 1 tailed beast, the most powerful 9 tails. Tsunade. An angry shout came from outside the tent. Hearing the voice, Tsunade rolled her eyes, and Jiraiya shrugged at Orochimaru. Orochimaru revealed an amused smile, knowing that Tsunade was in for trouble. At the very least, she wouldn't escape a scolding. There might even be another quarrel. Danzo arrived. There were few people in Konoha who dared to scold Tsunade like that, and Danzo was one of them. Unfortunately for him, Tsunade wouldn't care. Orochimaru and Jiraiya returned to the camp and came to Tsunade's side. Danzo decided to discuss some arrangements with them. However, just as he reached outside the tent and overheard Tsunade's words, Danzo became furious. This is the village's utmost secret, and you, Tsunade, just casually tell others like this, eh? Roots Ninja pulled open the tent. Danzo with a dark face strode in and roared, "Tsunade, is this how your teacher taught you? To casually leak the village's secrets?" "Secret my ass." Qianyu was utterly speechless. If it's a secret, then how did Kumogekyō's ninja infiltrate Konoha and capture Kushina? "I know what to say and what not to say. I don't need Advisor Danzo to specially remind me." Tsunade's face hardened, her tone displeased. "Advisor Danzo only needs to mind his own business. My affairs with Kushina are none of your concern." "You?" Tsunade shot back without leaving Danzo any face. Immediately Danzo grew. Even after all, he was Konoha's Hokage advisor and the frontline commander of the battlefield. But Tsunade, she completely disregarded Danzo. Ever since the Uzumaki clan was annihilated, Tsunade's attitude toward Danzo had grown increasingly worse. Although Konoha was not the one who destroyed the Uzumaki, it played an unspeakable role in the matter. In other words, it abetted the tragedy. And the one responsible for all this was Danzo. Even when the Uzumaki clan begged for aid, Danzo vehemently opposed Konoha assisting them. He even brought up the theory of war to force the third Hokage to concede. The Uzumaki clan perished, Konoha did not help, and even at the end it stepped in to take over the Uzumaki legacy. These events were like a sharp thorn lodged in Mito Uzumaki's heart. Unfortunately, she was old, and despite her high status, she could no longer influence the village's decisions. In the end, Mito Uzumaki had to accept this outcome, unable to let go until her death. Tsunade witnessed. With all this, how could she have a good impression or attitude toward Danzo Kohoruditane and Hamura Mitokado? It was already a mercy that she didn't curse them. Ahem, I wonder what business Lord Danzo has with Tsunade. Seeing that Tsunade and Danzo were about to quarrel again, Jiraiya quickly stepped in to ease the tension. The head of the medical division and the battlefield commander quarreling in camp was not a good thing. Even if it didn't give the enemy an opportunity, it would still sound bad if word got out. It could easily make people mistakenly believe that Konoha's generals and ministers were at odds, which would dampen morale. That was why Tsunade was unwilling to argue with Danzo, and would rather leave the medical division to go to the battlefield and fight. With Jiraiya acting as a mediator, Danzo, who was in an awkward position, had a way out, and his tone softened. The AMBU has received some latest intelligence. You three come to the command center to discuss troop deployment. With that, Danzo didn't want to stay a second longer. He cast a dark glance at Qianyu and left with Roots Ninja. Damn it. What the hell are you looking at me for? It wasn't me who talked about the Nine Tails. If you've got the guts, go confront Tsunade. Why are you staring at me? I don't eat rice from your Shimura clan. Am I being targeted? Will Root Ninja come to find me in the middle of the night? Qianyu propped his chin on his hand and began to speculate curiously. If Root Ninja came to his door, how should he deal with it? It didn't seem too convenient to bury bodies in the camp. That would be troublesome. Or perhaps just stuff them into the ceiling scrolls in the morgue. That would drive Danzo crazy. Humph. Tsunade wasn't afraid of offending Danzo, and said bluntly, "You be careful. That old man is not a good person." Danzo, who had just stepped out of the tent, stumbled slightly. The Root Ninja following him showed anger beneath their masks. Clearly they had heard Tsunade's words. "Let's go." Danzo pretended not to have heard, and left with his men. Jiraiya smiled bitterly. "Tsunade, why must you do this? It will put the old man in a difficult position." Jiraiya had never approved of Tsunade confronting the higher-ups like this, even if their actions were despicable. After all, they were all from the same village. Causing a scene would bring shame. Heh. Orochimaru sneered. What he despised most was Jiraiya's personality. Clearly disapproving, but still worrying about everything. One moment afraid of this, the next afraid of that. Tsunade was so angry she wanted to hit someone. She turned and glared at Jiraiya, as if she could kill him with her eyes. "If you don't want to step up, fine, but then you come to persuade me. Get lost, go away." Seeing Tsunade about to explode, Jiraiya immediately covered his head and fled, darting out of the tent like a bolt of lightning. First, he was afraid Tsunade would beat him. Second, he wanted to find something to eat, and then visit his disciple Minato. They hadn't met for so long, he hoped Minato would understand him. "Then I'll take my leave, Chinyuekuen." Orochimaru greeted cheerfully and also left the tent. Tsunade slammed the table, making the bowls and chopsticks bounce high. Staring at the deep handprint on the table, Qianyu felt that if such a slap landed on a person, many bones would break. "Alright, time to beat it." Qianyu wasn't about to comfort Tsunade or tell her to calm down. It wasn't me who provoked her, so why should I comfort her? Anyway, I Yagami Qianyu am not the one being yelled at or beaten. Qianyu thought as he slipped away. Seeing that Qianyu had even abandoned the dishes and was directly escaping, Tsunade laughed in exasperation and said crossly, "Be careful, don't wander off. That old man is treacherous, watch out he doesn't cause you trouble." Danzo dared not lay a hand on her, but Tsunade was afraid he might take out his anger on Qianyu. How could that be? I'm just a nobody. Your affairs won't involve me. I'm off. Remember to come for dinner tonight. Cause me trouble. Bring it on. If they come, they won't leave. There are still plenty of sealing scrolls in the morgue. As for offending Danzo to the death, Qian, you didn't care at all. He was inherently opposed to Danzo. Whether he offended him or not, the outcome would be the same. Even without today's incident, Danzo would sooner or later make a move against him. Because his relationship with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was too close. Of course, also because he bore the blood of the Uchiha clan. Qianyu was not naive enough to think that just because he was a half-breed with white hair, Danzo would show him leniency. Sooner or later he would have to face it, and why not let it come sooner? He wouldn't mind giving Danzo a warning. He also wanted to tell Danzo, don't reach out casually, I Yagami Qianyu am not that easy to control. And I won't be as timid and cautious as the other Uchiha. Where's Minato? Back in the tent. Qian, you didn't see Minato. Nawaki was lying down reading a book. Upon hearing this, Nawaki rolled over and answered weakly, where else could he be? He went off with his teacher Jiraiya. It was obvious that Nawaki was jealous, having turned into a greenied monster. Because Minato had been called away by his teacher Jiraiya. But Nawaki had not. Even Orochimaru hadn't come to meet him yet. This left Nawaki feeling quite resentful. I just ran into Senior Orochimaru in the medical department. It seems he has gone to the logistics department. If you go now, you should be able to find him. After reminding Shoju, Qianyu snuggled under the blanket with Xiaobai and began to sleep. Having stayed up all night, he was feeling a bit tired. As for Xiaobai, he could serve as a bodyguard, a buff accessory, and also a small heater. Moreover, it was quite comfortable to cuddle with him while sleeping. Most importantly, Xiaobai seemed to enjoy it as well. Go give that kid a lesson. It was bad enough that he was close to the Jinchuriki. He didn't have time to deal with you yet. Tsunade even had to inform you about the Nine-Tails. Don't blame me if I take action, Danzo thought with gritted teeth. The little ghost with the evil Uchiha bloodline. The secret of the Nine-Tails is not something just anyone can know. I must say Tsunade's concerns were valid. Danzo didn't dare to act against her, so he vented his anger on Qianyu. If Qianyu didn't have Uchiha bloodline, it would be fine, but having it only made Danzo wary of him. Due to the connections with Kushina and Tsunade, Danzo was itching to dig a hole and bury Qianyu right away. The root ninja quietly left. Although Qianyu had a record of killing Jonin and casually controlled Shimizu Hidenori with illusion in front of many Jonin, the root ninja still did not regard him highly. After all, he was just a little kid who was not worth much in the grand scheme of things. When it comes to understanding the Sharingan, who among the root knows more than the Uchiha? Besides, the people of Root do not need to consider consequences and methods. As long as they can accomplish their mission, they will use any means necessary. After sleeping until the afternoon, Qianyu slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw Shoju and Minato huddled together, happily chatting about something. Seeing their excited expressions, Qianyu couldn't help but ask, "What's going on? Did you two find money outside?" "Qianyu." Minato proudly pulled out a notebook. "Jiraiya Sensei found me and gave me his notes on ninjutsu training." "Me too." Shoju grinned broadly. "Orochimaru Sensei also sent me his handwritten notes." "I thought Orochimaru and Jiraiya passed down decades of skills to you that made you this happy." "Minato is one thing, but Shoju, can't you achieve a little more?" The young master of the Senju clan is so excited over a single notebook lacking any dignity. "Dig out your great-grandfather's notes. That would be enough for you to study your whole life." Even Orochimaru would. As night fell, the work of Qianyu and the others began again, still in the eerie, empty morgue. This ghostly place had more people during the day, but at night hardly anyone came. "I see. My training method was wrong. How could I be so stupid?" Shoju and Minato were openly slacking off, engrossed in the notes, not caring that the torchlight was dim. Just watching was fine, but they kept muttering to themselves, sometimes scolding themselves for being foolish, sometimes frowning, and sometimes grinning like fools. "I really can't stand you two. Master, the person who came with the one-eyed dragon during the day, is lingering outside." Xiaobai, perched on Qianyu's shoulder, reminded him. "This means the root has its eyes on him. Did they really set their sights on me?" Qianyu was taken aback, then quickly smiled and walked outside. Minato and Shoju were still engrossed in the notes inside, completely unaware that Qianyu had left. Even if they knew, they wouldn't care, as their work didn't require constant vigilance. If enemies had infiltrated the morgue, the Konoha camp would have been thoroughly compromised by now. There were no patrols or sentries. It seemed the root ninja had been reassigned. After all, the root ninja act with a certain level of caution, even if they would use unscrupulous means. If things got out of hand, it could cause considerable trouble. At this moment, Danzo was still relatively concerned about his reputation as he aspired to become Hokage, and having a bad reputation wouldn't do. Qianyue, Lord Danzo requests your presence. As soon as Qianyu walked to a secluded area, the root ninja couldn't wait to jump out, blocking his path and demanding that he come along to meet Danzo. I don't believe you. You root ninjas have used this excuse to deceive people countless times, right? How many of those who followed you came back successfully? Do you think I should go or not? Qianyu looked at the root ninja with the monkey mask blocking his way and activated the Sakura Falls illusion. This exclusive skill does not require the Sharingan to use. It can ensnare someone at any time and place. He wanted others to think that Uchiha Qianyu needed to activate the Sharingan to use this illusion, only to reveal that he could use it without activating the Sharingan. The root ninja wearing the monkey mask stiffened, standing still and not moving. Monkey. Seeing his companion frozen, the root ninja wearing the fox mask was suddenly anxious and no need to call him, he is now unable to protect himself. A crimson light flashed as Qianyu activated the Sharingan. 3 Tomo began to spin in his eyes, startling the fox-masked ninja. Because his companion suddenly went still, it caused him to let down his guard, directly making eye contact with Qianyu. As the red light flashed, his mind went blank, realizing he had fallen into an illusion. Feeling anxious, he tried to break free from the illusion, but felt a pain in his throat and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Why bother? A voice filled with emotion from Qianyu reached his ears, and the world in the fox mask's eyes began to lose color as his body collapsed weakly. Is this the level of the root ninja? One who made eye contact with the activated Sharingan immediately fell. The other one, still in a daze, had already started to dance awkwardly under the effects of Sakura Falls. Qianyu took out a sealing scroll, tossed the bodies inside, and also dealt with the monkey-masked ninja, who was about to start dancing conveniently, placing him in another sealing scroll. Shall I take the scroll away a bit further, and then destroy it? Hiding the bodies in the morgue was definitely not a good idea. Qianyu had just been thinking aimlessly before. It's better to destroy the bodies completely to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. Watching Xiaobai disappear into the night with the scroll, Qianyu stretched and returned to the morgue. Minato and Shoju were still immersed in the notes, unable to extricate themselves, and didn't even notice that Qianyu had gone out. Now that Iwa and Suna have also joined the battlefield in the Rain Country, the current situation in the Rain Country is chaotic. Hanzo has declared war on both Suna and Iwa at the same time, which is good for us in Konoha. A multi-party melee is better than being besieged. The command center was still brightly lit with Danzo sitting in the main seat, representatives of various departments and Jonin from the village seated below. Without Jonin's strength or being a representative of various departments, they hardly had the qualifications to attend. The actions of Sha village are to drag us deep into the U country, preventing a swift end to the war. Gang's house expression was grave as she spoke loudly. Furthermore, the Lord Hua Ing proposes negotiating peace with Banzang to end the war as soon as possible, so we can turn to deal with the enemies invading the Hua country. This was the will of the third generation Hua Ing, and Gang's Ho was merely conveying it. As for whether Tuanzang was willing to listen, that was his own affair. It seemed that Tuanzang was unwilling to negotiate with Banzang. If the talks succeeded and the war ended, then Tuanzang would have to return to my village. He could only continue as the Hua Ying's assistant and leader of Root. The power he tightly held would also slip away. Everyone looked at Tuanzang, who whether to negotiate with Yurin village depended on Tuanzang's decision. After all, Tuanzang was the village-appointed commander-in-chief. If he disagreed, the third-generation Hua Ying's intentions would be futile unless an official order was issued. Under everyone's gaze, Tuanzang slowly spoke. The situation is chaotic now. Yurin village has formidable military strength, and Banzang as a demigod would hardly negotiate easily with my village. This war will not end easily. Whether they are willing to negotiate, we should first send someone to contact Banzang. Don't you think the Lord is being too hasty? Gangzhou stared coldly at Tuanzang. She knew he would not agree. But the third-generation Hua Ying's intention was to negotiate, not to command. Negotiation meant that major frontline decisions were left to Tuanzang. If Tuanzang was unwilling, it was as good as unsaid. Dashuin wore a faint smile, his gaze at Tuanzang tinged with ridicule. Such an outcome did not exceed his expectations. Only Zilai was unable to bear it, frowning as he pressed for an answer. As soon as he spoke, the expressions of several Jounin in the command tent shifted. They shared Zilai's thoughts, hoping to end the war as soon as possible. The whole country was in chaos, with shinobi from Sha village causing trouble everywhere. Ending the war in Yurin village as quickly as possible was the best choice. But Tuanzang seemed unwilling. Are you questioning me? Being questioned in front of so many people, Tuanzang felt his dignity wounded and glared at Zilai. See, I knew it. Gangzhou sneered and crossed her arms, saying nothing. Although reluctant to argue with Tuanzang, Zilai still tried to press on. Lord Tuanzang, I do not mean to question you. but I hope we can send someone to contact Yurin village to see if they are willing to negotiate. If Yurin village disagrees, then my village will fight to the end. Was my village the foremost among the 5 great shinobi villages afraid of a mere Yurin village? I will personally send someone to contact Yurin village. Do you have any other questions? Tuanzang's face darkened. Zilai shook his head. No, Lord Tuanzang may arrange as you see fit. Then this meeting is adjourned. Everyone attend to your duties, and make sure the enemy has no chance to launch a... Tuanzang dismissed them. The crowd rose and left the command tent. Be prepared, for this will be a prolonged... Dashyuan said with a cold smile. Anyone could tell whom his words were mocking. Zilai was speechless. Inside the tent you said nothing, now you say this. What use is it? I'm going to arrange matters for the medical department. Gang's house mood was a mess as she didn't want to stay in camp. Looking at Tuanzang's sinister face only weighed on her heart. Better to go to the battlefield. You're not staying. Dashyuan still wore a full smile. Gang's-ho stared coldly at him. Right now I want to smash that face of yours. Why hit me? I didn't provoke you. Dashyuan spread his hands with a smile feigning innocence. Zilai gave an awkward chuckle and stepped back, afraid to provoke Gang's-ho at this moment lest he really get beaten. After arranging matters for the medical department, Gang's-ho sought out Bahin, Qianyue, and the other 2. You 3 go rest immediately. Pack your things tomorrow morning and leave the camp with me. Someone will take over your work here. Are we going to the battlefield? Xingshu was eager, almost moved to tears. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, but Gang's-ho had never agreed to let him go to the battlefield. Nor had Dashyuan taken him along. As a result, Xingshu had been doing odd jobs in camp, drifting aimlessly until now. You seem pleased? Gang's house murderous gaze swept over him. Xingshu felt as if struck by lightning, frozen on the spot. His smile solidified. Your sister is like a volcano about to erupt. One spark and shell explode, and yet you still show off. If you don't get beaten, there's no justice. Shengshu's old habit has flared up again. Shuaiman scratched his head, wearing a forced smile. As soon as he smiled, he was caught. Gongsho, who had just scolded her brother and was still in a foul mood, turned around and saw Shuaiman grinning foolishly while scratching his head. That smile and gesture were exactly like Zilai's, infuriating her. What are you smiling at? Just like your teacher. Shuaiman thought, what did I even do? That's it. Go rest quickly, then pack up. We leave at dawn. That was settled. Those staying in camp was safe. Aside from the risk of betrayal, the job of guarding the morgue was hardly suitable for Bahin Qianyue. Any news? How long had it been? Did warning a brat really take this long? Inside the command tent, Tuanzang recalled that he had sent someone to warn Bahin Qianyue. Yet it was past midnight and no one had returned. Lord Mihu and Sanli haven't returned yet. A root shinobi appeared in the command tent. Useless. Tuanzang roared in anger. To fail at such a trivial task, they were utterly useless. Indeed, Root's strength was still too weak. But unfortunately, Yuan Fei would not let him conscript personnel from the village's clans, leaving Root in such an awkward position. At this period, the 3rd generation Hua Ying was at the peak of his power and ambition, certainly not allowing Tuanzang to act recklessly. Unlike after the 3rd Great Ninja War, when Tuanzang did as he pleased in my village. He not only took orphans from the orphanage for experiments and trained them as spies, but even openly demanded that each clan send people to join Root and serve him. Send someone to find them, and also see what that brat Bahin Qianyue is up to. Yes, my lord. The Root shinobi left quickly, and soon returned with unfavorable news. Lord Tuanzang, the 3, Bahin Qianyue, Shimin, and Xingshu, have already returned to their tent to rest. That was by Gang's house order. A new squad has already taken over guarding the morgue. No trace of Mihu or Sanli was found nearby. Footprints were discovered not far from the morgue, along with bloodstains on the ground. I'm afraid. With footprints and bloodstains, what more explanation was needed? They were already dead. Then the question was, who dared to lay hands on Tuanzang's men? Bahin Qianyue. Only he had the strength and the motive. After all, his men went to warn him, and it was quite possible that Bahin Qianyue, in a fit of rage, killed them. Search for the bodies. If there is sufficient evidence that this brat did it, detain him immediately. Yes. For now, it was only suspicion. Tuanzang had no proof that Root shinobi were killed by Bahin Qianyue. Even though Bahin Qianyue had the possibility and motive. Without evidence, Tuanzang dared not act rashly. Otherwise, if Gang's Ho and the others stepped in, it would cause great trouble. But could the bodies of Root's shinobi still be found? The sealed scroll was carried away by Xiao Bai and destroyed far from the camp. There was not even a single hair left, let alone a corpse. No matter how thoroughly Danzo's men turned the camp upside down, they could not find a single clue, let alone any evidence. Root ninjas searched relentlessly through the night, scouring every corner of the camp and even venturing outside. But ultimately they found nothing. Danzo trembled with rage and thundered in fury. For some, this night was destined to be anything but peaceful. Yet Qianyu slept soundly. Shortly after Xiao Bai departed, it returned to his body. Qianyu eagerly anticipated the spectacle Danzo, searching everywhere for the corpse, failing to find it, unable to prove Qianyu's involvement, gnashing his teeth in frustration, yet having no evidence. I love that look you have. Hating me yet powerless to destroy me. That expression would be absolutely priceless. After eating they would leave the camp and enter the battlefield. Minato and Nawaki felt nervous. Qianyu remained engrossed in his own gourmet delights. Without a cell phone, computer, or favorite novels, food became his best pastime and a way to satisfy his appetite. As Qianyu prepared breakfast, he hummed an unfamiliar tune that sounded rather pleasant. Most importantly, he showed not a trace of tension. Nawaki couldn't help but ask Qianyu, "We're about to head to the battlefield. Aren't you nervous?" "Nervous?" Qianyu glanced back at the uneasy Nawaki and Minato, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "What use is being nervous? Will the enemy spare you just because you're scared? Or will they let you go?" "Well said. Nervousness is useless." Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru arrived together, pushing aside the tent flap and stepping inside. "Are we too late?" Jiraiya craned his neck to peer into the pot. The noodles Tsunade had eaten yesterday had made him terribly envious. Among the future three Sannin, Jiraiya was the one who best knew how to enjoy life. Unfortunately, his unsavory behavior was off-putting. "It'll be ready soon." Anticipating that Jiraiya and Orochimaru might come to freeload, Qianyu had prepared extra portions. Fragrant egg-fried rice accompanied by a bowl of bone broth without the soul of scallions. A beautiful day began with the morning meal. At the frontline camp, having rice, eggs, and meat was already a luxury. Qianyu didn't expect the logistics team to deliver garnishes like scallions. The six of them gathered around the table, eating with gusto. The shameless Jiraiya even set his sights on Minato's portion, leaving Minato amused and exasperated. "Even eyeing your disciples' fried rice, sensei. Aren't you going too far?" "I'm still growing." Minato, shameless. Tsunade glared at Jiraiya, who smiled sheepishly and dared not make any more moves. He could only gaze regretfully at his empty bowl and sigh, too little, not enough to fill him. "Pack up or we leave immediately." "Nawaki, you wash the dishes." "Huh? Why me?" Nawaki looked up. "You don't wanna?" Seeing Tsunade on the verge of transitioning from well-fed to bullying her little brother, his teacher Orochimaru showed no intention of intervening. Instead, he stood by with folded arms, gloating at the scene. Clearly Snake-sama enjoyed such entertainment. "Let's head out." After packing up, Tsunade specially took Qianyu to the logistics depot and carried off a substantial amount of supplies. The logistics personnel watched dumbfounded, wanting to stop her, but daring not. Now there was no need to worry about going hungry. The only issue was the harsh environment of the rain country, making it difficult to find firewood. With the sealed scroll packed full of supplies, Qianyu felt secure. Indeed, Tsunade had the prestige to take whatever she needed. Unlike others who had to apply even for a sealed scroll and wait for approval before receiving it. Leaving the camp and entering the battlefield, Jiraiya looked back worryingly at the three small figures behind them. Tsunade flicked her golden hair beaded with raindrops and said calmly, "Nawaki might have issues, but with Qianyu around there will be no problem. That kid is even sharper than you. Enemies will be lucky if they don't fall into misfortune when they meet them. Let's go." The six formed two squads. Tsunade's team was an assault unit heading wherever the fighting was fiercest. Meanwhile, Qianyu, Minato, and Nawaki formed a new squad tasked with guarding an outpost not far from the camp. Tsunade overlooked Minato and Nawaki, directly appointing Qianyu as squad leader. "So we're just dumped here." Nawaki raised a hand to shield his eyes from the rain and peered into the distance, but Tsunade and the other two had already vanished behind the curtain of rain. Tossing aside his raincoat, Qianyu leaned against a pillar of the outpost's awning. "They're heading to the most intense battles." "What would you do there?" "Get yourself killed." Never underestimate the rain country battlefield. Even Tsunade's group faced constant danger. In one of the most perilous encounters, Jiraiya almost kicked the bucket. If not for timely reinforcements, one of the three Sannin would have been lost. With Nawaki's strength, following Tsunade would only be feeding the enemy. What else would it accomplish? "Can't you say something nice?" Nawaki fumed, itching to challenge Qianyu to a duel, but he knew his limits. He feared ending up like Shimura Shuichi. If Qianyu hit him with an illusion making him dance in the heavy rain, he would rather find a wall to crash into. Stay alert. Even at an outpost, enemies may attack at any time. Minato remained on high alert, constantly scanning the surroundings. There were only the three of them. If ambushed, they wouldn't even find anyone to call for help. Even if they sent a signal, reinforcements from camp would take time. During that interval, they had to hold on alone. The battlefield was no place for fun. One careless mistake could cost your life. Take it easy. Don't push yourself too hard. "I'm not nervous, so why should you be?" He patted Minato's shoulder, signaling him to relax and not to startle at every sound. Speaking of which, Qianyu suddenly asked Nawaki, "I've always had a question." "What question?" Nawaki folded his raincoat and set it aside, looking up. "Qianyu asked, you both share the Senju bloodline and are direct descendants of the first Hokage. Why was your sister awarded the title of Konoha Princess by the daimyo while you were not? What an odd question. Yet it had some merit. Minato blinked. Maybe she was older. Nonsense. Tsunade was just a little girl when she was granted that title. Well, I don't know. Nawaki had never pondered this before. It truly stumped him. When Shinyu suddenly brought it up, Nawaki felt bewildered. His sister became Konoha Princess, so what about him? Shouldn't he get a title like Konoha Prince? Maybe the daimyo prefers girls. Minato grinned, mischievously teasing Nawaki. That single line plunged Nawaki into deep brooding. Minato, you're a real piece of work to come up, but it wasn't about preference. The real reason Tsunade was named Konoha Princess was a subtle gesture of appeasement toward Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju. After all, Tsunade's mother was from the daimyo's household. An alliance through marriage granting her a princess title, it was no disgrace. In fact, Tsunade was half a member of the daimyo's family. As for Nawaki, he was simply born too late. By the time he entered the world, the Senju clan had already become commoners, no longer the top family in Konoha or the entire shinobi world. Such honors naturally did not fall on him. Prepare for battle. Just as they were talking, Yu looked up at the signal flares streaking across the sky, grabbed his raincoat, draped it on, and dashed into the rain. Watergate had been wearing a raincoat all along, and it was puzzling how the rope tree managed to fold it neatly. As a result, when it was time to put it on, a lot of time was wasted, and in the end he could only grit his teeth and follow along in the rain. Not far from the outpost, several Konoha ninjas were fleeing in a panic, pursued by numerous Sunagekure ninjas. At this moment, the Rain Ninja Village was a battlefield. Ninjas from Konoha, Sunagekure, Iwagakure, and Rain Ninja Village were all gathered here, resulting in total chaos. You fight me, I fight you. As long as they are not from our side, they are enemies. Compared to Rain Ninja Village, and Iwagakure, Sunagekure was purely focused on targeting Konoha. Killing Konoha ninjas was their priority. Since Sunagekure launched a surprise attack on the land of Fire, Chiyo led a ninja army into the land of Rain, and the number of times Konoha ninjas were attacked by Sunagekure ninjas surpassed even those by Rain Ninja Village. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. On the battlefield, the Great Fireball was renowned as a merciful technique, grand in scale, but hardly lethal. However, it was effective in drawing the enemy's attention. A massive fireball came rushing and evaporating a significant amount of rainwater along the way. Konoha's reinforcements have arrived, be careful. With such a large fireball flying and the Sunagekure ninjas pursuing, the Konoha ninjas had to stop and quickly dodge. Boom! The fireball struck a large tree, exploding and splintering it into pieces. The damp wood ignited and burned continuously, yet was gradually extinguished by the relentless rain. A single Great Fireball technique successfully diverted the enemy's attention onto itself. A few Konoha ninjas were also safely rescued. So the reinforcements are just 3 kids. As Konoha's reinforcements arrived, the Sunagekure ninjas grew wary, but when they saw the faces of the newcomers, they couldn't help but laugh. 3 kids in their early teens dared to show off. They truly didn't know how to spell death. Be careful, they are quite strong. There is a puppet master among them. We can wait for reinforcements. What safety was finally guaranteed. But upon closer inspection, it turned out to be 3 children. A Konoha Chunin anxiously shouted at Chiyue and the others. As soon as he spoke, he noticed Chiyue had already charged ahead. He was anxious to get them to stop, but he found that his eyes couldn't keep up with their speed. What the hell? Are today's kids really this extraordinary? Such fast body flicker technique. Goa, Watergate, and the rope tree exchanged glances and quickly followed in Chiyue's footsteps. They certainly didn't want Chiyue to fight alone. Seeking death. Seeing Chiyue charge ahead alone, the Sunagekure ninjas were almost laughing from anger. With a flick of his arm, 2 puppet arms aimed at Chiyue, and black tubes emerged from the puppet's palms, spraying countless poison needles. In that case, you shall die. Bang! The 2 puppets were spraying poison needles, but in the next second, one of the puppets suddenly exploded. Chiyue had already reached its front, slightly disappointed as he said, "Too slow. Is this the battle style of a puppet master? Apart from its wide area and potent poison, it doesn't seem all that impressive. You little brat." Being underestimated made the Sunagekure ninja extremely angry. He looked at the puppet that was damaged from the kick with pain, quickly retreating to prepare for the puppet on his back to join the battle. However, what reflected in his eyes was a pair of crimson eyes. Thud! The Sunagekure ninja felt as if his heart was gripped by an invisible hand, rendering him frozen in place, unable to move as the scene before him began to blur. Uchiha! A sharp pain struck and his heart was pierced by a kunai. In his last moments, he could only utter these 3 words before his body uncontrollably slumped down. Captain! Wind-style Great Breakthrough. In an instant, the leading Sunagekure Chunin had already fallen to the ground, and the remaining Sunagekure ninjas were both shocked and furious, quickly launching an attack on Chiyue. Several kunai with explosive tags came flying while others were using ninjutsu to attack. Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. Just as Chiyue was about to dodge the rope tree, and Watergate rushed in. As a member of the Senju clan, the techniques he excelled at were water-style and earth-style ninjutsu. In this regard, the rope tree was no exception, having put considerable effort into both. Boom! A thick earthen wall stood in front of Chiyue, blocking the thrown kunai and ninjutsu from the enemy. Thanks. Chiyue jumped onto the earthen wall and charged out. Although he didn't need the wall's protection, having support from teammates was always a good thing. You're welcome. The rope tree gave a thumbs up, grinning widely, his white teeth nearly reflecting a beam of light. Unfortunately, he misread the situation as Chiyue had already disappeared from the spot. Hey, wait for me. Observing the enemy's movements with his Sharingan, Chiyue had already charged in. Compared to Jinjutsu and Ninjutsu, he excelled more in Taijutsu and swordsmanship. In a team with no Jonin, encountering a presence like Chiyue, who seemed to be overpowered, was like a fierce tiger charging into a flock of sheep. His figure constantly darted across the battlefield. Wherever he went, enemies clutched their throats and hearts collapsing to the ground. Do you have to be this fast? Leave some for us. Chiyue cut through the enemies like chopping vegetables, resolving them in just a few swift moves. Rope Tree, who had been eager for battle, realized he had only hit a minor opponent before the fight was over. Watergate at least managed to kill one enemy. What about him? He didn't even get a single hair. Is this it? A few Konoha ninjas chased, and signaling for help were left dumbfounded. They had expected 3 ignorant little kids to arrive, but who knew they were true powerhouses? Especially the one with silver long hair and the Sharingan. He was simply a freak. Shaking off his ninja blade, letting the rain wash away the bloodstains, Chiyue turned to the rescued few and said, "You should return to the camp as soon as possible. This is the area of the forward outpost where enemy reinforcements may appear at any moment." "Yes, thank you for the rescue." "Thank you." The few quickly straightened up, bowing to Chiyue and the others, then supporting each other, limping back toward the camp. It wasn't a wasted rescue, and they were quite polite. Watching the retreating figures, Chiyue said to the rope tree, "Rope tree, you handle the bodies, and there's no need to keep the forehead protectors and puppets. They won't yield much in terms of war merits. On the battlefield, never touch the enemy's corpses casually." "Why is it me?" The rope tree pointed at himself. Chiyue regretfully spread his palms. "Because you didn't kill a single enemy, so you're responsible for the aftermath. Is that okay? Clearly you moved too fast." The rope tree was quite displeased, but still obediently buried the enemy corpses. It was a task that could be easily done with an earth-style ninjutsu, not too troublesome. Many have perished on the battlefield due to greed for a little war merit, looting spoils. Chiyue wasn't interested in such trivial benefits. It was better to bury them directly. Boom! The ground rolled as the soil covered all the enemy corpses. Soon even the traces of battle were completely erased. If it weren't for the numerous corpses buried underground, who would have thought a battle had just occurred here? After cleaning up the mess, the 3 returned to the outpost. Chiyue and Watergate were fine, but the rope tree had turned into a drenched chicken. Would lighting a fire here attract the enemy? Sheng Shu asked while drying his clothes by the fire. By the way, Qianyue, why is your body flicker technique so explosive? Not only explosive, but also incredibly fast. Shui Min had long conceded defeat in the body flicker comparison. His explosive power and speed were both inferior to Qianyu's. Fortunately, Shui Min had an optimistic personality. If it were someone narrow-minded, they would have been utterly crushed by the comparison. By concentrating chakra at the soles of your feet and releasing it explosively, you can also increase your explosive power and speed up your body flicker. However, this method is quite damaging to the body. I wouldn't recommend this to ordinary people, but you can give it a try since the Senju clan typically has abundant chakra. Shui Min. As he spoke, Qianyu pointed toward the distant woods. Shui Min instantly understood, put on his raincoat, and left the outpost, entering the forest. Enemies. Sheng Shu jumped up startled. No enemies, but dinner is here. Qianyu's mouth twitched. How did Tsunade and Orochimaru teach him? Sheng Shu's awareness in all aspects was clearly not up to par. His strength was decent, but in certain areas he was worrying, even inferior to Shui Min. No wonder you were blown up by explosive tags on the Wind Country battlefield, and your internal organs were hollowed out by ninjas from the Cloud Village. In the end, it enraged Orochimaru so much that he risked sneaking into the Cloud Village and released the 8 Tails to avenge you. Using his authority as the frontline commander, he sacrificed over 1,000 Sand Village ninjas in a single battle. Orochimaru truly had a deep affection for you. But speaking of which, why would Cloud Village ninjas appear on the Wind Country battlefield? Killing time by hollowing out Sheng Shu's organs. Were they insane? No wonder Orochimaru was so furious that he went to the Cloud Village and released your village's 8 Tails. They were utterly deranged, not even leaving the corpse alone. Dinner. Sheng Shu was indeed confused. Perhaps because he hadn't spent much time with Qianyue's thought process, could hardly keep up with Qianyu and Shui Min. Not bad enough to eat. Before Sheng Shu got the answer he wanted, Shui Min had already returned carrying a wild boar of moderate size, sufficient for 3 people. Not bad enough to eat. Before Shingshu got the answer he wanted, Shui men had already returned carrying a wild boar of moderate size. On the battlefield others are tense and worried about enemies appearing. But here we are about to start grilling me. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? As it turned out, no one could escape the irresistible appeal of good food. An hour later Shingshu was eating with greasy mouth, happier than anyone. He didn't even care about his still wet clothes. Eating meat was the priority. On the Rain Country battlefield, thousands of miles away in the distant river country, camped the mentally injured third Kazekage, finally recovered. At that moment he held intel gathered by the sand villages, ANBU and spies. It seems this brat is still hiding himself. Seeing that the intelligence contained no mention of Konoha praising Qianyu's achievements, the third Kazekage knew that Qianyu had concealed certain things. For instance, making him the strongest Kazekage fall into a genjutsu and suffer mental damage. These matters had not been made public. The third Kazekage didn't believe Konoha would suppress such news. In his place, he would definitely spread it. This was an excellent opportunity to boost morale. How could he miss it? Assassinating talented ninjas from other villages was an unwritten rule among all ninja villages. In peacetime, as long as it wasn't too blatant, assassination was assassinating talented ninjas from other villages was an unwritten rule among all ninja villages. In peacetime, as long as it wasn't too blatant, assassination was a tacitly permitted practice. Now that Qianyu was on the Rain Country battlefield, the third Kazekage couldn't possibly rush to the Rain Country to fight him over his own embarrassment. He had to hold the camp and control the overall situation. Since you're unwilling to spread, it'll help you out. Only those who survive and thrive can be called geniuses. Becoming famous throughout the ninja world is certainly best, but too much fame is not necessarily a good thing, because it will bring you countless troubles and hatred. It could even lead to internal infighting. Spread the news about the scroll, make it as widespread as possible. Best to let the ninja world know that Mu Yi has produced a super genius named Ba Shin Qianyu. Better yet, tell them he is a super genius comparable to the god of shinobi Qianshou Zhujian. Understood. The ANBU ninja instinctively responded, but the next moment, he froze, lifting his head in shock to look at the third Kazekage. Lord Kazekage, this. Just do as I say. The third Kazekage's voice brooked no argument. Yes. The ANBU ninja's heart tightened. He quickly bowed his head respectfully, took the ninjutsu scroll, and swiftly departed to deliver the scroll to the intelligence division. He conveyed the third Kazekage's intent. As for how the intelligence division would spread the news, that was not his concern. After all, they were professionals. After learning the third Kazekage's request and reading the contents of the scroll, the personnel of the intelligence division exchanged bewildered glances, all stunned. Could the contents of the scroll really be true? That couldn't be. A mere brat and a half-blood of the Ujibwa clan. Was he really that terrifying? The problem was that the Kazekage wouldn't just target some brat for no reason. His earlier actions had been quite strange, so it turned out he was injured. If so, was everything true? Had Mu Yi produced a genius who could rival Qianshou Zhujian? This news, with the help of the intelligence division of Sharingan Cun, various rumors began to spread. Before long they reached Mu Yi. Yuan Fei, what exactly are you thinking? In my opinion, just recall Ba Shin Qianyu from the front lines and interrogate him. Why all this speculation? Zhuanqin Shaochun urged the third Hokage impatiently. Alas! Letting out a sigh, the third Hokage set down the intelligence scroll and looked helplessly at the two. Do you think the contents of the report are true? It should be true, said Zhuanqin Shaochun. Such a disgraceful matter. Others would try their best to hide it. Why would the third Kazekage make it public? Isn't it just to let other villages know that Ba Shin Qianyu is a super genius and then find a way to kill him? If it's true, why didn't Ba Shin Qianyu report it truthfully? Shui Huminyan adjusted his glasses. These matters still require further verification. Annoyed, the third Hokage picked up his pipe and lit it, taking a few deep puffs. His eyes were filled with gloom. This was not good news for him. Qianyu was a genius, and that was important to Mu Yi. Geniuses were worth nurturing. But if a genius became too extraordinary, even monstrous, that posed a problem. If Qianyu's background was clean, it was fine. At worst, they could nurture him well and bring him into the Hokage's faction. Even if he wasn't one of them, they could find a way to make him one of them. But unfortunately, Qianyu had blood from the Ujibwa clan. Earlier, the Ujibwa had been indifferent, only having the young clan leader, Ujibwa Fuyu, attempt an invitation. But once the news spread, the Ujibwa would undoubtedly try everything to recruit Qianyu. Once Qianyu was recruited, all would be for naught. It might even turn him into a political enemy. The Ujibwa had been eyeing the Hokage position for a long time. There was another troubling issue before the third Hokage. If the intelligence was true, why was Qianyu unwilling? Why did you deliberately omit the part about the third Kazekage when you were in the Hokage's office? This is a lack of trust in him and in the village. Send a message to the front line, have Tsunade ask, and verify the truth. As for the rest, wait until everything comes to light. The third Hokage hoped that the intelligence department's information would turn out to be false. If it were true, he would be in a difficult position. Father, Uchiha Fugaku returned home with a weary body, kneeling respectfully before the Uchiha clan leader. Take a look, truly astonishing. The Uchiha clan leader's aged face, covered with wrinkles and age spots, was deeply furrowed. Yes. Uchiha Fugaku opened the scroll and looked at it. Impossible. As soon as he read a portion, he exclaimed and jumped up. Sit down. The Uchiha clan leader reprimanded harshly. As the young clan leader, who will take over the entire Uchiha clan in the future, if you can't maintain your composure over a small ripple, how can you make the clan members believe in you? Yes. Uchiha Fugaku opened the scroll and looked at it. Impossible. As soon as he read a portion, he exclaimed and jumped up. Is this really true? The news that Qianyue alone annihilated a Jonin squad was already shocking enough. Moreover, with a single illusion, he controlled Shimura Shui, a fairly skilled Jonin, and caused him mental trauma, leaving him hospitalized for a long time before recovering. These achievements placed on a child were already astonishing. Even more terrifying, the third Kazekage had also fallen victim. No wonder the Sand Village's surprise attack on the Land of Fire had never shown any trace of the third. It also made the entire Konoha suspicious, always feeling that the third Kazekage was hiding somewhere, not daring to counterattack, too fiercely fearing that the third Kazekage would suddenly launch a home strike. It turned out he had fallen under Qianyu's illusion, causing injury, and had to hide to recover. Konoha had worried for nothing for so long. Annihilating a Jonin squad secured Qianyu's throne as a genius, and casually controlling Shimura Shui further confirmed this. But even the third Kazekage, hailed as the strongest, could not withstand Qianyu's illusion. This was equivalent to Qianyue was about to soar. Once given enough time to continue growing, he would absolutely become one of the top existences in the village. As long as your strength is sufficient, even the government may change its policies because of you. This is reality. So we should continue to win him over. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but recall the last time he went to see Qianyue and was turned away. He had never been able to let go of that matter. Exactly. The Uchiha clan leader leisurely brewed tea, speaking unhurriedly. Geniuses our Uchiha clan does not lack, but a genius capable of changing everything even our Uchiha clan needs to win over. Moreover, he himself carries the bloodline of our Uchiha. Can white hair not be accepted? What a ridiculous reason. Uchiha Fugaku listened quietly, but couldn't help complaining inwardly. It was you old stubborn ones who said white hair was unacceptable before. Fugaku, I am old. The Uchiha clan leader sighed faintly. Uchiha Fugaku lowered his head, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth. Yes, father, I will work hard. The implication was that he was old, and the elders were also old. Even if they were wrong, they could not lower their old faces to beg others. So this kind of matter must fall on you, the young clan leader. You wouldn't mind, would you? After all, you are the one who will take over the Uchiha in the future. If possible, Uchiha Fugaku really didn't want to do this. But he had no choice. Even if it meant losing face, even if he would be turned away, he had to go with a stiff upper lip. The Uchiha clan leader nodded with satisfaction. This matter was basically settled. Uchiha Fugaku as the young clan leader would go to win over Qianyue. If he could win him over and let Qianyue smoothly return to the Uchiha, it would prove that Uchiha Fugaku had ability. If he failed, it would represent his incompetence. This was the result after several elders and the Uchiha clan leader discussed, and the other side made concessions. Fortunately, success or failure would not affect Uchiha Fugaku's succession of the Uchiha clan. News continued to spread. In the camp of the Land of Rain, Danzo also received a scroll from the village. Bang! After reading the scroll's content, Danzo angrily slammed the table. He had never expected that the mixed-blood Uchiha brat he had dismissed would have such powerful talent. He thought a warning would suffice, but it turned out to be a huge menace. Even the third Kazekage had fallen victim, which meant that if the other party used that so-called cherry blossom falling illusion, Danzo would also be unable to escape. The thought of being controlled by Qianyu's illusion force to dance an embarrassing dance in public made Danzo wish he could find a knife and kill Qianyue first. Using the will of fire to coerce him would probably result in receiving the embarrassing dance illusion. From the moment Qianyue ignored the third Hokage, Danzo, using the will of fire to coerce him would probably result in receiving the embarrassing dance illusion. From the moment Qianyue ignored the third Hokage, Danzo knew that Qianyue was not easy to deal with, not as easy to fool as other children. If it were Nawaki or Minato, Danzo only needed to humble himself, put on a show, and sincerely reason with them, and he could definitely fool Nawaki and Minato into being completely bewildered. How to deal with it? This was a troublesome question. After considering for a while, Danzo decided to remain inactive. The third Hokage was more how to deal with it. This was a troublesome question. After considering for a while, Danzo decided to remain inactive. The third Hokage was more anxious than him now. There was no need for him to stick his neck out. Even if Chinyue had killed his men and slapped his face, he could not act impulsively. If he didn't handle it cleanly, he would instead bring a lot of trouble upon himself. In the long run, it wasn't worth it. It was better to leave it for the third Hokage to worry about. After figuring all this out, Danzo said to his root ninja, "Send the message to Tsunade. Also withdraw the people monitoring Yagami Chinyue. From now on, don't keep an eye on him and don't conflict with him." At this stage, the most important thing is to earn military merit and build reputation. Only then would Danzo have the possibility of sitting in the Hokage seat. At present, it was not the time to foolishly clash with Chinyue in various ways. How to deal with it was also a matter for the third Hokage to worry about. Danzo only needed to plan for his own interests. Chinyue was clearly a prickly hedgehog, hard to bite into and impossible to win over. In that case, why bring trouble to himself? The news soon reached Tsunade. Did I misread? Holding the intelligence scroll, looking up and down, Tsunade felt something was off. Was my vision blurry, or was the content written wrong? Was little Chinyue this amazing now? Jiraiya came over to take a look, looking speechless. You really didn't misjudge him. This kid is quite good. An illusion that even the third Kazekage couldn't resist. It seems Chinyue is indeed an interesting person. Orochimaru smiled slightly, narrowing his eyes, his vertical pupils filled with curiosity. What kind of illusion could achieve such an effect? If only I could learn it. At this time, Orochimaru's desire was to learn all ninjutsu rather than delve into dark eternal life research. He held a profound interest in various ninjutsu and illusions. Undoubtedly, he was contemplating ideas about Sakura's fall. Just recalling the mischievous incidents with Chien, you made Tsunade instinctively shrink her neck. She wasn't afraid of the illusions that could control Jonin. However, if even a powerful figure like the third Kazekage couldn't escape, it would be dangerous. If Chienyu was pushed too far one day, she might retaliate. Thinking about the scene of her awkwardly dancing in front of a large crowd, Tsunade nearly scratched the ground into a three-room apartment with her toes. It was too embarrassing, completely social death. From now on, it was better not to provoke this kid, lest she truly pushed him to his limits, resulting in a barbecue. Most importantly, Chienyu was truly daring. Based on Tsunade's understanding of him, if pushed too far, he wouldn't mind letting her experience social death. Ahem, today's kids are really impressive, much stronger than we were. Tsunade awkwardly coughed, tossing the scroll to Jiraiya. The old man asked me to find Chienyu to confirm the matter about the third Kazekage. Are you coming or not? Going. Orochimaru replied decisively. Jiraiya scratched his head and thought for a moment. I'll go too. If you all leave, it's meaningless for me to stay alone. It's better to go together. Then let's set off. He was somewhat missing Chienyu's delicious food. Tsunade felt her stomach betray her with a rumble. The three of them took a moment to regroup before exiting the combat zone and quickly heading towards the lookout point. Chienyu, is this really okay for us? Chienyu, shouldn't we be more careful? What is Chienyu eating today? Chienyu, I hunted a wild deer. How about roasted meat for dinner? In just a few days, Shoki had nearly transformed into Chienyu's shape. Although he had become Chienyu's loyal, he was completely captivated by Chienyu's culinary skills. At first, he was anxious, fearing to attract enemies, and worried about being blamed by the villagers. In the end, nothing happened. Instead, the camp kindly sent them some supplies. This was peculiar. Had Danzo changed his nature? There it was. Danzo thoughtfully sent some fresh ingredients, including the rarely seen beef, in the camp. The three of them sat together blissfully, enjoying the roasted meat. Chienyu was unsure of Danzo's intentions. Since the ingredients sent were safe and not poison, why not? Anything could be compromised, but one mustn't neglect their own appetite. Being full and satisfied was essential for having the strength to battle. Tsunade and the others rushed over, and as soon as they entered the lookout point, they saw the three of them sitting together enjoying delicious roasted meat, instantly making her furious. You are being too excessive. Here we are in a battlefield, and you are eating such good food. Move aside. With a shove, Tsunade successfully took her brother's spot. Jiraiya's eyes gleamed. Orochimaru's gaze towards Chienyu and the others also grew strange. Were they here for a vacation or a battle? They were enjoying life too carefreely. Whatever these details weren't important, filling their stomachs was what mattered. Thus the trio, eating roasted meat, soon became six. Each one of them was eating with oily mouths, continuously exhaling hot air. If outsiders saw this, they would definitely be wide-eyed. By the way, where did you get the beef? After filling their bellies, Jiraiya finally remembered this question. The camp generally wouldn't prepare such things. They were too expensive, and there were no nearby villages. Therefore, even if they stole, they wouldn't find a place. Chienyu and the others wouldn't do such things for a bite to eat. Teacher Jiraiya, it was sent by the camp. Minato answered honestly. The camp, eh? Jiraiya exclaimed, and Orochimaru and Tsunade looked over in disbelief. If the camp sent it, it meant Danzo approved. My heavens, did the land of rain see the sun today? Danzo actually permitted these three kids to have a special meal here. Can you believe this is something Danzo would do? Yes, it was sent by the camp. The logistics department said our squad achieved merits, and the camp happened to have fresh meat, so they sent some over. Minato answered truthfully. He wouldn't conceal anything. Who would have thought that in just a few days at this small outpost the three of them had saved quite a few Konoha ninjas? Even Qianyu hadn't anticipated this. The outpost existed to alert against major enemy attacks, but the three of them had saved numerous people and casually gained much merit. This warning duty was quite enjoyable, Qianyu was even getting addicted to it. At least it wasn't as boring as guarding a mortuary, nor did it require running around in heavy rain on the battlefield killing enemies, just guarding the lookout would suffice. And they could also make delicious food to reward themselves. Ah, how delightful. Tsunade and the others were utterly helpless. Qianyu is the matter above true. After resting for a while, Tsunade took out a scroll and handed it to Qianyu. Upon opening it, Qianyu exclaimed in surprise, "Who leaked this?" "The third Kazekage. Doesn't he fear losing face?" Qianyu didn't expect that the incident of the third Kazekage falling for the awkward dance illusion would be leaked. Minato and Uchiha Makoto wouldn't disclose this, and neither would Qianyu. Thus there was only one suspect, the third Kazekage. However, for such an embarrassing matter others would try to cover it up, yet he on the contrary spread it widely. Tsunade's inquiry indicated that the news had already spread. The fact that Tsunade and the others specially came over was certainly related to Danzo and the third Hokage. Whoever sent them here was either Danzo or the third Hokage, and Qianyu felt the possibility of the third Hokage was greater. This ninja hero must be anxious. Confirmed. The fact that Qianyu could speak in such a tone assured Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya that the news was indeed true. How did you do it? Tsunade had no intention of doubting, she simply found it somewhat unbelievable. After all, each village's Kage was the embodiment of strength. The third Kazekage was renowned as the strongest Kazekage of the Sand Village, yet even he fell for it. Qianyu's awkward dance illusion must be terrifying. What do you mean, how did I do it? Qianyu glared at her and said he thought I was just a kid believing I would inevitably die. Then I activated my Sharingan, his attention was diverted, and he fell for the illusion. Even the most powerful can stumble if they let their guard down against an enemy. So the third Kazekage drank the foot-washing water I fed him, and he drank a whole basin of it. After being trapped in the Sakura Fall illusion, even if the illusion is dispelled, the spirit will be injured, and take a long time to recover unless your mental strength is strong enough to ignore the damage. What the hell, drinking foot-washing water? The third Kazekage would definitely explode upon hearing this. Tsunade and the others were filled with black lines on their foreheads, feeling a strong urge to force Qianyu to modify his choice of words. After all, using the phrase drinking foot-washing water to describe the Kage of a village was indeed not very pleasant. Whatever these details weren't important. Shaking her head, Tsunade continued to ask, "Then why didn't you inform the village about this matter? Do you want everyone to think I'm insane?" Qianyu shot a glare at Tsunade, who was so irritated she wanted to strike him. Yet she raised her hand, hesitated, and then awkwardly lowered it, for she noticed his eyes had already begun to redden. The implication was clear: if you dare make a move, make sure you suffer a social death. Want to give it a try? How about it? Orochimaru and Jiraiya wore expressions of spectators enjoying a show. Minato wore a strained smile again, while Nawaki looked around curiously. He was dying to know whether his sister, that violent woman, could withstand Qianyu's Jinjutsu. Should she fail, it would be a fine spectacle. You're all just here to watch the drama, aren't you? Tsunade was speechless. She waved her hand and said weakly, "Fine, let's drop it. Why do you think no one would believe your words?" Pointing at his own eyes, and then at his temple, Qianyu burst out laughing. "Come on, I'm neither stupid nor blind. The village has always had a grudge against the Uchiha. It's plain for everyone to see. Even though I'm only a half-blood, my situation isn't much better than an Uchiha's. Besides, if a kid says something like that, no one would ever believe it. They'd just think there's something off about me. They'd probably say I've either lost my mind, or I'm desperate for glory. Why bother? Unless the third Kazekage himself confesses, who would ever know? Who could ever imagine it?" With a sigh, Qianyu spoke in a tone of righteous indignation. Who knew the third Kazekage had no backbone? He actually leaked such a humiliating story. You have no idea the dance he did that night was absolutely an eyesore. Tell us more. The group instantly became animated, Tsunade included. That stiff old third Kazekage actually knows how to dance. So you deliberately splashed water, huh? You wanted to make me famous, didn't you? Fine, I'll grant your wish. Just wait and see who suffers more. The third Kazekage swung a slap, and Qianyu had no choice but to retaliate. You do me dirty, I'll do you dirty. We'll take turns. So Qianyu described the essence of pole dancing in some detail. Hiss. The group drew in sharp breaths, staring at him with wide eyes. The third Kazekage actually performed such a shameful dance. Truly, appearances are deceiving. This is huge news, a real scoop. Jiraiya quickly pulled out his notebook and began to write. I can't miss such an amusing story. I have to make the old man laugh his head off, ha ha ha. You third Kazekage claimed I was a super genius on par with Hashirama Senju. You kept painting a target on my back. Very well, then I'll say you dance pole. The dignified third Kazekage of Sunigakure writhing like a red light district dancer. Let's see how you bear that. It took them a while to digest this shocking revelation. Minato and Nawaki felt their minds had been corrupted. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled as he scribbled furiously, as if struck by inspiration. Orochimaru looked at Xianyu with a peculiar expression. He understood that Xianyu had deliberately fabricated the story to humiliate the third Kazekage beyond measure. Even if Xianyu was lying, he had to believe it, and repeat the same tale when speaking to others. Under normal circumstances, slandering a village's Kage like that would be unacceptable. But right now they were enemies. You had invaded the land of fire. Why show you any courtesy? The best plan was to torment you relentlessly using the filthiest methods. As long as we tarnish your reputation, it's a win. Once the news spreads, let's see how the shinobi and civilians of Sunigakure view their Kazekage. From now on, don't call yourself the strongest Kazekage. Call yourself the pole Kazekage. Since you're fond of playing with iron sand, making a pole would be a piece of cake. No one was a fool. Except for Minato and Nawaki, whose worldview had been shaken, and who felt their thoughts impure. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru could all see that Xianyu was making things up. Thus, when Tsunade snapped back to reality and understood she had no desire to expose him, nor could she, but holding it in was uncomfortable. More importantly, where did this brat learn all this shady stuff? Had he actually visited those places? At that thought, Tsunade was stunned. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with amusement as he deliberately asked, Xianyu, how do you know about these things? Huh? Xianyu frowned confused. When he turned and saw Tsunade's horrified expression, he realized she had misunderstood. There was no way Xianyu would ever go to such a place. At least not in this life. Oh, that. I learned it from reading one of Oro Kimura Zenpei's books. Orochimaru completely lost his composure. Tsunade's beautiful eyes widened. Jiraiya looked up in shock at Orochimaru, wearing an expression that said, so that's your secret. What are you all implying? Does Oro Kimura Sensei also like going to those places? Nawaki asked curiously. Orochimaru's eyes filled with murderous intent as he coldly stared at Nawaki, making the boy's heart skip a few beats. He quickly hid behind Tsunade. Taking a deep breath, Orochimaru said calmly, I have no such book. I never lent a book to Xianyu either, so it has nothing to do with me. How can that be? Xianyu pointed at Nawaki. When we were stationed at the morgue, Nawaki brought out some books that he said you gave him. One was a travelogue with content even more explicit than what I described. Orochimaru was utterly dumbfounded because the books Nawaki read had indeed come from him. But he never read such material, much less collected it. No need to explain, I understand. Jiraiya sighed, patting Orochimaru on the shoulder. We can exchange notes another day. Ah! A scream rang out as Jiraiya was sent flying. Orochimaru's face darkened, indicating he had nothing to say. Xianyu exchanged a glance with Minato. Your teacher is pitiful. Everyone can beat him up. Minato smiled, awkwardly unsure what to say. Jiraiya's antics were sometimes hilarious, but also embarrassing, especially for those close to him. Like Minato, who always felt the most awkward at such times. Don't you think the third Kazekage is insane? Just to make me a target, he spread that rumor everywhere. Was it worth it? After confirming the truth of the matter, Tsunade and the other two quickly left. Xianyu sat by the fire, still unable to understand what the third Kazekage was thinking. Was strangling a genius more important than his own disgrace as a village's Kage? Probably the memory you left him was too deep. He risked embarrassment just to spread the word about you, so you'd end up on other villages' assassination lists. Nawaki was the most qualified to speak on this matter, having grown up hearing stories of Hashirama and Tobarama Senju. During the Warring States period, enemy clans often killed off their rivals' geniuses. There were countless examples. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha had both suffered the pain of losing brothers to assassination. After the 5 great shinobi villages were established, the situation improved markedly. Each village nurtured and protected their geniuses, reducing the frequency of premature deaths. Xianyu marveled. He truly invested heavily, even sacrificing his own reputation, just for me, Shin Xianyu. However, I won't be at a loss either. Let me add some fuel to the fire and make it burn even brighter. As long as you, the third generation of Fengyin, are not afraid of dying from anger, that would be enough. I am indifferent. Want to assassinate me? Want to eliminate me, Shin Xianyu, ahead of time? Then come and try. Let's see who dies first, me or your reputation that gets ruined. Sacrificing his own reputation. Sheng Shu and Shui Men had strange expressions. With what Xianyu just said, once it spreads, will the third generation of Fengyin still have a reputation left? It would likely become a laughingstock throughout the ninja world. The key issue is that in peaceful times, people wouldn't deliberately tarnish your name, even if they don't particularly like you. But in wartime, who cares about face? It's all about propaganda, or as long as you all are having a hard time at It would be best to tarnish your third generation of Fengying, turning you into a colossal joke, and see how the people of the Land of Wind regard you. I, Ba Xin Xianyue, am not afraid of typical assassination attempts, but are you, the third generation of Fengying, truly not afraid of your reputation being sullied? In Konoha, the Hokage's office was still brightly lit. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was once again working overtime, with even the elder council members, Zhuan Xiaochun and Shui Hu Min-yin, unable to escape. One managed the medical department, while the other managed logistics. After the outbreak of war, the consumption of various resources intensified, leaving both of them with headaches, compelled to work overtime alongside the third Hokage. Xiaochun, how is the graduation situation of the new ninjas? Due to the war, there aren't many suitable candidates in the village to guide the ninjas. This year's new ninjas may face a long period without teachers to lead them. Just the battlefield in the Land of Rain has consumed a significant amount of Konoha's resources, and at this time Sunagekure declared war on Konoha, forcing Konoha to fight on two fronts, dispatching powerful ninjas to the battlefield continuously. As a result, the newly graduated ninjas faced an awkward situation. Without enough guiding ninjas, many of them had to form teams on their own and become self-reliant. As much as possible, arrange some simple commissions and tasks for these kids to reduce casualties in the teams. At this time, the third Hokage didn't have a better way to arrange these freshly graduated students. Min-yin, how much longer until the ninja tools purchased from the Land of Crafts are replenished? It will likely take some time. Adjusting his glasses, Shui Hu Min-yin was also worried about this matter. The daily consumption of food, medicine, and ninja tools on the battlefield was immense, while relying solely on Konoha's reserves was insufficient. Purchases from outside were necessary. At such a time, the prices of various supplies soared. There were even cases where you couldn't buy them even if you had money. The most scarce item was explosive tags. Even if the price tripled, there still weren't enough goods available. Furrowing his brows in thought for a moment, the third Hokage sighed. Konoha's reserves should last for a while longer. I will discuss with the heads of various clans, hoping they will open up some of their reserve supplies. Hokage-sama. At that moment, an Umbu ninja entered the Hokage's office, respectfully placing an intelligence scroll on the desk. This is the information returned from the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Thank you for your hard work. The third Hokage nodded, picked up the scroll, and opened the seal on it. Cough, cough, cough. Glancing at the contents of the scroll, the third Hokage began to cough violently, his aging face turning red from choking. His eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the scroll that had fallen onto the desk. What kind of intelligence could cause Sarutobi Hiruzen to react this way? Zhuan Xiaochun and Shui Hu Min-yin stood up and approached. Zhuan Xiaochun looked down and froze in place. Cough, cough. Shui Hu Min-yin coughed, wearing a face that seemed to want to laugh, but was forcibly suppressing it. Calming himself down from nearly losing it, the third Hokage felt he needed to smoke a pipe to steady his nerves. Clenching the pipe, he took a few deep puffs before putting the scroll away and summoning the Umbu ninja. Have the intelligence department send out all this information. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Umbu ninja had no idea what was written in the scroll and respectfully picked it up to leave. The third generation of Fengying was about to become famous. Famous throughout the ninja world, and not for good reasons. In just a few puffs of smoke, the third Hokage decided to spread the news. Since you have no mercy, don't blame me for being ungrateful. Even if I think these messages are nonsense, I will spread them. I want your third generation of Fengying to be embarrassed to death. Zhuan Xiaochun and Shui Hu Min-yin remained silent, both tacitly agreeing with the third Hokage's arrangements. You brought your army to attack our Land of Fire. Why should we still be courteous? Moreover, you were the one who casually spread the news first. Since you, the third generation of Fengying, have lost all face, why should Konoha cover for you? Regardless of whether it's true or not, let's spread it first. It's not like the embarrassment falls on us. Thus, various outrageous versions of Qian Yu's stories began to spread. Did you hear? The third generation of Fengying from Sunagekure actually dances that kind of embarrassing dance. What dance? You idiot, the kind you pay to see at that place. It's already spreading. Is there such a thing? Absolutely true. I heard it from my aunt's nephew's wife's big aunt. The news is definitely authentic. Like a whirlwind, the news spread throughout Konoha. Almost less than a morning passed before the third generation of Fengying became the laughingstock of the entire Konoha. Countless people discussed this matter, laughing until their faces turned red and unable to stand upright. Meanwhile, the spies from Sunagekure embedded in Konoha were dumbfounded upon hearing this news. It can't be true, right? Our Lord Fengying has such a hobby. The spy couldn't help but imagine the scene of their Lord Fengying dancing, that kind of dance, instantly breaking out in a cold sweat, feeling their eyes burn. It's best to spread the news as quickly as possible. The news spread outward from Konoha, reaching the camps of the Land of Rain. In no time, many ninjas were stunned. My goodness, the third generation of Fengying from Sunagekure has such a hobby. No such a perverted preference. Truly one should not judge by appearances. The sea cannot be measured by a mere peck. They gained new insights. Countless ninjas had nothing to do and were discussing this matter. As a result, the news gradually spread, reaching even the Rain Village, Rock Village, and the Mangekyō forces also present on the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Hanzong repeatedly went to confirm the intelligence. Were it not for the fact that it was gathered personally by his most capable subordinate, he would have thought the other party was making a fool of him. Could it be that I, the half-god salamander Hanzong, have fallen behind the times? How old now? The young people sure know how to have fun. Onoki sighed, unable to imagine such a scene. Even if this news was most likely false, who cared? Even if it was fake, now you third Kazekage could no longer cleanse yourself? Because your Sand Village was the first to spread the rumor saying that Mui's boss Shinshin, you could control you with Jinjutsu. Since you were controlled by Jinjutsu, wouldn't it be perfectly reasonable for you to do something outrageous? Bam! Chiyo slammed the table and roared. This is absolutely false. The Kazekage-sama could never have done such a thing. Even if the Kazekage-sama claimed to be under Jinjutsu, it was clearly an attempt to elevate Ba Shin Qianyue, that brat. Now, however, Mai has seized the opportunity to deliberately slander our Sand Village's Kazekage. Send my orders. No one is to discuss this matter. Also contact the camp in the Land of Rivers and hope that the Kazekage-sama will clarify this misunderstanding as soon as possible. If this continues, not only will the third Kazekage be disgraced, but the reputation of Sand Village will also sink into the gutter. The daimyo was already dissatisfied with Sand Village. Hearing these reports would surely send him into a rage. When the third Kazekage, one of the parties involved, learned of all this, the entire Sand Village camp headquarters in the Land of Rivers was covered in iron sand. One could imagine how furious the third Kazekage was. In the following days, the third Kazekage's name was tarnished, but Sand Village's attacks on Mai also increased in frequency. This caused Hataki Sakomo to complain bitterly. Yet even as he complained, he secretly laughed at the third Kazekage for digging a huge hole for himself and ultimately burying himself in it. Even if Sand Village came forward to refute the rumors, this incident would remain pinned to the third Kazekage. It would nail him firmly to the pillar of shame. In the future, whenever someone mentioned the third Kazekage, they would dig up this humiliating affair, and even mentioning Chien, you would bring it back for another round of flogging. The sky was gloomy and heavy. The heavy rain had been falling for days without any sign of letting up. Walking on the muddy road, Shang Shu could not help complaining. I really think entering the battlefield now is definitely not a wise decision. You'll have to ask our commander-in-chief about that. Qian Yu casually replied, choking Shang Shu into silence. Though noble in status, Shang Shu was not Tsunade. He dared not speak ill of Danzo carelessly. This was a decision made by the command post after deliberation, or it can't be blamed on just one person, can it? Minato smiled and retorted. In the end, the team was reassigned from the outpost. The reason was that some jonin felt the team should not be stationed at such a post. It was overkill. With Qian Yu's strength, he could enter the battlefield, kill more enemies, and accomplish more. Instead of huddling in one place, guarding a post that was neither here nor there. After negotiations, the team was dispatched to reinforce the main front line. In recent days, Sand Village's attacks had become increasingly fierce, and with the targeting of Stone Village and Rain Village, the frontline forces were under immense pressure. The camp could only keep sending suitable teams to provide support. Qian Yu's trio was one of those reinforcement teams. Master, there are enemies lying in ambush in the forest ahead. Xiao Bai, who had been resting inside the raincoat on Qian Yu's shoulder, poked out his little head to warn Qian Yu. Minato and Shang Shu immediately became alert. Thanks to Xiao Bai's warnings over the past few days, they had avoided several sizable enemy groups, and even wiped out a number of squads. Which villages, Shinobi? Qian Yu gestured, and the three swiftly concealed themselves. The Land of Rain suffered only from excessive rainfall. Aside from that drawback, the environment was quite pleasant with dense forests ideal for hiding or ambushes. There's Shinobi from Stone Village. Xiao Bai was an expert in this regard. Never underestimate a tailed beast's sensory ability. Qian Yu could never match Xiao Bai's perception, even at full gallop. Shinobi from Stone Village, huh? Qian Yu narrowed his eyes, made a hand gesture to Minato and Shang Shu hiding behind a tree trunk, and circled around from one side. Truly insidious. The Stone Village Shinobi used earth release techniques to carve out a small underground space to hide in. To prevent anyone from circling behind, they had also set numerous well-hidden traps. If they hadn't known the enemy was prepared, they might have fallen for it. But was it really safe to hide underground? You Stone Village Shinobi aren't the only ones skilled in earth release jutsu. Close the door, release Shang Shu. After dealing with the surrounding traps, Qian Yu let Minato and Shang Shu come over to him. The two approached cautiously and whispered, Qian Yu, where are the enemies? Putting an arm around Shang Shu's neck, Qian Yu pointed at a slightly raised area on the edge of the forest. See that? Right under there. Since they like hiding underground, let them stay there forever. This is my specialty. Shang-Shu grinned, stealthily crept forward, and quickly formed hand seals. Earth-style rock bed collapse technique. Rumble. The ground began to tremble. The stone village shinobi beneath the small mound hadn't even realized what was happening before rocks collapsed, burying them alive. Get ready for battle. Simply burying the enemy underground wouldn't be enough. Stone Village was most adept at earth release, with many ways to escape being buried alive. Qianyu charged ahead with Minato drawing a kunai and following closely. Qianyu's prediction was correct. Seconds later, from the collapsed pit, the rocks parted, and several disheveled figures leaped out of the crater. Unfortunately, they were met by Qianyu and Minato, who were ready for them. Nearly buried alive, the Stone Village shinobi were forced to escape using jutsu, emerging from the unfilled underground space. But the moment they jumped up before their feet even touched the ground, Qianyu's attack awaited them. Fire-style Great Dragon Flame technique. A massive amount of chakra gathered in his throat. Qianyu exhaled a torrent of flames, and the fire condensed into a fiery dragon that swept toward the Stone Village shinobi, who had just escaped the underground. The Stone Village shinobi's minds went blank. Before they even landed, they were engulfed in flames, instantly consumed by the scorching fire. The smell of burnt flesh wafted through the air as several charred bodies fell from the sky. Minato, gripping his kunai and ready to fight, looked at Qianyu with a hint of resentment. Can't you stop doing this? You finish the battle so quickly every time, and I haven't even touched a single hair of the enemy before it's over. Shang-Shu at least got to make a move, but he alone ended up with nothing at all. Looking at the charcoal on the ground, still emitting black smoke, Qianyu stepped forward and patted Shuemin on the shoulder, comforting him. Don't be impatient. There will always be enemies to kill. Besides, you are going to become the fastest man in the ninja world. Next time, try to be faster than me. I don't believe your nonsense. You are the one who wants to become the fastest man in the ninja world. Don't think I don't know what aspect you are referring to. Shuemin doesn't want that title at all. He has grown up and needs to restore his manly vigor. How could he be fast? It must be said that following Qianyu, Shuemin has gradually been corrupted, and even Shang-Shu has begun to be led astray. Shuemin is right, Qianyu. You acted too quickly. In the sky, a signal flare exclusive to my ninjas exploded. Qianyu abruptly raised his head, watching the flare whose flames were extinguished by rain, and his expression turned serious. In the sky, a signal flare exclusive to my ninjas exploded. Qianyu abruptly raised his head, watching the flare whose flames were extinguished by rain, and his expression turned serious. No time to deal with the bodies. Someone is sending a distress signal. Go. Qianyu led the way into the rain curtain, with Shuemin and Shang-Shu following closely. Save them. Qianyu and Shuemin rushed forward first. Shang-Shu nodded heavily and quickly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth rising spear technique. Save them. Qianyu and Shuemin rushed forward first. Shang-Shu nodded heavily and quickly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth rising spear technique. As the ground trembled, sharp rocks burst forth from the earth, instantly disrupting the formation of the Urine Village ninjas. Several unlucky ones had their bodies pierced by the sharp rocks, hugging the stones and letting out screams. We're saved. We are saved. Reinforcements. Quickly gather near. Suddenly receiving help, the my ninjas wept with joy and hurriedly supported the wounded to move closer to Shang-Shu. The pursuit by the Yunrin Village ninjas was interrupted, and several unlucky ones who hadn't died were rescued by their comrades. A Yunrin Village ninja wearing a Jonin armor raised his hand to signal the others to gather around him, and cautiously looked at Qian Yue, who was rushing forward with Shumin, and asked, "The my ninja boss Shin Qianyu." My. Qianyu hadn't expected the other party to recognize his identity. Be careful, his jinjutsu is very strong. Don't look into his eyes. Recently, the matter between Qianyu and the third Kazekage had spread across the ninja world, and ninjas from various villages had collected some intelligence about Qianyu. On the battlefield of the Rain Country, ninjas from Yurin Village, Yenrin Village, and Sharin Village had all been warned that if they encountered Ba Shun Qianyu on the battlefield, they must be careful, as his jinjutsu was very strong, and he possessed a 3-to-mo Sharingan. Even a cage-level powerhouse like the third Kazekage had fallen victim when careless, and there were records of my ninjas being directly controlled by his jinjutsu. Such terrifying jinjutsu was not to be ignored. This guy is a bit foolish. Watching the Yurin Village ninjas one by one lower their heads or turn their faces away, avoiding eye contact with Qianyu. You don't really think Qianyu's awkward dance jinjutsu requires direct eye contact to take effect, do you? When facing a Jonin of the Uchiha clan, fighting with closed eyes or avoiding eye contact had become an unwritten rule in the ninja world. The enemy clearly mistook him for an orthodox Uchiha ninja. But does jinjutsu necessarily require direct eye contact to be used? Acting like this will make the Kurama clan curse. Unfortunately, the Kurama clan had declined, so they hadn't made much of a name in the ninja world. In the end, it was because the Kurama clan's bloodline limit was too unreliable. As long as we gather enough intelligence, we can target the enemy's weaknesses. How did I become a ready-made teaching template without even realizing it? Not even the positive kind. Qianyu was amused and exasperated. It seemed he had to spread the terror of the awkward dance genjutsu so that people wouldn't think they could get away safely just by not looking at his Sharingan. What left Qianyu speechless the most was that among taijutsu genjutsu and ninjutsu genjutsu was his weakest. Without the Sharingan and his unique awkward dance ability, he wouldn't bother with genjutsu at all. Rather than wasting time on genjutsu, he would be better off honing his taijutsu and swordsmanship. You must be careful. This guy is called Naruto. He is skilled in taijutsu and swordsmanship. Our squad leader, a special jonin, died at his hands. Fearing that Qianyu and the other two might underestimate the enemy, an injured my ninja warned them. Do not underestimate this fellow, his strength is not weak. Don't worry, it's fine. You're safe now. Shengshu took out bandages and medical supplies from his ninja tool pouch. It'll help dress your wounds. Reinforcements should arrive soon. As for the enemies, don't worry. Qianyu and Shuemin will handle them. But, are you sure it's okay? Although they had heard of some of Qianyu's exploits, the enemy was numerous and Qianyu and Shuemin looked really young. With just this many enemies, there won't be any problem. Shengshu skillfully bandaged the wounds of several injured, something he had done many times at the camp. How dare they start bandaging the wounded right in front of us? Do they not take us seriously at all? Shengshu's actions infuriated the Yurin village ninjas. If not for their fear of Qianyu's reputation, they would have charged already. But Shengshu not only bandaged the wounded in their presence, but also belittled them and even rubbed salt into the wound. First, deal with the wounded at the back. He'll hold off Bosch and Qianyu. At Naruto's command, the Yurin village ninjas all moved. The taijutsu specialist Naruto vanished with a body flicker technique and reappeared before Qianyu, swinging his long and sharp katana toward Qianyu's throat. Why bother? So eager to die? Do you think that by lowering your head and avoiding my eyes you can evade my inevitable awkward dance genjutsu? Isn't that a bit too naive? The cherry blossom fall unique skill activated. Naruto only felt his vision spin and his consciousness was pulled into the genjutsu space. Seizing the enemy's ninja sword in a smooth motion, you gave him no chance to dance, directly slashing his throat. Blood sprayed. On the verge of death, Naruto was forced to break free from the genjutsu space, but all that awaited him was death. His eyes full of shock and disbelief, Naruto weakly clutched his throat and collapsed to the ground. Until his death, he couldn't understand when he had been caught by the genjutsu. Lord Naruto. In the blink of an eye, Naruto had fallen. The Yurin village ninjas stood in shock, staring blankly at his body lying in the mud. No, Lord Naruto is dead. A few seconds later, the remaining Yurin village ninjas scattered, no longer daring to surround the my ninjas. The leading jonin had died stiff after a single encounter. Charging in further would be suicide. This Ba Qianyu's strength had clearly been concealed. They must survive to pass on the intelligence. Here we go again. Shuemin wore an expression of, just as I expected, while Shengshu gave a helpless look to the injured who were in a state of shock. See, I told you not to worry, but you didn't believe me. Don't you want revenge? After killing Naruto, Qianyu had no intention of kicking the enemy while they were down. Seeing that some of the rescued ninjas were just standing around watching, he couldn't help asking. Revenge, and also battle merits. Reminded by Qianyu, they finally snapped out of it. Shouting excitedly, they followed Shuemin and began to pursue the Yurin village ninjas. Who doesn't want revenge? Having been pursued so relentlessly moments ago, I almost thought I was done for. But now with the enemy's jonin dead, and only Chunin and Jinin left, what is there to fear? Just fight to the finish. Besides, Qianyu was right. Chasing down enemies not only lets us settle scores, but also earns us battle merits. Regardless of whether they are Chunin or Jinin, killing them all yields merits. It's also thanks to Qianyu's easygoing nature. If it were any other ninja, these people would hardly get any advantage. Yuanfei Zuazuomu paying respects to Lord Qianyu. Seeing Qianyu approach, the middle-aged ninja whose wound had been bandaged with Shengshu's help quickly rose to bow. Evidently, Qianyu's strength had earned their recognition. Usually such treatment was reserved only for the village's jonin and those in high positions. Qianyu was only a chunin in rank, yet no one truly regarded him as such. Yuanfei. Qianyu hadn't expected him to be a clansman of the third Hokage and couldn't help scrutinizing him with surprise. As everyone knew, ninjas of the Yuanfei clan rarely appeared on the battlefield. Otherwise, how could they muster a force of 2,000 ninjas during the Fourth Ninja War? What kind of concept was it for a single clan to produce 2,000 ninjas? His attire bore no family crest of the Yuanfei clan. Had he not given his name, no one would have guessed he was a member of the Yuanfei clan. Right, the Yuanfei clan was known as a civilian family, so they certainly wouldn't casually embroider their family crest on their clothes. After all, they had to develop steadily. Being too ostentatious would contradict the third Hokage's philosophy. What's wrong? Was there something amiss with someone from the Yuanfei clan? Aren't they all leaf ninjas? Why are you so surprised? Shang Shu nudged Qian Yue, who smiled, and said nothing. I'm just astonished to encounter a member of the Yuanfei clan on the battlefield. It seems to be the first time. Really? Shang Shu scratched his head, thought for a moment, and then froze. There truly seemed to be very few Yuanfei clan ninjas on the battlefield. At least he had hardly run into any. No wonder Qian Yu was so astonished. Then the question arose, where had the Yuanfei clan ninjas gone? Shang Shu wasn't stupid, he was just sometimes careless and brash. In fact, when he calmed down, his mind was quite sharp. Some secrets were nothing new to Shang Shu. Was this decision by the village truly wise? Shang Shu didn't know. He only knew that among Leaf's great clans, the Qianshou clan had suffered the most. Moreover, they had sacrificed the most ninjas on the battlefield. In the end, they were civilianized by Qianshou Feijian, and now they no longer even possessed a surname. Shang Shu and Gangshou were both direct descendants of the Qianshou, yet their current names were simply Shang Shu and Gangshou, without the surname Qianshou as a prefix. This showed how thorough the civilianization of the Qianshou clan was. Yet while the Qianshou had made such immense sacrifices, some clans remained silent, secretly developing using resources that rightfully belonged to civilians. Admittedly, the third Hokage's policy was correct. Nowadays, the villagers of Leaf no longer considered Yuanfei and Jitsuan as great clans. All their attention was fixed on major families like Yuzhibo and Rishiang. He wondered if having the clan civilianized and even giving up the surname was the right decision by his second grandfather. Letting out a sigh, Shang Shu patted Qian Yu on the shoulder. You watch the wounded. I'm going to pick off some stragglers. Every time it's you and Shui Min who do the killing, and I can only look on. Go ahead. Qian Yu had little interest in pursuing enemies. Since Shang Shu wanted to go, let him. No, the exchange between Qian Yu and Shang Shu made Yuanfei Zizomu somewhat embarrassed. After all, he was a member of the Yuanfei clan, and hearing the clan's policy of civilianization discussed openly was indeed uncomfortable. A great clan masquerading under the banner of civilianization. Only Yuanfei and Jitsuan would do such a thing. Don't be nervous, I meant nothing else. Just taken by surprise. Qian Yu smiled and tried to reassure Yuanfei Zizomu, but to little effect. Before long, Shui Min, Shang Shu, and the others who had charged out to kill enemies and seize merits returned. Only one person had sustained a minor injury, while the rest were all unscathed. Round up the wounded and head back to camp. Hiding Xiao Bai under his raincoat, Qian Yu took out a strip of jerky to play with it, and when everyone had assembled, he announced the return to camp. How is the situation on the front lines? On the way, Qian Yu seized the chance to ask Yuanfei Zizomu. Yuanfei Zizomu replied respectfully, Lord Qian, where the frontline battle remains chaotic. Ninjas from Awagakure, Sunagakure, and Amagakure are all assaulting our Leaf ninjas, while also fighting among themselves. At present, under Lord Orochimaru's command, our positions have not been lost, but the fighting is fierce. Then that's fine. Orochimaru certainly had some skill, especially in command, far surpassing Danzo, the Hokage's advisor. Qian Yu remembered that after the Rain Country War ended, the local war against Sunagakure in the Wind Country was led by Orochimaru. Orochimaru did not disappoint the third Hokage's expectations. Under his command, Leaf defeated Sunagakure. This catapulted Orochimaru's reputation to unprecedented heights, directly overshadowing Gangshou and Jiraiya. Unfortunately, his achievements were too great, making certain people restless. Added to that, Orochimaru's descent into darkness eventually cost him the position of the fourth Hokage, allowing Shui Min to seize the opportunity. It could be said that if Orochimaru hadn't turned dark, hadn't conducted all sorts of forbidden experiments, hadn't allied with Danzo, and hadn't experimented on the village's own ninjas, the fourth Hokage would never have been Shui Min's to claim. The squad escorted the wounded back to camp, submitted their battle merits for verification, and were granted some rest time. Finally back. Lying inside the tent, Shang Shu couldn't help sighing. I used to hate this tent, but now I miss it dearly. I wonder how many days we'll get to rest. People are always contradictory. Take Shang Shu, for example. Before entering the battlefield, all he longed for was to charge into combat and kill enemies. But after spending some time on the battlefield, he started to yearn for the days when he used to do chores around the camp. I'm afraid there won't be a long rest. Shui Min crossed his arms, his expression grave. I've picked up some intelligence just now. Because of the battle in the river country, the village can hardly spare any reinforcements for the Rain Country front. Every sector is now stretched thin. In the days ahead, the fighting will only intensify. Fortunately, Sunagakure, Awagakure, and Amagakure are all fighting independently. If they united, we'd be in serious trouble. Shang Shu set aside his complaints and shared his analysis. The two of them discussed for a while, eventually dragging in Qian Yue, who had been pondering what to have for dinner. Qian Yue was speechless. He could only say, regardless, Leaf will eventually reach a truce with Amagakure and put an end to this pointless war. No way. Shang Shu and Shui Min were slightly startled. Leaf had been the one to initiate the attack. If the war ended without victory, and they were forced into negotiations, Leaf would lose tremendous face. Why not? Qian Yu asked with amusement. You don't think that making peace means Leaf has lost to you? Is that not so? Sheng Shu found Qian Yu's words somewhat convoluted. Shui Min nodded in agreement. He nudged Shui Min to make room for himself. Qian Yu sat down between the two, picked up a stick, and drew a few circles on the ground. This is the area occupied by the 4 factions currently fighting in the Rain Country battlefield. We Mu Yi are here, and over here is Sha Rin Village along with Yurin Village. Yurin Village holds the largest territory. Currently, it is a 4-way melee with no alliances. The 4 sides attack each other. Everyone is an enemy except one's own people. But have you considered this? Even if Yurin Village's military strength has grown rapidly, it is still merely a poor small country. Its military might has only been catching up to the 5 great ninja villages. Moreover, all wealth has been funneled into military development. What about other aspects? Do battles not require food? Do battles not require replacement of ninja tools? Haven't you noticed how expensive supplies and tools have become? Furthermore, Yurin Village now attacks everyone indiscriminately. In truth, they have already started a downhill slide. With constantly depleting troops and soaring material prices, Qian Yu believed these were enough to give Hanzo a headache. As long as the stalemate continued, it would not be long before Yurin Village collapsed first. When that happened, Mu Yi would not need to seek peace talks. Hanzo would come to Mu Yi instead. As long as the stalemate continued, it would not be long before Yurin Village collapsed first. When that happened, Mu Yi would not need to seek peace talks. Hanzo would come to Mu Yi instead. If he had no intention of negotiating, Qian Yu would never believe that Hanzo, having defeated the 3, leaving them virtually defenseless, would deliberately let them go. He merely granted them a title that Tsunade Jiraiya and Orochimaru all abhorred. To others it seemed a great honor, but to those 3 the title 3 ninjas was nothing but shame. So this war Mu Yi will surely win. Nonsense. Go gather firewood now. Don't you want to eat? Or do you prefer to gnaw on dry rations and soldier pills? Haven't you had enough of that lately? Qian Yu was not one to be reckless. After leaving the outpost, he had not bothered with cooking, surviving on dry rations and soldier pills. Now that they were back at camp, he certainly would not stint himself. I'm going right now. With dry rations leaving his mouth almost tasteless now that he could finally eat something decent, how could Sheng Shu be willing to continue chewing on dried food? Ending the topic that was none of their business, he dashed out of the tent to look for firewood. Ba Xin Xian Yue Bo Feng, Shui Min Sheng Shu. Lord Tuanzong summons you. Their respite was short-lived. The day after the team returned to camp, Tuanzong sent someone to notify them to assemble at the command post. The 3 gathered their things and went. Their respite was short-lived. The day after the team returned to camp, Tuanzong sent someone to notify them to assemble at the command post. The Tuanzong paid no attention to who the team captain was as long as the formalities were observed. Today I summoned your team to assign you a mission. Please speak, Lord Tuanzong. When it came to being serious and earnest, Shui Min was an absolute model, so proper that one could find no fault. Tuanzong rose and walked to the map hanging on the wooden wall, tracing a line along it with his finger. According to intelligence gathered by the Umbu, Yurin Village recently procured a substantial quantity of grain from the Fire Country Daimyo's office under the Rain Country Daimyo's name, as well as ninja tools from the Craftsman Country. I need your team to cut off this supply line and destroy all the supplies. If it were in a past life, this behavior would undoubtedly be aiding the enemy, much like the unscrupulous merchants of ancient times who sold salt and iron to the steppes for profit. But in the world of ninja, it was legal and reasonable, because the supplies were not purchased by Yurin Village directly, but by the daimyo of Rain Country. The justification was also legitimate to prevent the civilians of Rain Country from starving. With food supplies being bought, and the complex web of kinship among the daimyo, even knowing it was aiding the enemy, the Fire Country daimyo could not refuse. As long as the Rain Country daimyo was not foolish enough to publicly announce, I bought these for Yurin Village, he could smoothly purchase grain from Fire Country. This is blatant treason. Sheng Shu felt betrayed. How could the daimyo do this? Mu Yi and Yurin Village were locked in a life-or-death struggle. Yet those officials in the daimyo's mansion simply sold grain to Rain Country. If that wasn't treason, what was? Under the pretext of the daimyo and Rain Country, civilians, the supplies would still end up in Yurin Village's hands. Watch your words. Tuanzong fixed his expressionless gaze on Sheng Shu, correcting his misguided speech. These supplies were bought by the Rain Country daimyo for his starving people due to the war, not for Yurin Village. Yes, sir. Sheng Shu understood the reasoning, but he simply could not accept it. Therefore, your team's mission is to destroy these supplies and sever this transport route. Isn't a 3-man squad too few? Supply transports were usually escorted by many shinobi. With only one team of 3, cutting a transport line would not be easy, especially. Qian Yu did not want to overexert himself. Glancing at Qian Yue, Tuanzong continued. Your team's strength is sufficient to cut off this supply line and destroy all supplies headed to Yurin village. The frontline battle is deadlocked. Hanzo cannot personally escort the supply route. As long as Hanzo didn't guard the transport unit with Qian Yu's ability to easily kill a Jonin, severing such a supply line was not too difficult. Besides, this was just one of Yurin village's supply routes. Cutting off all routes with a single team was obviously impossible. These people are detestable, selling grain to Rain country during wartime. Don't they know the supplies will end up in Yurin village's hands? After accepting the mission and leaving the command post, Shang Shu couldn't help but curse, his face full of indignation. Calm down. Qian Yu patted his shoulder and put an arm around him. Do you know the relationship between the Rain country daimyo and the Fire country daimyo? What relationship? Shang Shu looked blank. He had never looked into such intelligence. If Qian Yu hadn't read some books about the daimyo offices, he wouldn't understand their complex connections either, which could be likened to the royal families of ancient European nations. If your cousin came to buy grain, would you refuse? Hey, of course. Shang Shu fell silent. Shui Min's shoulders shook as he turned away, suppressing a laugh. Clearly Shang Shu had been sidetracked by Qian Yu again. Moreover, the Rain country daimyo's daughter married into the Fire country daimyo's mansion. Do you know what that means? Forget it, let's not discuss this topic. Shang Shu looked up at the sky in exasperation because, strictly speaking, he was also part of it. His mother's family was from the daimyo's mansion. An inseparable, chaotic web of connections. All sorts of relatives could be tied together. Besides, if there was money to be made, why wouldn't the Fire country daimyo take it? What? Mu Yi is at war with Yurin village. Isn't that Mu Yi's affair? What does it have to do with the daimyo's office? After packing their belongings, the three of them left the camp that day, heading towards the supply transport route. Upon returning to the long-lost land of fire, they finally could take off their raincoats. To be honest, moving in these things is quite inconvenient. From a distance, they look like dark, ghostly shadows, which is rather scary. Qianyue can only say that the basic industry in the world of Hokage is truly concerning. Even a decent raincoat cannot be mass-produced. As long as the intelligence provided by the command center is correct, the transport convoy from the Rain Ninja village will arrive tomorrow. We need to set up some traps first. They even forced out a way to purchase food supplies from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. It is foreseeable that the supplies remaining in the Rain Ninja village are definitely limited. Not to mention that this batch of food supplies also contains many ninja tools and explosive tags. Destroying this batch of supplies would undoubtedly be adding insult to injury for the Rain Ninja village. It's not just the Rain Ninja village. Even the various supplies of Konoha have become scarce due to fighting on two fronts. Nagato's parents were also mistakenly killed by Konoha's ninjas while trying to seize food during this time. As for whether it was Uchiha Madara and Kurizetsu who orchestrated it, all that remains to be seen. If Jiraiya hadn't stayed behind to accept Nagato, Yahiko, and Konin as his disciples, how would Uchiha Madara and Kurizetsu arrange for Nagato's subsequent growth? Would Kurizetsu take on another identity to become a teacher for Nagato? At that time, Kurizetsu probably wouldn't even want to show his face. After all, Nagato had to nurture his Rinnegan and sacrifice himself in preparation for resurrecting Uchiha Madara. If only my Mangekyō Sharingan ability were Kamui, hiding Nagato would surely drive Uchiha Madara and Kurizetsu mad with worry. Hurry up, both of you. Increase the speed. There are many civilians in the Land of Rain waiting for this batch of food to save them. Yoshida Masakazu incessantly urged his subordinates to pick up the pace, nearly forgetting how many times he had urged them along the way. The food in the Land of Rain is running low and the consumption of ninja tools is severe. This batch of food and supplies is urgently needed. To win the war, Hanzo had no choice but to ask the daimyo for help purchasing food from the Land of Fire in his name, while secretly hiding the ninja tools bought from elsewhere among them for transport to the Land of Rain. After the war broke out, the Rain Ninja village initially fought back and forth, with Konoha refusing to yield to each other. Now they are barely holding on. In addition to Konoha, the Rain Ninja village also faces ninjas from Awagakure and Sunagakure. Without sufficient supply support, the Rain Ninja village will be on the path to annihilation in this war. You two go scout ahead. Yes, Lord Masakazu. Two Rain Ninja village ninjas, disguised as farmers from the Land of Fire, quickly left the convoy to scout ahead. As the convoy carrying food drew closer, Qianyue quietly asked, "How did you know those two ninjas would go around the side?" Lying on the ground, Qianyue replied without turning his head, "If it were me sending you to scout ahead, would you start at the front of the convoy?" Shoju pondered for a moment before dejectedly saying no. If you can't do it, how can you expect others? Remember, this is a common mistake made by many ninjas. If I were the captain escorting this batch of supplies, I would definitely not trust my subordinates to scout. Whether it is strength or scouting ability, except for some special cases, the vast majority of Jinin and Shunin are definitely inferior to Jonin. After all, these are all part of the assessments, and if you don't meet the standards, you cannot be promoted to Jonin. Of course, this is just the standard of the 5 great ninja villages, while the standards of the Rain Ninja Village surely cannot be compared to the 5 great ninja villages. Otherwise, the Rain Ninja Village wouldn't have been able to produce so few Jonin and Chunin. Such assessment standards make the overall military strength of the Rain Ninja Village appear quite formidable. As the supply convoy from the Rain Ninja Village drew closer, Qianyue signaled to Shoju, who nodded and quickly raised his hands. The Rain Ninja Village could hold its ground against Konoha Tsunegakure and Awagakure, and a large part of the credit goes to Hanzo alone. Without Hanzo, the Rain Ninja Village would collapse in an instant, which highlights the gap in strength. As the supply convoy from the Rain Ninja Village drew closer, Qianyue signaled to Shoju, who nodded and quickly raised his hands to form seals. At the moment the supply convoy approached, Earth Release, Earth Spike, Jutsu. Qianyue realized that many Earth Release ninjutsu are indeed quite practical, like the Earth Spike, which is useful for killing enemies and creating chaos. Not good enemies. Off. Help me. As the ground shook, a multitude of sharp rocks erupted from below, resembling bamboo shoots after spring rain, sending the entire supply convoy into disarray. Various food supplies scattered across the ground, and the sealing scrolls hidden among them rolled out as well. Several Rain Ninja Village ninjas who reacted slowly were instantly turned into bloody candy. Unfortunately, no one could eat this kind of candy. Where did these kids come from? Seeing the supplies scattered everywhere, Yoshida Masakazu's heart was bleeding. These were things that took great effort from Lord Hanzo to have the daimyo purchase, yet they ended up scattered everywhere like this. Several startled horses neighed and ran wildly, dragging their carts, turning the scene into chaos with debris scattered everywhere. Didn't anyone tell you this is the territory of the Land of Fire? Fighting with Konoha and then purchasing food from the Land of Fire. It seems like the Rain Ninja Village really has plenty of spare cash. Is Hanzo not afraid of wasting it? It seems that Hanzo really had no choice. The Land of Rain is surrounded by the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Earth, currently at war with the 3 great nations. The Land of Wind is barely holding on, needing to purchase a large amount of food from the Land of Fire every year, while the Land of Earth can barely be self-sufficient. However, with Iwagakure and the Rain Ninja Village currently at war, don't expect the daimyo of the Land of Earth to sell food to the Land of Rain. The daimyo of the Land of Earth and the daimyo of the Land of Lightning are notoriously protective of their villages and stand in solidarity with them. Unlike the daimyo of the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, who tend to engage in foolish acts. You little brat, are you seeking deaths? Yoshida Masakazu's eyes were about to burst with rage. It was one thing for Qianyue to ambush them midway, but he even made a mess of the supplies and insulted Hanzo, the leader of the Rain Ninja Village. This was something Yoshida Masakazu could never forgive. Drawing his ninja blade, Yoshida Masakazu angrily charged at Qianyue. Qianyue approached directly. This time he did not use his exclusive skills, but fought solely with his own physical and sword techniques. 2 shadowy figures collided like ghosts, the kunai, clashing with a metallic groan. A powerful force rebounded along the arms, causing Yoshida Masakazu's pupils to constrict. This little brat is incredibly fast and strong. Both his power and speed far exceed mine. If it weren't for my ample battle experience, that last strike could have severed my hand. The great battle was on the verge of erupting. Qianyue and Yoshida Masakazu clashed while Shoju and Mizumoto coordinated to fight against other enemies. Unexpectedly, it was the seemingly outmatched Mizumoto and Shoju who gradually gained the upper hand. One enemy after another was slain, and Mizumoto's exceptional reflexes and explosive power made Shoju envious. Although his physical techniques were decent, his chakra was many times less than Mizumoto's. But when it came to the speed of killing enemies, he was far from Mizumoto's match. Mizumoto could instantaneously unleash his power during battles, unexpectedly piercing enemies' throats and hearts with kunai. For him it took much more effort. You're a decent combat opponent, better than the Jonin from the Rain Shinobi Village I've encountered before. Yoshida Masakazu had decent physical techniques, although a bit chaotic. His strength was indeed substantial. Unlike those so-called Jonin he faced before, who could be dealt with in just a few strikes. Little brat, stop underestimating people. A child of about 10 years old actually told him that his strength was not bad, and that he was a qualified combat opponent. This statement directly infuriated Yoshida Masakazu. Bang! Blocking the opponent's kunai, Qianyue couldn't help but chuckle. Are you angry? If that's the case, then please go and die. Under Yoshida Masakazu's astonished gaze, Qianyue's power suddenly erupted, shaking him back. What was even more unbelievable was that Qianyue's speed increased once again. His eyes flashed red. The Threetomo Sharingan manifested, radiating a captivating red light. The explosive Qianyue activated the Sharingan, and Yoshida Masakazu's movements appeared to him like a series of strange slow motions. The kunai grazed Yoshida Masakazu's numbed arm, piercing through his ribs and into his heart. Yagami Qianyue. Unable to believe that his body had been pierced by a kunai, Yoshida Masakazu coughed. His mind recalled a name that had become quite renowned in the shinobi world recently, Yagami Chienyu. Silver hair, a child of about 10 years, and the Freedomo Sharingan. That would be me. Pulling out the kunai, and looking at Yoshida Masakazu who lay on the ground gasping for air. Chien, you side your strength and courage have earned my recognition. I will give you a proper burial. As for this batch of supplies, they will never reach the land of rain. Stimulated, Yoshida Masakazu spat out a mouthful of blood. The color in his eyes began to fade, losing the breath of life. Glancing at the chaotic battlefield littered with corpses, Chienyu remarked, Mizumoto is becoming more and more monstrous. If he learns the Flying Thunder God technique, won't he be able to take off from the same spot? Food, Chien, you couldn't be bothered to look at again. He gathered the ceiling scrolls containing numerous ninja tools and explosive tags. These were fine items, spoils of war. Flipping them over, they could sell for quite a bit. As for reporting, Chienyu never considered it. Why should he report items he had seized by his own ability? Danzo's order was to destroy supplies, not to confiscate them. He could happily collect this batch of ninja tools. Fire-style grand fireball technique. With a burst of flames, all the food at the scene was incinerated. Chienyu sat by the roadside leaning against a tree trunk waiting for Mizumoto and Shoju to return. The two had chased the enemies deep into the forest and needed some time to come back. Poor little ox, I won't be polite in accepting your meat. In the convoy transporting supplies, there were horses pulling carts, and also oxen. Unfortunately, this old ox had bad luck, and was taken down by Shoju in one go, directly turning into a giant candied haw. After a while, Mizumoto and Shoju returned. Mizumoto wore a smile while Shoju had a gloomy face. It was obvious he had once again been surpassed by Mizumoto. After losing to Chienyu time and again, Shoju had accepted it. Chienyu was universally acknowledged as a super genius. Since he couldn't compare to Chienyu, he might as well compete with Mizumoto. In the end, he couldn't measure up to Chienyu, and he couldn't even surpass Mizumoto. This left Shoju feeling deeply struck, utterly dejected. What's wrong? You accomplished a great feat, yet you're frowning. Chienyu couldn't help but tease. Shoju glanced at Mizumoto, slumping his shoulders. He has two more than me. If he and Mizumoto were of the same generation, Shoju would feel a bit better, but he was 3 whole years older than both Chienyu and Mizumoto. Not being able to compare to someone 3 years younger than himself, what was there to talk about dreams? What about world peace, or becoming a person like his grandfather, the god of shinobi? It was simply embarrassing. Deserved it. Who told you not to work hard? Chienyu laughed gleefully. Hurry, and clean up the scene, we need to prepare to leave. Why is it me again? Please, can you be a decent person? You mock me and ridicule me, and now you want me to clean. Chienyu glanced at Shoju, who was pointing at him, and shrugged. Because among the 3 of us, you were the one skilled in earth release techniques. Who else could it be? If you don't, one of the 3 of us could dig together. Looking at the kunai and shuriken in his hand, Shoju felt it was better for him to do it personally. Digging a pit seemed too troublesome. When are we going back? Eating delicious roasted beef, Shoju regretted not cutting a bit more beef. What's the hurry? Chienyu casually tossed a few pieces of firewood into the fire and said calmly, the task assigned by the commander is to completely sever this transport route, so let's wait and see. Such tasks would not be time constrained, whether they were completed would depend on the team's own judgment. If they felt the task was accomplished and chose to return to camp, but someone managed to transport supplies, then that would be their dereliction of duty. Chienyu would rather spend more time on this route than inexplicably carry the blame of failure. Besides, staying in the prosperous land of fire was uncomfortable. Why seek discomfort in the land of rain? The dreadful weather of the land of rain was no match for the comfort of the land of fire. In the somewhat shabby camp of the land of rain, Hanzo looked at the supply list, furrowing his brow, repeatedly wondering how long the village's supplies could last. The consumption of supplies exceeded Hanzo's expectations. Not only were various materials dwindling, but the casualties of personnel were also astonishing. Hanzo had already tasted the consequences of declaring war on Konoha Iwa, Shinobi Village, and Suna, Shinobi Village all at once. In terms of foundation, the Rain Shinobi Village was ultimately no match for the 5 great Shinobi villages. While Konoha Suna Shinobi Village and Iwa Shinobi Village were feeling the pinch, the Rain Shinobi Village was already on the brink of collapse. Lord Hanzo. At that moment, a staggering figure burst in. Hanzo's already unappealing face dark. Lord Hanzo, the convoy transporting supplies to the land of fire has been annihilated. What? Hanzo shot to his feet, his heart plummeting as if the heavens were collapsing. The Rain Village was already starved for supplies. How could they have been intercepted and destroyed? Has a thorough investigation been dispatched? As the leader of a village, Hanzo possessed a fortitude far beyond that of ordinary man. He did not erupt in rage or berate his subordinates for their incompetence. Such matters were inevitable. Once the enemy intercepted intelligence, they would strike without hesitation. The perpetrator was most likely Konoha. The supplies had been procured in secret. How did Konoha learn of it? Hanzo had no answers, but dwelling on it now was futile. Lord Hanzo. The intelligence officer knelt head bowed and replied. We have sent scouts to investigate. Our shinobi in the transport unit were all killed, the supplies completely destroyed. The scene bears extensive traces of combat using ninjutsu. The battle damage extends into the forest, suggesting the attackers were few, perhaps a single squad. In my estimation, Konoha is certainly responsible. Konoha. Hanzo fell silent. After a long pause, he suddenly laughed. It seems Konoha's intelligence-gathering capabilities are indeed remarkable. My lord, could it be that the daimyo of the Land of Fire betrayed us? No. They even know every detail of the daimyo's external supply sales. It seems I have underestimated Konoha after all. Stepping out of the tent, he let the reins soak. Thus he would never publicize his own actions. The only possibility is that Konoha has planted spies within the daimyo's domain. They even know every detail of the daimyo's external supply sales. It seems I have underestimated Konoha after all. Stepping out of the tent, he let the reins soak him. At this moment, a wave of helplessness washed over Hanzo. The prolonged war had drained him, and the destruction of supplies only compounded his woes. What have you found regarding the previous incident? Danzo's cryptic question caught his subordinate off guard, but he answered. Lord Hanzo, our investigation confirms that several of the shinobi who massacred civilians originated from Mangekyō, not Konoha. The war between Konoha and the Rain Village began when civilians in the Land of Rain were repeatedly slaughtered by Konoha shinobi. Once the war erupted, no one mentioned it again, yet Hanzo still ordered an inquiry. The Rain Village had captured and executed some individuals. Investigations revealed that a portion hailed from Mangekyō, while the identities of the rest remained unknown. Who instigated the war? The answer was undeniable. Mangekyō had schemed relentlessly to ignite conflict between Konoha and the Rain Village. It seems Mangekyō's circumstances are no better. Strengthen military power. Is it wrong for my Rain Village to bolster its military strength? Are only the 5 great shinobi villages allowed to grow, while smaller villages are not? Reflecting on Konoha's earlier accusations, Hanzo found them absurd. The two sides had engaged in covert struggles, yet they remained within controlled bounds. But Mangekyō with a single move had stabbed them from behind, triggering the full-scale war between Konoha and the Rain Village. Issue my order tomorrow. We launch a full assault on Konoha's positions. This war must finally come to an end. Yes. Though they did not comprehend why Hanzo persisted in targeting Konoha, the shinobi of the Rain Village obediently relayed the command. Immediately, all able-bodied shinobi in the Rain Village began preparations. A great battle was about to unfold. Unlike the scattered local skirmishes before, this would be a full frontal confrontation. After holding their position for several days with no sign of other transport units, Qianyue and his 2 companions returned to the Land of Rain. Back at camp, they submitted their mission report. Danzo did not deceive them this time. He recorded all their contributions. Your choice was right. If we had returned directly that day, we might not have had any rest at all. Nawaki grumbled as he shook the raindrops off his raincoat. The trio had barely spent a day in camp before being dispatched. Their mission, a surprise attack on a Mangekyō outpost to destroy its supplies. With frontline command duties entrusted to Orochimaru, Danzo finally had the leisure to display his talents, orchestrating a series of covert operations. One day they raided a stronghold, the next they destroyed supplies, leaving both the rain and sand villages overwhelmed. Passing through a village, Minato sighed as he observed the desolate, ruined and abandoned houses. Even after the war ends, the Land of Rain may not recover in a decade. Brother, be confident. Remove the word may. Even if you give them 20 years, the Rain Village won't bounce back. With such a small territory and harsh environment, lacking trade routes and economic sources, what could the Rain Village rely on to recover? Even if people from nearby regions had requests, they would not choose a small village like the Rain Village. A vicious cycle would persist. It would be a miracle if the Land of Rain ever recovered. Moreover, after the war, the country's populace would have to endure endless bandits and rogue shinobi. Let's rest here and resume tomorrow. With plenty of time before Danzo's deadline, Qianyue took the lead toward the dilapidated village. The village was empty, no one was around. Everywhere lay collapsed houses and traces of battle. Entering a relatively intact farmhouse, Nawaki took the initiative to dismantle useless furniture for firewood and lit a fire. Minato silently left to forage for food. The 3 divided tasks. Qianyue was responsible for cooking, Nawaki for firewood, and Minato for hunting. If no prey could be found, they would make do with dry rations or flatbread. Whoa. Minato, have you recently developed a taste for snakes, or did the toads from Mount Myaboku influence you? When Minato returned carrying a python as thick as a calf and several meters long, Nawaki couldn't help. With Orochimaru's help and guidance, Nawaki had formed a contract with the snakes of Ryuchi Cave. At this moment, eating snake meat was the last thing he wanted. There was nothing else around. Only these things. Minato shrugged, helplessly indicating his lack of choice. Qianyue smiled as he processed the prey, cutting it into chunks, marinating and grilling it. He couldn't resist teasing the two. Nawaki, if I were you, I wouldn't take this lying down. Catch a bunch of toads someday, and treat Minato to a feast. You are just stirring things up. Why don't you catch some foxes for a change? Nawaki rolled his eyes, but only dared. The last time he said it aloud, Xiaobai sent him flying a dozen meters with a single swipe of her paw. From then on, both Nawaki and Minato became cautious when mentioning foxes. They feared offending Xiaobai and being sent flying again. Rice paired with snake meat, an odd combination, but delicious. Even Nawaki, who had been complaining, ate with gusto. Whether the snakes of Ryuchi Cave would find out he ate snake meat was a concern for another day. We have guests. Mid-meal, Qianyue set down his bowl and chopsticks, gazing outside. Minato and Nawaki immediately drew their weapons. Calm down. Qianyue pressed their hands down and looked toward the door. They're just 3 children. What a small world to encounter them here. Children? Are you kidding me? We 3 are still kids ourselves. Outside the door, 3 small figures, shivering from the cold and hunger, slowly approached the cottage. Excuse me, could you spare us some food? Among them, a small boy with dark golden short hair stepped forward, his eyes filled with helplessness as he looked hopefully at Qianyue and the others. The visitors were none other than the future leader of the Akatsuki Yahiko. Hiding behind him were Konan and Nagato, whose head was lowered, making it hard to see his face. This world is truly small. Seeing the 3 of them shivering from the cold, pale and emaciated, Qianyue nodded and said, "Come and we have rice and roasted snake meat. As long as you are not afraid, you can eat some." Really? Yahiko's eyes lit up. Minato and Shoji exchanged glances with Qianyue, signaling her to be cautious. It's no wonder the 2 were so vigilant. After all, in the dangerous world of Naruto, many children are cultivated from a young age to eventually become qualified spies. Such things are not uncommon. Some children have even killed their companions at the age of 5 or 6, standing out among others. Rest assured, these 3 pose no threat. Qianyue reassured the 2 and waved at Yahiko and the others. Great, we have food now. Yahiko happily pulled Konan and Nagato inside, bowing to Qianyue in gratitude. Thank you for the food you have given us. Konan appeared a bit shy and seemed somewhat fearful, while Nagato, upon seeing the Konoha headbands on Qianyue and the others, became tense. He thought of his parents. The sound of food being swallowed made Qianyue shake her head. Yahiko and the others didn't care if the food was too hot, they just wanted to fill their stomachs. Qianyue once thought that Tsunade ate like a refugee, but now watching Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato eat, she felt that Tsunade was weak in comparison. At least Tsunade still knew to blow on her food to avoid burning herself. Or indeed. Sighing, Qianyue comforted them. Eat slowly. If there's not enough, I can prepare more for you. Be careful not to burn your stomach. That could be fatal for you, and don't overeat at once. With dirty little hands grasping a lump of rice and holding a piece of meat in the other, Konan paused for a moment, her eyes suddenly reddening. The next moment she began to sob. It seemed she hadn't been cared for in a long time, and Qianyue's comfort made the more sensitive Konan break down. Yahiko forced a strained smile, while Nagato still kept his head down, only slowing his eating pace. Shoji, unable to bear it, took out some rations. You can take these with you. If you are hungry, eat them slowly. Thank you, Yahiko said, his voice choked, tears welling in his eyes. The 3 of them had been wandering for a long time and had encountered ninjas from other villages, but they dared not approach, because those people were too fierce. Some would even kill civilians who asked for food, sparing no one, not even children. Minato silently took out his own rations. All he could do was share part of his rations with them. After the 3 finished eating, Qianyue said to them, "There's a wardrobe in the back. You can see if there are any clean clothes. It's best to change into clean clothes, otherwise you might get sick. You all know what being sick means in the current situation, right?" Damn it. Yahiko and the others went to the back room to look for clothes, and Shoji couldn't help but punch the ground in frustration, cursing, "This damned war. You should be cursing not the war, but those who start the war." Qianyue shot him a glance and tossed 2 pieces of firewood into the fire, causing acrid smoke to rise. In the land of rain, it is hard to find much dry wood. Instead, water-soaked wood is everywhere, and it produces a lot of smoke when burned. Shoji opened his mouth, but didn't know whom to blame. After all, there are some people you can't simply blame, like the higher-ups of the village who started the war. Blaming them would implicate everyone. After holding back for a long time, Shoji could only stomp his foot in frustration. Must there really be war? Must we fight? Why can't we solve problems through negotiation? In the room, Yahiko, now wearing a clean but oversized outfit, was quietly listening. Why can you live in the resource-rich land of fire in the powerful Konoha? Why do you have many things that others pursue their whole lives from the moment you were born? Why do some people work their whole lives and still cannot achieve their wishes and goals? Wake up. Kicking Shoji lightly, Qianyue scolded. If negotiation could solve problems, what need would there be for fit? Am I really that bad as you say? Shoji rolled his eyes, feeling caught between a rock and a hard place by Qianyue's words. Minato burst out laughing as he felt Shoji's words were utterly unrealistic. Instead of hoping for a world without war, it would be better to hope he could become Hokage. Aiming to become Hokage is a goal to strive for, but wishing for world peace is too difficult, almost impossible. Looking at Shoji's face, which was filled with despair, Minato seemed to see his former self. He had once asked Qianyu the same question only to be silenced, and directly questioning his life. Sir, is war really unavoidable? Yahiko, who had been eavesdropping, couldn't help but come out, cautiously approaching and respectfully standing in front of Qianyu. What in the world is happening? In one room, there were 3 ideals, 3 wishful thinkers. Shoji was like this, Minato used to be like this, and now Yahiko more persistent than both Shoji and Minato. Recalling the foolish things done by the Akatsuki, Qianyu felt anxious for Yahiko. I wonder if they have been given some kind of enchantment. In response to Yahiko's question, Qianyu's answer was, fists are just as strength is truth. Instead of hoping that others won't start a war, it is better to strengthen yourself to intimidate everyone, making them fear you, and thereby not dare to start a war. This way you achieve peace as well, just by different means. Fists are just as strength is truth. Yahiko looked puzzled, completely baffled by her words. If it weren't for the skewed technological landscape of this world, Qianyu would have liked to tell them that cannons are justice and caliber is truth. Seeing Yahiko's mind in a confused state, Shoji helplessly pulled at Qianyu, whispering, "Don't lead the child astray." Lead the child astray. Qianyu was puzzled. After all, she was still a child herself. She looked up and sideways at Shoji, saying, "Your grandfather did it this way because he was the god of ninjas. His fists were strong enough and his power was great enough that no one in the ninja world dared to provoke him, which brought peace to the ninja world at that time. Why are we suddenly talking about my grandfather? Wait." Shoji was about to complain when he suddenly froze. This was because Qianyu's words were not incorrect, it was just that Shungshu had never contemplated such things before. With the establishment of the Leaf Village, the ninja world was indeed peaceful, with almost no wars breaking out except for minor skirmishes. But why? Was it not because of the great deterrence of Senju Hashirama and the ruthless Uchiha Madara, who would dare to cause trouble? Later, when Uchiha Madara faked his death and Senju Hashirama passed away, the first ninja war soon erupted. This is the most typical example. So, peace must be built upon strong power. Shao Nan and Nagato emerged, with Nagato unable to see his face, clearly asking a question. "That is not correct, my lord." Yahiko, recalling something, began to refute. Hanzo's strength is also formidable, yet the Rain Village still went to war with the Leaf. Strength cannot represent everything. How do you explain that? Shungshu and Minato looked at Qianyu. Qianyu did not expect Yahiko to use Hanzo against him, and he laughed. What does it matter? At most he can only compare to the Kage of the 5 great ninja villages. Even then he dares to call himself a demigod. He has no shame. If Hanzo heard this, he would definitely want to chop you down with a scythe. Yahiko, Shao Nan, and Nagato were also dumbfounded, feeling that Qianyu was boasting. Minato smiled wryly but did not dare to refute. Because Qianyu could make people doubt their lives in a heartbeat. What are you looking at? I admit Hanzo is powerful, but his strength absolutely does not reach the level of a so-called god, not even a demigod. In the current ninja world, I believe the strongest is the 3rd Raikage of the Cloud Village. To be honest, the 3rd Raikage back then was indeed fierce. Qianyu even suspected he was a bit more ruthless than Inoki, possessing unparalleled defense and attack combined with speed that surpassed most. It can be said that during this period the 3rd Raikage was essentially invincible. A man who could single-handedly defeat the 8 Tails was not to be taken lightly. Do not be fooled by the 3rd Kazekage's ease in controlling Shikaku. This was because his magnet release restrained Shikaku. Moreover, Shikaku's strength among the tailed beasts is quite lacking. If it were the 8 Tails, he would definitely make the 3rd Kazekage flee in all directions. The 9 Tails mocking Shikaku as weak is not without reason. Among the 9-tailed beasts, Shikaku is truly weak. When Qianyu watched the anime, he hadn't even seen this guy use a tailed beast ball. It was unclear whether he couldn't release it or simply didn't want to. In the anime, the scene of half of the 9 Tails defeating a group of tailed beasts amazed quite a few people. Moreover, that was only half of the 9 Tails, not a complete one. From the various memories of the 9 Tails, it is clear that it ignores Shikaku, but often seeks out the 8 Tails for a fight. As for the other tailed beasts, they are mostly overlooked. It seems that in the eyes of the 9 Tails, apart from the relatively strong 8 Tails and the annoying Shikaku, the other tailed beasts are essentially dispensable. The 3rd Raikage. Shungshu scratched his head. I have heard my teacher Orochimaru mention him. He seems to be a powerful and troublesome guy. Isn't that obvious? Do you believe that if your teacher encountered him, he would have no temper at all? If the 3rd Raikage had not been taken down by the plot, the situation of the Leaf during the 3rd Ninja War might have been even worse. One thing he could never understand was that as the leader of a village, he must be the most important person in the village. Therefore, there should be a Raikage guard accompanying him for protection. The purpose of their existence is to protect the Raikage, right? How could they go strolling around the land of Earth, seize a batch of resources, and yet the Raikage guard left first? They even let the Raikage stay behind to cover their retreat, ultimately causing his demise. Isn't this a plot kill? If the third Raikage wanted to leave, even Inoki couldn't stop him. Just look at the speed of the fourth Raikage and you'll know that when the third Raikage wanted to flee, almost no one could stop him. Such a man full of bugs actually worked himself to death in the land of Earth. Similarly, the Senju Tobarama of the Leaf Village met the same fate, dying in the land of lightning despite being a man full of forbidden techniques except for water release. This is even more absurd. After Minato learned the Flying Thunder God technique, he did not shy away from covering retreats. Especially during the Third Ninja War, there were countless instances, yet why didn't Minato die while covering a retreat? Of course, Minato's death was even more tragic. His wife died, and he neglected his son, seeking death wholeheartedly to follow his wife, leaving behind a pitiful little Naruto to grow up in isolation and condemnation. Is it because Hanzo is not strong enough? The third Raikage. Yahiko lowered his head, carefully recalling Qianyu's words. My lord, please teach us to learn ninjutsu, and let us become ninjas. Suddenly Yahiko stood up and gave Qianyu a 90-degree bow. Shingshu was dumbfounded. Minato had a blank expression. What was happening? Qianyu himself was a bit stunned. You want to become my disciple? As long as you are willing, I can become your disciple. Yahiko answered firmly. Why do you want to become my disciple? Qianyu was both amused and exasperated. To be honest, I am still a child myself, only about 3 years older than you. Don't you think this is a bit childish? Are you not afraid that I might be a fraud? I believe my intuition is not wrong. My lord is very strong and must be a powerful figure. Yahiko's action stunned not only Qianyu, but also Shingshu and Minato. Even Shao Nan and Nagato were taken aback. Why was he suddenly asking to become a disciple? They were completely unprepared. Your intuition is quite strong. Coming back to his senses, Shingshu suddenly laughed and began to run outside, not forgetting to give Yahiko an encouraging look. Good luck. The guy in front of you, whom even Hanzo despises, is indeed very strong. Shingshu ran because he feared that Qianyu would beat him up. He couldn't help but laugh and gloat. If you have the guts, don't run. Qianyu grabbed a stone from the ground and threw it, but Shingshu deftly dodged by twisting his waist, not allowing himself to be hit. Minato shook his head with a smile, gesturing to Qianyu that he felt it would be better to avoid the situation first and go set some traps to prevent any enemies from approaching. I never expected that I would encounter such a day. Qianyu thought it would be a long time before someone asked to be his disciple, but here it was happening. And it was the three leaders of the Akatsuki organization. Shingshu and Minato's reactions made Yahiko even more certain that his intuition was indeed correct. Although Qianyu was younger, he was a strong individual. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to look down on Hanzo like this.